Chapter 1. Am I illuminated by the light of the Buddha? On March 6, 2014, at the ATT Center in San Antonio, James made a drive for a layup, only to be met with the referee's whistle. Traveling violation. The Spurs regained possession. LeBron James, panting heavily, gazed up at the scoreboard, which read 80-100. A wave of helplessness washed over him as he realized only 8 minutes remained in the game. This match saw the reigning champions, the Heat, facing off against the Spurs on their home turf. However, the Heat encountered significant difficulties in the first quarter, trailing 22-37, down by 15 points. Yet, as the reigning champions, they could not afford to succumb to despair. They mounted a fierce comeback in the second and third quarters, narrowing the gap to within 10 points by the end of the third. However, at the beginning of the fourth quarter, the Spurs' dynamic duo, the GD combination, executed a series of challenging shots, causing the Heat to falter offensively. For minutes into the final quarter, the deficit had swelled to 20 points. Ugh. James sighed, feeling a deep sense of frustration. This game was pivotal in the battle for the top spot in the league, with the Heat holding a mere one-game lead over the Spurs. Should they lose, the Spurs would surpass them in the regular season standings. Such a loss could jeopardize the Heat's prospects in the upcoming playoffs. In the previous year's NBA Finals, the Heat had secured home court advantage throughout the playoffs by finishing the season with the best record. The Spurs had suffered greatly under this advantage, having once led the series 3-2, only to be eliminated by the Heat, who relied on their home court strength and the miraculous three-point shooting of Ray Allen, ultimately winning the championship with a 4-3 series score. This is why the Heat were so anxious about losing this game. A defeat would strip them of their home court advantage, and if they were to encounter the Spurs again in this year's finals, they would lose both home court and psychological advantages, severely hindering their path to a repeat championship. As James sighed, Spurs Jimbalai emerged from the left corner to the top of the arc, with Duncan effectively blocking Wade's defense. Parker quickly passed the ball to Jimbalai, who launched a three-pointer from the arc. The ball soared through the air, 103-80. The Heat now trailed the Spurs by 23 points, with just 7 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Spoelstra immediately called a timeout. The Heat's starting players walked off the court, dejected. Wade pondered with his head down, clutching his knee. James, Battier, and Ray Allen silently returned to their seats, gulping down water. Bosh sat down, muttering his dissatisfaction with some of the referee's calls. Observing the demeanor of his players, Spoelstra shook his head in resignation. The spirits of the Heat's key players had sunk to a low point, and it seemed today's victory was slipping away. After briefly sketching a few strategies on the tactical board and emphasizing the need for improved defense and severing the connections among Spurs players, he turned his gaze towards a figure in the corner of the bench. Soon, Rashad will replace Sean, Mario will take over for Ray, and Wang prepare to substitute for Dwayne and get ready to enter the game. Spoelstra spoke slowly, glancing at Wang Chen in the corner. What? Wang Chen, with his head bowed, responded absent-mindedly before suddenly looking up, his expression a mix of shock and elation. As a diehard fan of the NBA who had unexpectedly crossed over to Miami. Just days ago, he was watching these superstars perform on television, and now he found himself with an extraordinary opportunity to compete alongside his idols in an official match. These were the famed Big Three of the 2014 Miami Heat: LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh, a blazing superstar within the league. Hey, Wang, are you listening to me? Spoelstra's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction, pulling Wang Chen back into reality. That moment, Wade wrapped his arm around Wang Chen and teased, "Rookie, don't look so dazed when you get on the court later, or you might get overwhelmed by the opposing team." Wang, did you understand strategies I just outlined? Your position will be in the corner when the opportunity arises. Move to the top of the arc or to the opposite corner. Bosh will set screens for you at the right moments. Spoelstra instructed with a serious demeanor. When you step onto the court for the first time, don't overthink it. Just let your soft shooting touch flow naturally, as you did in practice. Understood, Coach Spoelstra? After shaking off his daze, Wang Chen nodded earnestly and prepared to step onto the court. Rookie, don't forget to take off your practice jersey. Chalmers chimed in with a smile, prompting hearty laughter from the Heat's bench. Even the usually serious James and Bosh cracked smiles, lifting the somber atmosphere of the bench. Wang Chen's face flushed with embarrassment as he sheepishly scratched his head, swiftly removing the practice jersey to reveal his number 10 jersey beneath, before heading towards the court. Beep. Host detected for the first time substituting in an NBA regular season game. Host has achieved this milestone and successfully activated the system, receiving an achievement reward. Skill card Klay Thompson's Buddha light shining, granting a 100 success. Ready for the first steal. Beep. Host has initiated a novice task. Overcome the Spurs. The objective is to assist the team in defeating the Spurs within the remaining time of the match. Task rewards. Novice gift pack. 10 points in free throw attributes. 5 points in acceleration attributes. 5 points in speed attributes. 10 points in three-point attributes, and 100. Game coins. Will the host accept the task? Wang Chen's mind was swirling with excitement. The system had been with him since his arrival in this new world. He had hoped to rely on it to carve out a niche in the NBA, yet it had remained dormant, withholding the method to activate it. Before his crossover, Wang Chen had been a player in a certain NBL team in China, but for 3 years, he had languished on the bench, never earning the coach's trust at any moment. Of discontent and unexpected inebriation, he found himself transported into the body of a 20-year-old youth named Wang Chen in the United States in the year 2014. This Wang Chen was originally a prodigious player from the Tianhai Great White Shark Club in China. The Miami Heat, seeking to penetrate the Chinese market and grappling with a recent spate of injuries, extended a 10-day training contract to Wang Chen to assess the potential of this Chinese talent in the guard-forward position, which was currently lacking in manpower. Moreover, even if he lacked the requisite skills, what of it? The headline proclaiming Chinese prodigy brings talent to Miami would undoubtedly capture the attention of many in China, ensuring a profitable venture. And with merely a 10-day contract, if he did not perform, the Heat could simply let Wang Chen go and seek hidden gems in the development league practice in which they excel, transforming waste into treasure. For Wang Chen, this was an opportunity to seize his dream of entering the NBA. However, today marked the 9th day of his trial contract, and his previous performances had been merely mediocre, showing some promise. Yet he was but one of many players of his type in the United States. This match was his singular chance. The reason Coach Spoelstra sent him onto the court was to evaluate his performance. The outcome of this game would be relayed to the management, along with recommendations regarding Wang Chen's future with the team. Standing nervously on the sidelines, Wang Chen slowly made his way onto the court as the audience erupted in a thunderous cheer, the deafening sound resonating in his ears. A smile broke across his face despite his anxiety. The awakening of a dormant system within him ignited a fire in his heart. Accept the mission. Chapter 2. The Steal. Beep. Acceptance successful. The system's mechanical voice echoed, followed by a dialogue box materializing in Wang Chen's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully received the reward. Radiant Buddha Light. Skill background. During the 2016 NBA Western Conference Finals between the Warriors and the Thunder, the Warriors found themselves in dire straits. Klay Thompson, the shooting guard, performed heroically, hitting consecutive three-pointers in the fourth quarter, leading the Warriors to a 108-101 victory over the Thunder, leveling the series at 33 and ultimately orchestrating a miraculous comeback from a 13 deficit. Skill effect. Upon successfully executing a steal and subsequently hitting a trailing three-pointer in the next possession, the skill will forcibly activate, enhancing the three-point shooting percentage to a staggering 99%, ignoring any defense and distance for the subsequent 6 minutes. This can only trigger once per week, under the condition that the team is trailing by 20 points in a significant game. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. A 100 success rate for your first steal. Attribute effect. The success rate for the first attempted steal in your career is guaranteed to be 100. Phew. Wang Chen inhaled sharply. Astonished by the system's generosity, the effects of this skill card were extraordinary, and the accompanying attribute would ensure he could activate it with certainty in this match. His confidence in facing the game surged. All right, gentlemen, it is time for us to take the court. Spoelstra clapped his hands, while James raised his hand, and the other Miami Heat players, including Wang Chen, followed suit, joining their hands together. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Upon returning from the timeout, the Spurs maintained their starting five, with Parker and Ginobili in the backcourt, Leonard and Duncan on the forward line, and Splitter at center. In contrast, the Heat altered their lineup, featuring Bosh, James, and Lewis in the frontcourt, while Chalmers joined. Wait, who is this Asian face? The Spurs commentator was taken aback, having never seen this unfamiliar visage before, and quickly began to sift through his pre-game notes. This is Wang, hailing from China, a newly signed two-way player for the Heat, donning the number 10 jersey. It seems Coach Spoelstra is preparing to rest his starters and concede the game. Meanwhile, across the ocean on Channel 5, commentator Yu Jia expressed his excitement. It appears Coach Spoelstra is intending to relinquish this match, yet it also grants an opportunity for our Chinese basketball prodigy, Wang Chen. Wang Chen, a talent from our Tianhai Sharks club, a mainstay of the national youth team in 2012, standing at 198 centimeters and weighing 93 kilograms as a versatile guard, entered the 2013 NBA draft but went undrafted. However, he recently earned a 10-day contract with the Heat after impressing in a tryout, securing his position as the 15th player on the roster. This marks the young man's debut in the NBA. Observe his expression. He appears quite exhilarated and does not exhibit any signs of nervousness despite gracing the NBA stage for the first time. Let us wish our young lad good fortune, hoping he seizes this singular opportunity to establish himself on the grand NBA stage. With a beep, the game commenced, and the Heat gained possession. Popovich stood on the sidelines, a relaxed smile gracing his face. While this regular season match held implications for postseason morale and seeding, besting the defending champion Heat in a regular season encounter, though not a guarantee for the finals, certainly bore numerous advantages for potential rivals. It seems I can prepare to rest the starters, Popovich mused, directing his gaze onto the court. As the Heat initiated the play, James advanced the ball into the front court, closely guarded by Leonard, while Ginobili lurked nearby, poised to double-team James at any moment. James assessed the unfolding situation when he suddenly noticed a figure stealthily darting toward the right corner. Instinctively, he pivoted and executed a bounce pass directly to the player. As the crowd marveled at the stunning pass, Wang Chen confidently received it, his defender, Tony Parker, effectively obstructed by Lewis. An open three-pointer. This is an unequivocally prime opportunity, Yu Jia exclaimed with fervor. Will Wang Chen secure his first point in the NBA? Wang Chen approached the three-point line, inhaling deeply to steady his exhilarated heart, and released the open shot. The ball soared towards the hoop, perfectly arcing around it, only to result in an air ball that struck Duncan squarely. He stood there, bewildered, as the ball rolled out of bounds, clearly surprised that such an open shot could yield nothing. What had initially been a somewhat dull atmosphere erupted into uproarious laughter, with a live commentary scrolling rapidly. Ha ha ha. Look at this rookie, he just shot an air ball. I acknowledge China's prowess in table tennis, but their basketball skills are undeniably lacking. Wang Chen should refrain from embarrassing himself and just sit back at the water cooler. His blank stare is hilarious. He was so shocked, he fumbled the rebound. The Spurs commentator shook his head, remarking, Wang, hailing from China, just launched an air ball on his first attempt, evidently unprepared for the rigors of an NBA level regular season. Wang Chen just attempted a three-pointer and it turned into an air ball. Yu Jia observed with concern, casting a glance at the expressionless Wang Chen. This talented young player from the national youth team might be feeling the pressure of his first NBA game, but let's hope he shakes off this moment and focuses on defense for the next play. What's the matter with you, rookie? If you can't make the shot, pass the ball instead of wasting opportunities, Lewis muttered discontentedly, while Bosch and Chalmers frowned in agreement. LeBron, witnessing such a wide-open opportunity squandered, felt a tinge of frustration but refrained from comment. Instead, he approached Wang Chen and offered a reassuring pat. If you find yourself open again, take the shot. Don't lose your confidence. Wang Chen nodded slightly in response to his elder's encouragement, his expression remaining calm and undeterred, which eased LeBron's worries a bit. Bosch prepared to inbound the ball, with Duncan standing in his way, while Lewis maneuvered around the baseline to set a screen. Seizing the moment, LeBron darted into an open space, receiving Bosch's inbounds pass and executing a jump shot. 2 points scored, bringing the score to 82-103. Duncan initiated the inbound, and Parker advanced the ball from the backcourt, while Wang Chen took on the responsibility of full-court defense. Hey, rookie, Parker sneered, just missed an air ball, and now you're trying to guard me? Planning to embarrass yourself again by letting me drive past you? Undeterred by Parker's taunts, Wang Chen pressed forward, attempting to intercept the ball. Rookie, I'm a French speedster. Your amateurish attempts at stealing the ball will only lead to your downfall. Oh, Parker suddenly looked down, realizing the ball had vanished from his grasp. Turning around, he found Wang Chen had swiftly executed a steal, his steal attribute activated with perfect timing. At that moment, the front court was devoid of defenders, and Wang Chen sprinted forward with all his might, while the rest of his team rushed towards the front court, leaving Parker in a state of confusion, grappling with how he had inexplicably been stolen from. The Spurs players surged towards the basket, intent on thwarting Wang Chen's layup. Unexpectedly, Wang Chen halted at the left side, beyond the three-point arc, poised to attempt a direct shot. Duncan raced before him, seeking to disrupt Wang Chen's shooting rhythm. Ignoring his teammates around him, Wang Chen resolutely released the ball with an unconventional hand motion. What on earth is Wang Chen doing? This is hardly a wise decision. That shot is utterly irrational. Spoelstra rose from the coaching bench, visibly furious that he resolved to substitute the rookie in the next play, while a missed shot after running a tactical play might be tolerable. Opting for a contested three-pointer in the face of defense was unequivocally unacceptable. Ha ha, attempting a shot against Duncan's defense, this one surely won't. Swish the ball sailed smoothly through the net. Chapter 3. I declare my intent to turn the game around. Do you believe me? Wang Chen executed a splendid steal against Parker, Yet during the team's transition, his shot selection was far from prudent. Confronted by an 8-time all-defensive team member, fortune favored Wang Chen as he successfully landed the shot marking his inaugural point in the NBA. Congratulations to Wang Chen. Wow, that shot was undoubtedly a stroke of luck, utterly improbable. It was akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. I could have made that shot as well. If only I could hit a three-pointer in regular season against Duncan, I would boast about it for a lifetime. Well done. James gave Wang Chen a gentle pat on the head. What was initially a word starting with transformed into NC after the shot went in. Wang Chen and James exchanged a silent high five. Their expressions impassive as the voice of the system resonated in Wang Chen's mind. Ding. The host has completed a steal during the match and immediately executed a follow-up three-pointer. The skill card radiant light is activated. A mischievous grin spread across his face. Is it time, Wang Chen? He turned to James. LeBron, let us orchestrate a comeback. James momentarily appeared taken aback, while Wang Chen directed his gaze towards the Spurs bench, gesturing towards the score. Hey, Coach Popovich and all the Spurs players, listen closely. Today, the Heat shall decimate you on your home turf. This game is ours for the taking. Popovich and the Spurs bench wore bemused expressions. Glancing at the scoreboard, which read 103-85, confirming they were indeed leading by 18 points. They exchanged puzzled looks, bewildered by Wang Chen's audacious proclamation. The audience erupted in a cacophony of boos upon hearing Wang Chen's brazen declaration. What did that young Chinese player just say to the Spurs bench? One commentator queried. Intrigued by the visibly flustered Popovich and his team. If I heard correctly, he claimed he would seize victory on the Spurs' home court, replied another commentator. His expression one of disbelief. But they are currently trailing by 18 points with just 6 minutes and 30 seconds left in the game, facing the seasoned Spurs. This rookie seems to be overly ambitious. Goodness, is Wang Chen truly this audacious? A comeback against the Spurs? Wang Chen must have lost his senses. The Spurs were a perennial powerhouse in the NBA, renowned for their stability. His provocative challenge towards the Spurs bench and his bold assertions about reversing the game's outcome were hardly wise. You adjusted his glasses. Reminding himself that the Spurs held an impeccable record of 23 wins and no losses this season, when leading by 10 points entering the fourth quarter. They were adept at maintaining their composure against opponents' comebacks and preserving their lead. Nevertheless, Wang Chen's indomitable spirit was precisely what the national team required. We shall see how he performs. Spoelstra observed Wang Chen's confident bravado, contrasting it with the lethargy of the other 4 players on the court. The initial thought of substituting players was swiftly abandoned, since the game seemed a lost cause. It might prove interesting to leave this audacious rookie on the floor and witness any unexpected outcomes. Coach Spoelstra was eager to see what would unfold next. Defense, defense. Team, let us thwart this play. Wang Chen sprinted back to his position, clapping his hands and vocally encouraging his teammates. James and the other 4 seemed somewhat invigorated, readying themselves for defense. With a score of 85-103, the Heat trailed by 18 points. Parker advanced the ball into the front court, and Wang Chen stepped forward. So, you are the French speedster? Parker scoffed. What is this, rookie? Don't think that by lucking into a steal from me, you can contain me. I'll shut you down today. Wang Chen shrugged. Today, you won't be known as the French speedster. What shall I be called then? Parker was perplexed. From now on, you shall be known as the French little turtle. Wang Chen flashed a wicked smile, beginning to apply pressure on Parker. Enraged, Parker felt his veteran dignity severely challenged. With a sudden burst of speed, he deftly maneuvered past Wang Chen's defensive stance. Wang Chen, feigning a sidestep, deliberately opened a pathway for Parker to break through. Parker, momentarily bewildered, stood frozen in place as Wang Chen dashed forward into the court. In that instant of Parker's astonishment, LeBron James surged in from the side, snatching the ball from Parker's grasp. With a powerful bounce pass, he delivered the ball into Wang Chen's hands. Standing at the top of the arc, Wang Chen opted not for a direct layup, but instead unleashed a three-pointer from behind the arc. The shot found its mark, bringing the score to 88-103. Wang Chen struck again with another three-pointer, mirroring his previous decision to forego the layup in favor of a trailing three-point shot. To the coach, this might seem an illogical choice, yet at that moment, Wang Chen's touch was scorching hot. The Heat unleashed an 8-0 run. Beep, the Spurs called for a timeout. Well done, Wang. LeBron embraced Wang Chen, his expression brimming with excitement, for although the outcome of the game remained uncertain, those consecutive three-pointers were enough to invigorate a team that had been stagnant. Wang Chen breathed heavily, having just sprinted for 2 minutes on the court. However, The intensity of the defensive pressure was on an entirely different level compared to the professional matches and training sessions in Huagua. He took a vigorous swig from the Gatorade handed to him by a teammate. "Rookie, you did well," Wade remarked, giving Wang Chen a pat on the shoulder. Spoelstra also nodded slightly towards Wang Chen, affirming his recent performance. He pulled out the tactical board and continued, "Next, we must focus on defense, applying sufficient pressure on everyone. As for the offense," Spoelstra glanced at James and Wade, then turned his gaze back to Wang Chen. "Dwayne will replace Mario, and Ray will take over for Richard. Dwayne will play the point guard position, LeBron will assume the power forward role, and Wang, you will take the small forward position. Ray, you will weave around in the corner, while LeBron and Dwayne initiate the offense from the top of the arc. Chris, your primary task is to set screens for the ball handler, and then Wang, you will move to the corner like Ray." Spoelstra surveyed the group of players, LeBron, Dwayne. "Make sure to prioritize passing to Wang." Wang Chen stood in a daze, while James nodded, urging Wang to believe in himself. Wang Chen took a deep breath. Despite the presence of the system, the coach and the team's veteran had entrusted the heavy responsibility of scoring to him, a mere novice freshly stepping onto the court. For the first time, he felt the weight of such a significant obligation. The players on the bench looked at Wang Chen with envy at such a crucial moment. Being entrusted with such a role by the coach during a high-profile regular season was a dream come true for many who typically lingered by the water cooler. As the timeout concluded, the Spurs did not alter their lineup, while the Heat opted for a configuration of one big man and four smaller players. Splitter prepared to inbound the ball, and this time the responsibility for ball control fell to Ginobili. Wang Chen dashed to Parker's side, teasingly asking, "What's the matter? Little French turtle? Are you too scared to handle the ball now?" Parker, however, paid no heed to Wang Chen's banner. Duncan set a screen that momentarily obstructed Wang Chen, allowing Parker to receive the pass. Splitter executed another screen from the high post, and Parker took a mid-range shot near the free throw line. Unfortunately, the shot clanked off the rim. Bosh secured the rebound and passed the ball to James, who leisurely dribbled it up the court while Leonard stood ready, persistently challenging James's every move. Wang Chen, maneuvering around Bosch's cover, drifted to the left at a 45-degree angle. LeBron passed the ball to Wang Chen, who now faced Leonard as his defender. "Oh, the emotionless one, it's your turn to guard me," Wang Chen smiled, while Leonard remained impassive. His body pressed tightly against Wang Chen, denying him any space to shoot. "Rookie, pass the ball back. Let us reorganize our offense." Just as LeBron finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock as Wang Chen took an audacious three-point shot directly in Leonard's face. Leonard, caught off guard, hurriedly attempted to block the shot, causing Wang Chen to tumble to the ground as the ball was released in an unusual art. Chapter 4, a motionless one. You must smile. Swish, the ball found nothing but net. The three-pointer was successful. Beep, the referee's whistle pierced the silence as the entire arena watched him rush to the scorer's table, signaling with his hands that the three-pointer was valid. With an additional free throw to follow, the San Antonio arena fell silent. Popovich leaped up, exclaiming that it was clearly a flop and an offensive foul on Wang Chen. The Spurs bench players also protested vehemently. The referee disregarded Popovich, issuing a verbal warning, forcing him to resign to his seat. Lost in thought as he gazed at the fallen Wang Chen, the crowd stared in disbelief at the downed Wang Chen, who lay expressionless on the floor. LeBron helped him up, delivering a hearty high five. "Wang, how did you do that?" "Absolutely incredible." Wade rushed over, ruffling Wang Chen's hair, while Bosh and Ray Allen joined in to congratulate him with high fives. Spoelstra punched the air in excitement as the Heat's bench erupted in jubilation. Leonard maintained his stoic demeanor, casting a grave glance at Wang Chen, his fists clenched tightly. Facing Leonard's defense, Wang Chen executed a remarkable 3-1 play, bringing the score to 91-103. If he converted the ensuing free throw, the gap would narrow even further. The Yu family looked on with exhilaration, as Wang Chen had just hit 3 consecutive three-pointers in a span of 3 minutes, dramatically closing the score difference. It was hard to fathom that this was Wang Chen's NBA debut. Wang Chen approached the free throw line, breaking the silence that had enveloped the arena. A cacophony of boos erupted, yet the jeers held no sway over Wang Chen as he confidently sank the free throw. The score now stood at 92-103, with the Heat trailing by 11 points. Coach Popovich called for a substitution, adjusting the point guard position by replacing Parker with Patty Mills. Mills took control of the ball and passed it to Leonard, who found himself matched against James. Duncan stepped up to set a screen, while Leonard attempted to drive, but James guarded him tenaciously. In a moment of desperation, Leonard passed to the cutting Ginobili near the baseline. Ginobili executed a quick jumper, but Bosch beneath the basket interfered, causing the shot to clang off the rim. Wade secured the defensive rebound as the Spurs players swiftly retreated, denying the Heat any opportunity for a fast break. Wade signaled for a deliberate organization of the offense. Crossing half court, Wang Chen aimed to position himself at the 45-degree angle for a catch, but two Spurs players converged on him, effectively denying him the chance to receive the ball. Wade instead passed to James on the opposite side, who immediately bulldozed his way through the defense. With Splitter and Duncan both looming in the paint, they began to collapse, allowing James to dish the ball to Ray Allen in the corner, who found himself utterly unguarded within 5 meters. Such an open look was a luxury for Allen, who took a moment to gather himself before launching a shot that swished through the net. This shot felt like a routine practice for him. The score tightened to 95-103, reducing the deficit to a mere 8 points. "Hey, he my defender, what are you doing?" Ginobili muttered to Leonard, who remained silent. Allen's crucial three-pointer was in large part due to Wang Chen, whose magnetic presence drew another Spurs defender away, allowing James to penetrate and collapse the Spurs' interior defense, creating an excellent opportunity for Allen to score. The Heat surged on a 15-0 run, closing the gap to 8 points, while the Spurs had gone nearly 4 minutes without scoring. Would a miracle transpire today? The Yu family watched the expressionless Wang Chen on the court, pondering whether he could conjure a miracle for the Heat. Duncan, unable to bear the stagnation, received a pass from Mills and scored with a bank shot, halting the Spurs' bleeding and restoring the lead to 10 points. James held the ball as Wang Chen faced Leonard's tight defense. However, he remained unfazed and called for the ball from James. Understanding the cue, James passed it to Wang Chen, setting up a one-on-one against Leonard. What does this rookie intend to do? Is he actually going to take on Leonard? The Spurs commentator exclaimed. "Hey, Mr. Stoic, smile a little." Wang Chen dribbled near the Spurs logo, locking eyes with Leonard. "This time, I will defend you," Leonard remarked, an unusual comment from him. "I thought you wouldn't speak at all," Wang Chen replied. Wang Chen smiled subtly, suddenly accelerating in an attempt to breach the defense. Leonard stood his ground unwaveringly, his imposing wingspan enveloping the dribbling range of Wang Chen. This defense was reminiscent of that legendary final showdown, where Leonard relentlessly shadowed James. Yet, this intense one-on-one defense only fueled Wang Chen's excitement further, as he managed to dribble the ball to within a step of the three-point line. Leonard remained resolute in denying him a breakthrough, simultaneously thwarting any opportunity for Wang Chen to take a three-point shot. This was a testament to Leonard's absolute confidence in his own wingspan and speed. Wang Chen lowered his center of gravity and performed a prayer-like gesture. Leonard, unperturbed, watched as Wang Chen executed a step back, launching a three-pointer from just a meter outside the arc. Leonard was momentarily taken aback. This was a path he had not anticipated, and the audacity to shoot from such a distance was astonishing. Surely, this shot could not possibly succeed. This was the genuine thought echoing in Leonard's mind. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. Bang. Bang. An incredible release. An extraordinary three-pointer. The Spurs commentator leapt from his seat. This rookie, facing our frontline defender, had just nailed a step-back three from a meter beyond the arc. Wow, Wang Chen is remarkable. Let us give our brother Chen a grand salute. Against Leonard, he executed a 3-1 and a deep step-back three. It was simply phenomenal. Is this Wang Chen's debut NBA game? You dare tell me he is a rookie? The Heat's strategy was unmistakable: create opportunities for Wang Chen. In this match, his shooting was nothing short of scorching. As the team leaders, James and Wade willingly played supporting roles, crafting offensive space for Wang Chen. This was a splendid opportunity for him. Even if the Heat were to lose, I believe, given Wang Chen's performance today, they would be inclined to offer him a guaranteed contract. Well done, Wang. James expressed his astonishment, yet Wang Chen's expression remained grave. With 3.5 minutes remaining and a 7-point deficit, I told you we could turn this game around, and I am ready for it now. The battle is not over. Upon hearing this, James also wore a serious expression, glancing at the score, 98-105, his eyes resolute as he nodded. You are right, Wang. The fight is not over. Everyone, prepare for defense. James roared on the court, his gaze fierce as he fixed it upon the Spurs players, instilling fear in their hearts. Ray Allen, Wade, and Bosch nodded in agreement, bracing themselves for the challenge. Popovich, however, refrained from calling a timeout. To him, Wang Chen, as a rookie, hitting 3 consecutive three-pointers was merely a stroke of luck. He believed that by adhering to the defensive strategy he had outlined earlier, victory would still belong to the Spurs. In his eyes, the focal point of defense was the two superstars of the Heat, James and Wade. Nevertheless, given Wang Chen's fiery touch, a strategic adjustment was warranted. This rookie could not possibly maintain his shooting prowess indefinitely. With a calculating expression, Popovich felt that the outcome of the game was firmly within his grasp. With merely 3.5 minutes remaining in the contest, the ultimate showdown is about to commence. Chapter 5, the counterattack of the Demon Blade. The Spurs have possession, and Popovich substitutes Splitter for Danny Green. The Spurs lineup consists of Mills, Green, Ginobili, Leonard, and Duncan. The Heat's lineup includes Wade, Ray Allen, Wang Chen, James, and Bosh. The Spurs have abandoned their larger configuration, opting instead for a lineup that can contend with the Heat's smaller setup, engaging in a fierce offensive exchange in these final moments. Duncan sets a high screen, firmly blocking Wang Chen, while Mills navigates through the pick to penetrate near the free throw line. He passes to the open Danny Green in the corner, but Green's three-point attempt clangs off the rim. Bosh secures the rebound and passes to James, who swiftly relays the ball to Wade in transition. Wade, confronted by the retreating Mills, lofts the ball high towards the basket. Mills glances skyward as a shadow swoops over him. James, accelerating from the backcourt, leaps from just inside the free throw line after Wade's high pass and, with a single hand, executes a powerful alley-oop over Mills. The iconic connection between James and Wade is on full display. As the Spurs regain possession, Mills quickly passes to Ginobili, who then delivers the ball to Leonard. Leonard takes advantage of the Heat's momentary disarray, scoring with a smooth layup. However, the Spurs seem to be cursed. Each subsequent shot fails to find the mark, as if an invisible barrier has been placed upon the rim. In the ensuing possessions, Ray Allen and Bosh capitalize, scoring consecutively to produce a 6-2 run, narrowing the gap to 104-107, with the Heat trailing by merely 3 points. With 1.5 minutes left, Popovich calls for a timeout. What is happening? Popovich, usually composed, erupts in fury, striking the tactical board with his fist. Our defense is a complete mess, and our offense is being stifled by the Heat. You exhibit no desire to win. The Spurs players stand in silence, fully aware that in their organization, Popovich's words are akin to divine decree. Even the venerable Duncan adheres to Popovich's commands. The other players harbor frustrations, knowing that had it not been for a few inexplicable three-pointers from the rookie, this game would have long devolved into garbage time, and they would not find themselves in this passive predicament. Yet, they dare not voice their thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Popovich retrieves the tactical board. Mills, you're out. Tony, you're in. You and Manu will handle the ball. Tim will set screens, while Kawhi and Danny focus on cutting along the baseline. If the corner is open, the ball handler must immediately pass it there. If a good opportunity does not present itself, the ball handler should exploit the screen for an opening. However, whether passing or attacking, be resolute. We cannot afford to grant the Heat any chances for transition. As for defense, Popovich cast a glance at the Miami Heat's number 10 player seated on the bench, then turned his attention to James, Wade, and Allen, insisting on a man-to-man defense that allowed them no opportunity for a three-point shot. However, he deemed it acceptable to apply only moderate defense against James, Wade, and Bosh when they attempted three-pointers. In contrast, should Allen or the rookie in the number 10 jersey take a shot from beyond the arc, the defending player was instructed to apply pressure, tightening their defense to induce mistakes or force a pass, thereby denying them a chance to shoot from three-point range. The Spurs players nodded in agreement. Allen needed no introduction. Without his contributions, the Spurs would surely be the reigning champions this year. As for the rookie, it was evident from his performance today that he had already missed his first three-point attempt, which was rather egregious. This game could not afford to be a source of embarrassment in front of the home crowd. Losing a match that should have been a sure victory would invite a flurry of unfavorable press, potentially sealing their fate in the annals of disgrace. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Spoelstra gazed at Wang Chen with an intensity akin to that of a lover, leaving Wang Chen feeling quite uneasy. Coach, have you had enough of this? He protested. Let me clarify. I'm not into that kind of thing, you rascal. Spoelstra chuckled heartily, patting Wang Chen on the shoulder, commending him for his performance. Though the timing of your shots could use some refinement, a successful basket is always a commendable outcome. Wang Chen deftly evaded Spoelstra's hand, thanking the coach. However, Spoelstra surveyed the court, acknowledging that they were still the trailing team. Narrowing the gap from 23 points to just 3 was commendable. Yet their task was far from complete. Rookie, do you have the confidence to take over the game? Spoelstra asked, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Wang Chen. Of course I have confidence. Wang Chen replied, nodding with a stoic expression. I am ready. This assurance stemmed from the skill card Radiant Glory that empowered him. Excellent. Spoelstra nodded, picking up the tactical board. With a minute and a half remaining. LeBron will handle the ball, Dwayne will cut from the top, Ray will weave in from the baseline, and Chris will be ready to set screens. Wang. Pay attention to your positioning. LeBron will prioritize creating opportunities for you. If none arise, move to the top to receive the ball and execute a three-point finish. Understood. Wang Chen affirmed, nodding earnestly. LeBron patted Wang Chen on the back. Rookie, believe in yourself. If you can consistently sink those miraculous threes, I trust that your shot will lead us to victory. Shoot with confidence. If you miss, those unscrupulous reporters won't write about a rookie's missed game winner. They'll merely say LeBron threw his teammates under the bus in a critical moment, or that the flash vanished. Causing the Heat to miss the top spot in the league, Wade teased. Wang Chen felt an urge to express his thoughts. In truth, he wasn't as fearful as one might assume. However, as a newcomer, it is essential to embody the qualities expected of an emerging actor. Wang Chen nodded solemnly. Entrusting the task to me, LeBron, Dwayne, Chris, and Ray. Let us seize this damned victory together. As the timeout concluded, neither team altered their lineup. Parker held the ball. Facing Wade, who had taken over the defensive position. Confronted by the aging Wade, Parker was indeed cautious, refraining from a rapid drive. Especially after receiving a stern reprimand from Coach Pop upon his recent descent to the bench. This time, he was particularly vigilant about potential steals from the side. As Parker advanced the ball past half-court and passed it to Jin Billy found himself matched up against Wang Chen, the rookie. Jin Billy flicked his shiny bald head, declaring, "Though you have made numerous three-pointers, allow me to extend a warm welcome to the NBA." With that, Jin Billy accelerated and executed a deft change of direction, leaving Wang Chen momentarily deceived. Wang Chen's center of gravity shifted under the influence of Jin Billy's burst, allowing Jin Billy to effortlessly breach Wang Chen's defense. Wang Chen, unwilling to concede defeat, swiftly pursued his opponent, accelerating fervently until he reached the vicinity of the free throw line. Jin Billy leisurely dribbled the ball to that very spot, prompting Wang Chen to reposition himself directly in front of him. Observing the panting Wang Chen, who had dashed to confront him, Jin Billy smirked, thinking to himself, "Rookie, let me see what you're capable of." The crafty player initiated a shooting motion. And upon witnessing this, Wang Chen lunged towards Jin Billy. However, Jin Billy abruptly halted his shot, causing Wang Chen to lose his footing and stagger sideways. Unable to maintain his balance as Jin Billy executed a flawless pivot and retreated, Wang Chen fell heavily before Jin Billy, who found himself unchallenged. He took a mid-range jump shot from the free throw line, which found its mark. Jin Billy glanced at the fallen Wang Chen, revealing his trademark broad smile. Welcome to the NBA, rookie. Chapter 6, Logo Shot. The score stood at 104-109, with just 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining in the game. The Heat trailing by 5 points. Jin Billy stepped up, the Argentine maestro, delivering a crucial crossover that culminated in an essential mid-range basket, stabilizing the Spurs' position. The defense was truly lackluster, exposing Wang Chen's true capabilities. If he continues to miss shots, he might very well face being cut from the Heat. "Wang, are you all right?" James inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Wang Chen, undeterred, rose from the court, his gaze serene. "LeBron, pass me the ball." James nodded. "Just don't get too ahead of yourself." In the next play, James brought the ball to the half-court and passed it to Wang Chen. Wang Chen faced off against Jin Billy in a one-on-one duel. The arena erupted with a cacophony of boos, as the spectators sought to disrupt Wang Chen's offensive play in hopes of securing victory. "Hey, Manu, let me share a secret with you," Wang Chen declared, brimming with confidence. "I will undoubtedly make the next three-pointer." Jin Billy, intrigued, responded, "Then let us see you prove it." Wang Chen advanced the ball to the halfway line, positioning himself in front of the Spurs logo. Manu took a step back, guarding against Wang Chen's further penetration. Wang Chen, positioned at the logo, gradually dribbled the ball as the 24-second shot clock dwindled, with the jeers from the Spurs home crowd growing increasingly louder. What was he thinking? The Heat trailed by 5 points, and time was not on their side. Surely, the most prudent choice would be to swiftly secure a 2-point basket? The Spurs commentators were puzzled. Observing the time with a mere 6 seconds remaining, Jin Billy's instinctive reaction was to anticipate that Wang Chen was about to pass, prompting him to advance and intercept the passing lane. Wang Chen took a deep breath, lifted his hand, and launched a 3-point shot directly at the Spurs logo. The crowd erupted in astonishment, His audacious attempt left spectators, opponents, and teammates alike in a state of shock. A hushed silence enveloped the arena, so profound that one could almost hear a pin drop. "Gentlemen, prepare to fall back," he shouted calmly to his teammates, pointing to his heart with one hand while raising the other in a triumphant gesture for 3. He then swiftly returned to his defensive position. Swish! The ball sailed through the air and found nothing but net. Wang Chen executed a stunning three-pointer, stepping on the Spurs logo at the center court. Jin Billy stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Wang Chen. The crowd fell silent, the atmosphere electric. The referee momentarily paused, then signaled the shot as valid. The score now read 107-109, with the Heat trailing the Spurs by 2 points and only 46 seconds remaining on the clock. "Oh my goodness, Wang is phenomenal. I humbly bow to you. This is extraordinary. From this moment forth, I am but a loyal follower of Wang Chen." He even celebrated prematurely, unafraid of becoming the subject of ridicule should he miss. Yet, his display was undeniably impressive. "I declare a change of plans. The Heat shall be champions. This is beyond belief. Truly astonishing." The Yu family was left momentarily speechless as Wang Chen pushed the shot clock to the very last second, sinking a three-pointer from the center court. This shot was devastatingly impactful. With only 46 seconds remaining, the Heat trailed by a mere 2 points. Anything could happen. Could the Heat orchestrate a miraculous comeback? The Yu family gazed at Wang Chen with fervent anticipation. Regardless of the outcome, Wang Chen's remarkable performance would undoubtedly make headlines across basketball platforms tomorrow. Spoelstra sat on the sidelines, his hands covering his head, his expression one of utter disbelief. Popovich, equally astonished, stood with his mouth agape. The expressions of both coaches were remarkably aligned. The Heat's bench erupted in jubilation, waving towels in celebration, while the Spurs bench was engulfed in silence. "You are magnificent, Wang." LeBron nudged Wang Chen, and Wade gave him an excited shove, yelling encouragement at him. However, Wang Chen was not overwhelmed by the fleeting ecstasy of a three-point lead. With only 46 seconds remaining, we were still 2 points behind. This young man James and Wade exchanged glances. For most rookies would have lost themselves in such a moment of glory. Yet, the undrafted player before them remained unervingly composed, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Could he truly be a rookie? Observing Wang Chen's impassive demeanor, James regarded him with unabashed admiration. Initially, when this young man joined the team, James, as the team leader, had not warmly welcomed him, merely extending a routine greeting. However, Wang Chen's extraordinary performances in the fourth quarter had earned James's respect. And what he admired most was the young man's attitude towards the game. "I must ensure that the management retains such a player," James thought to himself. The Spurs players appeared somewhat dispirited. Ginobili, filled with self-reproach, slapped his bald head in frustration, blaming himself. The ever-wise Duncan patted Ginobili on the head, reassuring him that it was not solely his fault. Parker and Leonard remained silent nearby, offering a comforting pat on Ginobili's shoulder. The game was far from over. We were still in the lead. "On the next play, I want the ball in the low post. Tony, remember to pass it to me," Duncan stated calmly. "I will take the shot." As the Spurs regained possession, the Heat maintained their man-to-man defense. Parker held the ball while Leonard approached to set a screen for him. Ray Allen followed closely, and Ginobili also moved in to provide a screen for Parker, leaving Wang Chen to defend Duncan in the low post. Realizing the situation, Parker immediately passed the ball to Duncan, who prepared to back down against Wang Chen. The most thrilling moment was upon them. The Spurs' home crowd erupted in jubilation. Duncan was their spiritual anchor. Regardless of the challenges faced by the Spurs, their stone Buddha remained a steadfast presence, ensuring the team's stability. Duncan's size and wealth of experience presented a formidable challenge for Wang Chen. Yu felt a twinge of anxiety. Duncan's physical advantages and vast experience were daunting, leaving Wang Chen with little more than his youthful vigor and boundless energy to counteract. Wang Chen gasped for breath, while Duncan merely glistened with a light sheen of sweat upon his forehead. Well, let us disregard that. The only advantage Wang Chen possessed was his youth. Without uttering a word, Duncan loomed closely beside Wang Chen, his formidable stature casting a shadow over him. Wang Chen struggled against this overwhelming presence. Yet the resistance felt akin to pushing against a mountain, utterly immovable. The weight of the giant bore down upon him, forcing Wang Chen to retreat incrementally. With approximately 5 seconds left on the clock, Duncan sensed the moment for an offensive maneuver, preparing to pivot and unleash a hook shot. The shot must find its mark. Duncan exerted himself, only to feel as though his fist had struck a cloud. His foot was inadvertently tripped, yet he steadied his balance, glancing at Wang Chen, who silently positioned himself behind, the two separated by a mere body length. The instant Duncan regained his equilibrium, the ball was lofted high into the air, slipping from his grasp. Meanwhile, Wang Chen effortlessly executed a steal. The Spurs players frantically pressured Wang Chen, intent on forcing an error, but he signaled for a timeout. The referee halted the game, granting the Heat a reprieve. Chapter 7, a three-point strategy? Such a thing is unnecessary for me. Wang Chen distinguished himself on the defensive front, executing a remarkable steal utilizing the bench defense strategy. With merely 22 seconds remaining in the game, the Heat trailed by 2 points and possessed the offensive ball. Would the Heat opt for a swift two-pointer or prolong the play for a decisive three-pointer? Apologies for the interruption. As the game paused, Duncan covered his head with a towel, reflecting on the recent turnover which stemmed primarily from his hasty offensive approach. He had not anticipated that the rookie would retreat into the bench defense, resulting in the lost possession. Parker, Leonard, and Ginobili instinctively shook their heads, conveying that it was not his fault. Popovich fell into silence before finally retrieving the tactical board, encircling the number 10. Danny, I have but one request. Do not allow the opposing rookie, number 10, to receive the ball. Huh, me? Danny Green glanced at the tactical board, a sense of uncertainty rising within him. Upon witnessing Popovich's serious demeanor, Green quickly nodded, thumping his chest. Leave it to me. I shall ensure this rookie experiences the intensity of NBA defense. However, as Green raised his head, he noticed his 4 teammates gazing at him with forlorn expressions. What I meant was, I will provide this rookie with the defensive treatment befitting a superstar. Green hastily amended his statement. On the other side, the Heat's bench observed the situation. With the margin still at 2 points, Spoelstra held the tactical board, opting for caution. We will utilize LeBron's opportunity and hold the ball until the last moment for a three-pointer to seal the game. The three-pointer will be our final play. With LeBron as the primary option, Ray as the secondary, and Wang, you will be our third option. Wang Chen raised no objections. This Miami Heat team undeniably belongs to James, who excels as a clutch player. Ray, too, is a composed marksman from beyond the arc, as evidenced by last year's finals. Had Wade possessed sufficient three-point prowess, he would certainly have been prioritized in the shooting hierarchy. Everyone has performed admirably. Let us remain relaxed. From trailing by 23 points to now being only 2 points behind, the pressure now rests upon them. Spoelstra smiled, proclaiming that regardless of the game's outcome, your performance shall be etched into the annals of this season's classic moments. As the timeout concluded, Miami prepared for an inbound pass from Bosh. The Spurs' defense was intensely aggressive. Wade executed a clever off-ball cut to the far end of the court. Bosh launched a long pass. Parker's attempt to intercept proved futile, and Wade received the ball, subsequently passing it to James. All players positioned themselves around the half-court, with James stationed at the apex of the three-point arc, facing Leonard's defense. James steadied himself, dribbling the ball before driving right, with Leonard closely shadowing his every move. James executed a powerful step towards the paint, challenging both Duncan and Leonard, who attempted a dual block. The shot did not find its mark. However, Bosh, lurking behind Duncan, had already positioned himself perfectly for the crucial offensive rebound, soaring high to seize it. With just 12 seconds remaining, Duncan and Leonard intensified their defensive pressure on Bosh, who cradled the ball protectively. Wang Chen, stationed in the corner, began to cut towards the interior, prompting Danny Green to follow suit. Bosh executed a handoff to Wang Chen, who dribbled beyond the three-point line, with Green now directly in front of him. With 8 seconds left on the clock, Green's menacing demeanor was palpable. Rookie, though the ball is in your hands, you will find no opportunity to shoot. Even if you recall our coach's three-point strategy, I will ensure your failure, and we shall claim this victory. Green's expression was fierce. Three-point strategy? Wang Chen glanced at the timer, which showed 5 seconds remaining. I require no such tactics. An ominous premonition coursed through Green's mind as he disregarded all caution, relentlessly pressuring Wang Chen with physicality, denying him any chance to shoot. The moment arrived. Wang Chen twisted his body, disregarding Green's defense, pivoted, and launched a three-point shot, sending the ball soaring as he lost his balance and fell to the floor. Green stared in disbelief at Wang Chen, instinctively glancing towards the basket, while both Spurs and Heat players turned to follow the trajectory of Wang Chen's shot. The entire arena held its breath, eyes wide in astonishment at Wang Chen's audacity. A sense of absurdity permeated the atmosphere. How could this rookie dare to take such a shot at the last moment? Did he believe himself to be Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan? The ball traced a perfect arc through the air, causing a profound silence to envelop the crowd, all eyes fixed upon the sphere as it hovered in the heavens. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. The timer glowed crimson, the countdown dwindling to naught. Suddenly, the ball plummeted with precision. The resounding swish of it finding the net echoed throughout the arena. A three-pointer, successfully executed. The atmosphere remained hushed. It felt as though time had paused for 2 seconds. Before the referee, breaking free from his stupor, coughed awkwardly and hastened to the replay center, his professionalism compelling him to verify the validity of this momentous three-point shot. Wang Chen rose coolly from the ground, brushing off a shoulder that had endured a fall, surveying the expanse of the Spurs' home arena. At this moment, he could confidently declare himself the king of the AT Center. Suddenly, the players and coaching staff of the Heat, in a frenzy, rushed towards Wang Chen, causing him to stumble once more to the floor. The Heat players began to pile on top of him, pinning him down. "Hey, get off me. I can't breathe. My friends, I think I'm going to suffocate." The Spurs players and the home crowd were engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Just 8 minutes ago, they had been leading by 23 points. What had transpired? Though the referee was still reviewing the play, the Spurs players and coaches knew in their hearts that Wang Chen's shot had clearly been taken before the timer expired. The head referee meticulously scrutinized each frame of the game-winning shot, nodding in agreement with the other two officials, gesturing to the scorer's table. The three-pointer was valid. The game concluded with Wang Chen's decisive three-pointer, granting the Heat a narrow victory over the Spurs at 110-109, completing a season sweep. Wang Chen had done it. After a moment of stunned silence, the Yu family snapped back to reality. He truly had accomplished it. He was somewhat choked up, reflecting on how Chinese basketball had fallen into a peculiar cycle. Since Yao Ming's retirement, several tournaments had seen them unable to overcome Iran. Yet, across the ocean, Wang Chen shone like a beacon, illuminating the gloom in his heart. An astonishing, game-winning three-pointer, and this was merely Wang Chen's first regular season match. Yu composed himself, eager to review the statistical details. For the Spurs, Duncan scored 23 points with 11 rebounds, Parker contributed 17 points and 4 assists, Ginobili added 6 points, and Leonard brought in 11 points. For the Heat, James tallied 19 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists. Wade contributed 16 points and 7 assists. Bosch scored 24 points with 7 rebounds, and Allen added 6 points, while Wang Chen amassed 19 points. Notably, Wang Chen made 6 three-pointers, setting a record for the most three-pointers made in a single game by a Chinese player in the NBA, with all 19 points scored in the last 8 minutes of the fourth quarter. Chapter 8, System, Activate. The Spurs fans exited the arena in solemn silence, clearly unable to accept such a devastating defeat. Danny Green stood frozen in place, his eyes vacant, until James approached him, offering a gesture of camaraderie, prompting Green to return a token embrace. Wang Chen had been restrained for quite some time before finally rising to his feet. Duncan approached him and extended his hand. "Well done, Wang. Your three-point shooting was commendable, but I must insist you refrain from attempting it again next time," Duncan stated with utmost seriousness. Wang Chen embraced Duncan. "A fleeting moment of luck. Tim, you are an exceptional player, and I shall strive to follow in your footsteps." With that, the two exchanged knowing smiles. After embracing Duncan, Wang Chen extended his warmth to each member of the Spurs. Finally, he approached Popovich. "Hey, Wang," Popovich smiled. "I hear you're on a 10-day contract. Have you considered joining the Spurs once your contract concludes? I would be delighted to offer you a significant role." Wang Chen was taken aback by how directly Popovich began to make overtures. "I will take my talent too. My contract with the Heat has not yet concluded, so I will not entertain offers from other teams for the time being." Wang Chen glanced at Coach Spoelstra, whose eyes blazed with intensity, and quickly shook his head, expressing his gratitude to the venerable elder. "I appreciate your recognition, and I shall continue to strive." Unfortunately, Popovich remained undeterred, encouraging, "Keep pushing, young man." Naturally, Wang Chen embraced Popovich. After the game, the Heat returned to their locker room, where every player, whether sincere or otherwise, extended their congratulations to Wang Chen. Wang Chen embraced his teammates one by one. In less than a single quarter of the game, Wang Chen made 6 out of 7 three-point attempts, successfully converted 1 out of 1 free throw, securing a total of 19 points. He also executed 2 steals and delivered the most spectacular buzzer beater of the season. Wang Chen is undeniably the pivotal figure in the remarkable turnaround of the match. Spoelstra first lauded the team's resilience, crediting their unwavering commitment and collective effort in achieving an astounding comeback from a 23-point deficit. He then extended special commendation to Wang Chen, presenting him with the game ball as a token of recognition. Congratulations, Wang, on your unexpectedly stellar NBA debut. However, the regular season is a lengthy journey, and I hope you can sustain the momentum you exhibited today. This is the basketball from today's game, a moment that belongs to you, Wang. May this ball continually inspire you onward. Wang Chen nodded solemnly as he accepted the ball, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, coach. His colleagues, impressed by his remarkable performance today, had prepared a grand surprise for him. A sense of foreboding washed over Wang Chen. Suddenly, every player and member of the coaching staff from the Heat brandished a bottle of champagne, exuberantly pouring it over Wang Chen's head. Wang Chen once again faced a relentless barrage of criticism. Meanwhile, on the other side of the blue planet, a tempest surged within Huagua. Since the era of Jianlian, numerous players from Huagua dared to challenge the NBA, yet most have merely served as guardians of the bench. However, just yesterday, during a highly anticipated clash between the Heat and the Spurs, Wang Chen's remarkable emergence ignited a frenzy across Huagua's online platforms. The prodigious talent of the Big Shark made his NBA debut, dominating the game, and headlines proclaiming Wang Chen, the Tracy McGrady of Huagua, flooded the media, with news celebrating his prowess resonating far and wide. Naturally, along with the accolades came dissent. Some critics opined that Wang Chen's performance was merely a fleeting moment, predicting a swift return to mediocrity after a few games. Others, taking a more neutral stance, argued against hasty judgments, advocating for a wait-and-see approach regarding his future endeavors. Regardless, Wang Chen's performance has undoubtedly been met with exuberant praise from basketball enthusiasts across Huagua. System, activate. Wang Chen returned to the hotel, silently reciting the activation of the novice navigation system. This system is divided into 4 segments: tasks, marketplace, training, and personal attributes. Tasks. The system issues tasks that yield special rewards and currency. Marketplace. Currency obtained from tasks can be utilized to procure unique items. Training. Currency can be spent on immersive training within a simulation space. Personal attributes. The host's physique, attributes, and injury status are meticulously recorded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice task of reversing the Spurs, earning 10 points in free throw attributes, 5 points in acceleration attributes, 5 points in speed attributes, and 10 points in 3-point attributes, along with 100 currency. Ding. Achievement detected. The host has completed their first NBA game, earning a reward of 50 currency. Ding. Achievement detected. The host has triumphed in their first NBA game, earning an additional 50 currency. Would the host like to open the attribute panel? Panel, activate. Name, Wang Chen. Height, 198 centimeters. Weight, 93 kilograms. Wingspan, 215 centimeters. Offensive attributes, layup, 75, floater, 73, close range shooting, 68, mid-range shooting, 71, three-point shooting, 65-75, free throw, 66-76, passing, 51. Defensive attributes, offensive rebound, 30, defensive rebound, 53, steal, 62, block, 25. Physical qualities, vertical leap, 43, speed, 71-76, acceleration, 65-70, stamina, 70. Overall rating, 65-67, undrafted NBA player level, skill, radiance of the Buddha Ding. The host has accumulated 200 currency. Would you like to enter the All-Star Marketplace? Marketplace, activate. Upon entering the marketplace, Wang Chen meticulously examined the array of items displayed in the backend. Attribute zone, attribute conversion, 10 ball coins. Redeemable for 1 point of any desired attribute. Speed potion, 45 ball coins, permanently grants 5 points to speed attributes. Acceleration potion, 45 ball coins. Permanently grants 5 points to acceleration attributes. Skill cards, tank layup, ignores opponent's resistance, enhancing layup success rate. 100 ball coins. Corner 3, increases success rate of corner 3-point shots despite defense. 100 ball coins. Mid-range shooter, enhances success rate of mid-range shots against defenders. 100 ball coins. Character skill cards, clutch shooter, in critical moments of playoff series, when trailing or tied, increases the success rate of clutch 3-point shots against defense. 500 ball coins. Skill background, Lillard, in moments of adversity, displays remarkable composure, famously hitting a series-ending three-pointer against the Rockets in the 2014 playoffs and another against the Thunder in 2018. Activation condition. The series reaches a decisive point with his team in the lead. Reaper's arrival in the final moments of a match. A trailing 45-degree angle three-point shot ignores all defenses, guaranteeing success. 500 ball coins. Skill background. Durant, in 2017 and 2018, delivered series-ending three-pointers against the Cavaliers in Game 3, eliminating any suspense in the series. Activation condition. His team leads the series 2-0, with the scores closely contested in the final minutes of Game 3. Lone Emperor significantly enhances shooting percentage in a single finals game. 1,000 ball coins. Skill background. In the 2018 finals, James single-handedly faced the Warriors, efficiently scoring 51 points. Ultimately falling short due to other factors, a scene steeped in tragedy. Activation condition. The system determines that the disparity between his team's roster and the opponent's is excessively vast. Ah, how I desire them all, Wang Chen thought, gazing at the dazzling array of goods, his eyes sparkling, before glancing at his total ball coins, 200. Well, there's always next time. Chapter 9. The formal contract. Wang Chen gazed at the final section, special items. Golden body. This grants the host the capacity to endure the rigors of 82 regular season games and theoretically 28 playoff matches, each lasting an average of 48 minutes. With a high probability of avoiding injury, priced at 5,000 coins, limited to 11 purchases. Nirvana pill. After suffering a catastrophic injury, this allows the host to recover instantaneously, significantly enhancing all attributes, limited to 11 purchases at 8,000 coins. Potential development ring. Designate a teammate whose potential will be elevated to all-star level. Limited to 22 purchases at 10,000 coins. Genius mentor. The host becomes a professional mentor, training teammates or players, whereby their potential or a specific attribute will see a slight enhancement under your guidance. Limited to 11 purchases at 20,000 coins. These are all remarkable items. Wang Chen thought to himself, though regrettably he could not afford any of them. Never mind. I shall sleep first. Wang Chen lay in bed, drifting into slumber, resolved to accumulate coins and refrain from hasty purchases. The following day, the Heat players returned to Miami. Hey, Wang, LeBron called out, having just disembarked from the plane. Riley is looking for you. Congratulations. With a gleam of joy in his eyes, Wang Chen was approached by Riley, who informed him that his performance in the previous game had garnered the recognition of the Miami Heat. Subsequently, joining forces with the trio of stars from the Heat was an excellent choice, as they were the reigning champions with a formidable roster, significantly enhancing their prospects for another title. If he could shine alongside them, it would undoubtedly benefit his future career. In his realm, the 2014 Heat faced a disheartening 1 for defeat against the seasoned Spurs, falling short of defending their title. Nevertheless, he held on to the belief that his arrival might pave the way for the creation of a third team to achieve a three-peat since the dynasties of the Bulls and the Lakers in the 1990s. In the office of the Heat's general manager, Wang Chen knocked on the door and then invited the guest to enter. Once again, they found themselves in each other's company. Hello, Riley, he greeted. The white-haired Pat Riley maintained a perpetually taut expression, an intense aura enveloping him that imparted an intangible pressure upon Wang Chen. Good day, Mr. Riley. Wang Chen took a seat opposite him. You performed admirably in the last competition. Riley got straight to the point, producing a contract from his hands. Let us review it for any discrepancies. If all is in order, please proceed to sign. Wang Chen perused the document on his phone, discovering it to be a minimum salary contract valid until the end of the season. Mr. Riley, this. Wang Chen expressed his surprise, as he had not anticipated that Pat Riley would offer him a second short-term contract. Instead, he opted for a secured minimum salary contract lasting until the season's conclusion. This is what you deserve. Your performance in the last game was commendable, and based on that, I believe it is worthwhile to extend you such a contract. A faint smile broke through Riley's typically stern expression. Congratulations on becoming the 15th member of the Heat this season. I hope you will deliver an outstanding performance with the Heat in the future. Wang Chen was aware that his performance would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Heat's management. Yet he did not anticipate being granted a season-end guarantee so promptly. I have no reason to decline, Mr. Riley, Wang Chen replied with poise. It has been a pleasure collaborating. Riley rose from his seat, extending his hand to Wang Chen and wishing him, good luck, my child. Wang Chen emerged from the office, inhaling deeply. Wang, congratulations. As he stepped out, Chu approached and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Chu, Wang Chen's childhood friend, was currently studying at the University of Miami. Upon his arrival in the United States, Wang Chen took refuge in Chu's apartment, imparting a wealth of foreign language knowledge to him. You've become quite the celebrity in Miami. May I request your autograph? Chu teased, producing the Miami Daily from his possession. The marvelous Eastern boy dominates the fourth quarter. Miami's fourth titan, the marvelous prodigy, Miami's future. Wang Chen felt a flush of embarrassment. Nevertheless, this was precisely why Pat Riley was inclined to offer Wang Chen a guaranteed contract. His stellar performance during crucial moments against the Spurs was noteworthy. After all, it was merely a minimum salary. Who knows what extraordinary feats Wang Chen might exhibit in future matches. Furthermore, failing to secure Wang Chen would not sit well with either the fans in China or those in Miami. All right, let us head home, Wang Chen said as he settled into Chu's Mercedes. Chu chuckled and drove them back. Beep, a system notification indicated a new main quest. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen became invigorated. His little stash of coins was about to be put to use. Main quest, the Heat Dynasty assumed any role core, supporting player, benchwarmer, waterboy, to assist the Miami Heat in securing the championship for the 2013 to 2014 season. Quest background, since the formation of the Heat's Big Three, they have reached the finals thrice and claimed back-to-back championships, paving the way for a potential three-peat and establishing the Heat Dynasty. Quest rewards, all attributes 10. Random skill card package, 5,000 coins. Side quest 1. Regular season dominance quest objective. Ensure the Heat maintain home court advantage throughout the 2013 to 2014 playoffs against all teams. Quest rewards, long-range shooter badge, increases accuracy of long-range shots, 2,000 coins. Side quest 2. Night of 40 points quest objective. Represent the Heat in a game this season and score 40 points while securing a victory. Quest rewards, tenacious scorer badge, enhances shooting accuracy during tense moments or scoring droughts, 2,000 coins. Side quest 3. Triple-double night quest objective. Achieve a triple-double in a game this season while leading the Heat to victory. Quest rewards, leader badge, enhances leadership abilities, 2,000 coins. Temporary quest, issued based on the progress of the host's entry into the game or at the pre-game press conference. Stay tuned. Achievement quests. These tasks seem quite daunting. Nevertheless, Wang Chen chose to accept them all. After all, with only 200 coins in his balance and a plethora of enticing items in the shop, he felt a strong temptation. He decided to accept all the tasks first. If he couldn't complete them, then so be it. Surely, he wouldn't be punished by the system. Beep. System notification. If the host accepts a task and fails to complete it, the system will deem the task a failure, resulting in a loss of athletic ability and career termination. What? Wang Chen was taken aback. Can I cancel now? Host, since you have chosen to accept the tasks, cancellation is not an option. If you cancel, it will be considered a failure. Surely, you do not wish for your career to end prematurely. Fine. Wang Chen replied, his expression blank. These tasks are not worth undertaking. Who even cares about the Heat Dynasty? The system must be unaware that in the 2014 finals, the Heat were thoroughly defeated by the Spurs. What can a mere role player like me accomplish? Alas. Well, system, you see, I am rather impoverished. How about granting me some coins to start? Or perhaps a credit card with a limit of 100,000? I would greatly enhance my abilities and repay you later. Wang Chen wore a hopeful expression, wishing the system would show some leniency. Host, the purpose of this system is to comprehensively enhance player abilities. It is a development system, not a shortcut scheme. The system remained unyielding. Oh, this system offers you a clear path. Click on training, training projects, training grounds. Start training to enhance your attributes slightly. Completing a training task will reward you with 5 coins. Feeling overwhelmed? This system is weary and preparing to shut down. Take your time to explore, dear host. Wang Chen initiated the training, gazing intently at the first training item. Training item, layup, training progress, 0.10000, training bonus, for every 10,000 layups completed. 1 attribute point can be earned. Completing 10 identical projects grants an additional attribute point. Each completed project rewards 5 ball coins. Wang Chen fell into silence. Having completed the 3-point shooting drill, which mirrored the frequency and rewards of layup practice, he clicked to commence training. What else could he do but practice? He was determined not to face failure in his tasks, as his illustrious career was just beginning. Chapter 10. A period of despondency on March 9, 2014. At the United Center, the final buzzer echoed, the score resting at 88-95. The Bulls triumphed over the Heat in overtime, with Joakim Noah emerging as the pivotal player of the day, amassing an impressive 20 points, overshadowing Bosch. The other two superstars were also underperforming, as the Bulls' tenacious defense forced ineffective offensive plays and disrupted their shooting efficiency, leading to their defeat against the Chicago Bulls, who were without Rose. Notably, Wang Chen's performance deserves mention. In this match, Wang Chen played for a mere 9 minutes, recording a dismal performance of 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 2 turnovers, and 3 fouls. Deprived of the effects of his skill card, Wang's ability merely sufficed to keep pace with the rhythm of the game, compounded by the suffocating defense instilled by Thibodeau on the Bulls. Every time Wang handled the ball, his actions appeared distorted. One particular amateurish foul led Spoelstra to confine him to the bench. In this nationally televised game, Miami fans seemed to have forgotten Wang's previous performance, unleashing a torrent of insults upon him. Shaquille O'Neal remarked that in comparison to Yao, Wang was still significantly lacking. Charles Barkley bluntly stated that the Heat made a foolish decision, hastily determining the team's 15th player based on a single game without thoroughly analyzing the capabilities of this Chinese player. Though he hails from China, he is not Yao. Barkley asserted that if Wang manages to score in double digits over the remaining 20 games, he would kiss a donkey's rear end, suggesting that he has not yet learned from the lessons of Yao's experience. O'Neal jested, claiming he would not trip over the same stone twice regarding a player from China. Barkley insisted vehemently that while an off game may be excused, a second poor performance would not be tolerated. When the Heat lost to the Washington Wizards with a score of 90-99, not only did the Heat fans reach their breaking point, but Spoelstra was also left speechless. After the game, Spoelstra held Wang back, presenting him with the statistical data, stating, "Take a look for yourself." Wang Chen gazed at the data panel. Having played 8 minutes against the Wizards, with a dismal record of 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 steals, 0 blocks, 4 turnovers, and 3 fouls. Averaging across 2 games, his performance metrics were entirely devoid of merit, with a mean of 3 turnovers and 3 fouls per game. It is one thing to fail to score, but what of your defense? How many points did Jimmy Butler and Bradley Beal accumulate over you? In our country, there is an ancient saying, 3 strikes and you're out. I shall grant you one more opportunity in the next game, however. Should you replicate the lackluster performance of the last 2 matches, I will have no choice but to speak with Mr. Riley about your position as the 15th man. Perhaps it is better to forego your presence altogether. Ding, the system detected that the host standing within the Heat is precarious, urgently bestowing upon him 1,000 skill points, along with the corner 3-point shooter badge, the open 3-point badge, and the ball handler defensive elite badge. At last, my dear system, you have chosen to extend a helping hand to your humble servant. If you had waited any longer, I would surely have faced dismissal from the Heat. I have forgotten. On March 12, 2014, at the American Airlines Arena, the Heat faced off against the Nets in a rather unsightly contest of missed shots. By the end of the first quarter, the Heat trailed the Nets by 4 points, with a score of 14-18. As the second quarter commenced, Norris Cole advanced the ball past half-court only to be met by the substantial frame of Darren Williams, who executed a forceful steal, resulting in an easy basket. Coach Spoelstra's forehead tightened with frustration, prompting him to call a brief timeout. "Norris, what on earth are you doing? You resemble a lost soul out there. Come sit down." Cole silently exited the court, not daring to utter a word. Spoelstra glanced towards the end of the bench. "Wang, prepare yourself. You will take the shooting guard position during this transition into the second quarter." Wang Chen rose from the bench, rubbing his wrist, fully aware that this was his final opportunity. Yet, it mattered little. With the beginner-esque gift pack bestowed upon him by the system, he had a 2x boost. He believed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would not perform poorly in this match. At least, he hoped he would not falter. As the timeout concluded, the Miami Heat lineup consisted of Wang Chen, Ray Allen, LeBron James, Shane Battier, and Anderson. The Brooklyn Nets, on the other hand, featured Darren Williams, Thornton, Joe Johnson, Blatch, and Mason Plumlee. LeBron advanced the ball into the frontcourt, while Anderson set a solid screen that effectively blocked Joe Johnson. Ray Allen, positioned at the arc, received the ball and unleashed a sudden 3-point shot, sinking it with precision. However, Joe Johnson was not to be outdone, facing LeBron's defense. He executed a deceptive hesitation move that momentarily threw LeBron off balance before releasing a shot from the free throw line, scoring 2 points. As the next possession unfolded, LeBron aimed to replicate the previous strategy by creating another three-point opportunity for Ray Allen. Yet, this time, Thornton did not succumb to the screen, closely shadowing Allen and denying him a clear chance. LeBron was left to dribble in place, surveying the court's dynamics. If a favorable opportunity did not present itself, he would have to resort to a forceful drive to the basket. At that moment, a hand was raised in the corner. LeBron cast a sidelong glance and observed that Wang Chen had found space in the left corner, with Darren having left him far behind, ready to assist in guarding LeBron's impending layup. Suddenly, LeBron dribbled forward with a swift step. Joe Johnson mirrored his movements, keeping pace with him. With a flick of his wrist, LeBron delivered a rapid pass directly to the corner, where Wang Chen confidently caught the ball. Darren, assigned to guard Wang Chen, regarded him with a provocative stare. He recognized that this rookie had previously orchestrated an astonishing comeback against the Spurs, single-handedly turning the tide of the game against the notoriously steady San Antonio Spurs, one of the most consistent teams in the NBA. But what of it? In this league, fleeting brilliance was all too common. In the subsequent two matches, Wang Chen's continued lack of scoring seemed to further solidify the notion that he was indeed a momentary phenomenon. He was merely a mascot signed by the Heat, his skills insufficient to endure in the NBA. Darren had faith in his judgment. He had witnessed countless so-called basketball prodigies who, despite their diligence, could not secure a place among the 15 slots across 30 teams. This seemingly unremarkable Chinese player before him had little chance of defying that trend. Just as he managed to contain the current NBA's premier point guard, Chris Paul, he deemed Wang Chen as no threat whatsoever. Wang Chen observed the unyielding DeLong, his countenance devoid of expression. With the corner three-point badge enhancement and the open three-point badge enhancement, he seized the opportunity for an open three-point shot. Swish. The ball sailed through the net effortlessly. Chapter 11. The Return of the Three-Point Deluge. As the Miami Heat witnessed Wang Chen's successful three-pointer, a thunderous roar of jubilation erupted from the crowd, akin to a tidal wave. The score stood at 20-22, with the Heat trailing by a mere 2 points. Wang. For three. Bang. The Heat's DJ joined in the exuberant celebration. Wang Chen dashed back, while James gave him a thumbs up. Darren cast a calm glance at the scene, but Pierce on the sidelines expressed his dissatisfaction. Darren, your defense is as flimsy as paper. Even though you're up against a rookie, you've been too lenient. It's just a coincidence, Darren shrugged. This time was merely a stroke of luck. He won't be so fortunate next time. Pierce scoffed. We're facing the Heat. Our bench is an easy target for them to gain points. Don't jeopardize the advantage we've painstakingly built. With possession of the ball, Darren controlled the pace, facing Wang Chen. While Blatch prepared to set a screen, Darren waved him off, indicating he was fine and motioned for him to stand in the corner. He created space for a one-on-one confrontation with Wang Chen. Darren dribbled slowly, and Wang Chen remained vigilant, though he knew he couldn't fully contain Darren. He aimed to meet Coach Spoelstra's expectations. With a quick change of direction, Darren broke through to the free throw line, and Wang Chen struggled to keep pace. Darren extended his elbow, using his robust physique to push Wang Chen aside, driving towards the basket and scoring effortlessly. The sight of this slender Asian player made it painfully clear that our guards could easily penetrate his defense. We could exploit this weakness and continuously attack their guard line to expand our lead. I trust Coach Kidd will recognize this strategy. Spoelstra had grown accustomed to the unfolding events. The previous two games had left a profound impression on him. However, Wang Chen finally scored, indicating a potential turnaround. James advanced with the ball, and Anderson set a screen. Wang Chen maneuvered around the screen to the left side at a 45-degree angle. James delivered a swift pass, perfectly landing in Wang Chen's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Wang Chen launched a three-pointer. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark, and the deficit was reduced to a single point. Kidd called for a timeout. Wang Chen, well done. Spoelstra nodded slightly, exchanging a high five with him. Williams and Garnett wore scowls. Your defense is as insubstantial as air. You let that Asian rookie exploit you. Darren's eyes flickered. The Asian player was merely lucky, but he reassured himself. No worries, I'll tighten my defense next round. Kidd clapped his hands. All right, we must leverage the all-star caliber of all our players. The Heat's big three consists of only 3 superstars, and their shooters are struggling. As long as we all commit to defense, we can surely overcome the Heat today. As the timeout concluded, the second quarter resumed with both teams maintaining their lineups. The Heat trailed by just 1 point. With possession, Darren held the ball, passing it to Pierce, who faced James in a one-on-one matchup. James gave Pierce a step. And without hesitation, Pierce launched a three-pointer from the 45-degree angle. Success. Pierce provocatively cast a glance at James, while Wade expressed his grievances regarding James's defense. James, with a resigned gesture, shrugged his shoulders. His defensive approach had always been to allow a step, testing the waters to gauge the opponent's shooting touch, after all. What if the shot missed? As possession shifted, James advanced the ball, and buoyed by the previous play, Pierce took the lead in guarding James. However, the venerable truth, now at the age of 37, found himself struggling against the peak prowess of James. Once again, Wang Chen, utilizing the cover of the Birdman, advanced to the arc's pinnacle. This time, Darren was positioned well, closely shadowing Wang Chen. As Wang Chen received the pass from James, he found himself in a less than open position. Darren challenged him. Let's see if you dare to take the shot. Wang Chen disregarded Darren Williams in front of him and took a three-point shot. Darren raised his hands high, attempting to disrupt Wang Chen's shot. Thud, the three-pointer clanged off the rim. Darren sighed in relief, only to see that Lopez failed to secure the rebound. Instead, Anderson, brimming with vitality, seized the offensive board, but when he sought out Wang Chen, he found that Wang had already vacated the vicinity. After capturing the offensive rebound, Anderson aimed to locate James, but noticed a player clad in Heat attire standing wide open in the left corner, promptly passing the ball to him. Amidst the chaos, Wang Chen had dashed to the vacant position in the left corner, receiving Anderson's exquisite pass, and released a three-pointer. The city felt so empty, and the three-pointer found its mark effortlessly. 3 minutes had elapsed, and the score stood at 27-26, with the Heat trailing by a single point. Wang Chen had remarkably landed 3 three-pointers, his touch ablaze with intensity. The open three-point badge and corner three-point badge were in full effect. Frustrated, Darren clenched his fists, his expression darkening as he silently vowed to show this rookie what he was truly made of. With possession of the ball, Darren advanced into the half-court, deliberately ignoring the calls for the ball from Joe Johnson and Paul Pierce. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he signaled his intent to take on Wang Chen one-on-one. Faced with Darren Williams, Wang Chen felt somewhat overwhelmed. The notion that Darren merely indulged in eating, sleeping, and playing against Paul seemed far from reality, as Darren appeared unfazed by Wang's defense. With effortless finesse, Darren executed a swift change of direction to the left, leaving Wang Chen struggling to maintain his defensive stance. Wang was easily outmaneuvered by Darren, who then abruptly halted before Anderson in the paint, successfully sinking a mid-range jumper. Rookie, you're far too inexperienced. Perhaps you should return to the CBA for a few more years of training, Darren taunted inwardly. Boldly, he mused that Wang might not want to pursue a lucrative retirement in Huagua after this. As the possession shifted, James brought the ball across half-court. Wang Chen sought to find an open position to continue his hot streak, but Darren closely shadowed him, applying pressure with his body. Wade, left with no choice, passed the ball to James, who executed a powerful step and finished with a layup. In another possession, Darren opted once more for a one-on-one against Wang Chen, while James attempted to switch defenses with him, but Pierce on the opposite side denied James that opportunity. Once again, Darren showcased his exceptional dribbling skills, executing a crossover that allowed him to surpass Wang Chen and finish with another layup. The Heat called for a timeout. Wang Chen was thoroughly outmatched by Darren. SPO wanted to say something, but Wang Chen managed to hit 3 consecutive three-pointers, demonstrating his positive impact on the game overall. Well done, Wang. You have effectively aided the bench in maintaining the score. Beep. A temporary mission has been initiated. Mission title: Eat, Sleep, and Play against Darren, Part 1. Mission completion condition: score higher than the designated opponent in your matchup. System reward: Darren skill pack, signature crossover, 500 ball coins. Given the substantial disparity in strength between the host and the opponent, the system has activated the mission assistance feature. Mission assistance: on the court, when you compare Darren Williams to Paul, Darren will undoubtedly be affected, leading to erratic behavior and a maximum drop in shooting accuracy of 50%. Will the host accept this? Excellent. The system does not deceive me. Wang Chen, overjoyed, confirmed acceptance. Wait, Chalmers is substituting for Wang. Coach, hold on. Amid the astonished gazes of the Heat players, Wang Chen stood up. Coach, I want to play basketball. Please do not take me out. Spolstra. Chapter 12. Eat, Sleep, and Play against Darren, Part 1. Just as Coach SPO was about to reprimand Wang Chen, Wang patted his chest and said, Coach, my three-point shooting feels fantastic. Trust me. I can make even more threes. Spolstra, a prodigy of Pat Riley, is a quintessential coach known for his strict management style, a hallmark of the Heat's enduring legacy, playing with a vintage, iron-willed approach, exhibiting remarkable resilience. He maintains exceptionally high standards for his players. Even the Heat's big three respect the three-point line. However, Spoelstra was not angry. Instead, a curious expression graced his face. How can I trust you? In this game, I will score more than Darren Williams. Wang Chen's military decree has been established. The unique confidence that is inherently possessed by players has stirred Coach Spoelstra. This kind of confidence is something he has only witnessed in superstars. It is challenging to articulate, yet it embodies an absolute assurance in one's ability to determine the outcome of a game. As a coach, his intuition tells him that despite the rookie's lackluster performance in the first two games, the display of confidence and today's remarkable performance warrant giving Wang Chen this opportunity. As a Filipino, he holds a deep belief in the mystique of Eastern philosophies. Ultimately, this stems from Wang Chen's explosive game against the Spurs and his recent exceptional shooting from beyond the arc. Why not take a gamble? There might be an unexpected delight in store. All right, Sean out, Rashad in, Bosch out, Anderson in, Dwayne out, Ray in. The strategy will be to create space entirely, with LeBron and Wade alternating in driving and distributing. Defensively, Wang, try to use fouls to contain Darren Williams. If that proves difficult, switch with Wade for defense. Wang Chen successfully landed 3 3-pointers, accumulating 9 points, while Darren scored 8 points in the first quarter. With the timely utilization of the system's auxiliary functions, he aimed to outplay Darren effortlessly. Upon returning from the timeout, could replace Blatch with the venerable Kevin Garnett, while Plumlee made way for Lopez. Oh, rookie. You're still on the court? Darren scoffed, sensing that the Heat seemed disinterested in securing victory today. Is that so? Wang Chen replied with a smile. LeBron delivered a long pass to Wade, who dribbled the ball for a moment, searching for an opportunity. Wang Chen positioned himself in the corner, and Wade immediately passed the ball to him as he prepared to shoot a three-pointer. Darren leaped to contest Wang Chen's shot, but Wang Chen skillfully threaded the needle, passing the ball to the cutting LeBron, who scored with a layup against Lopez's defense. Clearly, you fear my shot, Wang Chen remarked. Darren remained silent, slowly advancing with the ball. By the way, Darren, let me share something with you. Although you were the 3rd overall pick in 2005, ranked just above Chris Paul, you will never surpass him. In my eyes, Paul is the epitome of a point guard. You simply do not measure up. Upon hearing this, Darren's face flushed a deep crimson. Wang Chen gazed at the entry where the accessibility feature had faltered, aware that his banter had begun to take effect. Darren, possessing the ball, crossed the halfway line, accelerating in an attempt to overpower Wang Chen with sheer speed. Wang Chen effortlessly discerned his path to breakthrough, intentionally yielding a position for Darren to advance past him, only to swiftly execute a theft with a deft maneuver. Following the steal, Wang Chen immediately initiated a fast break, converting the transition into a successful layup. The score stood at 31-28. As he completed the layup, Wang Chen could not resist taunting, "Easy ball." With possession reverting to the Nets, Lopez inbound the ball to Darren. "Hey, brother, I acknowledge your agility, but it pales in comparison to that of Chris Paul," Wang Chen thought, recalling the game where they had suffered a 58-point defeat against the Nuggets. Darren felt his confidence wane once more. "Hey, brother, calm down. Pass me the ball, and I shall handle this." Joe Johnson reached out, requesting the ball. "Give it to me. I will resolve the issue," Pierce demanded, positioning himself against James. Yet, Darren remained resolute, disregarding both Johnson and Pierce's pleas, his gaze fixated intently on Wang Chen. "Oh, getting desperate, are we? I concede you possess some skill, but you cannot surpass Paul." Darren charged forward, attempting to use his physicality to establish an advantage, but Wang Chen met him head-on. Colliding with Darren, Wang Chen was forcefully knocked to the ground by Darren, the referee's whistle piercing the air. A foul for charging. Darren, in a fit of rage, shouted at the referee, insisting that it was the Asian player who collided with him. Foster silently observed Darren, despite the man's impressive ability to dominate Paul. His audacity to question the referee's authority was intolerable. Without hesitation, Foster issued a technical foul to Darren Williams. The immediate consequence of the foul subdued Williams, bringing him back to his senses. Bosch stepped up to the free throw line and made his shot with unwavering confidence, narrowing the deficit to 2 points. With the Heat now in possession of the ball, LeBron brought the ball into the front court as Bosch set a screen. Pierce and Lopez switched their defensive assignments, with Lopez now tasked with guarding LeBron. In a display of sheer brute force, LeBron executed a relentless drive, bypassing Lopez. As he faced the oncoming defense from Thornton, who had rotated in from the corner, LeBron barreled through the restricted area, completing a layup while drawing a foul. The referee's whistle sounded once more. Thornton was called for a blocking foul, resulting in a 2-1 situation, granting LeBron an additional free throw. LeBron approached the line and successfully converted the shot, giving his team a 1-point lead. With the Nets now in possession, Darren opted for a mid-range jumper, benefiting from his teammates' screens, but the attempt clanked off the rim. Bosh secured the rebound and executed a long pass to Wade, who sprinted down the court and delivered a thunderous dunk. On the next offensive possession, Darren passed to Pierce, who noticed Darren cutting towards the basket. He delivered the ball to Darren, who shockingly missed the open layup. LeBron effortlessly grabbed the rebound and launched a quarterback-style pass to the sprinting Wang Chen. However, rather than opting for a quick layup, Wang Chen dribbled to the right corner, adjusted his rhythm, and released a trailing three-pointer. Swish, the ball sailed through the net. The American Airlines Arena erupted in cheers, with the Heat's home crowd going wild. The score stood at 31-35, as the Heat unleashed a 7-0 run. The Nets called for a timeout once more. Woof, woof, woof. Fans had almost forgotten Wang Chen's previous dismal performance as they cheered and celebrated him throughout the game. Coach Spoelstra briefly highlighted the key points to focus on and continued with the existing lineup. Darren was substituted, and the veterans on the team, including Pierce, Garnett, and Joe Johnson, relentlessly criticized him, while Kidd also expressed his frustration towards Darren. Darren felt a sense of bewilderment. He couldn't understand how a mere rookie's words could disrupt his game when he had been performing well just moments before. Naturally, Darren would never disclose the fact that he was affected by trash talk on the court to his teammates, as it would only invite ridicule. An all-star point guard swayed by a rookie's taunts would be a source of mockery. Upon resuming play, Kidd replaced Darren, altering the lineup to Thornton, Joe Johnson, Pierce, Garnett, and Lopez. Darren's exit meant the Nets lost their sole organizer, leaving a team filled with scorers and leading to a mode of endless isolation plays. Unfortunately, the efficiency of these plays was abysmal. Pierce faced James and missed a turnaround jumper, while Wade responded with a successful mid-range jumper. Lopez called for the ball in the low post, but Bosh anticipated Thornton's pass, intercepting it and quickly passing to an unguarded James, who executed a two-handed dunk. Garnett scored with a layup in the low post, and James completed a long quarterback-style pass to Wade, who, facing Johnson's defense, passed it back to the trailing Bosh, who finished with a two-handed dunk despite Johnson's attempt to contest. Before the second quarter concluded, James executed a backdoor layup, bringing the halftime score to 53-42, with the Heat leading by 11 points. In the Heat's locker room at halftime, James had scored 8 points, Wade 6 points, Bosh 4 points, while Wang Chen impressively led the Heat with 14 points in the first half. Coach Spoelstra praised Wang Chen for his explosive scoring run that turned the tide in favor of the Heat. He then outlined some defensive adjustments, urging the players to remain vigilant and not to relax. Meanwhile, the Nets locker room devolved into a session of criticism directed at Darren, who sat in silence. However, as the tirade continued, Pierce remarked, "You coward. For the sake of your absolute position with the Jazz, you forced the hand of the venerable Coach Sloan. And that rookie was right. You are worthless." Darren was provoked and nearly charged at Pierce, only to be restrained by Blatch and other teammates. Pierce relentlessly taunted him, declaring, "Come on, hit me, you coward. If it weren't for your reckless play in the first half, we wouldn't be trailing by 10 points. He then displayed the gruesome scar on his back, a testament to his fierce competitiveness. For Pierce, losing to another team was one thing. Losing to a team led by James was simply unacceptable. Wherever and whenever I compete, as long as I face LeBron James, victory is imperative. I am undoubtedly the preeminent small forward in the league." As the atmosphere thickened, Kidd clapped his hands, his head heavy with the weight of unprecedented expectations. The locker room was filled with superstars. Despite being a former great himself, he had to navigate the situation delicately, avoiding offense on both sides. Pierce let out a cold snort, while Darren remained silent. After all, Kidd's stature in the NBA was well established. Taking a deep breath, Kidd acknowledged our deficit, yet noted the rookie's glaring defensive flaws. He instructed, "Whoever is on offense, exploit that rookie through pick-and-roll mismatches. He is vulnerable against anyone. Simply target him." Welcome back to the Heat versus Nets matchup. The Heat currently lead by 11 points at 53-42. Initially, the Heat trailed by 6 until the second quarter, when the explosive performance from Wang, hailing from Huaxia, shifted the momentum. The Nets found themselves in a scoring drought. With the referee's whistle, The second half commenced. Both teams retained their starting lineups, with the Heat opting not to reintroduce Wang Chen. Darren Williams advanced the ball past half court, facing Chalmers. With a dazzling change of direction, he left Chalmers disoriented, easily bypassing him before delivering a bounce pass to the open Joe Johnson, who scored a long two from the right corner. James, employing strategy, located Chalmers at a vacant 45-degree angle. Chalmers launched a three-pointer that clanked off the rim. Lopez, seizing the rebound, passed to Darren, who transformed into a formidable force, overpowering Wade for a layup. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, calling a foul on Wade. Darren completed a 2-1. Pierce, shedding his earlier tension from the locker room, engaged in a passionate chest bump with Darren. In Pierce's eyes, anyone capable of aiding him in defeating James was invaluable. Everything else was secondary. The title of the premier small forward rightfully belonged to him, Paul Pierce. Darren stepped to the free throw line and converted the additional shot. 53-46. Darren instantly felt rejuvenated, casting a provocative glance at Wang Chen on the bench. Wang Chen's face bore an inexplicable smile, reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. Darren was taken aback, quickly turning to face the court again. After Bosch successfully made a mid-range shot, Darren was startled into confronting Chalmers once more, managing to score a layup. As for why our protagonist smiled, the system detected Darren's shattered resolve. However, the change in matchup reignited his confidence, prompting the second phase of assistance in the task. Darren Williams, once molded into an all-star under Coach Sloan's guidance, found himself at odds with Sloan over a power struggle. When one leverages Sloan's matters to attack Darren Williams, his shooting percentage will further decline. While your initial 2 three-pointers will find their mark from any position on the court, Wang Chen gazed upon Darren darting across the court, akin to beholding an unparalleled beauty. As the first half progressed, Wade's elusive layup missed the mark, and Darren once again assisted Lopez for a mid-range shot, prompting the Heat to call for a timeout. The score stood at 63-60, with the Nets trailing by a mere 3 points. Wang, are you ready? Spoelstra glanced at the beleaguered Chalmers and Cole, who had been relentlessly targeted, placing his hopes once more upon Wang Chen. While Wang's defensive prowess mirrored that of the two guards, there remained a glimmer of hope for his three-point shooting today. Be prepared at all times, head. Wang Chen rose from the bench, an increasingly unnerving smile gracing his face as he looked at Darren Williams, akin to gazing upon glistening coins. As the timeout concluded, Wang Chen replaced Chalmers while Anderson took the place of Bosch. For the Nets, Darren remained on the court, with the likes of Pierce and Garnett giving way to Thornton and Blatch. Cole found himself entirely sidelined by Coach Spoelstra. With possession in the hands of the Heat, James advanced the ball, while Darren cast a fierce glance at Wang Chen, proclaiming, "Kid, my shooting touch has returned. Brace yourself to be overwhelmed." Wang Chen smiled faintly. "Old James, pass the ball." James understood immediately and passed the ball to Wang Chen, watching the scene with keen interest. At this moment, Wang Chen and Darren stood just 2 steps away from the three-point line. "Darren, you know I can easily outplay you." "Rookie, what are you talking about?" "You." A discarded player from the Jazz, once hailed as the heir to Stockton, now barely surviving with the Nets. Upon hearing this, Darren Williams' expression darkened. It was an indelible stain on his career. "You're courting death," Darren said, his face flushed with anger. "Just watch. I will shoot from 2 steps outside the three-point line and score directly over your head. Rookie, with such arrogance, I shall educate you in the second half. You'll be shooting right here." Wang Chen shook his head and, facing Darren, launched a long-range shot from the 2-point line. Wang Chenchao launched a long-range three-pointer. Darren and his Nets teammates gazed in disbelief at this astonishing moment. Swish. The ball sailed through the net with perfect precision, a three-pointer executed flawlessly. This remarkable shot came from the enigmatic Huaxia, this year's extraordinary undrafted talent, Wang. He has succeeded in making an unbelievable three-pointer. The previously tense atmosphere in the American Airlines arena, filled with the urgency of a close game, was instantly transformed by this shot. As the crowd erupted into a thunderous cheer, Darren's expression darkened. This shot was undeniably illogical. Any coach would have likely benched such a reckless player by now. Spoelstra. Indeed, that was the intention. Yet, his three-pointer found its mark. Truly delightful. The score on the court now stands at 66-60, with the Heat leading by 6 points. Chapter 14. The Nets collapse. "Hey, Darren," Wang Chenchao approached. "For the next play, I want to hit another three-pointer right in your face." The Nets regained possession, and Thornton brought the ball up the court. Darren positioned himself, using his body to shield Wang Chenchao, intent on establishing an advantageous position for a back-to-the-basket play. As Darren received the ball, he forcefully backed into the paint, exerting pressure, but Wang's slender frame struggled to withstand it. With a swift pivot, Darren easily maneuvered into the lane for a layup. On the left, James had been poised for action. At the moment Darren attempted his layup, he leaped high, delivering a powerful volleyball-style block that sent Darren's shot soaring out of bounds. The Nets retained possession. Blatch inbound the ball, and Darren, using Lopez's screen, emerged to receive Blatch's pass. However, Wang Chen circled around Lopez from the opposite side, executing a steal with finesse. Blatch was fortunate to receive an assist reminiscent of a Polish powerhouse. After Wang Chen executed the steal, he did not immediately transition into an offensive play. Instead, he signaled to the Heat players to create space, and he leisurely dribbled forward on his own, provocatively beckoning to Darren. Wang Chen stood 2 steps ahead of the L0G0 position, once again facing DeLong in a one-on-one confrontation. "Rookie, I can see that I underestimated you," he remarked. DeLong, relying on his robust physique, pressed against Wang Chen, declaring, "You won't score a single point in this match. Not even one. Is that so?" Wang Chen responded, undeterred as he engaged in the physical contest with DeLong. "This play will mark the end of your career." DeLong found himself momentarily dazed. Wang Chen leaped high into the air, confronting Darren Williams, and released a long-range three-pointer. He immediately turned, raising his finger aloft to signify a three-point gesture. LeBron and Wade turned their heads in unison, mirroring the three-point sign. Darren exclaimed, "What? It hasn't even gone in yet." Coach Spoelstra erupted in frustration. "Wang, if you—" Suddenly, the ball swished through the net effortlessly. Wang Chen turned to Spo. "Coach, did I make any mistakes with that shot? In my view, you executed it quite well." With an astonishing three-pointer against the all-star guard, Wang struck. Darren's expression was one of shock, his face flushed, as the Nets fell into a state of stupor. The Heat's bench erupted with a cacophony of cheers, apart from Chalmers and Norris Cole in the corner, whose faces darkened. The home crowd of the Heat surged with jubilant roars, overwhelming the Nets players. The bench of the Nets sank into an eerie silence, feeling utterly out of place in the American Airlines Arena. The referee signaled a 3, indicating the shot was valid. The score stood at 69-60, with the Heat leading by 9 points. Kidd observed Darren's lost demeanor on the court, the Nets players devoid of spirit. He wanted to voice something. Yet a wave of helplessness surged within him as his gaze fell upon the Heat's rookie, number 10. It was over. This encapsulated Kidd's true feelings. Although the Nets trailed by only 9 points, their morale had been extinguished by the Heat's incredible three-pointer. Kidd's thoughts were validated in the subsequent play. Darren, utilizing Lopez's screen, missed an open layup, only for James to assist Birdman Anderson in completing an alley-oop dunk, widening the gap to double digits. Sutton held the ball, while Wang Chen whispered a few words into Darren's ear, only for Darren to shove Wang to the ground. Wang Chen remarked, "You are the disgrace of the legendary Coach Sloan's entire life." Wang Chen fell heavily to the ground, clutching his rear and even rolling over in apparent agony. The referee's whistle pierced the air as he expressionlessly approached Darren, issuing a technical foul. With 2 technical fouls already against him, Darren was ejected from the game. He seemed to want to say something, but as he glanced at the pained expression of Wang Chen on the floor and the looks of his teammates and opponents alike, his words caught in his throat, and he silently made his way to the players' tunnel. Kidd closed his eyes. It was over. Darren's exit led to a complete collapse of the Nets' offense, akin to a shark detecting blood in the water. After Bosch sank the technical free throw, the Heat launched a full-scale assault on the Nets. With Darren gone, Kidd made a desperate gamble, deploying his strongest scoring lineup: Thornton, Joe Johnson, Pierce, Garnett, and Lopez. However, without Darren, the Nets fell into a cycle of isolation plays. Joe Johnson attempted to take on Wade, but his turnaround jumper missed. LeBron secured the rebound and pushed the ball forward, lofting it high. Wade finished with a one-handed alley-oop dunk, a classic connection between LeBron and Wade. On the other end, Thornton successfully penetrated past Wang Chen, but his long-range 2 was met with a block from the recovering Anderson. Wang Chen grabbed the rebound and made a long pass to Wade, who lobbed the ball off the backboard for LeBron to follow up with a 2-handed dunk. The Nets were mired in a scoring drought as the Heat's signature fast breaks crashed upon the Nets' rim like a tidal wave. By the end of the third quarter, the Heat led 83-66 by 17 points. As the fourth quarter began, the Nets mounted a final stand. Joe Johnson hit a series of mid-range jumpers, and Paul Pierce, undeterred by LeBron's defense, sank 2 consecutive pull-up three-pointers, narrowing the gap to 95-87 with just an 8-point deficit. However, the Nets' brief resurgence did not signify the Heat's dimming fire. Ray Allen, Battier, and Chalmers found their rhythm, and the Heat's sharpshooters answered back with three-pointers. Following this, the Nets' offense fell silent once more, as the Heat relentlessly attacked the demoralized Nets. In the final 3 minutes, the Heat led 108-90 by 18 points. Kidd waved his hand, substituting in all bench players as a sign of surrender. Coach Spoelstra, recognizing the gesture from Kidd, also put in his reserves, and the game entered garbage time. Ultimately, the Heat triumphed over the Brooklyn Nets with a score of 113-98, ending their 2-game losing streak and improving their record to 46 wins and 16 losses. Meanwhile, the Pacers, having played one more game, stood at 46 wins and 17 losses, allowing the Heat to temporarily ascend to the top of the Eastern Conference. After the game, Kidd left without a backward glance, while Pierce, his face darkened, strode directly to the players' tunnel, frustrated by yet another loss to LeBron. In contrast, Garnett smiled warmly as he embraced the Heat's big three, and when he approached Wang Chen, he patted the rookie on the shoulder, inquiring, "You are Wang Chen, are you not?" "Indeed," came the reply. "Very well, I have committed your name to memory. Rookie, you have performed admirably, almost single-handedly altering the course of the game. I eagerly anticipate your future advancements and performances within the league. However, it is of no consequence, nor does it yield any rewards," Wang Chen mused internally. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the endorsement of Hall of Fame player Kevin Garnett, resulting in an additional 50 game coins for this match. To earn the recognition of a Hall of Fame player is an obligation we must embrace," Wang Chen declared resolutely, his gaze fixed upon the system. Chapter 15. Indeed, it is I. In this match, the Miami Heat's triumvirate collectively scored 68 points, LeBron James with 31 points, Dwayne Wade with 23 points, and Chris Bosh with 14 points. Yet, as the pivotal factor in this contest, Wang Chen was unanimously acknowledged. Wang Chen made a remarkable appearance in this match, coming off the bench for 25 minutes, achieving an impressive 9 out of 11 from the field and 7 out of 9 from beyond the arc, amassing a total of 25 points. During the second quarter, amidst a challenging phase, he unleashed a flurry of three-pointers that turned the tide against the Heat, subsequently outmatching the All-Star Darren Williams and contributing to a resounding victory for the team. At the post-game press conference, Coach Spoelstra accompanied Wang Chen for the interview. "Wang, in your debut match, you scored 19 points with 6 three-pointers, yet in the subsequent 2 games, you went scoreless. However, you bounced back in the 4th match with another 25 points and 7 three-pointers. What are your thoughts on your performance?" It is quite normal for a player's form to fluctuate like a roller coaster, especially for a rookie. Wang Chen performed commendably in this game as a newcomer, fulfilling both his defensive and scoring responsibilities, allowing our core players ample rest, Coach Spoelstra responded. "Wang Chen, what do you think about breaking the rookie record for three-pointers in your first game? I have been diligently training for this moment long before entering the NBA. I simply did not anticipate it would manifest during my debut," Wang reflected. "Are you suggesting that this performance is merely a fleeting moment for you? Come on. I'm just a rookie. You wouldn't expect a newcomer to undertake the tasks of AT, would you?" The reporter fell silent, realizing Wang was not as naive as he appeared, nor easy to provoke. "Based on your scoring explosiveness observed in both your debut and this game, do you believe you are the answer for the Heat at the point guard position? I'm merely a rookie and I don't possess that capability just yet. For now, I'll keep a low profile, and when my skills are more refined, I'll speak more boldly," he replied. Ding. A spontaneous challenge commenced, the audacity of a fledgling unafraid of the tiger. The host now faced the barrage of skepticism from reporters, needing to respond with bravado and assertiveness, providing them with ample material to write about. Task reward, 200 coin credits. Tears streamed down Wang Chen's face. As a man of considerable stature, how could he compromise his principles for a mere 200 game coins? Naturally, he would heed the directives of the system. Trusting the system's guidance is undoubtedly the right choice. I, Wang Chen, shall never bow down for those 200 game coins. System, I accept the mission. Wang Chen sat upright, deep in contemplation. Indeed, the answer to the Miami Heat's point guard position is none other than myself. Coach Spoelstra turned in astonishment to gaze at Wang Chen, seemingly taken aback by the stark contrast to my prior admonitions. The question was posed by Tina Riley, a reporter from a local Miami tabloid, her golden locks framing her eager expression. had it not been for the multitude of fellow journalists clamoring for an opportunity to interview the emerging rookie. Her reaction might have been more restrained. His words were profoundly impactful. When combined with the formidable trio of Miami stars, his status as an undrafted player, and his recent extraordinary performances, she was convinced that her article would garner immense attention the following day. The Heat's BG4, the new rookie. The definitive answer to the point guard position, the remarkable resurgence of an undrafted player, Miami's championship title seemed all but secured. With their current victory surpassing that of the Pacers, the Heat now stood atop the Eastern Conference. How long do you believe this advantage can be maintained? Wang Chen stared incredulously at the reporter, perplexed by the inquiry. After all, we were already the first in the East. It was merely a stroke of fortune that had allowed the Pacers to usurp our position. Are you suggesting that you will remain at the top of the Eastern Conference? No. Wang Chen shook his finger during the press conference, emphatically declaring that not only would they secure the Eastern Conference's top spot this season, but the Eastern Championship was already in their grasp. The journalists present could hardly believe their ears, their disbelief giving way to exhilaration. Coach Spoelstra, on the other hand, felt an urge to give himself a reprimanding slap. Had he not anticipated a humble, courteous demeanor from this young man? What audacity! All he wished for was to conclude the press conference swiftly, administer a few sound admonitions, and allow him to truly grasp the essence of Heat culture. Following the press conference, Wang Chen faced a rigorous lesson from Spoelstra, who wasted no time in dragging him to the gym for an arduous training session. To everyone's surprise, LeBron James and Ray Allen were also practicing in the gym. Hey, rookie, LeBron approached with a smile, you did quite well today. Your three-point shooting will prove to be a significant weapon in this game. The explosiveness of your shots reminds me of T-Mac's moments in 04. LeBron, you flatter me, Wang Chen replied, feeling both honored and overwhelmed. I still have much to learn compared to Ray. While I may not be lacking in accuracy, I acknowledge that my current three-point explosiveness pales in comparison to yours. Hey, I have an idea, LeBron suggested, raising his hands in a casual gesture. Practicing three-pointers can be rather dull. How about we hold a three-point shooting contest? Sure. Let's do it, Ray Allen replied confidently. Wang Chen remained silent, although he could execute astonishing three-point shots during the competition. He found himself overshadowed by the two individuals before him. According to the rules of the three-point contest, there were 5 spots and 5 balls, with one designated as a special ball. The competition was divided into 2 rounds. In the first round, 3 out of 5 shots must be made, and in the second, the individual with the higher score would be declared the victor. The loser would treat the winner to tacos. Hey, LeBron. I acknowledge your ability to sink critical three-pointers during games, but when it comes to consistency in three-point shooting, you cannot compare to me. What do you say, rookie? Care to join the fun? Wang Chen hesitated, feeling somewhat daunted. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Mission initiated. Defeat LeBron James and Ray Allen in this three-point contest to earn a meal. Rewards: 100 coins, 3-point attributes level 1, open shot three-pointer, catch and shoot three-pointer. Contested three-pointer. Note: due to the significant disparity in three-point shooting abilities between the host and James as well as Ray Allen, there will be no penalties for mission failure. Just give it a shot. Don't worry, kid. With your courage, even if you lose, I'll cover your share, laughed James. The first round commenced with Ray Allen shooting. The esteemed sharpshooter's three-point shots flowed with the precision of a well-oiled machine, his shooting form elegant and effortless, as the ball swished through the net, leaving Wang Chen envious. Thus, he accessed the shop and searched for Ray Allen's shooting package. The price: 3,000 coins. Wang Chen's heart sank. Ultimately, Ray Allen delivered an impressive performance, scoring 24 points. Next, it was LeBron James's turn. Wang Chen had initially presumed that even if James's three-point shooting was not particularly accurate, it would not be excessively poor. However, the reality unfolded differently. At the first spot, James managed to score only 1 orange ball. The second spot yielded another solitary orange ball. The top of the arc shooting point was even more disheartening, with a total failure on 5 attempts. At the fourth spot, he succeeded in landing 2 orange balls, suggesting a flicker of hope. Yet, the final attempt from the left corner resulted in yet another 5 missed shots. Thus, in this three-point contest, the King managed a mere 5 points. A tribute to Michael Jordan, the legend of the All-Star three-point contest. James felt a tinge of embarrassment, while Ray Allen laughed unabashedly. In Chapter 16, facing the king of three-pointers, Wang Chen felt a significant alleviation of pressure in his own shooting, inspired by James's 5-point homage to Michael Jordan. Wang Chen commenced his three-point shooting. With the corner 3-point badge and the open 3-point badge activated, he took his shot. At the first spot, he successfully netted 2 orange balls and 1 flower ball, accumulating a total of 4 points. James felt his anxiety reach a crescendo. At the second spot, when Wang Chen scored the first 4 points for a fleeting moment, James thought he might still have a chance to turn the tide. However, the final flower ball sank and extinguished all hope for the king. James's heart sank. There would be no miracles today. Subsequently, Wang Chen hit 2 orange balls at the top of the arc and another at the right side 45-degree angle. At the right corner, he opted for the flower ball and scored 4. In the first round, Wang Chen amassed an impressive 18 points. Ray Allen and Wang Chen advanced to the second round, leaving our King James to watch helplessly from the sidelines. "Rookie, not bad. Your 3-point consistency is commendable," he remarked. "However, I have already chosen the flavor of taco." Ray Allen's gaze sharpened, instantly intensifying the pressure on Wang Chen. Known as the Gentleman Ray, he exuded an air of politeness and refinement. Yet at this moment, Wang Chen sensed the distinctive confidence and aloofness of a sharpshooter emanating from him. Ray Allen was the first to take the court, selecting the left corner as his shooting spot. Swish. The first ball found its mark. Swish. The second ball also hit. At the first shooting spot, Ray Allen scored 4 balls. Wang Chen truly grasped the formidable prowess of the marksman before him. His shooting posture and release speed resembled missiles on a meticulously designed trajectory, exhibiting almost no deviation. In the second instance, Ray Allen missed an orange ball. In the third instance, Ray Allen missed another orange ball and a floral ball. In the fourth instance, Ray Allen successfully missed a floral ball. Finally, at the corner point, Ray Allen made all 5 shots. He amassed a total of 26 points, surpassing his first round by 2 points. This score was also 2 points higher than that of this year's All-Star 3-point contest champion, Marco Bellinelli. Nevertheless, Wang Chen never shied away from any challenge, especially considering he had the advantage of a system enhancement. Wang Chen chose the final right corner at the bottom for the selection of the colorful ball. Wang Chen's first shot found its mark. The corner is his preferred shooting zone, and bolstered by the corner 3-point badge, he executed his shots with remarkable fluidity. From the left corner, he made 4 out of 5 attempts, missing only 1 orange ball. Although the left 45-degree angle is not his favorite spot, he still managed to sink 3 shots. At the top of the arc, Wang Chen delivered an extraordinary performance, successfully making 4 shots. Across the first 3 positions, he amassed a total of 17 points. Ray Allen and LeBron James exchanged glances. Aside from his impeccable shooting touch, the impressive performance by Ray Allen was evident. For a rookie to shoulder such responsibility and efficiently make 3-pointers is nothing short of remarkable. This young man undoubtedly possesses a natural talent for clutch situations. However, Wang Chen's fortune waned at the 4th position as he failed to make a single shot from the right 45-degree angle. Wang Chen's palms began to perspire. According to the scores, only by hitting all the colored balls could he hope to surpass Ray Allen's tally. Wang Chen sprinted to the right corner, took a deep breath to compose himself, cleared his mind, and grasped the first colored ball, releasing it with precision. It found its mark. The second ball, the third ball, the fourth ball, all struck true. The pivotal shot that would determine the outcome of the match. Ray Allen and LeBron James both rose to their feet. At this moment, Wang Chen acted with unwavering resolve, making no adjustments as he cast the final colorful ball. With a swift motion, it soared through the air and found its mark in the net. Wang Chen maintained his posture, standing still for a prolonged moment. Ray Allen and LeBron exchanged peculiar glances. It seemed he had been outsmarted by this young lad. After their extra practice, LeBron and Ray Allen fulfilled their wager by treating Wang Chen to tacos. The two veterans, sharing a silent amusement, left Wang Chen somewhat perplexed. Later that evening, upon returning home, Wang Chen eagerly activated the system to review the day's gains. Host rewards acquired, skill package, Darren S. signature crossover, basketball coins, 800. Beep. The system detected that the host had achieved a score exceeding 20 points for the first time, granting an additional reward of 50 basketball coins. Total basketball coin balance, 2050. As the host's total basketball coins surpassed 2,000, the system activated the corresponding template mode. Template corresponding mode. The system identifies a suitable player template based on the host's various statistics and abilities, granting access to one positive attribute of the corresponding template player. Currently, the number of activations available, 1 time. Given that this is the host's inaugural activation of the system, an additional complementary usage has been provided, which cannot be retained. Would the host like to proceed with the activation? This. Wang Chen found himself at a loss for words. There was no point in retaining anything. As if to ask whether one should keep it for the New Year celebrations. The system commenced a comprehensive assessment of the host's capabilities. Host's overall ability, 72. Host's offensive characteristic, erratic unpredictability. Host's defensive characteristic, akin to a colossal sieve. Based on the system's evaluation of the host's abilities and a synthesis of recent match performances, it concluded that the host's template resembled that of J.R. Smith. Acquiring J.R. Smith's skill, the erratic sharpshooter. What? J.R. Smith? Upon seeing this name, Wang Chen was reminded of the infamous moment from Game 1 of the 2018 NBA Finals. J.R. Smith, holding the ball, looked around in bewilderment. Even LeBron, despite his extraordinary performance, could only bury his face in his hands at that moment. The erratic sharpshooter. In a game where one begins with a dismal performance, one may subsequently make some astonishing three-point shots. Well, Wang Chen conceded that his performance oscillated between brilliance and mediocrity. Wang Chen entered the mall, armed with 2050 tokens, ready to indulge in a delightful shopping spree. When playing alongside LeBron James, what matters most is undoubtedly the three-point shot and defense. If one were to inquire which superstar a sharpshooter would prefer to partner with, the unequivocal answer would be LeBron James. Beside him, there is no need to dominate the ball. One merely needs to position oneself aptly, and James will effortlessly deliver the ball into your hands. However, it is crucial to bear in mind that if you find yourself in an excellent position during a critical moment, he will not hesitate to pass the ball to you. So be prepared to embrace the responsibility at any given time. Wang Chen believed that his archetype should be configured as a Bradley who autonomously initiates offensive plays. He aspired to be one of the sharpshooters alongside LeBron James, possessing a certain degree of self-sufficient scoring ability during dry spells. For one-on-one duels, he considered options such as Lou Williams for 500 coins and Jamal Crawford also for 500 coins. The step-back jumper of James Harden was priced at 1,000 coins, while Kevin Durant's limitless pull-up shot cost the same. After weighing the pros and cons, Wang Chen opted for Crawford's one-on-one skill, as it proved to be the most cost-effective choice. Crawford is renowned as the king of one-on-one battles in the NBA, and he stands as the strongest active sixth man. The remaining points were allocated to speed, acceleration, defense, and finishing three-pointers. Upon completing his adjustments, Wang Chen's overall rating reached 75. Host, Wang Chen overall rating, 75 title. A player with a certain degree of autonomous offensive capability and a hint of D. Badges, corner specialist, catch and shoot, defensive stopper. DeRozan's dribble move, Crawford's one-on-one badge. Skill, enlightening radiance coins, 1,000. Wang Chen decided to save 1,000 ball coins for future use. However, this recent expenditure left him feeling as though he had once again become destitute. With tears in his eyes, Wang Chen entered the three-point training module, commencing his simulated practice while earning some game currency. Chapter 17. Jeremy Lin. On March 14, 2014, the Miami Heat faced off against the Denver Nuggets at home. After 4 quarters of intense competition, the Heat narrowly triumphed, winning 115-111, a mere 4-point advantage over the Nuggets. At this juncture, the Denver team was no longer the formidable Western Conference contender led by Carmelo Anthony, who was now in Serbia, leisurely riding a horse while sipping cola. Nevertheless, the Nuggets still boasted formidable players such as Ty Lawson and Kenneth Farid, making them a force to be reckoned with. The Heat solidified their position at the top of the Eastern Conference once again. In this match, the trio of Heat superstars combined for an impressive 71 points. But Wang Chen's performance was also noteworthy. He contributed 8 points and 2 assists, displaying a commendable effort. In the third quarter, Wang executed a splendid crossover reminiscent of Darren Williams, evading the defense of Randy Foye, which led to an assist for Ray Allen's successful three-pointer. This moment was featured in the day's top 5 plays. Following this game, the Heat would welcome their next opponent, the Houston Rockets. On March 16th at the American Airlines Arena, the Huagua Television Network presented the NBA regular season broadcast, with host Yu Jia introducing special guest, Mr. Zhang Healy. Today's matchup saw the reigning champions, the Miami Heat, with a record of 46 wins and 16 losses, facing the Houston Rockets. The Heat held the top spot in the East, though the Indiana Pacers closely trailed by just half a game. It was imperative for the Heat to secure this victory to maintain their lead and home court advantage against all Eastern teams. The Rockets had acquired the formidable Dwight Howard this season, joining forces with James Harden and had made significant improvements, currently holding a record of 44 wins and 21 losses, ranking 4th in the West. In their previous encounter on March 4th, the Rockets narrowly defeated the Heat by 3 points, Rockets 106, Heat 103, making this match a prime opportunity for the Heat to seek revenge. In addition to the much-anticipated duel between the two Jameses, there was also a notable matchup between the two Chinese players, Jeremy Lin and Wang Chen, both vital to their respective teams' rotations. Their performances poised to impact the outcome of the game. Meanwhile, in the TNT studio, Shaquille O'Neal jested, "Congratulations, Sir Charles, on your second encounter with the donkey's rear." Charles Barkley reclined in his chair, looking despondent. "Come on, baby." O'Neal clapped his hands as Reggie Miller entered with a donkey in tow. "Stay away from us." Barkley's humorous formulas were shared. If Yao Ming scores 19 points against Shaquille O'Neal, he kisses the donkey's rear. If Wang Chen exceeds 20 points in any game, he kisses the donkey's rear as well. "Don't worry, Mr. Sir. It's not the first time. You'll get used to it." Barkley, a world formed solely from my injuries. Ultimately, under the watchful gaze of everyone in the studio, Barkley tenderly kissed the donkey's rear. The studio erupted with laughter. Once again, NBA fans around the globe witnessed Barkley's audacious act of kissing a donkey's backside. A notification chimed, signaling the completion of a hidden achievement. Barkley had kissed the donkey. Rewards were bestowed: the skill of Korver's pinpoint three-point shooting and the defensive prowess of Beverly's tenacity. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, who was warming up, appeared bewildered. What was happening? Such serendipity? Without lifting a finger, he had been granted 2 skills, both of which were desperately needed by him as a 3D player. "Sir Barkley, I implore you to disdain me more next time. As it stands, I, Wang Chen, am merely a novice in the NBA. Please, belittle me further, I beg of you." "Hey," Wang Chen approached a friendly figure clad in a Rockets number 7 training uniform. "Hey, Jeremy," Wang Chen exclaimed with joy, embracing Lin Shaheo. In his previous life, he had greatly admired Lin Shaheo, who had demonstrated that Asian guards could rival any white or black guard in the NBA. Leading a frail and struggling Knicks team to a 9-game winning streak in the absence of a core leader had solidified Lin's reputation in the annals of NBA history. "Are you accustomed to life in the States?" "Of course, I have fully adapted to the NBA now," Wang Chen replied, catching a ball tossed by the trainer and sinking a three-pointer. "You might want to be cautious. I fear my shooting prowess today might overwhelm you." Lin Shaheo chuckled humbly. "We shall see whose skills prevail in the game. Let us give it our all." In the Chinese studio, the starting lineups were unveiled. For the Rockets, Patrick Beverley, James Harden, Chandler Parsons, Terrence Jones, and Dwight Howard. For the Heat, Mario Chalmers, Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, Shane Battier, and Chris Bosh. As the two teams faced off for the jump ball, Howard seized the possession, initiating the Rockets' offense. Harden held the ball against Wade, while Howard swiftly penetrated the paint. Harden executed a brilliant pass. The Heat's paint was unguarded, allowing Howard to finish with an alley-oop. Bosh inbounded the ball with a quarterback-style long pass to the advancing James, as the Rockets failed to retreat defensively, resulting in a thunderous dunk by James. Both teams engaged in an offensive frenzy during the first quarter. It was destined to be a high-scoring affair. Suddenly, the referee's whistle pierced the air as James Harden drew a shooting foul from Wade. This marked Wade's 3rd foul, placing him in a precarious position. The score stood at 20-18, with the Rockets trailing by 2 points as the game entered an official timeout. Coach Spoelstra gazed intently at the tactical board, casting a glance at Wade, who had accumulated 3 fouls. "Wang, you shall replace Wade in the shooting guard position. Ray, come in for Chalmers. Shortly, LeBron will assume the role of point guard. On the defensive end, Allen, you will match up against Harden, while you, Wang, will take on their point guard." Wang Chen had not anticipated his early appearance on the court today. However, Coach Spoelstra, in a bid to protect Wade, had no choice but to let him step onto the floor ahead of schedule. Upon returning from the timeout, the Heat saw Ray Allen replace Chalmers, while Wang Chen took the place of the foul-plagued Wade. The Rockets also made adjustments, with Modiajunas substituting for Jones and Jeremy Lin coming on for Beverley. At that moment, the NBA audience from Huagua was exhilarated. Both Lin and Wang were on the court simultaneously. While earlier matchups featured Yao Ming against Wang Zhizhi and then Yao against Yi Jianlian, these were all instances of tall Chinese players facing off in the NBA. This time, however, it was a historic encounter between Huagua guards in the NBA. Wang Chen versus Jeremy Lin. Let us see who truly reigns as the premier Huagua guard. It seemed likely that Lin would take the title, given his wealth of experience in the NBA compared to Wang Chen. Yet, Wang Chen was no slouch. He had previously come off the bench to help the Heat stage comebacks against the Spurs and Nets. Enough debate. Let the game commence. Beep. The system initiated 2 temporary tasks. Would he accept them? Wang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 18, 2 tasks. Temporary Task 1, the strongest Asian American point guard. Task requirements: outperform or match Jeremy Lin in scoring, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks. Reward: 100 coins, Lin Frenzy Mode. Temporary Task 2, the strongest James. Task requirements: in this world, there exists only one who claims the title G-O-A-T, and that is LeBron James. Assist King James in winning this battle of the Titans. Task reward: King James. Lin Frenzy Mode. Earn the trust of your coach and become the core of the team. Showcasing exceptional performance. This only activates if defined as a grassroots player by the public. King James. The prowess of the legendary James directly transfers to the host. Referencing the 2007 Eastern Conference showdown of James versus the Pistons 5. Usable once a week. If this game is a pivotal playoff match, it will automatically trigger. Automatic triggers do not count against the usage limit. Wow, such splendid offerings from the system. I accept all. As the timeout concluded, Harden stepped to the free throw line, sinking both shots. The score was tied, 20-20. On the other end, James brought the ball past half-court, while Wang Chen began to move without the ball. Closely matched against none other than Jeremy Lin. The recorded footage of Wang Chen's 2 regular season games has disseminated widely across the internet. Most coaches believe that this player possesses the capability to single-handedly alter the course of an NBA game. However, his defensive skills, offensive consistency, and physical prowess have yet to reach the standards of the NBA. Nonetheless, to mitigate any unforeseen outbursts of brilliance from Wang Chen during the match, Rockets head coach Kevin McHale has entrusted this task to Jeremy Lin. Lin maintains a close watch, fully aware that Wang Chen excels at executing a series of 3-point shots, which could empower the bench players to create a significant advantage and overturn a deficit. Yet, leveraging Chris Bosh's screen, Wang Chen found himself in a prime position, as LeBron James delivered an exquisite pass, effortlessly placing the ball in Wang Chen's hands. Wang Chen executed a 3-point shot, yet he sensed a tug on his arm. The ball was released, but it was indeed affected by Jeremy Lin's interference. Lin discreetly made contact with Wang Chen, cleverly concealing the foul through a mismatch. Wang Chen's 3-point attempt went awry, allowing Howard to seize the rebound and swiftly pass the ball to Jeremy Lin. Upon receiving the ball, Lin accelerated with remarkable speed. Racing down the court, confronted by a retreating Ray Allen, he charged forward and executed a layup with finesse. Lin's speed was indisputable, rivaling that of any guard in the NBA. The Rockets took the lead. However, Ray Allen was not one to remain passive. After a quick run to the corner, he found himself open and, upon receiving the pass, sank a 3-pointer in response. As Lin advanced the ball into the half-court, Harden immediately signaled for it, indicating his desire for a one-on-one opportunity. With the ball in his possession, Harden faced Allen's defense and called for a pick from Modiajunas, only for the defender to switch to Sean Battier. Yet, Harden opted to bypass the immediate defender, requesting Lin to set a screen, which shifted his defender to Wang Chen. "Hey, rookie, I've heard you've been making waves lately. Let us engage in a one-on-one and see what you're truly made of," Harden declared. Before executing a swift change of direction and attacking the Heat's paint, Wang Chen clung to Harden like a stubborn plaster, while Beverly's relentless dog defense left Harden struggling to find an opportunity during this offensive play. Wang Chen's defensive intensity is marked by a commendable aggression. From the sidelines, Coach Spoelstra's eyes light up. Although this style of defense may appear somewhat immature, Wang Chen's performance on the court has evolved beyond merely allowing opponents to dictate the play. Ultimately, during this offensive play, Harden's attempt falters, and Wang Chen seizes a defensive rebound, passing the ball to James. Upon receiving the ball, James immediately accelerates, executing a thunderous dunk in the unguarded frontcourt of the Rockets. 22-25. Unwilling to yield, Harden utilizes Howard's screen for a wide-ranging pass, delivering the ball to Ariza at a 45-degree angle on the left. Ariza, wide open, sinks a 3-pointer. James, with the ball, faces Parsons and signals for the court to spread out. As Parsons draws closer, James disregards his presence, powering through him to score with a layup. On the Rockets side, Harden also retaliates, executing his signature step-back 3-pointer over Ray Allen's defense. It's good. The first quarter has transformed into a fierce offensive battle. Both teams appear to exert effort in defense, yet the offensive prowess remains too potent to contain. As the first quarter concludes, the score stands at 33-31, with the Heat leading by 2 points thanks to James's buzzer-beating mid-range jumper. During the timeout, Coach Spoelstra emphasizes the need to bolster their defense against the Rockets, particularly focusing on a strategic plan for Harden, repeatedly instructing the players to refrain from reaching in. Do not reach in. Do not reach in. Do not reach in. Such a vital point bears reiteration. After commending Wang Chen's defensive advancements, he articulates several offensive strategies as the second quarter commences. For the Heat, the lineup includes Chalmers, Wang Chen, Ray Allen, Lewis, and Anderson. The Rockets field Lin, Beverly, Daniels, Modiajunas, and Asik. The match resumes with the Rockets in possession. Lin orchestrates the offense, passing the ball to Modiajunas before swiftly relocating to the corner. Modiajunas, receiving the ball, backs down against Lewis, just as he prepares to pivot for a shot. Anderson leaps high, swatting the ball away. Ray Allen secures the ball and pushes forward rapidly. Utilizing a teammate's screen, he halts for a jump shot, which finds the net with certainty. The Heat's morale surges, eliciting cheers from the fans. Following the Rockets inbound, Beverly advances the ball past half court. After surveying the court, he passes to Daniels. Without hesitation, Daniels rises for a jump shot, but alas, the ball ricochets off the rim. Fortunately, Asik claims the rebound and returns the ball to Lin. With time dwindling on the shot clock, Lin opts for a one-on-one against Wang Chen. He deftly maneuvers the ball, seeking an opportunity to break through. However, Wang Chen's tenacious defense leaves no openings. In the final moments, Lin attempts a contested jump shot, but Wang Chen swiftly reaches in from the left, knocking the ball out of bounds. The ball went out of bounds, granting the Rockets a baseline throw-in. Jeremy Lin felt as though he had once more been plunged into a training match, reminiscent of the fierce and unyielding demeanor exhibited by Beverly. It was akin to the raw desperation that arises from the depths of hardship, an insatiable hunger driving one to seize every morsel of sustenance available. Although Lin hailed from a middle-class background, while not affluent, he had never known true want. He struggled to comprehend such relentless obsession. Consequently, the starting point guard position was claimed by Beverly. As he cast a disdainful glance at the defeated Lin, Beverly's eyes brimmed with contempt. He harbored a deep-seated aversion for those who came from comfortable circumstances, appearing well-mannered, yet dared to compete with him. For heaven's sake, he was here to scrape by, not to engage in a frivolous game. Why, when you could easily secure your own sustenance, would you seek to encroach upon my livelihood? Wang Chen's fair complexion immediately led Beverly to label him similarly to Jeremy Lin. Lin, leave this one to me, Beverly declared with a cruel smile. Since he wishes to pursue his dreams in the NBA, I shall shatter them. Chapter 19. Black, Beverly. Jeremy Lin remained silent. Patrick, why not let Wang be mine? Lin was acutely aware of the character of his teammate before him. He held a natural disdain for those born into privilege. Lin acknowledged that he could not embody Beverly's ruthlessness, yet for the time being, they were teammates, bound by a normal competitive relationship, and he would not be subjected to Beverly's whims. Beverly was adamant about guarding Wang Chen, and Lin, unable to resist him, acquiesced to the positional switch. The game continued, and Parsons received the ball, sinking a long-range two-pointer. Wang Chen's defender had transformed from Jeremy Lin to Patrick Beverly. A sharp intake of breath escaped Wang Chen. Beverly was indeed a fierce competitor. On April 25, 2013, during the second game of the first round between the Rockets and the Thunder, Beverly inflicted an injury on Russell Westbrook. Following an examination, Westbrook was diagnosed with a torn meniscus in his right knee, which sidelined him for the remainder of the playoff season. His defensive maneuvers could be characterized as aggressive and exceedingly intense. However, Wang Chen harbored no fear in the face of such challenges. With the system at his disposal, he felt empowered to conquer the world. Should Beverly wish to engage in any antics, Wang Chen was more than willing to indulge him. Wang Chen dribbled the ball as Beverly closely shadowed him. While defending Wang Chen, he incessantly collided with him, attempting to disrupt his rhythm. Hey, pretty boy, can you withstand the intensity of the NBA? Beverly provocatively whispered in Wang Chen's ear. Wang Chen furrowed his brow slightly, yet chose not to engage with Beverly's trash talk, fully aware that the most effective retort on the court was to deliver an outstanding performance. At that moment, Wang Chen seized the ball, poised to take on Beverly in a one-on-one confrontation. With deft skill, he executed a change of direction, leaving Beverly momentarily off balance. Wang Chen leapt to execute a mid-range jump shot, the basketball tracing a graceful arc through the air before swishing through the net. A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. Beverly, wide-eyed, was astonished that this seemingly frail Eastern player possessed such formidable prowess. Humph, just wait for the ball. Jeremy Lin, holding the ball, saw Beverly emerge from the corner, creating an opportunity for an open shot. Lin passed the ball to him, and Beverly, at a 45-degree angle on the left, took a direct shot from beyond the arc. Your three-point arrow is the flame of hell, Beverly howled to the heavens, glaring fiercely at Wang Chen. The home crowd of the Heat responded with a cacophony of boos. Wang Chen advanced with the ball, while Beverly deliberately applied pressure, his gaze brimming with provocation. Sensing Beverly's animosity, Wang Chen's lips curled into a subtle smirk. He swiftly changed direction, attempting to penetrate Beverly's defense. Yet Beverly's formidable physique effectively thwarted his advance. Wang Chen did not falter. He executed a series of feints, seeking an opportunity to release the ball. At that moment, he discerned an opening and leaped to take a shot. Beverly, noticing this, promptly sprang into action, extending his arm in an attempt to block the shot. However, Wang Chen deftly adjusted his position mid-air, activating the Crawford one-on-one badge, and released the ball, which sailed through the air in a graceful arc before swishing through the net. Cheers erupted from the sidelines as Wang Chen calmly regarded Beverly, who glared fiercely at him, internally competing. SPO and the trio of stars on the bench exchanged glances. Recognizing the singular offensive prowess that Wang Chen had not previously showcased, until now, he had only exhibited his audacious three-point shooting. Wang Chen is akin to a treasure trove, seemingly harboring numerous secrets awaiting discovery. In the subsequent round, Lin Shoheo assists Parsons, who attempts a layup, only to be thwarted by the formidable Birdman, Anderson. Lewis seizes the defensive rebound and passes the ball to Wang Chen. Wang Chen swiftly advanced with the ball, once more facing off against Beverly in a one-on-one encounter. Beverly utilized his physicality to challenge Wang Chen. After being successfully outmaneuvered by Wang Chen for 2 consecutive scores, Beverly felt his pride somewhat compromised. Now, as Wang Chen prepared to attempt a third shot, Beverly remained intensely focused on his defense, resolutely determined not to allow Wang Chen to score so effortlessly again. Upon receiving the ball, Wang Chen chose not to drive, but instead, from beyond the three-point line, executed a pull-up shot right over Beverly. Crawford's one-on-one badge and pull-up three-point badge were activated simultaneously. Beverly leaped with all his might in an attempt to block the shot. Yet the ball swished through the net effortlessly. This audacious three-pointer sent the entire crowd into a frenzy, while Beverly felt a profound sense of humiliation. The score now stood at 40-34. Wang Chen, with his remarkable individual prowess, single-handedly widened the score gap. He cast an angry glare at Wang Chen, his eyes brimming with a mixture of resentment and helplessness. Beverly, renowned for his tenacious defense, found himself repeatedly outscored by Wang Chen, a blow to his pride. He silently vowed to reclaim his dignity in the forthcoming match, determined not to allow Wang Chen to continue his audacious displays. Wang Chen appeared remarkably composed, not allowing himself to be swept away by the triumph of his three-point shot. He understood that the game was far from over. Beverly would undoubtedly intensify his defensive efforts. He needed to remain focused and continue to leverage his advantages. The atmosphere on the court grew increasingly tense, with players on both sides acutely aware of the mounting pressure. The clash between Beverly and Wang Chen became the focal point of the match, with everyone eagerly anticipating their forthcoming performances. As the Rockets regained possession, Jeremy Lin utilized Asic's screen to penetrate near the free throw line, lofting the ball to Modiajunas stationed at the left baseline. Modiajunas executed a graceful turnaround and scored with a soft hook shot. Lewis found himself unable to keep pace with the vigorous offensive strides of the younger players. In the Heat's next possession, Wang Chen called for the ball from Chalmers, who reluctantly passed it to him. There was little choice. The coach insisted that this lineup was designed to allow the shooters to unleash their potential, rewarding the one who was in the best rhythm. Wang Chen and Beverly continued their one-on-one duel. Beverly, with a fierce glint in his eyes and a palpable hostility, declared, "Rookie, you shall not score another point. I will employ every means necessary to thwart your attempts." His tone was resolute, exuding an unwavering confidence in his defensive prowess. He then added, "Think of Westbrook. That man is a beast, yet my defense rendered him utterly ineffective. I doubt your physique surpasses his." Upon finishing, Beverly wore a smug smile, seeking to discern fear or unease in Wang Chen's gaze. However, Wang Chen remained unfazed by his taunts, responding with a calm smile. "Then let us see what you can do." Wang Chen's gaze was resolute and filled with confidence, as if he regarded Beverly with utter indifference. He understood that to become an exceptional player, one must confront and conquer various challenges, rather than fearing an opponent like Beverly. He perceived it as a valuable opportunity for personal growth. Wang Chen deftly maneuvered to the left, with Beverly closely trailing him. Darren executed a swift change of direction. Wang Chen skillfully maneuvered to shift Beverly's center of gravity, causing Beverly to nearly stumble. However, Beverly quickly regained his footing and lunged directly toward Wang Chen. Wang Chen did not evade. Instead, he opted for a mid-range jump shot. Beverly's hand struck against Wang Chen's, yet he released the ball. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. The ball traced a graceful arc through the sky, landing securely in the net. 2-1. The 2 points were valid, accompanied by an additional free throw. Chapter 20. A drizzle of points with Wang Chen's remarkable 2-1. An exuberant cheer erupted from the Heat's home crowd. Wang, Wang, Wang. Under the spotlight of the American Airlines arena, the echoes of his name resonated throughout the venue. Wang Chen had accomplished it, in the face of Beverly's fierce defense. He dismantled it with his mid-range shots, his drives, and his three-pointers. Scoring 9 points single-handedly, he significantly widened the gap for the Heat. Standing at the free throw line, he confidently sank his shot. The current score stood at 42-36, with the Heat leading by 6 points. Wang Chen displayed remarkable prowess in singles, consistently penetrating Beverly's defense to score successfully. This gradually unsettled Beverly's mindset, leading him to become increasingly impatient and anxious. In the subsequent offensive play, eager to regain his composure, Beverly attempted to force his way past Wang Chen, launching a desperate three-point shot that clanged off the rim. Wang Chen swiftly seized the rebound, poised to launch a counterattack. However, at that moment, Beverly had succumbed to irrationality. He could not comprehend how, despite his formidable defense, this Asian player, lacking the prowess of a superstar, could score so effortlessly before him. No, he was Patrick Beverly, the man who had famously contained Russell Westbrook. He was determined to annihilate this player. Just as he had dismantled Westbrook's flawless season, there was no way he would allow this individual to gain fame at his expense. Beverly's eyes reddened with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Wang Chen, charging forward with reckless abandon. He feigned an attempt to steal the ball from the advancing Wang Chen, all the while concealing a well-prepared elbow strike aimed at him. If one wished to score at his expense, they would surely pay the price. Wang Chen had long anticipated that Beverly would become anxious. With a clever manipulation of visual distortion, Wang Chen feigned a fall to the ground, clutching his body in apparent agony due to Beverly's foul. The referee promptly sounded the whistle, adjudging Beverly guilty of the infraction. Bewildered, Beverly wondered how it was possible that he had done anything wrong, questioning how such a slight contact could result in such a dramatic collapse. A cacophony of boos erupted from the crowd, and the irascible Anderson, disregarding the unfolding chaos, charged directly at Beverly, leading to a forceful chest bump that left Beverly dazed. Players from both the Rockets and the Heat began to converge, rallying in defense of their teammates. The situation escalated towards uncontrollable chaos. The referee swiftly intervened, separating the two sides and initiating a video review. LeBron James and Dwayne Wade approached the officials, engaging in fervent discourse in an attempt to exert pressure on the refereeing crew. Harden too joined the fray, arguing on behalf of Beverly, who sought to clarify that his actions were not malicious, asserting he had not even made contact. Damn it, that crafty Eastern player. Ultimately, our black sheep was ejected from the game, and Anderson received a technical foul for his actions. The audience at the American Airlines Center rose collectively, showering the court with derisive jeers, an outcome befitting Beverly. Reveling in the cheers of the away fans, Beverly even mimicked Allen Iverson's listening gesture, prompting an even louder chorus of boos. As he made his way to the players' tunnel, Beverly glanced back at the prostrate Wang Chen, a cryptic smile gracing his lips before disappearing into the corridor. Beep. Detection confirmed that the host had caught Beverly's intriguing gaze, triggering a long-term mission to triumph over the teams led by Beverly in every head-to-head encounter. Stage rewards included a speed potion for a single victory, a shooting package for a pull-up shot with a 10 success rate after 5 victories, and an increase of 100 to stamina after 10 victories. Very well. A new experience challenge had arisen. As Wang Chen lay on the ground with an eerie smile, he inadvertently sent a shiver down the spine of his teammate assisting him. It was indeed rather unsettling. Wang Chen was lifted from the ground by his teammates, as the referee approached to inquire about Wang Chen's physical condition. Asking whether he required a moment of respite, Wang Chen silently approached the free throw line, preparing to execute his shot as the referee called for 2 free throws and 1 attempt. At the free throw line, Wang Chen took a deep breath and confidently sank the ball. The score stood at 43-36, with the Heat leading by 7 points. Beverley's ejection forced McHale to send Harden onto the court prematurely. Coach Spoelstra also substituted Chalmers and Ray Allen, bringing in Kerr and James. Harden requested the ball from Lin Shaheo, who passed it to him. Facing Wang Chen beyond the three-point line, Harden suddenly accelerated, attempting to break through, while Wang Chen closely pursued, aiming to swipe the ball. Observing this, Harden lifted his hand and executed a sweeping motion. The referee's whistle blew, calling a foul on Wang Chen, resulting in 2 free throws, a signature foul drawn by Harden. Wang Chen, filled with frustration, tapped his head. Before him stood the league's foremost master of drawing fouls, and no matter what he did, the opponent managed to reach in and seize the ball. The referee's decision was final, and Wang Chen resigned himself to the outcome. Harden stepped to the free throw line, converting both attempts flawlessly. Meanwhile, James held the ball and spotted the unguarded Norris Cole, delivering a brilliant pass to him. Cole launched a three-pointer, but it clanged off the rim. Asic secured the defensive rebound and swiftly passed the ball back to Harden, who propelled the play forward without allowing Cole a moment to lament his missed opportunity. The scene was set for a one-on-one confrontation between Harden and Cole. As Harden dribbled, he kept his gaze fixed on Cole, his rhythm unbroken. Suddenly, he executed a deft change of direction, leveraging his physicality to accelerate towards the basket. Cole stumbled heavily within the restricted area, and the referee promptly signaled a blocking foul against him. The ball grazed the backboard and found its way into the hoop. Harden scored with finesse, drawing the foul for a potential three-point play, 2-1. Cole could only sit on the floor, staring at the ball in dismay, while Coach Spoelstra furrowed his brow. Sensing impending trouble, Harden's offensive prowess was ignited. Harden approached the free throw line and successfully made his shot. The score now stood at 43-41, with the Rockets narrowing the gap to a mere 2 points. On the other end, the Heat initiated their offense. Wang Chen passed the ball to Cole, who advanced past half-court. Harden's eyes flickered, signaling Jeremy Lin to apply full-court pressure on Cole. Lin understood immediately, joining Harden and forcing Cole towards the baseline. Cole found himself in a precarious situation, confronted by the relentless duo of Harden and Lin. He attempted to pass the ball to Wang Chen but realized that Lin was too close to intercept, and Harden was also within striking distance. Spotting Anderson at the far end, he aimed to fling the ball his way. However, Harden had already anticipated Cole's pass. The moment Cole released the ball, Harden's swift hand snatched it away. He then sprinted towards the Heat's basket. It felt as though the Rockets had commenced their full-court press in the second quarter, and Cole sensed he had become a target. In truth, it wasn't personal. The Rockets unanimously regarded Norris Cole as the weakest link on the Heat's roster. Wang Chen hastily retreated, closely trailing the plump figure charging ahead. Facing the defensive Wang Chen, Harden suddenly executed a step back, opting to launch a three-point shot with precision. Wang Chen lunged forward. The moment he did, regret washed over him, and he longed to slap himself across the face, lamenting how his impulses often outpaced his thoughts. It was all over. Harden smiled slightly, a knowing look in his eyes. "Rookie, you've fallen for it." With that, he executed his signature foul-inducing maneuver, leaning heavily against Wang Chen and releasing the ball, while dramatically collapsing to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul on a three-point attempt. Wang Chen stood there, the words of Harden and the referee's whistle resonating like whispers from a demon, dousing him with a cold splash of reality amidst his fervent state. Harden approached the free throw line and confidently sank all 3 shots. The score now stood at 43-44, with the Rockets taking a 1-point lead. Only 4 minutes remained until the conclusion of the second quarter. Chapter 21, One-on-One with Harden. In a mere minute, Wang Chen was fouled twice by Harden. In a bid to protect Wang, Coach Spoelstra substituted him, allowing Wade to take the court. Wade embraced Wang, saying, "You did splendidly, rookie. The remainder is in the hands of us veterans." Coach Spoelstra also nodded in acknowledgement of Wang's performance, and the audience rose in applause. The Heat fans have embraced Wang, this remarkable young talent from China. Chalmers and Cole, however, bore grim expressions. As Wang excelled, their court time dwindled, leaving them feeling their positions on the team were under threat. Once Wang exited the game, he began to analyze the system's task data comparisons. In terms of scoring, Lin had 7 points, while Wang achieved 10. Lin had no rebounds, whereas Wang secured 1. In assists, Lin recorded 2, while Wang remained at 0. For other statistics, both players were scoreless. In terms of plus-minus, both stood at 10. If assists improve, the task remains quite achievable. Nonetheless, The immediate priority is to secure victory. The name King James alone signifies the substantial value of this reward. Wang Chen remained on the bench for the entirety of the remaining time until the conclusion of the second quarter. The score was locked at 53-53, with both teams evenly matched. As halftime arrived, the players of the Heat retreated to their locker room to rest and recalibrate their focus. Coach Spoelstra stood before the tactical board, gazing at his players with a serious expression, declaring, "Listen up, everyone. We played well in the first half, but we must not let our guard down in the second half." He paused momentarily before continuing, "Particularly concerning Harden, we must handle him with caution. We should minimize our fouls against him to avoid granting him opportunities to draw fouls. If possible, encourage him to drive from the right side, as this will limit his offensive options." Simultaneously, Coach Spoelstra turned his gaze to Wang Chen, sitting nearby, and offered a satisfied smile. "Wang Chen, you have performed admirably. Maintain this offensive momentum, and when the time comes for substitutions, I will designate you as the primary offensive option for the team. Just unleash your potential." Hearing the coach's praise, Wang Chen smiled knowingly, feeling a surge of delight. Being given the freedom to shoot equated to possessing the unrestricted offensive authority of the second unit. This would surely give Howe a run for his money. Apologies, Howe. Subsequently, Coach Spoelstra began outlining the tactical arrangements for the second half, while the players listened attentively, occasionally offering their own insights and suggestions. In conclusion, Spoelstra encouraged everyone, saying, "Gentlemen, let us focus on our defense in the second half. We will secure an easy victory in this game." Following Coach Spoelstra's motivational speech, the players rose from their seats and exited the locker room. As the second half commenced, both teams maintained their starting lineups, except for Lin Shaheo, who replaced the ejected Beverly. In the early stages of the third quarter, LeBron and Wade relentlessly attacked the basket, utilizing their prowess to assist Bosh and Battier, who both successfully sank three-pointers. However, the Rockets were not to be outdone. Howard wreaked havoc on the Heat's vulnerable interior defense, while Harden continued to rain down points. With 4 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Wang Chen was substituted onto the court by Coach Spo. "Wang, unleash your potential. In this lineup, you possess the liberty to shoot freely. I will instruct the other 4 players on the court to support you," Coach Spo advised. "Do not feel overwhelmed. Simply focus on keeping the score close." James patted Wang Chen on the back, saying, "I am fully prepared to take charge of this game." Wang Chen nodded silently, expressing his confidence in accomplishing the task at hand. As for merely keeping pace with the score, no, it is inconceivable to settle for that. I am fully prepared to dominate this game, my friend. Upon the resumption of play, the Heat deployed Chalmers, Wang Chen, James, Battier, and Bosh. The Rockets, on the other hand, sent out Lin, Harden, Parsons, Jones, and Howard. The current score stood at 68-68, with possession belonging to the Rockets. Lin advanced with the ball, and upon reaching the arc, he sought to pass to Harden, who found himself matched up against Wang Chen. "Rookie, do you wish to continue drawing fouls? You are already burdened with 2 fouls. Another couple could see you benched. Playing time is crucial for you newcomers, is it not? Should you accrue a few more fouls, you might find yourself sidelined. Perhaps we should switch up the matchups, young man. You are merely a rookie, with a promising future ahead. If I were to overwhelm you, leaving you devoid of confidence, how would I explain that to Yao?" Harden incessantly taunted Wang Chen, yet the latter remained unperturbed. Beverly unleashed his relentless defense, generating immense pressure that bore down on Harden. He concealed the weight of that pressure deep within as he dribbled swiftly past his opponent, charging towards the hoop. Wang Chen closely pursued, attempting to thwart his advance. Harden broke through to the 45-degree angle, suddenly leaping into the air for a mid-range jump shot. Wang Chen soared high, executing a vertical leap, his arms outstretched to obstruct Harden's line of attack. Bosh secured the defensive rebound. "Well done, rookie." Wade, from the bench, erupted in applause. Invigorated by Wang Chen's successful defense, Harden cast a surprised glance at Wang Chen, astonished by his sudden display of defensive acumen. Realizing he did not need to extend his hands at all. Were those taunts uttered in vain? He had hoped to rattle the young player for a more advantageous offensive opportunity. No, he must devise a way to show that young man who was in charge. Seizing the moment, the Heat initiated a fast break. Bosh swiftly passed to Wang Chen, who, upon receiving the ball, executed a long-distance throw to the front court where James awaited. James delivered a thunderous dunk, dominating the court. Who could rival him? 70-68. The Heat broke the deadlock. The Rockets quickly called for a timeout, and McHale had but one directive: feed the ball to Harden. He then exchanged a few words with Harden and made a gesture. Harden smiled knowingly. Let this rain of points pour down even more fiercely. As the game resumed, Harden once again took control of the ball, this time proceeding with utmost caution, rhythmically shifting his pace in search of an opportunity to break through. Wang Chen remained utterly focused on his defense, granting Harden no room to maneuver. Suddenly, Harden accelerated, breaking to the left, with Wang Chen closely trailing him. However, with a deft feint, Harden shifted to the right, eluding Wang Chen. Inside, Bosh had been waiting patiently, leaping high beneath the basket in an attempt to block Harden's layup. Harden, undeterred in midair, maneuvered the ball skillfully between the arms of the Dragon King before releasing it into the air. The referee's whistle pierced the arena. Bosh had committed a shooting foul. Every member of the Heat had been drawn into fouling Harden, each now with 2 fouls to their name. Harden approached the free throw line, effortlessly sinking both shots. The Rockets narrowed the gap, tying the score at 70-70, placing both teams on equal footing once again. The contest intensified, with each side exchanging relentless blows, refusing to yield. Chapter 22. The definitive three-pointer. As the third quarter concluded, the scoreboard read 81-80, with the Heat maintaining a slender lead as they entered the fourth quarter. During a timeout, Coach Spoelstra sat confidently, exuding an air of certainty about the outcome. In a short while, the lineup would likely consist of Wang Chen, Allen, James, Battier, and Bosh. Gentlemen, it's time to seal this game, he declared. LeBron will orchestrate the plays, and the rest of you simply need to maneuver beyond the three-point line. Once the shots start falling, this game will be ours. I believe in your capabilities. We are the reigning champions. 1, 2, 3, let's go. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Rockets fielded a lineup of Lin, Harden, Parsons, Modiagenas, and Asic. The Rockets prepared for a baseline inbound play. Harden brought the ball up the court, immediately showcasing an intense offensive desire. He dribbled swiftly past defenders, advancing into the front court, charging directly toward the basket from the left side at a 45-degree angle. Wang Chen followed him, intent on thwarting his advance. Harden dribbled the ball to the left baseline, at which point he leaped and released the ball high into the air. Wang Chen leaped high, attempting to contest Harden's shot. However, the arc of Harden's floater was too elevated, rendering it unreachable. The two-pointer found its mark. What a splendid shot! The Heat inbound the ball, and upon receiving it, Wang Chen accelerated without hesitation, driving towards the basket before abruptly pulling back. Jeremy Lin, wary of Wang Chen's three-point prowess, moved forward, inadvertently granting Wang Chen ample space for a breakthrough. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Chen confidently navigated past Lin, while Asic, with his formidable physique, rushed in an attempt to obstruct Wang Chen's advance. Wang Chen lifted his gaze and observed a dark figure swiftly darting from the left. He promptly tossed the ball high into the air, surpassing Asic. James charged in from the left, leaping elegantly to perform a one-handed slam dunk, forcefully driving the ball into the hoop. The crowd erupted in exhilaration. With a splendid assist, Wang Chen executed a magnificent alley-oop, and LeBron, fully attuned, completed the thunderous dunk. The chemistry between Wang Chen and the trio of Heat stars has undeniably flourished. In hindsight, Wang Chen's assertion holds true. He is indeed the quintessential guard to complement the Heat's triumvirate. This was a performance worthy of the top 10 place. The game continued, and the Rockets regained possession, with Jeremy Lin advancing the ball into the Heat's half, utilizing a screen to penetrate towards the basket. Wang Chen skillfully maneuvered around the cover, closely trailing Jeremy Lin. Lin sensed the pressure and found it challenging to handle the ball, reminiscent of Patrick Beverley's interference during practice matches. As Lin glanced towards the distant Parsons, he noticed an absence of defenders in that area. Consequently, Lin executed a bounce pass. At that moment, a player clad in Heat attire, Sean Battier, emerged before Parsons and intercepted the ball, having anticipated Lin's pass. Following the steal, Battier swiftly relayed the ball to James, who immediately surged forward at full speed, heading straight for the Rockets' basket. Parsons quickly retreated on defense, keeping pace with James. As James approached the hoop, Parsons was merely half a body length behind, making it difficult for James to attempt the layup. In the corner, a flash of red and white darted by, prompting James to act decisively. He executed a no-look pass to the player in the corner. Wang Chen received the ball, inhaled deeply, and surveyed his surroundings. No defenders in sight. What a splendid opportunity! With such a prime chance, the obvious choice was to assist. Lin Shaheo was still a tad short on assists, so accumulating a few was certainly justifiable. I am determined to fulfill the grand task assigned by the system, and it is undoubtedly not for mere in-game currency. Junzi Lei swiftly darted to the left 45-degree angle. And without hesitation, Wang Chen executed a signature pass, delivering the ball securely into the hands of the unguarded Junzi Lei. Upon receiving the pass, Ray Allen immediately launched a three-pointer. The city felt so desolate, and the shot effortlessly found its mark. The score now stood at 86-82. With the Heat beginning to widen the gap, McHale promptly substituted Asic for Howard and replaced Modiagenes with Jones. The Rockets hastily brought in their starters, preparing for a desperate struggle. The Heat also made adjustments, bringing Wade back onto the court, despite his 4 fouls. Wade quickly found his rhythm, utilizing a teammate screen. He evaded Harden's defense and charged into the paint. Faced with Howard's rim protection, he executed a crafty hesitation move, leaving Howard spinning in circles before effortlessly scoring on a layup. On the other side, Harden showcased his signature Euro step, evading Wang Chen and penetrating the lane. Ready to score. However, James had been lying in wait, leaping high to emphatically swat the ball out of bounds. A stunning block. The Rockets retained possession for the sideline inbounds. Howard stood by the sideline, passing the ball to Lin Shaheo, who then fed it to Jones in the low post. Terrence Jones attempted to post up against Sean Battier. Why couldn't he overpower him? Watch me execute a turnaround jumper. Jones spun around, poised to take the shot. But Battier intercepted the ball. Alas, still too young, he fell prey to the lessons imparted by Batman. As a former Rocket, it was all too easy to assert dominance over a fledgling teammate. Battier glanced around and, seeing no fast break opportunities, passed to James. After receiving the ball, James signaled for a slower pace, directing his teammates to position themselves accordingly. Parsons defended James. Yet, with Bosch stepping up to set a screen, James utilized it to maneuver near the free throw line, while Wang Chen stood ready in the corner, wide open for the catch. James delivered a precise jump pass, finding the unmarked Wang Chen. The effects of Korver's catch-and-shoot badge were now activated. Wang Chen releases a three-pointer. It swishes through the net. 89-82. On the Rocket side, Harden appears somewhat anxious, disregarding the open positions of Parsons and Lin Shaheo. Confronted by Wang Chen's defense, he clutches Wang Chen's arm, intent on drawing a foul. However, Wang Chen has already positioned his hands behind his back, denying Harden the opportunity to grab his arm. Undeterred, Harden hurls the ball away, feigning an attempt to draw a foul. Yet, the referee does not call a foul. Instead, the possession is awarded to the Heat. Hey, did you see that? This rookie committed a foul. My cylinder has been violated. Wang Chen was rendered speechless. Had he been infringed upon? Was it a self-inflicted violation? Who, indeed, was the perpetrator? He warned against casting aspersions upon him. The referee shook his head, having witnessed the warning issued to Harden. Any further protest would result in an immediate technical foul. Harden could only stand silently to the side. The art of drawing fouls cannot be relied upon indefinitely. One must possess personal fortitude and strength to prevail. Wade, possessing the ball, advanced to the front court, and Wang Chen immediately extended his hands, signaling for the ball. Wade passed the ball to Wang Chen. Wang Chen received the ball, undeterred by the presence of Jeremy Lin in front of him, and launched a three-point shot with unwavering confidence. The ball swished through the net. The score stood at 92-82, with the Heat leading by 10 points. Wang, for 3, bang. The Heat's DJ roared with fervor, echoing throughout the American Airlines Center. The entire crowd chanted Wang's name. This remarkable young talent from China had consecutively sunk 2 three-pointers, further extending the lead. McHale called a timeout, with 5 minutes and 43 seconds remaining in the game. He glanced at the clock. Although time remained, he sensed that the momentum had shifted irreversibly, as the Heat's three-point shooting seemed to have ignited. Indeed, the following moments confirmed this. The Heat's defense effectively stifled the offensive engines of Harden and Lin. Offensively, Wade, Battier, and Bosch each contributed with three-pointers. With 2 minutes and 12 seconds remaining, LeBron waved his hand, signaling all 4 shooters to spread out, creating space for his drive. LeBron faced Parsons, executing a straightforward, yet forceful tank-like layup. He scored and drew a foul from Parsons. 2 points counted, plus a free throw. LeBron approached the free throw line, but the shot missed, and the ball went out of bounds. A classic 2-0. The score was now 105-88. With just 1 minute and 50 seconds left in the game, as the final buzzer sounded, the Heat triumphed over the Rockets with a score of 108-97, securing their 3rd consecutive victory while solidifying their position at the top of the Eastern Conference. LeBron amassed 28 points, 6 rebounds, and 11 assists. Wade contributed 18 points and 5 assists. Bosch added 17 points and 7 rebounds, while Wang Chen scored 18 points, 1 rebound, and 4 assists. On the opposing side, Harden recorded 34 points, 4 rebounds, and 7 assists. Howard tallied 15 points and 10 rebounds. The affluent player scored 12 points. And Lin concluded with 16 points and 3 assists. After the game, Harden made a point to approach Wang Chen, and with a look of curiosity from Wang, inquired about exchanging jerseys. Wang Chen, taken aback yet delighted, readily agreed. The two simultaneously removed their jerseys and handed them to each other. Wang Chen raised high the number 13 jersey of Harden, while Harden reciprocated by lifting Wang Chen's number 10 jersey. This moment was captured by the broadcast of Huawei television, signifying, in a sense, that Wang Chen's prowess has garnered the acknowledgement of an NBA superstar. This marks a historic moment in the annals of Chinese basketball. Although it is somewhat illuminated by the connection of the Rockets and Yao Ming's legacy, the UC Shock Department is now poised with their latest manuscript. Wang Chen exchanges jerseys with Harden. Wang Chen may inherit Harden's legacy. Wang Chen and Harden share an inseparable camaraderie. Will Wang Chen potentially bring his prodigious talent to Houston next season? Following the jersey exchange ceremony, Wang Chen embraced Harden, who took the moment to whisper to him, "When you arrive in Houston, as you would say in your homeland, let us honor the hospitality of the host. I will guide you in experiencing the charm of Houston. I assure you, the basketball here is exhilarating, and the sensation of controlling it with both hands is immensely pleasurable." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen became invigorated. He surveyed his surroundings with a serious demeanor, fixing his gaze upon Harden, who flinched in response. Could it be that he did not favor ball control with both hands? "Brother, you know me. I am not that kind of person, and I have little interest in such matters." He then leaned in to whisper into Harden's ear, requesting to exchange contact information, emphasizing the importance of keeping him informed. The two erupted into a fit of laughter. "Hello, Wang. A splendid victory. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter." Lin Shihao approached, rousing the daydreaming Harden and Wang Chen from their reverie. Wang Chen beheld the approaching Jeremy Lin and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Nearby, a journalist from Huawei captured this heartfelt moment. Wang Chen and Jeremy Lin exchanged a warm embrace, while James Harden stood nearby, arms crossed. "Hey, Wang Chen," a tall and strikingly beautiful female reporter approached. Dressed in a sleek and fashionable professional outfit, her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her bright eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. She greeted Wang Chen with a melodic and cheerful voice. Wang Chen turned upon hearing her voice, surprised to see the enchanting reporter advancing towards him. "Penguin sports reporter Zhou Linen," she introduced herself. With a courteous demeanor, he replied, "Hello, Ms. Zhou Linen." Zhou Linen stepped closer, her lips parting gracefully. "I just watched your match against the Rockets. It was truly thrilling. May I interview you?" As she spoke, she produced a recording pen, ready to commence the interview. Wang Chen, upon hearing this, felt a surge of private joy within. This presented a remarkable opportunity for Chinese fans to reacquaint themselves with him at a close range. Moreover, if these clips could be broadcasted on Penguin Sports, his visibility would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Wang Chen readily agreed. "Of course, you are most welcome." Zhou Linen activated the recording device and began to inquire. "Firstly, congratulations on your victory in this competition. How do you perceive your performance today?" Wang Chen humbly responded, "Thank you. I believe I performed reasonably well, yet there remains ample room for improvement, particularly in defending against James Harden. I must curtail my fouls. After all, the opponent is formidable, yet I have gleaned numerous lessons from this experience." Zhou Lin then inquired, "What aspirations and goals do you hold for the upcoming matches?" After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chen remarked, "My ambition is to continuously enhance my skills and assist the Heat in securing the NBA championship." "Are you suggesting that you aim to help the Heat attain the championship?" "Indeed, we are the reigning champions from last season. Our team is brimming with talent. We have 3 players among the league's top 5, the exceptional three-point shooter Ray Allen, and the seasoned veterans Battier and Lewis. I cannot fathom any team capable of defeating us 4 times in a best-of-7 series." "Well, that is a remarkably confident statement. I hope Wang Chen can achieve his aspirations in the NBA. Do you have any other goals?" "I aspire to bring glory to my country by donning the national team's jersey and competing for it. Additionally, I wish to inspire a greater appreciation for basketball through my efforts." Zhou Lianon nodded and continued, "Lastly, do you have any words for your supporters?" Wang Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude, stating, "I am truly thankful for the unwavering support and encouragement from all of you. Without you, I would not be who I am today. I will continue to strive diligently, living up to your expectations. Please have faith in me. I shall achieve even greater accomplishments." After the interview concluded, Zhou Linan turned off the recording device and smiled at Wang Chen, saying, "Thank you for granting me this interview. I wish you the best of luck in your future competitions." Wang Chen replied with a smile, "You're welcome, and I appreciate your kind wishes. May I have your contact information?" Zhou Lin's soft voice chimed in, "Certainly." Wang Chen exchanged contact information with Zhou Linan, waved goodbye to him, and then proceeded towards the players' tunnel. Late at night, as Wang Chen lay in his apartment, the voice of the system resonated. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of becoming the strongest Asian point guard, earning a reward of 100 ball coins in the Lim Crazy mode. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of becoming the greatest James, receiving the reward of King James. Ball coin balance, 1100. Wang Chen gazed at the basketball token, weighing his options, and ultimately resolved to invest 100 in acquiring a slam dunk skill. This decision promised to enhance his success rate and breakthrough layups in the future. He noted that, thus far, his layup accuracy had not surpassed that of his jump shots. Striving for holistic development across intellect, athleticism, artistry, and labor, he was suddenly greeted with a notification, ding. Congratulations, the badges, skills, and modes possessed by the host have reached a total of 10. The system will significantly enhance the host's capabilities. Overall rating increased from 75 to 82. Congratulations, host. Your comprehensive evaluation has surpassed 80. And your skills are now sufficient to establish you as a standout basketball star. The system unveiled a new feature, the Superstar Template. This template allows the host to select a legendary superstar from either NBA history or its future as a model, depending on the various stages of breakthroughs. The host may acquire the unique skills of that superstar. Congratulations, host. You have earned a chance for a special skill lottery. Special skill lottery. You may randomly obtain a special skill from a superstar outside your chosen template. Wang Chen was momentarily stunned by the unexpected wave of happiness. Is such fortuity truly possible? His abilities surged from 75 to an impressive 82, marking a significant turning point in the realm of 2K. Reaching 80 is the threshold that determines one's status as a superstar. With his newfound prowess, he had undeniably ascended to that echelon. Coupled with the skill cards at his disposal, there were times when he even transformed into a veritable superstar. The system's integrity is beyond reproach. Long live the grand system. Host, would you like to enter the superstar player template? Yes. Wang Chen could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Ding, the system is loading the superstar player system template. Please hold on. Loading successful. Chapter 24. Choices. Upon entering the interface, Wang Chen is presented with a dazzling array of basketball stars to choose from. This interface encompasses the legendary superstars of the NBA, both past and present. The system, having detected the host's position as shooting guard or point guard, will recommend a suitable template of superstars tailored to the host role. Before Wang Chen, a multitude of icons emerged. The first icon depicted a serpent, its body cloaked in smooth, glossy black scales that shimmered with an enigmatic brilliance in the sunlight, akin to a specter. Its gaze exuded a chilling sharpness, and its formidable maw revealed menacing fangs. The second icon presented a figure of Jesus clad in a dark robe, crowned with a halo. Enveloped in an aura of mystery and solemnity, his skin bore the profound depth of night, radiating an air of reverence. The flowing black robe danced gently, merging seamlessly with the surrounding darkness, evoking a powerful and awe-inspiring sensation. The third icon illustrated a colossal king, seated regally upon a throne aglow with golden light. His stature was imposing, and his visage emanated unparalleled authority. The throne, towering and resplendent, was adorned with exquisite carvings, while the crown atop his head sparkled brilliantly as he surveyed his dominion with a solemn demeanor. The fourth icon portrayed a scene of waves engulfing the shore, coalescing into a towering wall of water, with tumultuous tides crashing in a relentless display, creating a visual spectacle of colossal tsunami waves. The fifth icon depicted a figure cloaked in black, shrouded in shadows, revealing only a pair of cold eyes that glimmered with merciless intent. In his grasp, he wielded a massive scythe, its blade razor-sharp, seemingly capable of severing the very fabric of existence. The sixth icon featured a hat imbued with an air of mystery. Typically black, it boasted a tall crown and a wide brim, imparting a sense of solemnity and intrigue. The seventh icon was a mask, adorned with a hint of a smile, both mocking and indifferent, evoking a chilling sensation upon beholding its expression. These 7 icons radiated a dazzling brilliance, momentarily blinding Wang Chen. He also discerned that beyond these 7 labeled icons, others lay hidden, such as a formidable shark with sharp teeth and a fierce gaze. Its gaping maw seemingly ready to devour all. There stood a colossal stone Buddha, steadfast and unyielding, alongside the endless expanse of the Great Wall, its crimson walls rising majestically. Numerous such icons existed, yet each bore the inscription "not applicable." It was evident that these were templates for forwards or centers. Nevertheless, having 7 options was quite substantial. Wang Chen was lost in contemplation. Each icon corresponded to a remarkable superstar, each having achieved considerable success in the past, present, or future. It was indeed a challenging decision. If only the system had conducted a lottery directly among these templates, he would not have to ponder so deeply. In fact, throughout the annals of NBA history, the best choice would undoubtedly be the second. He was the sole deity of the NBA, the architect of the 2 Bulls dynasties. However, Wang Chen did not wish to select him, for the system had presented him with a characteristic that was most compatible, the 4th icon. Representing the foundation of the Warriors dynasty in the years to come, Wang Chen found himself entangled in a dilemma. However, the future belongs to the era of small ball. It is the age of the three-pointer, whether one acknowledges it or not. Although the ultimate embodiment of this small ball era is represented by the deathly quintet known as the Havoc Trident, the true essence can only be attributed to Stephen Curry. While the Grim Reaper is undeniably formidable, serving as the final piece of the deathly quintet, he ultimately lacks the foundation. Wang Chen has made a resolute decision. He aspires to be the pioneer of the era of the small ball. However, he has no intention of becoming Stephen Curry. He wishes to be none other than Wang Chen, the one and only Wang Chen. System, I choose the 4th icon. Beep. Host. Please confirm whether you wish to select the 4th icon. Once confirmed, it cannot be altered. Confirm selection. Beep. Selection successful. Loading the Stephen Curry template. Please hold on. Congratulations. Host. You have acquired the Stephen Curry template. Skill 1. Vast Rim. The rim appears as expansive as the ocean to a sharpshooter of your caliber. Effect. All 3-point shots are enhanced by an increase of 10 points in capability. Skill 2. Unlocks when overall rating reaches 90. Skill 3. Unlocks when overall rating reaches 95. Upon achieving an overall capability of 95, the second template will be unlocked, and upon reaching 98, the third template will be accessible. 3 templates? This implies that in the future, there will be 2 more templates for such superstars. This is indeed a monumental enhancement from the system. Ha ha ha. Wang Chen has envisioned the unparalleled combination of James's vision, Curry's 3-point shooting, and Jordan's unanswerable mid-range game, an indomitable trifecta, coupled with the physical prowess of Shaquille O'Neal. It would be an unstoppable force. Yet, he cautions against idolizing him, for he is merely a legend. Follow the path of the system, and it shall guide you to dominate the NBA. However, I must remind you that the latter 2 templates can only be drawn, not selected. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen realized that it was not a self-selected 5-star option. Nevertheless, receiving a randomly assigned exclusive option is still quite commendable, as it ensures a favorable outcome. System, I wish to utilize the special skill lottery, he declared. Beep. The system acknowledged the request, confirming whether the host wished to employ the special lottery skill. Confirm. Beep. The system commenced the draw. A colossal UFO icon materialized before Wang Chen, revealing the drawn skill gradually. Skill, the dunk of the century. Skill effect, significantly enhances the ability to perform dunks over opponents in real match scenarios. This is a skill Wang Chen is quite familiar with. Half man, half god, Vince Carter. Speaking of Carter inevitably brings to mind his legendary dunk over the 18-meter French center, Wise, during an FBA game. That dunk has been dubbed the dunk of death, heralded as the greatest basket in international basketball history. However, in Wang Chen's view, this skill seemed somewhat impractical. Dunks merely earn a spot on the highlight reel and do not contribute to winning games. Practical abilities are of utmost importance. Compared to mid-range shooting, 3-point skills, or defensive capabilities, this skill appears somewhat redundant. It is useful, but not significantly so. Beep. The system issued a new side quest. System task. Introduce yourself to the NBA. You have begun to make your mark in the NBA, yet most players remain oblivious to your presence, dismissing your performances. You must deliver a spectacular display or a signature moment to convey to the NBA who you truly are. Task reward: 500 game coins, 10 NBA popularity points. Wang Chen pondered that this task seemed designed to compel him to utilize the dunk of the century skill. However, he resolved that this skill was no longer trivial. The system has set the stage for him to declare his identity to the NBA. Chapter 25. 6 consecutive victories. The system detected that the host has acquired the superstar template, Stephen Curry, enhancing his abilities, with an overall rating rising from 82 to 86. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special skill, Dunk of the Century. The system also detected that the host's overall rating exceeds 85, resulting in an achievement reward of 1,000 game coins. Wang Chen was on the verge of tears, having endured the initial 2 matches lows. Now, his abilities surged like a rocket, experiencing an epic enhancement. With a skill rating of 86, he was nearly on par with Chris Bosh, the third pillar of the Miami Heat. This level of prowess could even position him as a core player for certain weaker teams. System: initiate the training ground simulation. As Wang Chen stepped into the simulation arena, the moment he grasped the ball, he felt as though the hoop before him was as expansive as the ocean. Wang Chen attempted 100 three-point shots, successfully making 93. At this moment, he perceives shooting three-pointers as effortlessly as quenching one's thirst. When Wang Chen, once again positioned at the logo near midcourt, successfully landed a half-court three-pointer. He brimmed with confidence in completing his side quest. In the forthcoming games, he intends to demonstrate to everyone in the NBA who he truly is. On March 18, 2014, the Miami Heat embarked on a 2-game road trip, facing off against the Cavaliers, the former team of the King, at the Quicken Loans Arena. Since LeBron James' departure, the Cavaliers have been mired in a seemingly endless quagmire. Despite acquiring high draft picks over the past 4 years, including 2 number 1 overall picks in 2011 and 2013, these selections have yet to usher in a savior for the franchise. This year, however, the Cavaliers harbor a slight hope of contending for a playoff spot, trailing the 8th-seeded Atlanta Hawks by merely 5 victories, suggesting that with some effort, they might still make a push. This Cavaliers team boasts a duo of former number 1 picks, the prodigious Kyrie Irving and the infamous Anthony Bennett, along with the 4th overall pick from 2011, Tristan Thompson, and the 4th pick from 2012, Dion Waiters. While they have managed to stir the pot within the league to some extent, their impact remains modest. These high-profile youngsters indeed managed to give the reigning champions a run for their money, sinking a variety of impressive shots, and by the end of the first quarter, the Cavaliers held a 12-point lead at 30-18. However, this marked the apex of the Cavaliers' brilliance that day. Once the reigning champions found their rhythm, the young Cavaliers struggled to cope. In the first 3 minutes of the second quarter, Wang Chen and Ray Allen each made 3 three-pointers, transforming a 12-point deficit into a 6-point lead, shattering the Cavaliers' morale. Observing the dwindling score, Mike Brown waved his hand, bringing in the starters, though it seemed to yield little effect. Faced with the mounting pressure of the score, these high-draft rookies grew anxious and resorted to haphazard plays. As for Mike Brown's tactical instructions, unfortunately, the intricacies of strategy were clearly unfamiliar to them. The Cavaliers' chaotic play style did not enhance their shooting percentage. Instead, they began to misfire frequently and committed turnovers. Did the young players falter? Well, do you not understand why the Heat are the reigning champions? Counterattacks and transitions between offense and defense. Since you have graciously gifted us your mistakes, the Miami Heat shall accept them without hesitation. Although the veterans of the Heat may be aging, their athletic prowess remains unparalleled. The terrifying surge characteristic of the Heat made its appearance. By the conclusion of the second quarter, the Heat unleashed a formidable offensive barrage of 41-16, leading 59-46 at halftime with a 13-point advantage. Notably, Wang Chen sank 4 three-pointers in the second quarter. Upon returning for the second half, the Cavaliers displayed a modicum of composure, refraining from the impulsiveness of the previous quarter and beginning to implement tactical maneuvers. However, can one truly avoid errors simply by ceasing to falter themselves? The Heat commenced to exhibit their suffocating defense, which allowed them to steadily extend their lead. Coach Spoelstra identified a new lineup that would widen the gap, placing Wang Chen, Ray Allen, and Chris Bosh on the court simultaneously, with either Battier or Lewis at power forward, complemented by a penetrator, James or Wade. This configuration would later be mirrored by the Cavaliers in their support for James. By the end of the third quarter, the Heat held a commanding 88-66 lead, a 22-point advantage. In the fourth quarter, Mike Brown conceded, decisively substituting the entire roster for the bench players. Observing the Cavaliers' surrender, Coach Spoelstra followed suit, replacing his starters with the bench. Norris Cole, confined to the bench, was eager to take the court and unleashed a flurry of energy alongside his fellow substitutes. As the final whistle blew, the Miami Heat triumphed over the Cleveland Cavaliers with a resounding 115-83 victory, securing a 32-point margin and extending their winning streak to 5 games, thereby solidifying their position atop the Eastern Conference and firmly suppressing the second-placed Indiana Pacers. In this match, James recorded an impressive 32 points, 9 rebounds, and 12 assists. While Wade contributed 22 points, Bosch added 18 points, and Wang Chen dazzled with 7 three-pointers for a total of 23 points. Interestingly, a small incident occurred during the third quarter. While James was at the free throw line, a fervent Cavaliers fan named James Blair, clad in a white shirt, rushed onto the court and embraced him. The shirt bore the message "We miss you" on both sides, as he repeatedly implored, "Come back in the 2014 offseason, LeBron." Ultimately, security forcibly escorted the fan away. However, before Blair was taken, James approached him, engaged in brief conversation, and patted his head in a gesture of goodwill. "LeBron, return home. We have always awaited your return." Blair gazed sincerely at James. After the game, a reporter inquired of James about what the fan had said to him. "The fan expressed that he missed me and hoped I would return to the Cavaliers. Clearly, you meant no harm, and I can accept such earnest intentions from fans. Will you return to the Cavaliers during this offseason?" James paused for a moment, replying, "Well, my contract with the Heat is not yet concluded. My focus is presently on defending the O'Brien Trophy and pursuing a 3rd consecutive championship. As for other matters, we shall address them in the off-season." This situation seemed to have little impact on anyone, yet our poor Mr. Blair has been permanently banned from entering the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse to watch games. The Heat's road trip continued as they faced the Celtics on March 19th in a back-to-back matchup, triumphing 116-101 and securing their 6th consecutive victory, further solidifying their position at the top of the Eastern Conference. The big three of the Heat combined for a remarkable 81 points, while Wang Chen, in just 18 minutes of play, netted 6 three-pointers, amassing 20 points. Over the past 3 games, Wang Chen has averaged 23 points, including 6 three-pointers. The media in the beautiful country praised Wang Chen's recent performances, dubbing this phenomenon Wang Madness. Meanwhile, fans in the Huagua have been exuberantly celebrating their players' outstanding achievements, with numerous matchups against all-stars like Darren Williams and James Harden. In Huagua, if you extol Wang Chen, we are considered brothers of different mothers. Recently, some mainstream media in Huagua have begun to take notice. This wave of recognition does not stem from the UC Shock Department or miscellaneous outlets. It originates from notable mainstream media within Huagua. They began to express various opinions regarding these matters. The 4th star of the Heat, Chapter 26, the starting lineup. On March 21st, 2014, the Heat returned to their home court to face the formidable challenge posed by the Grizzlies, led by Marc Gasol and Zach Randolph. The Grizzlies are arguably the most formidable defensive unit in the NBA, boasting the highest defensive efficiency in the league, often restricting their opponents' scores to below 90 points. This match was destined to be a low-scoring affair. In the end, the Heat triumphed over the Grizzlies with a score of 99-87, securing a 12-point advantage and extending their winning streak to 7 games. LeBron James recorded a triple-double with 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists, while Dwayne Wade contributed 22 points, including 5 three-pointers. However, a heart-wrenching incident unfolded during the game. In the second quarter, Wade attempted to drive into the Grizzlies' paint but was met with a decisive block from Marc Gasol, landing hard on the court as he clutched his knee in agony. Following the 2013 NBA Finals, Wade had been plagued by recurring knee injuries, and unable to continue playing, he was carried off the court. Medical examinations revealed that he would need to rest for at least a month, implying that he would not return until after the first round of the playoffs. Despite the Heat's victory, Wade's injury cast a shadow over their upcoming regular season journey. During the post-game press conference, a reporter inquired with Coach Spoelstra, "As far as I know, Wade will be sidelined for a month. Will this pose additional challenges for your regular season journey?" The Pacers are certainly watching closely. Coach Spoelstra acknowledged, "Wade's absence will indeed affect us, but our team is united. When one player falls, another will rise to take their place. I am confident in securing the top seed in the Eastern Conference." In the wake of Wade's injury, who would step up to fill the starting shooting guard position? Coach Spoelstra smiled enigmatically. "Let us see what unfolds next." On March 22, 2014, the Heat prepared to face the Pelicans in New Orleans on the second game of a back-to-back. Today, I am here to announce our starting lineup, Coach Spoelstra declared, surveying the locker room at the Smoothie King Center. Beside him, Norris Cole was visibly excited. With Wade injured, the starting shooting guard position was undoubtedly his. He had been a crucial contributor to the Heat's championship run in 2013. While Ray Allen possessed the capability, he was now too aged to endure the intensity required for a starting role. Cole was a player the Heat had invested in heavily. As for the undrafted rookie, Cole conceded that the rookie might possess a slightly greater scoring explosiveness, yet he firmly believed that his own talent surpassed that of the undrafted player. The management must recognize that the rookie's scoring ability is merely fleeting. They surely understand who should be nurtured, he mused confidently. At point guard, Mario Chalmers. Power forward, Sean Battier. Center, Chris Bosh. Small forward, LeBron James. As for the shooting guard, Spoelstra cast a glance at Ray Allen, then at the eager face of Norris Cole, and finally settled his gaze on the composed Wang Chen. Congratulations, young man. Today you shall be our starting shooting guard. Norris Cole stared incredulously at Coach Spoelstra, wanting to voice his objections but ultimately swallowing his words, casting a resentful look at Wang Chen. This undrafted player seemed superfluous. He, Norris Cole, was the future of the Heat, the rightful heir. Congratulations, Ray Allen rose to embrace Wang Chen. This is what you deserve. And don't forget to thank Dwayne and LeBron. These two urged Coach Spoelstra to start you. James nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Wang Chen's heart swelled with excitement. His performance had garnered unanimous recognition from both the coaching staff and key players. Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving the milestone of your first NBA starting game, earning 50 coins. All right, gentlemen, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Although we have lost Dwayne, we remain the most formidable team on this planet. Let us show the Pelicans a thing or two. 1, 2, 3, let's go. On Huawei Television. Today's matchup features the Miami Heat visiting the New Orleans Pelicans. Let us examine the starting lineups. For the Pelicans, the backcourt comprises Tyreke Evans and Luke Babbitt, while the forward positions are held by Aminu and Mike Roberts, with the center being the illustrious Anthony Davis. On the Heat side, the backcourt features Chalmers alongside Wang Chen, with LeBron James and Sean Battier on the wings and Chris Bosh occupying the center. Wang Chen has stepped in for Dwayne Wade as the Heat starter. This marks a monumental achievement for a Chinese guard. Wang Chen becomes the first Chinese guard to start in the NBA, marking his inaugural appearance as a starter. Anticipation builds for his performance. As the referee's whistle sounded, the teams engaged in a jump ball at center court. Davis decisively secured the tip-off, and the game commenced. Tyreke Evans, with the ball in hand, charged towards the Heat's paint like a bull, only to be thwarted by Bosh's emphatic block. Bosh regained possession and passed to LeBron James, who advanced into the Pelicans' half, surveying the court for opportunities. At that moment, in parallel to James, Wang Chen extended his hand. Signaling for the ball, James readily passed it to Wang Chen, relieved that he no longer had to shoulder the playmaking burden, thus escaping the label of a ball hog and the blame for a potential defeat. A voice echoed, "No, without the ball, you are not a superstar. You are merely inactive." Wang Chen possesses the ball, facing off against his direct opponent, Babbitt. Babbitt is well aware of the rookie before him, who has been lauded by the media of the United States as Wang the Mad recently. He has been averaging an impressive 23 points per game, excelling in a flurry of audacious three-point shots. Although Monty Williams had not devised any special strategy for Wang Chen prior to the game, Babbitt feels compelled not to underestimate the young talent before him. Regardless of whether the hype surrounding him is justified, the fact that he has outperformed Darren Williams is undeniably true. Wang Chen dribbled the ball for a few seconds, while Babbitt's defense was impeccably tight, leaving no room for Wang Chen to shoot. Yet, could such a defense truly contain me? With a deft hesitation, Wang Chen feigned left, then abruptly shifted to the right, successfully bypassing Babbitt's guard. This sudden change of direction caught Babbitt off guard, leaving him merely to watch as Wang Chen elegantly maneuvered past him. Surprised by Wang Chen's swiftness, Babbitt nevertheless pursued, striving to maintain his defensive stance. At that moment, Wang Chen executed a seamless pullback, causing Babbitt to stumble and advance beyond the three-point line. Wang Chen seized an opportunity for an open three-pointer. With such a clear chance, he certainly would not let it slip by, launching the shot with precision. Swish! It found nothing but net, a successful three-pointer. 3-0. This remarkable play was orchestrated by Wang Chen's deft hesitation, which created the space for his shot. Babbitt could only watch in dismay. Chapter 27. The climax of a superlative showcase. The Pelicans held possession, and this time, Tyreke Evans refrained from hastily charging into the paint, signaling his teammates to pause and execute a strategy. Anthony Davis instinctively moved up to set a screen for Evans, who then penetrated to the free throw line. The Heat's defensive positioning was quite solid, except for a slight misalignment from a certain Mr. Wang. Babbitt found himself with an open look. Evans made a sweeping pass, delivering the ball to Babbitt, who was poised to receive it. Suddenly, a shadow leapt from the side, intercepting Evans' pass. LeBron James, having astutely read the situation, anticipated Evans' optimal passing direction, thus executing the steal with finesse. Wang Chen extended his hand once more, seeking the ball. Without hesitation, LeBron passed it to him. James has always believed in the essence of team basketball, inspiring his teammates. Having just witnessed Wang Chen's scorching touch, he was more than willing to continue passing to a teammate in such fine form. Wang Chen received the ball in the backcourt, gradually advancing it to the vicinity of the Pelicans logo. The players from both the Pelicans and the Heat had already established their positions. The Pelicans deployed a 3-2 zone defense, with a primary focus on guarding against the Heat's three-point shooting. Once the Heat found their rhythm from beyond the arc, the game would virtually be concluded, transforming the Pelicans' paint into a thoroughfare for LeBron James. Wang Chen pursed his lips in a smile, contemplating who he might disdain, as the midfield lay so unguarded. In that case, I shall not hold back. Wang Chen positioned himself at the spot marked by the Pelicans logo and unleashed his shot from that very location. LeBron, Babbitt. Spoelstra leapt up in astonishment, exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing?" Swish, the three-pointer sailed through the net with perfect precision. Wang Chen executed his second three-pointer of the match, a remarkable shot from beyond the half-court logo. The once boisterous arena of the Pelicans fell into a hushed silence, as spectators gazed in disbelief at the Heat's number 10 player. Is basketball truly played in such a manner? Coach Spoelstra sealed his lips, opting for silence. Well, let us pretend I didn't say anything. After witnessing such audacious three-point attempts repeatedly, one might very well suffer a cerebral hemorrhage. The Pelicans players stood in bewilderment, watching the shot unfold. This was hardly a judicious choice. In contrast, the Heat players had grown accustomed to Wang Chen's audacity. Let it be. As long as the ball finds the net, that is all that matters. 6-0. On the Pelicans' offensive end, Anthony Davis received a pass from Evans in the low post, engaging in a one-on-one with Bosh, and opted for a turnaround jumper. It clanked off the rim. LeBron James seized the rebound, and Coach Monty waved his hand decisively. It matters not if they missed, swiftly returned to defense, but if the Heat execute a fast break, they would face dire consequences in practice. The Pelicans players indeed retreated with remarkable speed, returning to their half-court positions. However, LeBron, seeing Wang Chen demand the ball once more, unhesitatingly passed it to him. Wang Chen skillfully advanced the ball, swiftly crossing half-court. Ahead of him, Evans sought to utilize his robust physique to overshadow Wang Chen, using his strength to impede his progress. At this moment, Wang Chen deftly employed Crawford's isolation badge, executing a swift pivot to effortlessly surpass Evans. Positioning himself at the left side 45-degree angle, another open opportunity. At this juncture, the formidable Anthony Davis sprinted from the baseline, swiftly approaching Wang Chen's locations, evidently intent on denying him another straightforward chance to unleash a three-pointer. In the face of the colossal figures soaring towards him, Wang Chen remained unfazed, resolutely opting to unleash a three-point shot. With fervor, his teammate leaped high, intent on blocking Wang Chen's attempt. The previous two three-pointers had severely undermined the Pelicans' morale. As the leader of the team, he could not permit this so-called Wang madness to run rampant. He needed to deliver a resounding rejection, restoring the spirit of his team. Wang Chen releases a three-point shot. Bang! At the moment Wang Chen launched the ball, his hand was struck forcefully, yet he endured the excruciating pain and released the shot. Utilizing his extraordinary skill, vast hoop, he and his opponent, DeBrow, tumbled heavily to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and he raised his hand to signal a three-point shooting foul. The ball swished through the net effortlessly. 3-1, the three-pointer counted, and an additional free throw was awarded. Wang Chen lifted the dazed brow from the ground, surveying the stillness of the Shabing Wangqiu Pavilion. The court was enveloped in silence. In an instant, James rushed over, followed closely by Bosh, who enveloped Wang Chen in a tight embrace, relentlessly thumping his chest while shouting fervently at him. Wang Chen stood at the free throw line, effortlessly sinking the shot and completing a three-point play. The score was now 10-0. With 9 minutes and 11 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Pelicans sensed something amiss and promptly called a lengthy timeout. Wang Chen single-handedly scored 10 consecutive points, effectively stalling the Pelicans. He is truly an extraordinary player. Today marked his inaugural start with the Miami Heat, and he came out with an incredibly hot hand, directly contributing 10 points that halted the Pelicans in their tracks. He demonstrates through his prowess that he is not merely a fleeting talent. He possesses the capability to excel alongside the finest basketball players on this planet. Showcasing his remarkable skills, the commentary from the announcers was lavish in its praise, leaving little more to be said. With a deft maneuver, he sank a three-pointer that left the defender off balance, followed by a logo shot from midcourt, and then executed a 3-1 against the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, all accomplished through 3 distinct methods of scoring from beyond the arc. Each of these three-pointers could easily qualify for the day's top 10 plays. He is making it abundantly clear to the Heat's management and coaching staff that placing him in the starting lineup was the right decision. Wang Chen is repaying the faith bestowed upon him by the Miami Heat in his own unique fashion. It seems he is declaring to the NBA, "This is who I am." Coach Monty, observing the listless Pelicans players, eventually pulled out a tactical board and devised a strategy to double-team Wang Chen. "We must contain him. He cannot be allowed to shoot threes any longer. Everyone, converge on him." Upon returning from the timeout, we were met with a breathtaking scene. The moment Wang Chen acquires the ball, all the players of the Pelicans seem to go into a frenzy. 2 individuals rush to double-team him. Wang Chen had no choice but to step out and deliver the ball to James. Upon receiving the pass, James beamed with delight. The moment Wang Chen released the ball, within mere seconds, the Heat established a localized 4-on-3 advantage. Wasn't the Pelicans' defense thus rendered vulnerable? Consequently, James commenced his performance. He executed a breakthrough, soaring for a layup over the formidable Anthony Davis. Following that, leveraging Chris Bosh's screen, he passed the ball back to a now-separated Bosh, who elegantly sank a mid-range jumper from the free-throw line. Subsequently, the Pelicans, relying on Davis's individual prowess and Evans's drive, managed to score. However, the Heat's scoring was relentless, leaving the Pelicans utterly incapable of mounting a defense. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Heat led the Pelicans by a staggering 20 points, 35-15. Chapter 28. The Death Dunk. It must be noted that despite Wade's absence, elevating Wang Chen to the starting lineup proved remarkably effective. In many respects, Wang Chen's presence on the court surpassed that of Wade, as his three-point accuracy was superior, and his functional play complemented James splendidly. The Heat began the game with remarkable dominance, establishing a 20-point lead in the first quarter. However, shortly after the second quarter commenced, the dynamics of the game took a dramatic turn. The Heat's bench players seemed to have lost all energy, exhibiting an alarming lack of vigor, particularly on the defensive end. They were utterly incapable of withstanding the Pelicans' vigorous onslaught from their bench players, who capitalized on the situation. Among them, Anthony Morrow, an otherwise unremarkable player on the Pelicans, astonishingly sank 3 pivotal three-pointers in succession during the second quarter, gradually narrowing the score gap. Meanwhile, our comrade Norris Cole attempted to assert his capabilities upon entering the game, albeit through misguided means. Imitating Wang Chen, he disregarded his teammates' pleas for the ball and forcefully took ill-advised shots, resulting in an embarrassing trio of missed attempts. To compound matters, Cole's defensive efforts were futile, as he repeatedly succumbed to the Pelicans' ferocious offensive waves, allowing points to slip through his fingers. With just 5 minutes and 42 seconds remaining in the quarter, the score had tightened to 52-44. The once massive 20-point lead had dwindled to a mere 8 points, thanks to the Pelicans' bench players. Norris Cole's dismal performance should be duly noted by Coach Spoelstra and his staff, starkly contrasting with Wang Chen's commanding start. What could he possibly offer to compete with Wang Chen? At this juncture, the Heat called a timeout. Spoelstra, visibly enraged, unleashed a tirade upon the Heat's bench players, particularly reprimanding Cole, who was subsequently benched. Following the timeout, both teams returned to the court, poised to continue the contest. Wang Chen and James donned their jerseys once more, while the Pelicans reinstated their primary lineup. With the ball in hand, James instinctively passed it to Wang Chen. Following Coach Monty's directives, the Pelicans opted not to employ a double team initially, choosing instead to assess the situation. After all, what if Wang Chen's shooting was off? In such a case, there would be no necessity to allocate excessive defensive resources toward him, especially considering the formidable opponent in LeBron James on the Heat's side. Thus, as Wang Chen dribbled into the Pelicans' half of the court, They assigned only Tyreke Evans to guard him. However, Evans confined his defense to within the three-point line, refraining from expanding his defensive territory. He adhered strictly to Coach Monty's instructions, opting to observe before taking further action. Consequently, I shall impose a slight punishment upon you. Wang Chen stood at the apex of the arc, holding the ball, his gaze fixed on the spot just 2 steps shy of the three-point line. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air before finding its mark with unerring precision. Swish. The crisp sound resonated as the three-pointer rippled through the net, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the spectators. 55-44. At that moment, Tyreke Evans was filled with regret, pondering to himself, why did he take that risk? Had he forgotten the sting of the rookie's previous three-pointer? In retrospect, he mused that it would have been wiser to play it safe on defense. As the Pelicans' next offensive attempt concluded with Anthony Davis missing the shot, LeBron successfully secured the rebound and seized control of the ball. During this offensive play, Evans closely shadowed Wang Chen, denying him even the slightest chance to receive the ball. However, Chris Bosh exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Chen, who instantly comprehended the cue. He swiftly executed an S-shaped cut, utilizing Bosch's screen to create a clear opportunity at the left 45-degree angle of the three-point line. At that moment, Bosch effectively blocked Evans, allowing Wang Chen to shoot unhindered. Seizing the brief moment of confusion during the switch between Evans and Anthony Davis, Wang Chen decisively released the ball from the 45-degree angle. The basketball splashed through the net like a ripple in the vast ocean of the hoop. The score soared to 58-44 as the Heat extended their lead to 14 points. The Pelicans promptly called a timeout, eager to regain their composure. As Wang Chen took to the court, he effortlessly sank 2 three-pointers, single-handedly extending the lead to 14 points and prompting a timeout from the Pelicans. Coach Monty found himself in a state of despair. Although it was only the second quarter and a 14-point deficit was surmountable, the emergence of this rookie, who unleashed a flurry of three-pointers upon entering the game, was daunting. Monty was left with 2 choices, either allow LeBron to penetrate and distribute or focus on Wang Chen's long-range shooting. Ultimately, he opted to double-team Wang Chen, determined to prevent the rookie from setting records against them. LeBron chuckled, finding it simpler to breach the Pelicans' paint than to sip water. Typically, the defensive strategy against LeBron involves conceding the perimeter while guarding against drives. However, witnessing Wang Chen's dazzling array of accurate three-point shots, LeBron, feeling the urge, launched a three-pointer right in the face of Aminu's defense. The shot found its mark. Aminu was left bewildered. How could it be that not only was this rookie's shooting so precise, but LeBron, who could easily penetrate, was now hitting threes with ease? This couldn't be right. Surely, LeBron James couldn't maintain such accuracy from beyond the arc swish. LeBron struck again from the left corner with another three-pointer. Aminu felt like weeping. How on earth was one to defend against this? He believed he had executed his defensive duties correctly. The common strategy of conceding the perimeter while guarding against drives was failing him. It was as if he were facing an insurmountable bug in the game. Now both his attempts to defend against drives and shots seemed futile. Was it a world where only his struggles persisted? Luke Babbitt chimed in. No, I am here too. With the remarkable performances of LeBron and Wang Chen, the Heat concluded the first half leading 74-53 by 21 points. As the third quarter commenced, Anthony Davis erupted. As the team leader, he refused to allow his squad to surrender quietly. Thus, in the third quarter, Davis single-handedly drove and scored, racking up 10 consecutive points and narrowing the deficit to 15. Until Wang Chen, with the ball in hand, stands poised at the center circle. Evans, compelled to defend, positions himself in the half-court, facing Wang Chen. It is well known that Wang Chen's shooting range extends across the entire court, necessitating defense from the midline. Suddenly, Wang Chen accelerates, executing a graceful Darren Williams-style crossover. Successfully breaching Evans' defense, Wang Chen accelerated towards the paint, while the Pelicans' other players remained engaged with their respective defenders. Only Anthony Davis stood in the key. At that moment, just as everyone anticipated Wang Chen would halt for a jump shot, he surged into the paint, leaping high into the air. Davis sensed something was amiss. It appeared Wang Chen intended to execute a dunk. Realizing this was no ordinary jump shot, Davis prepared to thwart the impending slam dunk. He too leapt into the air, unflinching in the face of Wang Chen's approaching dunk, his extensive wingspan extending as he aimed to swat the ball away. However, could Wang Chen's shot truly be denied? The moment for a spectacular dunk had arrived. Let this play serve as a declaration to the NBA of my true identity. as Davis managed to grip the ball. An immense force surged from the opposite side. He soon realized that his strength was seemingly no match for the sharpshooting guard. In the air, Wang Chen unfurled his powerful brows, ultimately executing a thunderous slam dunk in a fierce display, stretching his body as he forcefully thrust the ball through the hoop, right over the outstretched arm of his opponent. The referee's whistle pierced the silence, signaling a blocking foul against his adversary. Wang Chen's 2 points were deemed valid, accompanied by an additional free throw. His opponent crashed heavily to the ground, disbelief etched across his face as his mind raced with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Have I just been dunked over? The audience at the Shaving Ice King Arena fell into a hushed reverence. Chapter 29, The Fourth Titan. The rim continued to tremble vigorously as Wang Chen, in a bid to safeguard himself, hung onto the hoop for a moment before gracefully descending. Wang Chen stood there, surveying his surroundings. The replay center was showcasing the exhilarating moment of the death-defying dunk. As Wang Chen faced the oncoming Anthony Davis, he forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop, soaring over the imposing figure of the brow. From various angles, one could witness Wang Chen's exquisite extension of his body, culminating in a flawless axe-handle dunk that emphatically drove the ball into the net. The instant the ball was pulled through the rim was nothing short of exhilarating. LeBron James and Chris Bosh rushed over, startling Wang Chen, as James, with reckless abandon, collided with him in a fervent chest bump. Wang Chen felt as though he had narrowly escaped being knocked off his feet. Bosh rushed over and delivered 2 forceful punches to Wang Chen's chest, followed by a resounding roar of the Dragon King directed at him. Wang Chen felt as though his bones were on the verge of disintegration. Nevertheless, he embraced his 2 colossal teammates. Darren Williams stood on the sidelines, his gaze fixated on Anthony Davis, who was seated on the ground, lost in a trance, his eyes vacant and devoid of all spirit and vitality. It appeared as though an invisible weight had crushed him, leaving him utterly fatigued. Darren Williams surveyed his surroundings and noted that the other players were similarly dejected, either standing or sitting with their heads bowed, their faces etched with disappointment and despair. The atmosphere enveloping the entire team was oppressively somber, as if shrouded by a thick veil of dark clouds. It was all over, terrifyingly so. In the initial phase, Wang Chen merely showcased his remarkable scoring prowess. Yet in this moment, he demonstrated his astonishing physical attributes. This play reminded me of the Olympic Games, when the demigod Vince Carter executed a death-defying dunk over the French center. Perhaps the Pelicans players had never anticipated that Wang Chen possessed such extraordinary leaping ability and strength. Surely, the coaching staff of the Heat, upon witnessing Wang Chen's performance, will regard him as the cornerstone of their future development. This talent is undeniably evident. The Yu family was quite exhilarated on Chinese television. Zhang Heping remarked that Wang Chen ought to play in such a manner. Wang Chen's performance in the Heat is indeed quite reasonable. As for Norris Cole and Mario Chalmers, their anxieties have finally been quelled. When one finds themselves slightly outmatched, they may still cling to a sense of hope and defiance, feeling compelled to take a chance. However, when the disparity in skill is vast, the desire to compete dissipates entirely, for there is simply no basis for comparison. The management of a professional team is far from blind. It is prudent to focus on one's own role and refrain from unnecessary distractions. Sometimes, relinquishing aspirations can lead to a greater fulfillment. Why burden oneself unnecessarily? With the score at 90-73, following Wang Chen's emphatic dunk, the gap widened to 17 points. Despite this significant deficit, Monty understood that the Pelican spirit had been thoroughly extinguished with that powerful play from Wang Chen. Wang Chen stood at the free throw line, inhaled deeply, and confidently sank the shot. The point differential widened to 18. In the ensuing third quarter, the entire Pelicans team appeared to be in a stupor, while the Heat executed their game plan with precision. As the third quarter concluded, the Heat led the Pelicans by a staggering 23 points, with a score of 96-73. As the fourth quarter commenced, Monty Williams deployed an entirely substitute lineup. The Heat, on the other hand, introduced a semi-starter roster, keeping both Bosh and Wang Chen on the court. However, in the second possession of the fourth quarter, an unfortunate incident befell Bosh. While attempting a layup, he inadvertently stepped on Ajinka's foot, grimacing in pain as he clutched his ankle. Eric Spoelstra's heart sank. He promptly called a timeout, and the Heat's medical staff rushed onto the court to assess Bosch's condition. Painfully shaking his head, Bosh indicated he could not continue. The team doctor assisted him off the court, and Coach Spoelstra substituted in Chris Anderson. Following the next dead ball, Coach Spoelstra hastily replaced Wang Chen, anxious to protect the newly discovered talent from any injury. Ultimately, the Heat triumphed over the Pelicans with a commanding score of 123-98, securing their 8th consecutive victory and solidifying their position at the top of the Eastern Conference, further suppressing the Pacers. After the game, the youthful Anthony Davis first embraced his idol, LeBron James, who offered words of comfort, assuring Davis that his defense was commendable. Yet, there remained an unspoken thought lingering in James's mind. My teammates are even stronger. As Wang Chen observed the embrace between the two individuals, he couldn't help but think of a future era, that of the post-Kobe Lakers, a team known for their formidable presence in the paint. However, at that moment, neither of them could possibly foresee the partnership that awaited them, as it was still a distant prospect. "Hey there, you little rascal from Hua Country," came the voice of Anthony Davis as he approached. "You're Wang Chen, right? I've remembered you, and you owe me some compensation for my mental anguish. Those 2 shots you made against me, one was a 3-1 and the other a devastating dunk, turned me into mere background scenery for those highlight reels. Haha. I'll do my utmost to let you shine next time," Wang Chen chuckled while giving Davis a friendly pat on the shoulder. "You sly devil. You've taken advantage and are still being cheeky," Davis replied with a laugh, having gained a clearer appreciation of Wang Chen's prowess during the match, which sparked a flicker of respect within him. "But truly, you are quite formidable. I look forward to our next encounter," Davis stated, his gaze unwavering as he regarded Wang Chen. "I share your anticipation," Wang Chen nodded, feeling the fierce competitive spirit burning within Davis. They exchanged a knowing smile before exiting the court together, both aware that they would eventually become each other's strongest adversaries. In the post-game statistics, LeBron James recorded a triple-double with 33 points, 12 rebounds, and 10 assists for the Heat, while Wang Chen contributed 25 points and Chris Bosh added 16 points. For the Pelicans, Davis tallied 30 points and 15 rebounds, and Tyreke Evans contributed 15 points and 8 assists. The performance of the other players, however, was rather dismal, rendering their data unworthy of scrutiny. The Pelicans, brimming with youthful energy, found their fervor diminished when faced with the seasoned defending champions. During the post-game interview, Joe Lennon sought out Wang Chen for a discussion. Wang Chen readily agreed, relishing the opportunity to garner some popularity while also admiring the long-legged presence of the interviewer. "Wang, how does it feel to make your first start?" "My feelings are quite positive. First and foremost, I must thank the coaching staff for their trust and for granting me this opportunity. You had 2 spectacular plays tonight. One was a 3-1 against Anthony Davis, and the other was a dunk over him. What are your thoughts on those moments?" "Regarding the first shot, I simply felt in rhythm and believed I could make it. It's as straightforward as that. As for the second, there is not much to elaborate on. LeBron created the space for me, allowing for an easy penetration. Davis is an exceptional defender and a strong contender for DPY. However, it excites me to compete against such formidable talent, and I felt honored to rise to the challenge. Hey, fans on the other side of the camera, make sure to support this remarkable guy. He truly is incredible," LeBron playfully interjected, making a silly face as he embraced Wang Chen and pointed at him before ruffling his hair and walking away, eliciting laughter from Joe Lennon. The 2 balls he was juggling wobbled wildly, leaving Wang Chen momentarily mesmerized. Wang Chen and Joe Lennon are conducting a routine interview regarding the forthcoming inquiries. In response to the final question, fans from Huagua and mainstream media have proclaimed you as the 4th cornerstone of the Heat. Do you endorse this assertion? Wang Chen smiled confidently. "Indeed, I am the 4th cornerstone of the Heat." Chapter 30, The Wave of Injuries. I am the 4th cornerstone of the Heat. The latest issue of the Huagua Sports Weekly features a striking image of Wang Chen dunking over Anthony Davis, with the headline boldly proclaiming this assertion. This statement has ignited fervent discussions among NBA fans in Huagua. Skeptics argue, the Heat's trio of superstars, what positioning? LeBron led his team to the finals single-handedly. Wade secured a championship on his own. Bosh was the focal point of the Raptors for years. Each of them has been a leader in their respective teams for an extended period. Pray tell, what has Wang Chen accomplished? Has he merely played a handful of impressive games and lost sight of his own identity? As a mere rookie, he has neither led a team nor held the mantle of leadership. How dare he presume to label himself as a cornerstone? Even the veteran Ray Allen on the team has yet to voice his opinion. In an instant, detractors of Wang Chen emerged like mushrooms after a rainstorm, vehemently criticizing him. This young man is overly arrogant. After a few more games, his true self will inevitably be revealed. Where there are critics, there will also be supporters. Wang Chen believes that there is absolutely no issue with Wang Chen's statement. Over the course of 5 consecutive games, he has consistently surpassed 20 points, showcasing his explosive scoring ability, making him a pivotal contributor to the Miami Heat's impressive 8-game winning streak. He can now be regarded as a stable third scoring option following LeBron James and Dwayne Wade, outscoring Chris Bosh as well. Let us speak of his performance and statistics. Wang Chen's series of astonishing scoring displays has played a crucial role in the Heat's victorious journey. In summary, Wang Chen's assertion of being the 4th superstar of the Heat has ignited fervent discussions among fans in China. Meanwhile, domestic experts argue that he should adopt a more pragmatic approach, as he is still a newcomer in the NBA with much to learn. Being young, he ought to cultivate humility instead of provoking public discourse that could place him in the eye of the storm. As for whether these opinions have reached Wang Chen's ears, undoubtedly they have. You may wonder if he cares about the criticisms from detractors. The answer is certainly yes. However, even the likes of LeBron and Curry are subject to scrutiny, so it is only natural for a rookie to face similar challenges. Moreover, his comments have indeed attracted criticism, particularly in a culturally rich nation like China, where humility is highly valued. Nevertheless, the most effective response to skepticism is to shatter it with undeniable prowess. As long as one's abilities are formidable enough, one can silence the critics. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of introducing yourself to the NBA. You have earned a reward of 500 basketball coins and an increase of 10 in NBA popularity. Basketball coin balance, 1550. Overall evaluation, 86. Assessment, an explosive scorer with strong offensive capabilities but weaker defensive skills. Wang Chen gazed at the evaluation, feeling a sense of discontent. How could a star athlete be characterized as offensively strong yet defensively weak? It was high time to procure a defensive skill with his currency. Moreover, it had to be an impressive one. The block skill background. During the thrilling Game 7 of the 2016 finals between the Cavaliers and the Warriors, the score stood at an exhilarating tie of 89. With just over a minute remaining, Andre Iguodala seized the ball, charging towards the Cavaliers' basket on a post. A successful shot would disrupt the equilibrium of the game. In that critical moment, LeBron James sprinted after Iguodala, reaching a remarkable speed of 2.67 seconds over 18 meters, ultimately executing a stunning block at the rim. This iconic moment was later hailed by ESPN as the block of the century. Price, 1,500 game coins. This was the one, both stylish and functional. Although it was somewhat costly, one must recognize that the sole drawback of expensive things is their expense. Ding! Host successfully purchased the skill to block, raising the overall evaluation from 86 to 88. There remained 50 game coins. It was impossible to spend them all. Oh! The woes of capitalism. When would there be more coins to spend? On March 24, 2014, the Miami Heat welcomed the Portland Trail Blazers at the American Airlines Arena. Prior to the game, a reporter inquired about Wang Chen's remarkable performance. Lillard, displaying his humility, acknowledged Wang as an exceptional player, noting his extraordinary displays in recent matches. However, he confidently asserted that the ultimate victor would be their team, declaring that they would not falter against any opponent, even the reigning champions. The Trailblazers, a formidable force in the Western Conference, are anchored by the dynamic duo of Lillard and Aldridge, currently positioned 5th in the standings. Their aspirations are to surpass the Rockets and secure home court advantage in the first round of the playoffs. Meanwhile, the Heat face challenges with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh sidelined. Bosh's latest injury report suggested he might be absent for a week. The Heat deployed a 3-guard lineup consisting of Chalmers, Wang Chen, Ray Allen, LeBron James, and Anderson. Consequently, Aldridge dominated the game single-handedly. By the end of the first quarter, the Trail Blazers led the Heat 31-21, with Aldridge scoring 16 points on his own. Exploiting the Heat's vulnerable interior defense, Aldridge showcased his versatility, scoring effortlessly from both the post and mid-range. Had it not been for LeBron's valiant effort, contributing 11 points, the deficit would have been even greater. In stark contrast, Wang Chen's performance was nothing short of disastrous. Unlike his previous games where his three-point shooting was impeccable, he failed to score in the first quarter, finishing with a dismal 0 for 3, and all his statistics reflected zeros, save for one turnover. His struggles against Matthews were palpable, as Matthews' build and defensive tendencies presented a stark contrast to previous matchups. Moreover, Stotts had devised a targeted strategy against Wang, ensuring he was frequently double-teamed whenever opportunities arose. Wang Chen has come under significant scrutiny, with keyboard warriors emerging to voice their criticisms. Is this all Wang Chen can offer? It appears that when faced with formidable opponents, his true colors are revealed. TSK, the last performance was dismal. He should refrain from taking the court to avoid further embarrassment. Even my grandmother could perform better. Managing to secure an assist, the so-called fourth superstar, my suggestion is that the Heat should consider releasing him. Midway through the second quarter, Wang Chen once again missed a three-point attempt. Robin Lopez secured the rebound and passed it to Lillard, who then dribbled down the court and launched an astounding long-range three-pointer, which found the net. The score stood at 52-36, with the Trail Blazers leading by 16 points. Following his successful shot, Lillard made a mocking gesture, seemingly directed at Wang Chen. In an attempt to retaliate, Wang Chen again missed an open three-pointer. Prior to the game, the Trail Blazers had devised numerous strategies to counter Wang Chen, and now Coach Stotts appears unconcerned about him. By the second quarter, the Heat trailed the Trail Blazers by 18 points, with a score of 46-64. In truth, Wang Chen wishes to clarify that this predicament is not entirely his fault. Rather, it stems from a particular skill being involuntarily activated, his erratic phase. Thus, during today's match, Wang Chen fell into a state of utter ineffectiveness, exhibiting various negative impacts on the court. However, Coach Spoelstra did not blame Wang Chen. Instead, he encouraged him to keep shooting. Ray Allen and LeBron James also urged Wang Chen to maintain his confidence in his shot and to continue taking opportunities. In the third quarter, Wang Chen finally succeeded in making a three-pointer. Wang Chen's three-pointer prevented the Trail Blazers from excessively collapsing their defense, granting James the space to penetrate. In the third quarter, he unleashed his full potential reminiscent of his regular season form. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 79-74, a mere 5-point deficit. In the fourth quarter, James once again drove to the basket, only to be met with a formidable challenge from Robin Lopez, who forcefully blocked him. Inadvertently, James stepped on Lopez's foot and twisted his ankle. The referee called a blocking foul on Lopez, while James collapsed in agony, clutching his ankle. Coach Spoelstra felt a sudden pang of dread in his heart, sensing the impending misfortune. In Chapter 31, as the battle loomed, James signaled to Coach Spoelstra that he could no longer continue in the game. Enduring excruciating pain in his ankle, he managed to complete 2 free throws, making one. Subsequently, he was assisted off the court, limping heavily. James's injury cast a shadow over the Heat's performance. With the 3 stars absent, Spoelstra was left with no choice but to deploy a lineup featuring Chalmers, Wang Chen, Ray Allen, Battier, and Anderson. The Trail Blazers seized this opportunity. Determined to capitalize on the Heat's misfortune, Aldridge thrived in the situation, effortlessly scoring with various easy baskets, while Lillard occasionally delivered soul-crushing three-pointers. Meanwhile, Wang Chen found himself subjected to intensified defensive pressure from the Trail Blazers in light of James's departure. Wang Chen's playing style is exceedingly awkward, leading the Trail Blazers to perceive that, apart from Wang Chen, the other players on the court pose no significant threat. Consequently, the team's defensive resources are entirely focused on Wang Chen. Wang Chen struggled to score, and the other role players of the Heat could only manage to score occasionally, causing the point gap to widen. However, midway through the fourth quarter, Wang Chen suddenly erupted, sinking 3 consecutive difficult three-pointers and narrowing the deficit to within 10 points. Yet, the Trail Blazers had far more players capable of stepping up than the current Heat. Aldridge first hit 2 mid-range shots to extend the lead, while Lillard and Matthews each responded with 3-pointers of their own, pushing the score out to a margin of more than 10 points. Subsequently, Wang Chen could not regain his 3-point shooting touch, becoming lost amidst the Trail Blazers' staunch defense. Although Ray Allen and Chalmers managed to hit a few 3-pointers, the Heat's chances of a comeback had evaporated. With 2 minutes remaining, Lillard brought the ball up the court, utilizing a screen from Robin Lopez to sink a 3-pointer. The score now stood at 99-85, with the Trail Blazers leading by 14 points before the final whistle. In this critical moment, Lillard continued to embody the role of a clutch player, sealing the game. Ultimately, the Trail Blazers triumphed over the Heat with a score of 103-88, thus bringing an end to the Heat's impressive 8-game winning streak. Following the match, Lillard and Aldridge embraced tightly, having secured a challenging victory against the reigning champions in their own territory. They felt a profound sense of pride in their performance, having taken a significant step toward their aspirations. Disappointment lingered among the Heat's fans as they departed their home arena, struggling to come to terms with the harsh reality of such a defeat. Coach Spoelstra refrained from excessively admonishing his players. Recognizing that all three of their key players were injured, he acknowledged their diligent efforts to execute their strategy, noting that they had maximized their potential. But it was evident that the Trailblazers were the stronger team on this occasion. In this contest, Aldridge scored 30 points, while Lillard contributed 24. On the Heat's side, the injured LeBron James managed 23 points, 5 rebounds, and 8 assists, while Wang Chen recorded 16 points on 5 of 18 shooting, including 4 of 13 from beyond the arc. No other player on the Heat managed to reach double figures in scoring. After the game, disgruntled fans unleashed a torrent of vitriol directed at Wang Chen, denigrating him mercilessly. Neutral spectators began to question Wang Chen's abilities, pondering whether his performance was merely a fleeting phenomenon. Given Wang Chen's previous audacious claims of being the fourth superstar, his reputation among the public was tarnished. Those with talent could speak freely, but those lacking it would inevitably become the subject of ridicule. Critics concluded that the upcoming match would serve as a moment of reckoning for Wang Chen. On March 26th, the Heat are set to visit the Bankers Life Fieldhouse in Indiana to challenge the Pacers. In that game, James's participation remains uncertain. While Wade and Bosh are confirmed to be absent, the Pacers, meanwhile, will undoubtedly be fully committed to the contest. Presently, the Heat's record stands at 52 wins and 17 losses, placing them at the pinnacle of the Eastern Conference, closely followed by the Pacers at 52 wins and 19 losses, who rank second. As rivals over the past 2 years, the Heat have eliminated the Pacers in both the Eastern Conference semifinals and finals, with a narrow 4-3 margin, marking the Pacers as the most unfortunate team in the East. This year, the Pacers are determined to make a resurgence, with the entire team pledging to seek vengeance. Unified in their resolve to dismantle the Heat's dominance in the East, they aspire to step into the spotlight, aiming to emerge as the team that breaks through the fray in the Eastern Conference. The home court advantage that all teams in the Eastern playoffs possess is precisely what the Pacers seek, with the Heat's trio of superstars absent. And the game being hosted at home, the Pacers are poised to seize victory and narrow the gap in the standings. On the same day, the Pacers achieved a 95-86 victory against the Bulls on the road, with Paul George scoring an impressive 33 points. In a post-game interview, he was asked about the upcoming match against the Miami Heat, to which he expressed regret over the injuries but acknowledged that they are an inherent aspect of the league. In every game, our sole objective remains unchanged: victory. Have you heard of Wang Madness? Following a recent game, he made a rather audacious statement, attributing the Indiana Pacers' previous dominance at the top of the Eastern Conference to mere luck, declaring them to be thieves. This rookie boldly asserted that the Eastern Championship had already been reserved for them. What are your thoughts on this? Nonsense. Upon hearing this, George was infuriated. For the past 2 years, I have not believed that the Heat were superior to us. We possess the strongest defense in the East, and any team in the league fears facing us from beyond the arc. Neither LeBron nor Wade would dare claim that the Eastern Championship was guaranteed for us. As for the rookie's remarks, I believe he has yet to grasp the intensity of the NBA. That is fine in the next game. I shall lock him down and let him personally experience the rigors of the league. I will stifle his offensive efforts and score 40 points over him, demonstrating what it truly means to be first in the East. The following day, the media in the beautiful country, in an effort to generate excitement for the game, released statements from Wang Chen after the Nets game and from Paul George. With the likelihood of the Heat's big three being absent, the matchup lacked intrigue. Yet national broadcasts require a narrative, and thus these exchanges were made public. The promotional poster for the game prominently featured Wang Chen versus Paul George. Hilariously, does Wang Chen truly deserve to be on that poster? The beautiful country has a grasp of the abstract. Paul George has declared his intention to contain Wang Chen, and it seems the latter is in for a challenging experience. In this upcoming game, Wang Chen will undoubtedly reveal his true self. I await the moment he returns home in disgrace. Wang Chen as a starting shooting guard for the Heat? He lacks the capability, do you understand? Within our homeland, both detractors and neutral fans seem to overwhelmingly predict his downfall, while Wang Chen is fixated on a newly emerged task notification. Temporary task, spokesperson for the Eastern Conference leaders. Task details. In the upcoming game, the host must lead the team solo, defeat the Pacers, and solidify their position at the top of the Eastern Conference. Task rewards: 500 coins, overall ability enhancement 2, random skill package. Will you accept the task? The greater the storm, the more fish there are. Wang Chen eagerly accepted this challenge, eager to test his mettle as a superstar, starting with the formidable Pacers quintet. Task accepted. On March 26, 2014. At the Indiana Bankers Life Fieldhouse, 2 hours before the match, the arena was already filled to capacity. This contest was crucial for both the home team and the Heat in their quest for playoff positioning. The Pacers organization had long since begun to rally supporters, urging fans to fill the stands and bolster the home players with their cheers. Wang Chen out. Wang Chen out. Echoed throughout the Pacers' home court, even before the game commenced. Due to Wang Chen's remarks, the crowd responded in unison with synchronized chants. During TNT's pregame analysis, Shaquille O'Neal, Reggie Miller, and Jeff Van Gundy sat side by side, each offering their insights. O'Neal stated, "This game has a predetermined outcome. The only uncertainty lies in how many points Wang Chen will score and whether Paul George can dominate the Heat." Reggie Miller added, "Though the Heat are a strong team, the lineup they present today cannot match the intensity of this Pacers squad. I favor the Pacers for victory," Jeff Van Gundy remarked. The Pacers boast the league's highest defensive efficiency, managing to restrict most teams' scoring to below 90 points. I truly fail to see how this injury-riddled Heat team possesses the tools to breach the Pacers' defense. TNT's pregame analysts assessed the Pacers' chances of winning at an impressive 98. While the Heat's odds were a mere 2, commentators from Huagua overwhelmingly believed that the Pacers had the advantage in terms of timing, location, and team synergy. While the Heat's current lineup appeared powerless against them, public sentiment overwhelmingly favored the Pacers, with all media outlets concluding that the only remaining question was whether Paul George could fulfill his promise. As the pregame warm-up commenced, the Heat officially announced the absence of their 3 stars. We received the starting lineups for both teams. The Pacers fielded a robust lineup: point guard George Hill, shooting guard Lance Stevenson, small forward Paul George, power forward David West, and center Roy Hibbert. The Pacers deployed their strongest starting 5, intent on securing a victory, and would show no mercy, even against a diminished Heat squad. Let us now examine the Heat's starting lineup. Point guard Mario Chalmers, shooting guard Wang Chen, small forward Ray Allen, power forward Rashard Lewis, and center Chris Anderson. With injuries affecting the team, the Heat's trio of stars were all absent, leaving 39-year-old Ray Allen as the most prominent figure in their lineup. This assembly of players could scarcely compete with those of a tanking team for a lottery pick. It is truly unfathomable how this Heat roster could possibly contend with the Pacers. At this very moment, Wang Chen sat upon a bench, his gaze fixed ahead, burdened by a profound sense of gravity. In this match, despite the presence of the system, he found himself devoid of the support previously offered by his illustrious teammates from the Heat, leaving him to confront the formidable pressure exerted by Paul George and the looming threat of the Pacers, potential adversaries in the Eastern Conference Finals. Compounded by the weight of his ranking and the expectations imposed by the system, the mounting pressures bore down on him, rendering him somewhat breathless. Just then James, with his foot encased in a cast, approached and placed a reassuring hand upon his shoulder. "Do not overthink it. Relax. Should this match end in defeat, no one will hold you accountable. Just give your all and showcase your unique strengths." Wang Chen smiled, though the smile felt somewhat hollow. "Wang, do you realize that I believe you surpassed the younger version of myself?" He continued. "Do you recall that game against the Spurs? At that moment, we were trailing significantly, and everyone, including Wade and myself, was ready to concede defeat. Yet you, after sinking a 3-pointer, excitedly urged me, 'LeBron, let us turn this game around together.' To be honest, at that time, I felt nothing but shame. Although this is a commercial league and losing is an inevitable part of the 82-game regular season, the match against the Spurs held immense significance. We all understood the gravity of that game, yet we had resigned ourselves to defeat. Only you, with your relentless encouragement and a string of remarkable 3-pointers, inspired us to ultimately overturn the game against the Spurs. In 2007, I experienced my first NBA Finals, where I was swept by the Spurs. In 2011, I faced the Dallas Mavericks in the 4th game of the Finals, struggling against the undersized guard barrier. In my youth, my resolve paled in comparison to yours. Thus, in crucial matches, it was invariably I who faltered, while the opposing team was filled with individuals far more eager to win. You, however, possess a formidable will and an unwavering focus, exhibiting a maturity in your rookie year that surpasses that of many seasoned veterans. I have a premonition that you will emerge as an exceptional leader of your team in the future. I have shared with Dwayne that when we grow old, you will be the core of the Heat, the successor to the leadership of this franchise. So, approach this game with confidence and audacity. Even if we falter, there are those of us who will shoulder the burdens alongside you. LeBron's words resonated with conviction, and Haslam approached, patting Wang Chen on the chest. "This game is entrusted to you." Wang Chen spoke little, gazing intently at the distant Pacers' 5 Tigers, his eyes resolute. "If you are the strongest shield, then I, at this moment, am the mightiest spear." System, activate skill, Heavenly King Zhan. Ding. Skill activation successful. This week's usage of Heavenly King Zhan, 0. The lights at the Pacers' home court flickered, signaling the commencement of the player entrance ceremony. As each Pacers player made their entrance, the DJ fervently cheered, and the fans at the Bankers Life Fieldhouse erupted with a thunderous ovation. When Paul George took the court, the cheers peaked. He is the new king of the Pacers. Subsequently, both teams' players stepped onto the court, preparing for the match to begin. "Hey, you are a turtle," George confronted Wang Chen, his gaze sharp and his expression disdainful. "It is I," Wang Chen replied calmly. "You will pay for your arrogance," George warned, his eyes fierce. "This match will reveal just how ludicrous your bravado is. Prepare to experience our Pacers basketball." Indeed, after this game, the Heat will secure the top spot in the regular season, Wang Chen retorted with a smile. The two stared each other down, neither willing to yield, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Their eyes met, filled with tension and hostility. The atmosphere around them grew exceptionally heavy, as if the very air was suffused with this palpable tension. The jump ball at center court commenced. The 2013 to 2014 regular season matchup between the Heat and the Pacers was about to begin. Chapter 33, A Duel with George. The referee tossed the ball high into the air, and the taller Hibbert leapt first for possession, directing the ball to George Hill. The Pacers initiated their offense. George Hill signaled to slow the pace, opting for a set play. All the Pacers players nodded in understanding. Roy Hibbert stationed himself at the high post, while Paul George utilized a screen to reach the high position. Hill delivered a pass to George, whose defender, Ray Allen, was effectively obstructed by Gao Yuanyuan. George took a long-range two-pointer from the top, effortlessly sinking the shot. 2-0. Lewis inbound the ball from the baseline, passing it to Chalmers, who advanced slowly. Wang Chen emerged from the three-point line, and Chalmers immediately passed the ball to him. "Wang Chen, I have heard of you and your commendable performance of late. However, your remarkable displays come to an end here. We shall ascend above you, and your team to claim the top position in the Eastern Conference. The Heat have reigned over the East for 3 years. This year, it is our turn." As Stevenson concluded, he pressed closely against Wang Chen, denying him any opportunity to break free. At that moment, Anderson approached, positioning himself beyond the three-point line to set a screen for Wang Chen. Understanding the plan, Wang Chen utilized Anderson's screen to shake off Stevenson and made a bold drive towards the basket. Wang Chen advanced to the free throw line, where Gao Yuanyuan did not step out to defend him. Wang Chen executed a sudden stop and released a jump shot from the free throw line, successfully scoring 2 points. At the outset, Wang Chen exhibited a formidable offensive desire. He understood that action was imperative at this juncture. As possession shifted, the Pacers initiated play, with Stevenson advancing the ball while the Heat deployed a 2-3 zone defense, prioritizing the containment of the Pacers' interior offense. However, Paul George circled to the three-point line, receiving a pass from Stevenson, and launched a shot from a 45-degree angle. The ball swished through the net. Today, George's shooting touch was blistering. On the Heat side, Wang Chen held the ball, confronting Stevenson, disregarding his defense, and executed a three-point shot from the arc. The ball found its mark, leveling the score. Both George and Wang Chen were on fire today. George Vogel, lost in thought, suddenly signaled to George Hill, who nodded in understanding. With possession now with the Pacers, Hill executed a tactical gesture. Roy Hibbert positioned himself at the high post, receiving the ball and delivering it to the cutting David West. West, upon receiving the pass, attempted a layup. Lewis, despite his best defensive efforts, could not match West's physique, allowing West to score. In the subsequent possession, Chalmers attempted a three-pointer but missed. West secured the rebound and passed to Stevenson, who dribbled into the frontcourt, confronted only by Wang Chen. Stevenson employed his signature spin move, leaving Wang Chen defenseless. Stevenson converted the layup. Lewis attempted another three, but missed again. Hibbert collected the rebound and made a long pass to the unguarded George. As the Heat players failed to retreat in time, George executed a 1-on-0 dunk, igniting the fervor of the Pacers' home crowd. The Pacers surged with a 6-0 run, bringing the score to 11-5. Coach Spoelstra immediately called for a timeout. The Pacers were brimming with confidence, and George's fiery form had galvanized the entire team. After a brief discussion, Coach Spoelstra meticulously outlined several pick-and-roll strategies. He then turned to Wang Chen, his gaze imbued with trust and expectation. Wang, I need you to step up and score. At that moment, the Heat players also directed their attention to Wang Chen, offering their support. Coach Spoelstra continued, emphasizing, from now on, Wang has the green light to shoot. Regardless of who has the ball, if Wang is open, pass it to him immediately. If he calls for the ball, deliver it without hesitation. You must all cater to his requests. He underscored this point with resolute conviction. Finally, Coach Spoelstra looked once more at Wang Chen and inquired, Can I trust you, Wang? Wang Chen took a deep breath, a glimmer of confidence flashing in his eyes. Of course, he affirmed, fully aware that at this moment, he must shoulder the expectations of the team and showcase his prowess. His voice resonated with determination. I am entirely prepared. The atmosphere in the entire bench area was infused with a palpable tension and excitement. LeBron James and Udonis Haslem emerged, raising their hands as the Heat players reached out in unison. 1, 2, 3, let's go. As the Heat initiated their offense, Wang Chen held the ball, feeling an intense surge of energy coursing through him. This was the boundless strength bestowed upon him by the skillful King James. He sensed that his physical attributes, willpower, touch, and court awareness had all ascended to their zenith. What he needed to do now was to unleash the full force within him and show the Pacers' formidable quintet a glimpse of his capabilities. At the very least, altering their current defensive formation. Facing Stevenson, Wang Chen requested Anderson to set a screen for him. Stevenson switched onto Hibbert, leaving Wang Chen mismatched against the latter. Hibbert, a towering center standing at 2.18 meters, is affectionately nicknamed Gao Yuanyu and by Chinese fans due to his resemblance to the actress. Additionally, his dark complexion and physique reminiscent of Yao Ming have led to him being humorously referred to as the Black Yao Ming. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that his defensive prowess is indeed formidable. His performance in the paint is exceptional, making it exceedingly difficult for opponents to breach his defensive fortress. This is undoubtedly recognized by all. As the head coach of the Pacers, Frank Vogel holds Hibbert in high regard, considering him an indispensable starting center for the team. Through his remarkable defensive skills and spirit of teamwork, Hibbert has successfully earned a place in the All-Star lineup, achieving this honor for 2 consecutive years. He has now emerged as one of the star players within the Pacers' ranks. Once the game commenced, the Pacers displayed immense strength and synergy, their offense flowing with effortless grace, while their defense stood as a formidable wall. Hibbert's dominance in the paint posed a significant threat to the Heat, confronted by the towering figure of Hebert, whose formidable presence exuded an almost suffocating intensity. Wang Chen remained undaunted, his body brimmed with energy, fueling his resolve. Without hesitation, he advanced against Hebert's defense, launching himself into the air with determination to take a jump shot from beyond the arc. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, finding its mark with precision as it swished through the net. 11-8. Wang Chen commenced the game with an impressive 8 consecutive points, single-handedly securing all the scores for the Heat. At this moment, hey, Fenson, George approached, and we decided to switch our defensive assignments. This young man indeed possesses some talent. However, that is where it ends. I shall let him experience the disparity between himself and an all-star. Chapter 34, Suppression. Wang Chen's brilliant goal ignited George's curiosity. With that in mind, he resolved to challenge him. After receiving a pass from his teammate, George's gaze was resolute and brimming with confidence. He raised his arm, signaling the other members of the Pacers to disperse. Before George stood the legendary sharpshooter, Ray Allen. George began to dribble slowly, his eyes fixed intently on Ray Allen ahead. Suddenly, he surged forward, accelerating like a bolt of lightning past Allen. The burst of speed was so swift that Allen scarcely had time to react. Next, George faced Anderson within the paint. His hands moved with the finesse of a magician, the basketball leaping and spinning in a dazzling display. Despite Anderson's defense being firmly in place, he exerted every effort to block George's shot. Yet, George's skill and speed rendered Anderson's attempts futile. At that moment, a sharp crack echoed through the arena as the referee blew his whistle, calling a foul on Anderson for striking. George executed a stunning offensive maneuver and earned an opportunity for an additional free throw. The spectators erupted in cheers. Ultimately, George calmly sank the free throw, completing this exquisite 2-1 play. The score read 14-8. At that moment, George's extraordinary offensive prowess was unmistakably on display. Wang Chen possesses the ball, only to realize that his defender is not Stevenson, but rather the 24th player from the opposing team. Kid, I concede that you possess some skill. However, this is the pinnacle of your career where you may reach my level. Wang Chen smiled and made a swift change of direction, breaking towards the right side of George. The defensive prowess of Paul George is beyond question. He is a superstar who excels in both offense and defense. In addition to his remarkable pull-up mid-range shot, he is most renowned for his individual defense against LeBron James in 2013. George has always been the cornerstone of his team's defensive strategy. Wang Chen exerted every ounce of his ability, yet he still found it exceedingly difficult to evade Paul George's formidable defense. Wang Chen withdrew his hand, executing a perfect shot while creating a slight distance from George, and launched a three-point attempt. Aware of Wang Chen's intention, George leaped high and fiercely swatted the ball out of bounds. The Miami Heat secured the sideline ball. Ray Allen swiftly initiated the sideline pass, delivering it to Lewis stationed at the corner. Lewis attempted a three-pointer from the corner but missed. Anderson soared high, snatching the offensive rebound over Gao Yuan, and converted the second chance opportunity. Meanwhile, on the Pacers side, Paul George made a rapid breakthrough, executed a swift pass, and quickly delivered the ball to the patiently waiting David West in the corner, who then succeeded with a mid-range jump shot, scoring 2 points. Wang Chen held the ball, once again confronting the defense of Paul George. "Rookie, resign yourself to fate. You cannot surpass me." George relentlessly applied pressure on Wang Chen, all the while muttering under his breath. Wang Chen aspired to discover a breakthrough, at which point he noticed the open Allen, intending to pass the ball to him. "Rookie, in our one-on-one duel, such a pass is rather discourteous," he remarked. In a flash, a shadow darted past, intercepting Wang Chen's pass with remarkable swiftness. Paul George had anticipated Wang Chen's offensive trajectory, executing a flawless steal. Upon gaining possession, George accelerated towards the unguarded paint of the Heat, executing a powerful two-handed dunk. With a change of possession, Lewis initiated play, passing to Chalmers, who swiftly relayed the ball to the perimeter where Ray Allen awaited. Utilizing Anderson's screen with finesse, Allen managed to break through to the vicinity of the free throw line. Without hesitation, he leaped, preparing to take a mid-range shot. However, the basketball cruelly clanged off the rim, failing to find its mark. At that moment, Gao Yuan swiftly secured the rebound and immediately passed the ball to George Hill, demonstrating exceptional skill and court vision. Hill delivered an unassuming pass that accurately reached the front court. David West, remaining in the front court, astutely seized the opportunity. After receiving the ball, he rose fluidly, executing a spectacular one-handed dunk that earned valuable points for his team. The score stood at 20-10, prompting another timeout for the Heat. "What on earth are you doing?" the coach exclaimed. "I have no demands for our offense, but what about our defense? We have allowed the Pacers to execute consecutive fast breaks with ease. I am not asking for much regarding our offense, but we must fortify our defense. This lethargy cannot continue. I am making no demands offensively, but we must prioritize our defense, and then seek opportunities for fast breaks. Without solid defense, we will have no chances." The Heat made personnel adjustments, substituting Chalmers for Norris Cole and Lewis for Haslam. Concurrently, the Pacers also made changes, bringing in Luis Scola for David West and Solomon Hill for Paul George. Both teams exhibited fervor, with aggressive offense and defense leading to a back-and-forth scoreline. In this intense contest, the Pacers excelled, ultimately concluding the first quarter with a 27-18 lead over the Heat. By the end of the first quarter, Wang Chen had secured 8 points, while his counterpart, Paul George, had amassed 13 points. The two players accounted for nearly half of their team's total scoring, yet George benefited significantly from his teammates' support, and in terms of experience and prowess, he proved to be the more formidable star compared to Wang Chen. In the first quarter, George dominated both offensively and defensively, suppressing Wang Chen's contributions. Wang Chen exerted himself thoroughly during the first quarter and now sat on the bench, feeling somewhat drained. At the commencement of the second quarter, Coach Spoelstra decided to substitute him for Tony Douglas. With the absence of the Heat's star trio, Spoelstra's only recourse seemed to be to enhance the rotation, deploying more players brimming with energy to exhaust the opposing team's core players. Consequently, even those who rarely saw playing time were brought onto the court. As it stands, it appeared that Wang Chen was the only one in his hand of cards possessing the capability for independent offensive play. Sighing, Spoelstra reflected on how, since the emergence of the Heat's illustrious trio, he had never engaged in such a meager contest. As the Heat initiated play, Haslam was in remarkable form, consistently sinking 3 mid-range shots off Norris Cole's passes. However, the Pacers bench was no pushover. Luis Scola and Solomon Hill each nailed a three-pointer, while Mahinmi thrived in the Heat's frail interior defense, executing 2 consecutive dunks. The Pacers showcased astonishing offensive efficiency and exemplary teamwork as the second quarter unfolded. They expertly utilized precise passes to locate open players, converting crucial shots and maintaining a high shooting percentage in half-court sets. Despite the Heat's awareness of the need to bolster their defense against the Pacers' fast breaks, they found themselves somewhat overwhelmed by the superior physicality and more dynamic performances of the Pacers. The Pacers relentlessly assaulted the Heat's defense, creating chaos and generating scoring opportunities. Whether through powerful drives inside or long-range shots, the Pacers found it effortless to score, leaving the Heat's defense in a reactive state. Their rapid counterattacks and off-ball movement exerted tremendous pressure on the Heat, rendering their opponents unable to adjust to the shifting pace. The score stood at 37-25, with the Heat trailing by 12 points. Coach Spoelstra, with no other option, reluctantly reinserted Wang Chen. Chapter 35, 1v5 at this juncture. Spoelstra brought Wang Chen back onto the court. George Vogel, noticing this, smiled slightly and summoned Paul George, whispering a few words in his ear. Upon hearing this, George responded with a knowing smile and a nod of understanding. Solomon Hill exited the game, making way for Paul George once again. Vogel stated, "The only independent offensive threat on the opposing side is that rookie, but he lacks the court vision of LeBron. Lock him down in a one-on-one situation. That is the task I assign to you. Is that clear?" George replied confidently, "Rest assured, Coach, I am fully prepared to dismantle this rookie." Wang Chen stepped onto the stage, followed closely by George. "Hey, kid, are you tired?" Wang Chen remained unfazed. When fatigued, he simply stood on the court to rest. Observing how Uncle George scored, Wang Chen turned around, gazing at George's utterly disdainful smile. He spoke with the ball. Wang Chen received a pass from Chalmers and found himself in a one-on-one confrontation with George. "Rookie, you shall not surpass me." With a deft change of direction from Darren and a solo maneuver from Crawford, a series of skill badges illuminated Wang Chen, while the emblem of the king, LeBron, shimmered gently upon him. Wang Chen accelerated, a shadowy figure swiftly darting past, leaving George momentarily bewildered. "George, what was that? Did I just encounter a ghost?" Hill, noticing Wang Chen's breakthrough, rushed over to assist defensively. As Wang Chen reached a mere step beyond the three-point line, he executed a seamless move, pulling the ball back, retreating a step beyond the arc, and launched a three-pointer. The ball soared like a celestial sword, the shot as piercing as in years past. The score was now 37-28. James applauded from the bench, and Coach Spoelstra clenched his fist in approval. However, Paul George felt a flush of indignation. He sensed humiliation. That shot, in his view, was far from a prudent choice. "No matter, there is still ample time. I can play with you at my leisure." As the Pacers initiated their offense, Paul George signaled to George Hill, who passed him the ball. George then called for a screen from his defender, Stevenson, seeking to isolate Wang Chen. "I'm about to score over you, man. Scoring over you is far simpler than scoring over Shaquille's grandmother." Just then, Wang Chen shadowed George closely. What an imposing presence. A chill suddenly coursed up George's spine, as if a fierce beast were fixating its gaze upon him. How could a rookie, whose playing style was so exquisite and graceful, exude the aura of a scrappy underdog? George's eyes widened, filled with confusion and disbelief. This sensation reminded him of the infamous enforcers on the court, like Patrick Beverley or the former Bruce Bowen. Yet, this young man, with his fair and refined appearance, seemed worlds apart from them. How could he emanate such an intimidating essence? Nevertheless, it mattered not. "I shall dismantle you. I will obliterate the hollow facade of your bravado." Paul George stood beyond the three-point line, slowly cradling the ball, his back against Wang Chen. West attempted to set a screen for George, but a mere glance from George sent West retreating. George executed a crossover, attempting to shake off Wang Chen, but Wang Chen's body remained firmly pressed against him, denying him even the slightest opportunity to shoot. As the 24-second clock dwindled, George opted for a drive-and-pull mid-range jumper. It clanged off the rim. Anderson seized the rebound, swiftly passing the ball to Wang Chen. Wang Chen accelerated with fervor, his swift speed leaving the pedestrians far behind in a cloud of dust. Only Paul George had retreated to the restricted area, denying Wang Chen an easy opportunity to score. At this moment, Wang Chen executed a swift three-point shot from a 45-degree angle. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. The score now stands at 37-31. With the deficit narrowed to merely 6 points, Wang Chen delivered two astonishing three-pointers, leaving Paul George incredulous as he gazed at the rookie before him. While rumors may circulate, experiencing it firsthand is an entirely different affair. These consecutive three-point shots swiftly erased the advantage that the Pacers had painstakingly built. The explosive scoring capability was nothing short of terrifying. Vogel immediately called for a timeout, as the Pacers found themselves momentarily halted. Deep in thought, Vogel eventually devised a strategy, allowing George to take on the individual defensive assignment while the rest of the team concentrated on clustering around the perimeter. Denying Wang Chen any opportunity to shoot from beyond the arc, Hibbert and West were tasked with a robust interior defense, permitting only a single mid-range shot. They doubted that Wang Chen's mid-range prowess could devastate the Pacers. Coach Spoelstra and LeBron offered words of encouragement to Wang Chen, advising everyone to position themselves beyond the three-point line. Wang, if you sense an opportunity, take it upon yourself. If not, pass to your teammate stationed at the three-point line. When Wang passes, you must be resolute in your shooting or create additional opportunities. If all else fails, return the ball to Wang Chen. Trust in him. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen felt a warm surge within, coupled with an unprecedented pressure. This marked his inaugural responsibility as the leader of a team, a significant step towards his maturation. Coach Spoelstra shook his head in resignation. In truth, he found himself at a loss. The team's core players were sidelined due to injuries, and Ray Allen, nearing 40, could no longer be expected to soar through the air as he once did in his youth. Nevertheless, during this period, Wang Chen exhibited remarkable performance, showcasing his potential to become a superstar. Previously, his talents may have been somewhat stifled by the presence of three superstars on the Heat, preventing him from fully unleashing his abilities. Now, Coach Spoelstra yearned to witness the heights of his gifted prowess. In reality, this was a reluctant course of action born from a lack of alternatives. After all, one could not rely on an undrafted rookie's sudden emergence in every game. However, regardless of the circumstances, Wang Chen was determined to give his all, striving to honor the trust placed in him by his coach and teammates. As the timeout concluded, the Pacers regained possession. Paul George continued to control the ball. Faced with Ray Allen, he found himself in an open space, opting for a mid-range jumper. The free throw line jumper sailed effortlessly through the net. Each time Wang Chen scored, George would respond in kind with his own scoring prowess. The Heat regained possession, with Wang Chen handling the ball, guarded by George Hill. A one-on-one battle against Leonard's man awaited. Wang Chen held the ball, subtly bending his knees and lowering his center of gravity in preparation for a breakthrough. Hill fixed his gaze upon Wang Chen, attempting to anticipate his next move. Suddenly, Wang Chen took a tentative step, swiftly extending his left foot forward while leaning his body to the right, creating the illusion of a rightward drive. Hill, deceived by this feint, immediately shifted to the right, eager to thwart Wang Chen's advance. However, in that fleeting moment of Hill's movement, Wang Chen quickly retracted his left foot, pulling the ball back, and then stepped to the left, effortlessly gliding past Hill. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, like a flowing stream, leaving Hill completely unprepared. With a burst of acceleration akin to lightning, he swiftly traversed the defenses of Stevenson and George. Though they attempted to impede him, they could not keep pace with his speed. Following this, he executed a masterful change of direction, switching the ball from his left hand to his right, elegantly evading the opponent's defense. This series of movements was executed with such fluidity and grace that it left the spectators in awe. Wang Chen successfully maneuvered past the formidable double team of Stevenson and George beyond the three-point line, making his way towards the basket. Awaiting him in the paint were the imposing figures of the Indiana Pacers' towering duo, Hibbert and David West. They stood like two impregnable fortresses, determined to thwart Wang Chen's advance. Yet, he did not waver. He exhibited unparalleled courage and resolve. As he approached the rim, he deftly executed a change of hands, shifting the ball from his right to his left, and then ascended for a layup without a moment's hesitation. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. The players of the Heat held their breath, eagerly anticipating this pivotal moment. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, finding its mark with precision as it swished through the net. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle pierced the silence. 2 points counted, and an additional free throw awarded. The Pacers crowd fell into hushed disbelief, while the Heat's bench erupted in exuberance, waving towels and celebrating triumphantly. Wang Chen single-handedly toyed with the entire defense of the Walkers. Absolutely remarkable. With 5.5 minutes remaining until the end of the second quarter. Chapter 36, perhaps it's best to let it go. At this moment, Wang Chen's personal prowess is vividly displayed, showcasing the perfect culmination of the system's skill buffs. Paul George stands observing Wang Chen, standing resolutely on the court, gaining a newfound appreciation for the rookie's individual capabilities. With his adept execution of challenging three-pointers, an explosive scoring ability, an unanswerable mid-range jumper, and a graceful ability to penetrate defenses, this offensive player leaves no angle unexploited. David West openly expresses his admiration for Wang Chen, acknowledging the rookie's talents reminiscent of the superlative prodigies from their own draft class in 2003. It is truly astonishing that he remains undrafted. West is curious as to how such a gifted player went unnoticed. Are the NBA scouts simply enjoying their high salaries and complacency? Gao Yuan, on the other hand, is exceptionally irate, as neither he nor West could contain Wang Chen, which fuels his anger. After all, he is the premier center in the Eastern Conference. He is determined to show this rookie what he is capable of. Bosh, who is it that acknowledges this? Wang Chen stood at the free throw line, the resounding boos echoing throughout the Pacers' home arena. They endeavored to impose pressure on Wang Chen through their cacophonous cheers. Wang Chen remained unfazed, his mental state shielding him from all external distractions. Taking a deep breath, he dribbled the ball, executed his free throw with poise, and scored effortlessly. The score stood at 39-34, with the Heat trailing by 5 points, while Wang Chen was the sole scorer for his side. The Pacers exhibited a more balanced offense with multiple contributors. West and Hibbert each found success with mid-range shots from the corners, while George Hill capitalized on a moment of confusion among the opposing defenders, darting into the paint for an easy layup. Not to be outdone, Paul George skillfully navigated around a defender with Hibbert's screen, delivering a precise floater into the basket. The Pacers unleashed a surge, culminating in an 8-0 run. In contrast, the Heat found themselves mired in a scoring drought. As Wang Chen seized the ball, he was immediately besieged, leaving him no choice but to pass it away. Unfortunately, his teammates struggled with their shooting accuracy and were unable to penetrate the defense, providing no assistance. Wang Chen's stamina gradually dwindled, even beginning to be overdrawn. Continuously confronting such formidable defensive intensity from his opponents, he was compelled to make some physically demanding, high-difficulty shots. The exhaustion was palpable, with the score at 47-34. The Pacers had pulled ahead to a double-digit lead. Just before the halftime buzzer, Wang Chen found himself once again surrounded by defenders. At this distance, he felt the rhythm. In the fleeting moment when Wang Chen found himself on the verge of being double-teamed, he summoned the last vestiges of his stamina from the half, leaping from a standstill to release an arduous shot from beyond the arc. The Crimson seconds swiftly dwindled to 0, and, to the incredulous gazes of the Pacers fans, the ball swished through the net with pristine precision. A buzzer-beater three-pointer. Wang Chen valiantly struggled to narrow the score, bringing the deficit closer. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 47-37, with the Heat trailing the Pacers by 10 points. Wang Chen entered the changing room and promptly sank into his seat, breathing heavily. Wang Chen felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body, as if he could muster no strength whatsoever. With only 20 minutes left in the half, he sensed that he had exerted every ounce of his energy. Yet, dishearteningly, they still trailed behind by 10 points. What was truly alarming was Wang Chen's realization that his stamina was nearing its limits, while the Pacers players appeared to be holding back, seemingly capable of unleashing further vigor. Wang Chen felt a profound sense of isolation and helplessness. In the past, he had the formidable trio of the Heat shielding him from pressure, allowing him to bide his time and await the moment to unleash his scoring prowess. However, now he found himself alone, grappling with uncertainty. Doubts crept into his mind. Why must it be me? I am merely a rookie. Why should I bear this burden? Perhaps it is best to let it go. If we lose, surely the coach and my teammates will not hold it against me. I am just a newcomer. My capabilities are limited. What more can be expected of me? In light of this match, perhaps it would be wise to concede. After all, the opponent is indeed formidable. Wang Chen found himself in a state of stupor. Hey, Wang, the voice of Sibo jolted him back to reality. Relax, do not burden yourself with pressure. In the second half, try to regain your rhythm and conserve your energy. We need you in the latter part of the game. Wang Chen reclined on the chair, closing his eyes. All right, coach. A wave of helplessness washed over him. Can I truly manage it in the second half? Just a 10-point deficit. Our defense has been commendable today. Now, we must adopt a more audacious offensive strategy. Let us bolster our attack and turn the tide of the game. 1, 2, 3. Let us proceed. Wang Chen's face bore no expression, as if shrouded in a layer of frost, making it difficult to discern the thoughts that lay within. A fleeting hint of fatigue flickered in his gaze, reminiscent of one who has endured a long and arduous battle. He exhibited no signs of retreat or fear, merely whispering to himself, "It matters not. I shall give my utmost." This phrase served as a source of solace and encouragement, enabling him to confront all that lay ahead with unwavering resolve. The third quarter of the game commenced. The Miami Heat held possession. Coach Spoelstra altered the lineup, substituting Lewis for Haslam, while the remainder of the team remained unchanged. Haslam immediately made his presence felt with a mid-range baseline jump shot, narrowing the score. In the second half, the Pacers adjusted their strategy, shifting focus from direct attacks via Paul George to targeting the Heat's interior defense. David West and Hibbert executed a series of successful low-post back-to-the-basket plays, scoring consecutively. Meanwhile, Chalmers broke through, drawing a foul against Hibbert and converting both free throws. Yet again, Paul George launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc, and it found its mark. Turning swiftly, Wang Chen passed the ball to Ray Allen, who prepared for a layup, only to be thwarted by West's defense. West quickly dished the ball to Hill, who promptly sank a trailing three-pointer. Another successful shot. Wang Chen turned around, eager to attempt a breakthrough, yet George shadowed him relentlessly, swiftly intervening to deliver a substantial block that sent the ball sailing out of bounds. The possession now belonged to the Miami Heat. Anderson passed the ball to Wang Chen, who decisively launched a three-pointer from the corner. However, two imposing hands rapidly obscured his line of sight, severely impeding his shot. Ultimately, the attempt clanged off the rim. George leapt high into the air, snatching the rebound with one hand, and upon landing, promptly relayed the ball to Stevenson. Stevenson, upon receiving the pass, surged forward like a cheetah, dribbling at an exhilarating pace towards the opponent's basket. At this juncture, he faced Chalmers in a one-on-one confrontation. Unruffled, he maintained control of the ball, his gaze sharp and focused, as if searching for the optimal moment to strike. Suddenly, he accelerated, dashing towards the three-point line. Just as he approached it, Stevenson abruptly halted, leaping without hesitation to release his shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, heading straight for the hoop. Chalmers leapt desperately in an attempt to block the shot, but it was too late. With a satisfying swish, the ball found its mark, beautifully bouncing off the backboard before settling into the net, completing a spectacular follow-up bank shot from beyond the arc. The score soared to 60-41, as the Pacers unleashed a remarkable 13-4 run. The gap between the Heat and Pacers widened dramatically, reaching a maximum of 19 points. In the third quarter, the Pacers relied on teamwork and the undeniable superiority of their individual players to swiftly extend their lead. Wang Chen had initially intended to slow the pace to recuperate his energy, but he was taken aback by the ferocity of the Pacers' offense. Spoelstra immediately called for a timeout. While one might argue that the Heat had made no significant errors, their overall defensive performance was commendable. However, they found themselves at a disadvantage at every position against the Pacers. Unless an extraordinary circumstance arose, it seemed the outcome of the match was all but sealed. As O'Neal confidently asserted, Wang Chen sat on the bench, a towel draped over his head. Is this truly how it ends? Chapter 37. The battle is far from over. Spoelstra had little to articulate. What he could not accept was the lack of effort from his players. However, if it were merely a matter of skill, that would indeed be more palatable. Trust in yourselves, for I believe your potential remains untapped. Focus on your defense. Let us maintain our defensive formation, for our defense is sound. If executed properly, the opposing team's shooting percentage will inevitably decline. As the timeout concluded, the Miami Heat regained possession. Chalmers passed the ball to Ray Allen, who sank a crucial three-pointer. On the Pacers' side, George Hill delivered the ball to Paul George, but the latter's mid-range jumper fell short. Anderson leaped high, securing the defensive rebound, and upon spotting Wang Chen sprinting towards the front court, he executed a long pass. In the fleeting moment when Wang Chen received the ball, a dark figure flashed forth. Paul George had already anticipated Anderson's pass, effortlessly intercepting the basketball. Hey, kid, from now on, let me show you what it means to be a superstar. George seized the ball, confronting the defenses of Ray Allen and Chalmers. Although Stevenson was unguarded beneath the basket, George disregarded his call for the ball and, facing the dual defense, executed a mid-range jump shot with remarkable precision. 2 points once again secured. It was Paul George's signature pull-up jumper. The Heat's defense was in position, yet they simply could not contain him. Wang Chen advanced with the ball, confronted by Paul George. Child, relinquish your hopes. Without the three core members of the Heat, you stand no chance against me. Back in 2013, I single-handedly faced off against all three of them and nearly toppled them. Alone, you cannot contend with us. We are, after all, the most formidable defensive team in the league. Wang Chen remained silent, facing George, and attempted a change of direction. However, This maneuver failed to shake off Paul George, who stayed closely aligned with Wang Chen, leaving him with no viable opportunity to break through. Futile, your stamina is nearly depleted. At this moment, it is inconceivable for you to triumph over me. Perhaps with the presence of your older brothers, there might have been a chance for victory, but today, your probability of success stands at a resounding 0. Wang Chen attempted a breakthrough but failed to fully surpass Paul George, opting instead for a mid-range jump shot. I had previously mentioned its futility. George, observing Wang Chen, curled his lips into a disdainful smirk. He leapt high into the air, soaring like a meteor, and extended his arm for a spectacular block, effortlessly swatting the basketball from Wang Chen's grasp. The ball struck Wang Chen squarely on the head, producing a dull thud. Instantly, a sharp pain coursed through him, and he clutched his head in agony, collapsing onto the ground as the basketball ricocheted out of bounds. The referee awarded possession to the Pacers. Wang Chen felt his vision darken, his head heavy and his feet light, as if he had lost all support and collapsed onto the ground. His body seemed to have become unbearably heavy, rendering him unable to rise. At that moment, his stamina was nearly depleted. His breath came in quick, labored gasps, and sweat soaked through his jersey. The widening gap in the score between the Heat and the Pacers extinguished the flame of hope within him, leaving him feeling powerless and despondent as if everything was slipping away. The recent violent collision had become the final straw, delivering a crushing blow to the already exhausted Wang Chen. His consciousness began to blur, and the images in his mind gradually faded to darkness. The referee immediately halted the game to attend to the injured player. "What are you doing?" shouted Anderson, his temper flaring as he rushed over, intent on grabbing George by the collar. Not one to back down, George prepared to charge at him in response. However, Ray Allen and Haslam swiftly intervened, restraining Anderson. West and Gao Yuanyuan immediately positioned themselves in front of George, glaring menacingly at Anderson. Should Anderson dare to strike, they would not hesitate to retaliate. Showing no fear of anyone, the referee blew the whistle repeatedly, urgently intervening to prevent the situation from escalating, and without hesitation, issued a technical foul to both Anderson and George. Upon hearing the whistle, both players instantly calmed down, and the conflict dissipated. However, the Pacers fans in attendance were far from pleased, erupting in boos, expressing their discontent with Anderson's actions and questioning the referee's decision to penalize Paul George. "Our player clearly did nothing wrong," they shouted in unison. Wang Chen momentarily fainted on the court, only to awaken shortly after. "What has happened to me?" he wondered, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Coach Spoelstra, with a sense of helplessness, quickly summoned medical personnel to assist Wang Chen off the court, replacing him with Douglas. The fans from Huagua felt a pang of anxiety, silently praying for Wang Chen's well-being. The spectators, observing Wang Chen being carried away, refrained from the usual derision directed at opposing players. Instead, they stood in unison, offering a resounding applause to this resilient adversary. Although Wang Chen had posed considerable challenges for their home team during the match, they recognized that he was fighting valiantly for his own team. This dedication and fighting spirit garnered profound respect within their hearts. In that moment, the adversarial atmosphere on the court seemed to dissipate slightly. The Pacers fans expressed their acknowledgement of Wang Chen in a manner that transcended the mere outcome of the game, a recognition rooted in admiration and respect. They understood that only those who truly love basketball and dare to challenge themselves deserve such acclaim. The match resumed, with the Pacers now in possession of the ball. The team made substitutions, bringing in Solomon Hill, Scola, and Mahinmi while George, Hibbert, and West took their leave. The departure of Wang Chen cast a shadow over the players of the Heat. With their primary offensive weapon gone, what were they to do? Chalmers felt a sense of confusion. He had indeed harbored a certain disdain for Wang Chen due to their competitive relationship. However, at this moment, one could not help but acknowledge the necessity of relying on his scoring prowess. "Hey, what are you waiting for?" At that moment, Ray Allen found himself in a position of freedom, and Chalmers swiftly passed the ball to him. Allen executed a three-point shot. It was successful. "Mario, pass me the ball later. I believe my shooting touch is exceptional." As possession changed on the Pacers' side, Stevenson made a flashy behind-the-back pass intended for Solomon Hill, but it was intercepted by Battier nearby. Battier then passed to Lewis, who was stationed in the corner, and without hesitation, he launched a three-pointer. The shot from the corner found its mark. On the Pacers' side, George Hill orchestrated a play, passing to Scola in the low post, who was backing down Lewis. Scola attempted his signature turnaround layup, but missed. Chalmers grabbed the rebound and noticed the Pacers were racing down the court. He decided to slow the tempo, and play methodically. Chalmers keenly observed the unfolding situation, his sharp eyes catching sight of Haslam, who was open in the corner. Without a moment's hesitation, he passed the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Haslam leapt into action, preparing to shoot. Just then, Scola reacted, but it was too late. He could only rush forward. Nevertheless, Haslam was undeterred. Confidently releasing his shot, determination and self-assurance radiating from his gaze. Scola attempted to disrupt Haslam's shot but inadvertently struck his hand. Haslam successfully sank the two-pointer from the corner. The referee's whistle sounded, coinciding with the ball's flawless descent into the net. It was a magnificent score, inciting cheers from the crowd. The 2 points counted, and he was awarded an additional free throw. The players of the Heat celebrated this pivotal moment with fervor. The veterans of the Heat fought with the intensity of a blazing flame, acutely aware of the game's significance, unwilling to concede defeat easily. Despite the disparity in strength between the teams, they refused to surrender without a fight. Each individual poured their heart and soul into the game, striving for victory. In such a crucial contest, no one was willing to utter the words of surrender. They were determined to earn their triumph through relentless effort and sweat, regardless of the obstacles and challenges they faced. Amidst the boos from the Pacers supporters, Haslam made his free throw. 60-50, the Heat had narrowed the gap to just 10 points. Chapter 38, Badge Upgrade. Desperate James. As Ray Allen and Lewis sank their three-pointers, the Miami Heat's bench rose in unison, with James and Coach Spoelstra joining in the applause. When Haslam completed a three-point play, the bench erupted with fervor. In the absence of the Heat's formidable trio, the seasoned veteran Haslam stepped up, netting 5 mid-range shots for a total of 11 points. The Pacers found themselves perplexed. Despite their primary offensive option being sidelined, their other veterans rallied, narrowing the gap to a mere 10 points. How is Wang doing now? Coach Spoelstra inquired softly, casting a concerned glance at Wang Chen seated on the bench. Wang Chen cradled his head in his hands, his gaze cast downward, his demeanor reflecting a palpable despondency. I'm fine, he murmured, his voice lacking vigor. Coach Sibo furrowed his brow slightly and pressed on. What about now? Are you able to take the field? His eyes were fixed intently on Wang Chen, as if seeking the answer within his expression. Wang Chen fell silent for a moment before slowly shaking his head, saying, Coach, I need more time. His tone was imbued with weariness and resignation. Upon hearing this response, Coach SPO's expression turned grave. He understood that the players must maintain a positive mindset to perform at their best. If Wang Chen could not promptly adjust his state of mind, the team would face formidable challenges. A wave of concern washed over Coach SPO. This was not an auspicious sign. They were on the brink of an important match. And if a key player could not take the field, the outcome of the game would be uncertain. He realized that as a coach, he must swiftly devise a solution to help Wang Chen regain his confidence and fighting spirit. Wang Chen sat on the sidelines, his gaze fixed upon the unfolding drama of the court, his heart stirred with subtle vibrations. Yet, reflecting upon his recent feelings of impotence, he found himself devoid of the will to rise. Vogel had reintroduced Paul George onto the arena, as the Pacers' offense stagnated, playing with an acute sense of frustration. They had no choice but to deploy their most formidable offensive force to dismantle the Heat. George, living up to expectations, effortlessly broke through Ray Allen's defense, executing a delicate floater that found its mark within the paint. He then dashed to the corner, where he received a splendid assist from Hill, launching a three-pointer that swished through the net. Upon entering the game, George swiftly accumulated 5 points, extending the lead to 15. In the subsequent possession, Ray Allen gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to keep his legs steady beneath him. Gripping the basketball tightly, he faced Hill. Ray, you have always been a revered mentor to me, yet I wish you could play a few more years. Let today be the end of this encounter. Your current lineup is incomplete and cannot possibly prevail against us. Allen, with all his might, surged towards the basket like an arrow released from its bow. However, George Hill effortlessly kept pace, refusing to yield an inch. As Allen leaped to execute a layup, Hill sprang into action, decisively swatting Allen's shot away. In the midst of this confrontation, Hill inadvertently struck Allen's head, prompting the referee to blow the whistle and call a foul against Hill. Consequently, Allen was awarded 2 precious free throw opportunities. Though age may be upon you, can you still rise to the occasion? At that moment, a noticeable bump had formed on Allen's head. Hill's contact had indeed been rather forceful. Standing at the free throw line, Allen converted both shots. Witnessing the 39-year-old Ray Allen barreling through the paint with such fervor was undeniably moving. Hill offered his apologies to Allen, then, in defiance of the latter's defense, executed a bank shot with precision. Such is the nature of competition. Victors emerge while vanquished fade away. If they wish to secure victory, they must leverage their strengths. While he felt remorse for his actions, he would not relent in the heat of competition. The greatest respect one can show a veteran is to give their all in direct opposition. Wang Chen stood quietly on the sidelines. His gaze fixed intently on the veterans on the court who were exerting every ounce of their strength. His eyes flickered with emotion, as if deeply moved by the scene before him. These seasoned players, despite their advanced age, still harbored an unwavering desire for victory and relentlessly immersed themselves in the competition. Witnessing this, Wang Chen found himself lost in contemplation. He began to reflect on his previous attitude, realizing that he had perhaps given up too easily. He recognized that if these veterans could persist so tenaciously, how could he, a promising rookie bestowed with high expectations for today's team, allow himself to falter? After all, he was the core player. A core player should never be the first to fall. He was Wang Chen, already a superstar with a capability rating of 88. If he were to collapse now, those players on the court would surely revel in his failure. The media would undoubtedly be eager to depict his loss in the ensuing humiliation. The entire world had little faith in the Heat. But he was determined to prove that even without the three superstars, the Heat could triumph over their opponents. Gradually, a long-dormant resolve began to awaken deep within Wang Chen. It was a fervent dedication to his dreams, a courageous spirit to face challenges, and a steadfast confidence in the future. This newfound strength reignited his fighting spirit. At that moment, Wang Chen's heart brimmed with conviction and determination. He understood that to achieve his aspirations, he must, like those veterans, commit himself fully to the task at hand. Now was the time for him to rise once more. Ding! The system detected that the host's willpower had reached its zenith, triggering an automatic upgrade to the King James badge. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the badge Desperation James. Skill background. During the 2012 finals, the Heat found themselves in dire straits. This was a life-or-death battle for the Heat's trio. Victory would grant them the championship. Defeat would lead to the dissolution of the trio. In that game, LeBron James scored an astonishing 45 points, grabbed 15 rebounds, and dished out 5 assists. Curiously, as a pass-first star, James rarely passed the ball that game. Once the ball was in his hands, it was nearly impossible to pry it away. You had never seen LeBron James so insistent on scoring, showcasing his famed death stare. Effect: Death stare, your desire for victory reaches its peak, enhancing your overall abilities by 2 points. The willpower of all teammates on the court significantly increases, and their thirst for victory is greatly influenced by the host, resulting in a higher conversion rate of assists to points scored. Coach SPO, I want to play basketball. Wang Chen stood up, his eyes filled with yearning as he fixed his gaze on the court. Coach SPO, perhaps you should take a break. No, let me take the court, coach. I am ready. Spoelstra quietly assessed the rookie before him and noted the absence of confusion in his eyes, replaced instead by focus. At that moment, Wang Chen, expressionless, simply observed the dynamics of the game unfolding before him. In his gaze, black flames flickered, the eyes of death. James fixed his stare upon Wang Chen, a sensation both eerie and familiar. This state mirrored that of the 2012 Eastern Conference Finals, particularly Game 6 against the Celtics, a transformation into a relentless warrior, slaying all who stood in his path. Coach Spoelstra nodded in acknowledgement. Paul George once again sank a mid-range shot, amassing an impressive 30 points, the highest of the game thus far. The score stood at 52-69, with the Heat trailing by 17 points. The Heat called for a substitution, with Wang Chen replacing Haslam. As Haslam exited the court, he embraced Wang Chen and whispered, "Let us secure this victory, undrafted player." Wang Chen nodded emphatically. "Leave it to me." There are 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Chapter 39, The Outburst. In that fleeting moment, as Wang Chen stood upon the court, the very air seemed to lose a fraction of its pressure. Paul George, gazing intently at Wang Chen, felt a stirring within. "Rookie, you have made your entrance. Are you prepared to be utterly overwhelmed by me once more?" George continued to indulge in his banter. Wang Chen remained silent, summoning all his teammates. Chalmers, Llewellyn, Battier, and Anderson gathered around him. "Pass me the ball. I shall handle them," Wang Chen declared decisively. Upon hearing this, Chalmers felt a surge of indignation, almost uttering a retort of "Why should you?" However, the moment he met Wang Chen's intense gaze, the words caught in his throat. The intensity was unnerving, leaving him with a sense of trepidation. He thought to himself that he would keep his inquiries to himself in the future. Meanwhile, Anderson and Battier nodded in agreement. "Rookie, How's your stamina holding up? Llewellyn inquired. Wang Chen shook his head and surveyed the surroundings. I shall lead everyone to seize this victory. We cannot allow the first place in the East to slip through our fingers. The players of the Heat nodded earnestly in agreement. Wang Chen, with the ball in his possession, faced off against George. Rookie, have you not yet learned the harsh lessons? George taunted, yet as he met Wang Chen's fierce gaze, a sense of trepidation crept into his heart. It was merely a fade, he reassured himself. At that moment, Wang Chen accelerated, executing a deft change of direction, effortlessly breaching George's defense and swiftly penetrating the Pacers' paint, leaving George momentarily stunned and stationary. Wang Chen confronted the formidable interior defense of West and Hibbert. Rookie, not a chance. West hurriedly rushed over to provide assistance, lunging towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen executed an exquisite pullback, shifting the ball to the left, while West lunged in the same direction, convinced that Wang would attempt to break through on his left. At that moment, Wang performed a graceful right turn. The ball glided with a deceptive backspin, causing David West to lose his balance and miss the opportunity entirely. Wang Chen skillfully maneuvered past West. Hey, Coach Zhang, do you think Wang Chen's dribbling style is influenced by Crawford? His ball handling certainly bears a resemblance to Crawford's finesse. Indeed, there are traces of his influence. However, I believe it is predominantly a testament to Wang Chen's self-taught prowess. His play is remarkably astute. Presently, in the Pacers' paint, only Hibbert remains. As an undrafted player, he has already allowed you to score once. This time, he will not let you find the net. Hibbert leaps high with impressive verticality. Wang Chen maintained a stoic expression, his tall figure casting a shadow over him. However, his gaze had long transcended Herbert, directing itself straight towards the hoop. Wang Chen, tall and fearless, held the ball single-handedly, drawing back like about to shoot a majestic eagle. With a graceful motion, he powerfully slammed the ball into the hoop, right over Hibbert. Thud. Our Gao Yuan found herself unceremoniously seated on the ground, her eyes wide with terror, cold sweat cascading down her brow. What did I just witness? The referee's whistle pierced the air, and all eyes in the arena turned in unison towards him. The referee signaled a foul, indicating that Hibbert had committed a personal foul. 2-1. The Pacers fans fell into an immediate silence. The coach and players of the Pacers stood agape, astonished. Even Hibbert's teammates momentarily forgot to assist him, leaving him to rise silently, trembling as he gazed at Wang Chen. LeBron stood, raising his arms in exhilaration, vocally rallying towards Wang Chen. The Heat's bench erupted in jubilation. That last play was nothing short of spectacular. The Heat players instinctively rushed towards Wang Chen, celebrating together. Curiously, Wang Chen did not join in their revelry. Instead, he made his way to the free throw line, requesting the ball from the referee, signaling his readiness to shoot. The referee handed him the ball, and with a swift motion, Wang Chen executed his free throw flawlessly, completing a three-point play, 55-69. After the free throw, Wang Chen swiftly retreated to the backcourt, positioning himself beside George, signaling to Ray Allen for a defensive switch. George, surprised, had intended to seek him out, but now found Wang Chen presenting himself. Yet, as they stood together, George sensed an unmistakable aura. It was the essence of lethal determination. Before him stood a lion, its eyes ablaze with dark flames, silencing the surrounding Pacers. Undeterred, George chose to employ a crossover step, preparing to face Wang Chen with his signature mid-range jumper. But alas, the ball was intercepted. It was Wang Chen. In an instant, he seized the ball and sprinted towards the front court, launching a rapid three-point shot from beyond the arc. The three-point shot soared like an arrow piercing the clouds. 58-69. Wang Chen commenced his scoring display. Upon witnessing this, Vogel realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly signaled all players to execute a double team. Everyone converge on him. Suffocate Wang Chen. Meanwhile, the Pacers were on the offensive, with Hibbert attempting a layup. Influenced by Wang Chen's earlier dunk, he astonishingly failed to convert the shot. Wang Chen leaped with determination, seizing the defensive rebound, and then initiated a swift solo advance. Noticing this, the Pacers players quickly retreated to their defensive positions, denying Wang Chen an easy opportunity for a layup. Wang Chen, having just passed the halfway mark, positioned himself upon the Pacers logo, his feet firmly planted on it as he launched an extraordinary long-range three-pointer from beyond half-court. George was astounded. It seemed impossible for the shot to succeed. Yet, swish, the long-range three found its mark. Bang, bang, bang. It was utterly astonishing, an unbelievable feat. The 20-year-old undrafted talent commenced his breathtaking performance. The audacious Wang deserved our utmost respect. Despite facing the formidable defense of the Pacers, he delivered an astonishing display. During the 2013 to 2014 season, defensive strategies were categorized into 4 tiers, with the Pacers representing the first tier. Shaquille was beside himself with excitement, and Barkley was equally animated as they gestured wildly in the studio. Reggie Miller was in a frenzy, anxiously rooting for the Pacers, wiping the sweat from his brow. Miller expressed skepticism about Wang's explosive scoring ability, doubting whether it could be sustained throughout the night, asserting that defense is the most genuine aspect of the game. Nevertheless, he still favored the Pacers. Who could say? Shaquille waved his hand dismissively, regardless of the outcome. The clash between Wang and the formidable 5 of the Pacers promised an exhilarating contest. What was initially anticipated to be a mundane game had transformed into a thrilling spectacle, and I found myself eagerly anticipating the unfolding of the match. Good heavens, it was simply astonishing. Wang Chen had nailed a logo three-pointer. His scoring prowess was evident. One emphatic dunk over a defender, a follow-up three-pointer, and a logo shot, each basket serving to elevate the team's morale. Hailing from our beloved China, this young prodigy, once underestimated in a foreign land, now bore the weight of the injury-riddled Heat on his shoulders, valiantly confronting the robust Pacers. Regardless of the game's outcome, Wang Chen had proven himself remarkable. He was a source of pride for our nation. Chapter 40, Encircled. Vogel called for a timeout. The score stood at 61-69, with Wang Chen having scored 9 consecutive points, narrowing the deficit to single digits once more. Wang Chen returned to his seat on the bench, gulping down water, as the series of challenging maneuvers had greatly depleted his energy. Wang, are you all right? Coach SPO expressed his concern. For this player was the team's sole asset against the Pacers, and any loss would be detrimental. Wang Chen shook his head, took a sip of water, and surveyed his surroundings. Brothers, trust me, keep passing the ball to me. I can handle them. The members of the Heat wore serious expressions, captivated by Wang Chen's fierce gaze that seemed to devour others, and they instinctively nodded in agreement. As for the Pacers' strategy, it remained clear: surround him. The moment the ball is in play, initiate the double team. From the backcourt to the frontcourt. Stevenson, your singular objective is to prevent Wang Chen from receiving the ball, Vogel said with a grave demeanor. The Pacers players nodded in understanding, all fully aware that if they could completely neutralize Wang Chen, preventing him from scoring while other teammates lacked his level of autonomy, the Heat would inevitably become a diminished force. Upon returning from the timeout, Wang Chen found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Just as he crossed the halfway line, he was tightly held by his defender, rendering him unable to escape. Anderson, feeling helpless, had no choice but to pass the ball to Chalmers for advancement. Wang Chen sought to dash forward to receive the ball, only to discover that he had been ensnared by 2 defenders. These formidable opponents were none other than George and Stevenson, positioned one before the other. They effectively encased Wang Chen like a delectable cream-filled cookie. Wang Chen incessantly endeavored to extricate himself from their encirclement, yet his efforts proved futile. In a moment of resignation, Chalmers passed the ball to Ray Allen, who capitalized on an open mid-range shot from the left corner, successfully scoring. Nevertheless, the Pacers' offense would not remain stagnant for long. West surged into the paint, advancing towards the Heat's 3-second area. This prompted a foul from Lewis, leading West to the free throw line. He converted one of his 2 attempts, bringing the score to 63-70. At this juncture, Wang Chen seized an opportunity as the Pacers players momentarily lost focus, sprinting toward the front court. Anderson, understanding the cue, executed a long pass to the advancing Wang Chen. The Pacers players, realizing the situation, rushed forward in a frantic chase. Wang Chen received the ball and sprinted towards the corner, dribbling twice as he sought his 3-point shooting rhythm before releasing the shot. Once again, he sank a 3-pointer. Vogel, exasperated on the sidelines, erupted. Stevenson, George, what are you doing? Can't you focus on defense? Watson and Solomon Hill were instructed to warm up for their entry onto the court. Their mission was singular: to double-team the Heat's rookie number 10, wear him down, and prevent him from receiving the ball. If he managed to get the ball, they were to do whatever it took to thwart him from scoring. Vogel gritted his teeth in frustration. Watson and Solomon Hill nodded in understanding. The Pacers continued to emphasize their inside game as West forcefully attacked the Heat's interior once more, drawing another foul from Lewis. With a stoppage in play, the Pacers requested substitutions, pulling George and Stevenson off the court in favor of Watson and Solomon Hill. West stepped up to the line, successfully converting both free throws. In the ensuing moments, Wang Chen faced unprecedented scrutiny. Whenever Wang Chen takes the stage, he is invariably flanked by two individuals, Watson and Solomon Hill, who serve as his steadfast protectors and loyal guardians. Wherever Wang Chen went, these two brothers followed. George Hill, utilizing a screen set by Hibbert, successfully executed a layup. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, after much effort in positioning himself, received the ball but was immediately double-teamed by two defenders from the Pacers. Wang Chen deftly maneuvered, seeking to exploit a change of direction to break through the encirclement of the two opponents. As Wang Chen pivoted, he broke through to within the three-point line. At that moment, he felt a tug from behind. Solomon Hill had grabbed hold of Wang Chen. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a blocking foul against Solomon Hill. The Miami Heat prepared for an inbound pass, while Wang Chen continued to attract defensive attention. Battier, with no other option, passed the ball to Chalmers, who then relayed it to Ray Allen stationed in the corner. Allen attempted a quick jump shot, but missed. Subsequently, the Heat and the Pacers engaged in a fierce battle of missed shots. During this period, Wang Chen, aside from executing a mid-range jump shot in one instance, was unable to contribute further. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 68-72, with the Heat trailing by 4 points. Vogel, observing his exhausted players, felt reluctant to admonish them. Their defensive efforts had been commendable, yet they faced an insurmountable scoring anomaly from the opposing side. Contemplating the presence of a James and a Wade on the Heat, now augmented by this exceptional talent, Vogel felt a chill run down his spine. "Hey, gentlemen, allow me to present a statistical revelation," O'Neal remarked with a playful expression. As the undrafted player from the Heat had already amassed an impressive 34 points with a quarter still remaining, surpassing Paul George's 32 points. Only their team's standout could achieve such a feat against the formidable Pacers. Wang single-handedly bore the weight of the Heat, matching the Pacers stride for stride. This game, I believe, serves as a baptism for Wang. I can scarcely fathom the terrifying competitiveness the Heat may exhibit in the playoffs, potentially ignited by Wang's awakening. Despite this rookie's extraordinary display of talent, I remain optimistic that the Pacers will ultimately prevail. Their collective strength is formidable, their defense impeccable, and Wang's shooting touch cannot be expected to remain flawless indefinitely. We shall see. Barkley chose silence, reasoning that as long as he remained mute, he could not incur defeat. With the referee's whistle signaling the commencement of the fourth quarter, Wang Chen took a breather as Kerr entered the fray. Simultaneously, the Pacers made their own personnel adjustments, introducing their bench players. The ensuing contest saw both teams' reserves engage in an intense duel, showcasing their skills and alternating in scoring, maintaining a taut scoreboard. However, both the Heat and the Pacers were acutely aware that this was merely a phase of the game. They strategically utilized this time to allow their primary players ample rest, ensuring they could exert their full prowess during the climactic moments. The spectators erupted with excitement, eagerly anticipating the thrilling performances from both teams in the crucial moments ahead. The arena pulsated with fervor as everyone patiently awaited the arrival of the final showdown. Nevertheless, the depth of the Pacers bench was evidently superior, following Watson's successful jump shot. The Pacers led 80-74, pulling ahead by 6 points. Coach Spoelstra could no longer remain idle and prepared to reintroduce Wang Chen. At this juncture, Vogel also signaled for George to warm up, readying him to face off against Wang Chen. The ultimate confrontation was poised to unfold. Chapter 41. The pinnacle showdown. As the ball became dead, Wang Chen donned his gear once again, while on the opposing side, Paul George returned to the court as well. As Wang Chen stepped onto the court, he began to relish the Pacers' suffocating defensive strategy. However, he chose not to pass the ball. His singular aim was to send that wretched basketball soaring through the hoop. Hill and George tightened their grip, yet Wang Chen suddenly executed a breathtaking sleight of hand. With remarkable finesse, he tossed the ball beneath George's legs, causing both Hill and George to momentarily falter in astonishment. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Wang Chen sprang into action like a cheetah, bursting forth from the double team with astonishing speed. Following this, he showcased his exceptional basketball prowess. He deftly passed the ball to himself, swiftly outmaneuvered his opponents, and, without hesitation, surged towards the basket. Faced with the looming defense of Hibbert, Wang Chen remained composed and executed a delicate floater, sending the ball smoothly through the hoop for a flawless 2 points. Wang Chen has scored 36 points. On George's side, he is being closely guarded by Wang Chen, who consistently applies defensive pressure. Hibbert has positioned himself at the free throw line. George passes the ball to Hibbert, who takes a mid-range shot from the free throw line and successfully scores. The score is now 76-82. Wang Chen had just received a pass from Anderson when he was immediately besieged by defenders from the Pacers. However, in that moment, Wang Chen's focus was solely on the game. He swiftly passed the ball to Chalmers and dashed forward, signaling for the ball. Chalmers, understanding the cue, passed the ball back to Wang Chen. Upon receiving it, Wang Chen quickly dribbled towards the left 45-degree angle. Stevenson rushed to defend, raising his hands high. Wang Chen, undeterred by Stevenson's presence, executed a sudden stop and took a jump shot, inadvertently having Stevenson's hand collide with his own. Wang Chen, enduring the pain in his hands, launched the ball into the air. It soared in a graceful arc, landing perfectly for a three-point shot. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling that Stevenson had committed a foul. Stevenson leaped up, shouting vehemently, "I didn't foul. I didn't foul." He placed his hand on mine. He felt wronged. The referee remained impassive, merely signaling that the three-pointer was valid, awarding an additional free throw. 3-1. All the players of the Heat erupted in cheers, and Coach Spoelstra could not contain his excitement, raising his fists in triumph. As the player who scored, Wang Chen wore an expression devoid of emotion, displaying no celebration or facial reactions, neither joy nor sorrow. He simply stood silently at the free throw line, preparing for his shot. Stevenson ceased his protests, glancing at the expressionless Wang Chen, a chill running down his spine. The other Pacers players, including Vogel, felt a similar unease, a bone-deep chill. Observing Wang Chen's emotionless demeanor, one could sense a chilling aura emanating from him, despite his relatively slight stature amidst the giants of the NBA. Such an aura Vogel had never encountered in any player throughout his coaching career. The spectators in the Pacers arena erupted into a cacophony of cheers and boos as Wang Chen stepped to the free throw line. However, the fervor of the crowd held no sway over Wang Chen, who, consumed by determination, adjusted slightly and took his shot. The free throw was successful. He completed the 3-1 play. The score shifted to 79-82, with the Heat narrowing the gap to just 3 points. Wang Chen's score has soared to 40. The Heat fans in the Pacers' home arena erupted with excitement. The Chinese fans watching from their homes were equally exuberant. The two commentators on TNT were also filled with exhilaration. Although Reggie Miller appeared somewhat incredulous, the commentary from the Chinese television station was jubilant as well. Wang Chen has achieved the remarkable feat of becoming the second Chinese player in the NBA to score over 40 points, following in the footsteps of Yao Ming. Furthermore, Wang Chen has shattered the record for the youngest player to score 40 points, accomplishing this at the tender age of 19 years and 256 days. Congratulations to Wang Chen. His family is overwhelmed with emotion, and his fellow compatriots, they feel immense pride in his accomplishment. Wang Chen's style of play is nothing short of commendable. He is indeed playing the way he should. Coach Zhang added. Fans from the Chinese community are fervently chanting praises for Wang Chen, celebrating this monumental moment with great enthusiasm. As for those critics who had been vocal before the game, they have fallen silent. Perhaps they will bide their time until Wang Chen's team faces defeat to express their dissent, but at this moment, there is no reason to engage with the fans who support Wang Chen. However, at this very moment, Wang Chen remains undistracted by such matters. His full focus lies on the court. He has blocked out all external disturbances, concentrating solely on the game, caring not for his personal records but solely for the victory of his team. With only 3 minutes left in the game, the Pacers have possession of the ball, and Wang Chen is tasked with guarding George. Hill wisely refrains from passing to George, instead opting to pass to Stevenson. Stevenson is the type of versatile shooting guard who can score, assist, and create plays, though at times, he lacks clarity of thought. Upon receiving the ball, Stevenson, facing Ray Allen, dribbled and then suddenly lost control as the ball bounced off his leg and went out of bounds. "What are you doing?" George seethed with anger, and Vogel was beside himself with frustration. What was Stevenson thinking, making such a careless mistake in such a crucial game? Didn't he see that the Heat were desperately closing the gap? Was he intent on undoing all their hard work? Did he want the Pacers to become the laughingstock of the entire league? Vogel immediately substituted Stevenson for Watson, acknowledging his mistake. Stevenson sat quietly at the end of the bench, not daring to utter a word. Wang Chen once again seized the ball, this time confronted by none other than Paul George. Having already been bested by Wang Chen on several occasions, Paul George opted for silence. The more trash talk he engaged in, the less effect it had on Wang Chen. Instead, it ignited his competitive spirit. This time, he was determined to thwart him. On the court, Wang Chen gripped the ball tightly, his gaze indifferent. Facing Paul George's defense, he showed no sign of retreat. Suddenly, he launched forward, breaking through George's defenses with a formidable force. Paul George, already exhausted, gasped for breath. Wang Chen, too, was similarly affected, however, influenced by the badge of despair Jean. His willpower propelled him to transcend the limitations of his physical capabilities, with his speed and strength reaching the zenith of his physical capabilities. Wang Chen surged towards the basket like a bolt of lightning. Upon witnessing this, Hibbert hastily rushed to defend, yet Wang Chen remained undaunted by his imposing presence. As he approached the rim, Wang Chen leaped high, showcasing astonishing verticality. In midair, he engaged in a fierce confrontation with Hibbert, resolutely guiding the ball into the hoop. The shot was successful. Moreover, he adeptly drew a foul from Hibbert, earning an opportunity for an additional free throw. Wang Chen stood at the free throw line, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. He then effortlessly released the ball, and it swished through the net. Wang Chen's 43rd point. The score is tied at 82-82. With just 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining in the game. Chapter 42, a duel of offense and defense with 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Wang Chen has leveled the score. The Pacers' home crowd is in disbelief. Our lineup is intact, while the opposing Heat's trio of stars is absent. They once held a commanding lead of 20 points, yet now they find themselves equalized. All eyes are fixed on the figure clad in the black and red away jersey of the Heat, number 10. Since the second half commenced, he has refrained from celebrating any of his scores, displaying no excitement for his remarkable shots. His expression remains devoid of emotion, a cold gaze sending shivers through those around him. The aura surrounding him seems to radiate dark flames, exuding an inexhaustible energy. This number 10 from the Heat, an undrafted talent from Huagua, is delivering an astonishing performance. Is he here to dismantle the Pacers? No, at this moment. Paul George picks up the ball and strides toward Wang Chen. You are formidable, I concede. My pregame assessment of you is misguided. However, in this match, I have compelling reasons not to lose. I must conquer this formidable obstacle. You have dominated the Eastern Conference for far too long. It is time for new blood. I too yearn to touch the floor of the finals. A resolute glimmer flickers in his eyes, as if assuring himself that this time he will not falter. He dribbles the ball slowly, searching for the optimal moment to shoot. Wang Chen's impeccable defense did not instill fear in Paul George. Rather, it ignited his competitive spirit. Dribbling before his defender, George suddenly accelerated, followed by a swift stop that caught Wang Chen off guard. In that fleeting moment, Paul George leaped, his body suspended in the air with perfect balance, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the hoop. With a delicate flick of his fingers, the basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. The sound of the ball swishing through the net resonated, revealing George's killer instinct. This mid-range jump shot, executed with the precision of a guided missile, found its mark with unwavering certainty. The successful shot not only sent the crowd into a frenzy, but, more importantly, it illuminated a glimmer of hope for the Pacers. With a score of 82-84, just 59 seconds remaining in the game, the Pacers held a slender 2-point lead. The atmosphere on the court was palpably tense. Everyone held their breath, anticipating the next play. The Heat's offense was still under Wang Chen's command. The Pacers attempted to deny Wang Chen the ball, but Coach Spoelstra had already devised a strategy during the free throw timeout to counteract the Pacers' defensive efforts. They dared not double-team Wang Chen, for should he pass to an open teammate, it would spell disaster. Everyone was assigned to a one-on-one defense. Shaquille O'Neal remarked during the commentary that Wang Chen was akin to the Heat's Jordan today. Wang Chen, once again confronted by Paul George's defense, gestured with a grand sweep of his hand, signaling for everyone to spread out. Wang Chen stood beyond the three-point line, gazing at Paul George, who guarded him with an impassive expression. His eyes radiated an unwavering confidence that suggested, "You cannot contain me." George's defense was exceptionally tight. His nimble footwork and robust physique rendered it challenging for Wang Chen to find an opening to penetrate. However, Wang Chen did not falter. He was acutely aware of his strengths. He resolved to harness the skills reminiscent of both James Harden and Stephen Curry, attempting a pull-up three-pointer. Wang Chen took a deep breath, recalibrating his rhythm. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, poised to make his move. George immediately reacted, exerting himself to jump and obscure Wang Chen's line of sight. Wang Chen felt the defensive pressure from George in the air, yet it did not sway him. He focused intently on the hoop and released the ball. It traced a beautiful arc through the air before landing precisely in the basket. 84-85, Wang Chen hit a three-pointer, enabling the Heat to take the lead for the first time in this match, now ahead by a single point. Only 40 seconds remained in the game. On the Pacers side, the decision was made to entrust the ball to Paul George. as the star of the Pacers. His teammates had faith in him to rise to the occasion and secure the crucial points. Paul George, with the ball in hand, dribbled while facing Wang Chen. His gaze resolute, vowing to make this shot. Just like his idol, Kobe, George executed a crossover step, slowly maneuvering towards the paint, while Wang Chen's defense was impeccable, denying George an easy shot. At that moment, George initiated a shooting motion, preparing to attempt a mid-range jumper. Wang Chen lunged forward, observing George's performance. Today, George had taken an unusually high number of mid-range jump shots, prompting Wang Chen to attempt to block his shot. However, just as George was about to release the ball, he swiftly retracted it and, before Wang Chen could land, charged towards the Heat's paint. Executing a prayer gesture, George evaded Wang Chen's defense. Only Anderson remained in the paint. But at that moment, Gao Yuanyuan firmly positioned herself, denying Anderson any chance to assist. George surged into the unguarded lane, leaping with all his might, poised to execute a thunderous dunk. The Pacers fans spontaneously rose, eager to celebrate what they anticipated would be a spectacular score. Yet, at the very moment George prepared for the dunk, he sensed a shadow trailing closely behind him, leaping in tandem. A chill ran down his spine as he realized, without a doubt, that the undrafted player had materialized behind him. How had this Chinese player appeared so suddenly? He had just managed to shake him off moments ago. How was this possible? These were George's final thoughts. Wang Chen leaped from behind George, delivering a resounding rejection to George's shot with a powerful block. The ball was forcefully sent against the backboard. Wang Chen deftly seized the rebound in midair. The block. Get back on defense, quickly, Vogel shouted from the sidelines. The Pacers players hurriedly retreated, and George, disregarding the previous play's failure, swiftly returned to his defensive position. All the Pacers players settled into their designated defensive stances, with George positioning himself directly in front of Wang Chen. Only 25 seconds remained on the clock. In the Pacers' mindset, the Heat were expected to utilize the remaining time, taking their shot only at the very end of the 24-second shot clock. However, Wang Chen swiftly dribbled the ball to the Pacers logo and came to a halt. What was his intention? What was he aiming to achieve? George quickly realized the situation and immediately sprinted towards Wang Chen with fervor. As Wang Chen faced the approaching Paul George, he calmly released the ball from the half-court logo. The three-pointer soared through the air like a meteor, briefly illuminating the arena of the Bankers Life Fieldhouse before creating ripples in the net. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be discerned. What was Wang doing? He wasn't concerned with the clock. Instead, he opted for an audacious long-range shot. Bang, bang. He made it. In the final moments of the game, he executed a remarkable half-court logo shot. It was unbelievable. At such a critical juncture, he made a daring choice. Had he missed, it could have plunged his team into despair. However, with this shot, he inflicted a psychological blow upon the Pacers. Wang achieved the extraordinary, single-handedly challenging the Pacers, and with this astonishing three-pointer, he was on the verge of securing victory at the Bankers Life Fieldhouse. With just 18 seconds remaining, the score stood at 88-84, with the Heat leading by 4 points. Wang Chen has now achieved a score of 49 points. Chapter 43, The Battle of Divine Ascension, Part 1. Who in the world does not recognize you? The Pacers have called a timeout. Paul George, with a towel draped over his head, wears a despondent expression, still reflecting on the recent events. The other players of the Pacers are panting heavily. As the team's spiritual leader, West wishes to speak up, yet he ultimately remains silent, his words unspoken. At this moment, anything he could say would be futile. Wang Chen's remarkable three-pointer served as the final straw that broke the Pacers' tenuous resolve. Vogel endeavored to rekindle the fighting spirit of his team. With 18 seconds remaining and a 4-point deficit, 2 baskets were still within reach. Yet, the Pacers seemed utterly disengaged from the contest. Coach Spoelstra, however, had a singular command. After the Pacers' possession, they must find a way to deliver the ball into Wang Chen's hands, enabling him to execute the opposing team's intentional foul strategy. The entire Heat roster nodded in agreement, willing to facilitate this act of goodwill. They observed the impassive Wang Chen, who sat quietly, sipping water, his gaze unwaveringly focused. A diligent cameraman captured this moment in a photograph. As the timeout concluded, all players returned to their designated positions. The Pacers regained possession. George Hill prepared for the inbounds pass, with Heat players attentively marking their assignments. Hill spotted Paul George in the corner and delivered the ball to him. Paul George's attempt from the corner was a golden opportunity for a superstar. However, the shot lacked vigor, soaring through the air like a deflated balloon. It missed entirely, careening out of bounds. Hibbert and West had no chance to contest for the offensive rebound. With only 10 seconds left on the clock, Pacers fans began to exit the arena, disheartened by the outcome. A commanding 20-point lead had been overturned, a result they could not bear. Anderson's inbounds pass was a long throw, reaching the swiftly advancing Wang Chen. George Hill rushed over, committing a tactical foul against Wang Chen. With the Pacers having reached the limit on fouls, Wang Chen stepped up to the free throw line. Wang Chen now stands at the free throw line, and the Pacers fans have mostly departed, leaving behind the once deafening boos that filled the arena, now replaced by a profound silence. Meanwhile, the visiting Miami Heat supporters have spontaneously chosen to remain, cheering exuberantly as chants of MVP resonate throughout the venue. Wang Chen succeeded in both free throws, marking the 51st point. Wang Chen has become the youngest player to score 50 points, surpassing his predecessors, LeBron James and Brandon Jennings. Achieving this remarkable feat at the tender age of 19 years and 256 days. As the Pacers initiated play, George Hill swiftly transported the ball across the court, attempting a rapid three-pointer. Alas, it missed. Anderson secured the rebound with unwavering determination. The Pacers players, disheartened, trudged towards the locker room, neglecting even to exchange handshakes. They sought only to retreat in stillness, pondering the events of the match. Vogel, ever the gentleman, exchanged a handshake with Coach SPO before silently making his way to the players' tunnel. Time expired. Anderson lofted the ball high into the air, his triumphant roar echoing as he reveled in his contribution to the team's comeback. As the final whistle blew, the Heat triumphed over the Pacers with a score of 90-84. Securing their position at the pinnacle of the Eastern Conference and improving their regular season record against the Pacers to 2 wins and 1 loss. Wang Chen scored an impressive 51 points, netting 16 of those in the final moments, leading the Heat to a remarkable comeback against the formidable Pacers. The players of the Heat, in a frenzy of excitement, rushed towards Wang Chen, while LeBron James and Coach Spoelstra also dashed to celebrate with him. The eyes of Yu's family, watching on Huagua TV, glistened with tears, and Coach Zhang, seated nearby, expressed his sentiments with a sigh. As the saying goes, do not worry about the lack of understanding among friends, for who in the world does not recognize you? After the game, all the Heat players embraced the hero of the match, Wang Chen, as LeBron James and Coach Spoelstra enveloped him in their arms. Wang Chen, a forgotten contestant. A player who might not even have had the chance to step onto the court for other teams, astonishingly emerged today to carry the beleaguered Miami Heat, plagued by injuries, to a remarkable victory over the fiercely competitive Indiana Pacers, who were eyeing the top spot in the Eastern Conference. Throughout the match, he delivered a jaw-dropping performance, amassing an incredible 51 points, unequivocally earning the title of the game's most valuable player. This day will undoubtedly stand as a hallmark in Wang Chen's professional career. His display sure to reverberate throughout the entire NBA, for he is the undisputed hero of the Miami Heat. As the game concluded, Wang Chen emerged from the depths of despair, receiving the warmth and embraces of his teammates, allowing a cool smile to grace his face. Today, he accomplished what seemed an impossible task. He, Wang Chen, made it a reality. Let the skeptical media and keyboard warriors in the league open their eyes and witness whether the Heat possesses a trio of stars. They are indeed among the strongest teams in the league. To the doubters, silence yourselves and simply observe my performance. Reggie Miller, commentating from the booth, remained perplexed as to how the Pacers had lost, for they were ostensibly the team with superior defense and overall strength. Observing Wang Chen on the court, Reggie Miller was reminded of his youth, recalling the first time he encountered the Black Jesus, recognizing a rebellious spirit within Wang Chen. Wang, how do you feel? A TNT reporter inquired, rushing to his side. I feel fantastic. As my team has triumphed, he replied. Your core players were all sidelined. How significant was this challenge for you? It was indeed difficult, with our leaders absent and the world doubting us. However, that is of little consequence. If one falls, another will rise. Just as today it was me, tomorrow it could be Haslam, and the day after, Allen. What I mean to say is, regardless of who falters, we will always have someone ready to step up, maintaining an unwavering desire for victory. You scored 51 points in this game. How do you perceive your performance? Oh, it's surreal, Wang Chen exclaimed, his expression exaggerated. You know, this is the highest temple of basketball. To achieve such a score here is nothing short of extraordinary. I must express my gratitude to my teammates. Without their faith in me, I could not have reached such heights. Furthermore, I spend every day immersed in the training facility, diligently honing my skills and maintaining my competitive edge. I am always prepared to take the court. I do not lament my previous lack of playing time, for I trust that my efforts will be recognized by the coach, who knows I am ready. Each morning, I recite to myself, I shall dominate this day. Today, I did just that. Paul George proclaimed before the game that he would confine you to a mere shadow of yourself and would score 40 points over you, ultimately dominating the match. In reality, he managed to secure 36 points, failing to deliver on his bold assertion. What are your thoughts on this? Firstly, one must tip their hat to the Pacers and to Paul George. They performed admirably, even holding a commanding 20-point lead over us at one point, despite our numerous injuries. There are always individuals who rise to the occasion. Haslam, in particular, consistently made crucial mid-range shots, and Ray fought valiantly, penetrating the paint with determination. Remarkably, he is a seasoned veteran at the age of 39. While the Pacers may currently possess the most formidable talent in the Eastern Conference, I must assert that today, the Miami Heat displayed unparalleled effort. When talent falls short, sheer determination can indeed triumph over innate ability. Thank you for graciously accepting today's interview. We eagerly anticipate your next game. Thank you. The referee approached, handing the game ball to Wang Chen. Rookie, this is your milestone. I am privileged to witness this moment in history. Congratulations. Upon receiving the ball, Wang Chen elevated it high above his head. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless one. In Chapter 44, The Battle of Divine Ascendancy, Part 2, the system bestowed numerous rewards. Following the game, the reporters interviewed Vogel, inquiring about his thoughts on the loss to the Heat. We played exceptionally well, but there was an X factor on the opposing side that led to our defeat. When questioned about Wang, George remarked, he hardly resembles a rookie. He possesses the prowess of great stars, effortlessly making those challenging shots. In essence, he is formidable. His skill level comparable to that of the big three on their team. As the reporter probed George regarding Wang Chen's near buzzer-beater three-pointer from the center court, George responded, "That was a poor shot selection, but one must tip their hat to him. He is an exceptional shooter." Congratulations to him for achieving a career-high score today. It was indeed his day. Upon entering the locker room, Wang Chen was met with an exuberant shower of champagne from his teammates. The Heat players reveled in their victory, fervently celebrating the hero of the day, Wang. In the dead of night, Wang Chen returned to his hotel and activated the system. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the temporary task. Eastern Conference's first representative. Reward, 500 game coins. Comprehensive Ability Attribute 2. Host Comprehensive Ability rises from 88 to 90. Congratulations, host. Your comprehensive ability has reached 90, signifying your ascendance to superstar status. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked Skill Template 2. Curry's Ghost Movement. The host receives a 90 rating achievement reward of 5,000 game coins. Beep. Congratulations, host. For completing Side Task 2, a night of 40 points. Reward. Resilient Scorer Badge, 2,000 game coins. Due to the host's extraordinary performance exceeding the 40-point threshold, the system grants an additional 1,000 game coins. Congratulations, host, for achieving the milestone of making over 10 three-pointers in a single game. Congratulations, Wang Chen, for your 40-point achievement reward. A series of achievement rewards culminated in Wang Chen acquiring an additional 1,500 game coins. Wang Chen suddenly felt as though he had struck gold. After defeating the Pacers, he had directly acquired 10,000 game coins. If only the system would issue such tasks on a daily basis. The system, however, thought to itself, what a fanciful notion. It declared, this is an impossibility. For your abilities have been steadily increasing. Previous tasks were assigned based on your skill level. Future challenges will only become more formidable. Wang Chen could only silently express his grievances. However, with his current prowess, he could easily become the cornerstone of a new team. Nevertheless, he chose to set aside such thoughts for the time being, focusing instead on the paramount task of aiding the Heat in securing the championship title. Failing to accomplish this primary objective might lead to dire consequences from the system. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating the room as Wang Chen stretched and rose from his bed. The previous night's game had left him somewhat fatigued, yet his heart brimmed with a sense of achievement. After completing his morning routine, he switched on the television to catch the news coverage about himself. A smile crept onto his face as he noted that all major networks were broadcasting reports about his performance. He understood that he had become a figure of great interest. Simultaneously, media outlets around the globe had elevated this game to headline status, with titles such as the youngest 50-point scorer, the Asian basketball monarch. The defeated 5 Warriors of the Pacers, and the basketball prodigy from Hawaii shines in the NBA, capturing widespread attention. However, dissenting voices also emerged. Some questioned the integrity of the game, asserting that it was merely controlled by Hawaii, while others dismissed him as just another regular season star. Yet, Wang Chen remained unfazed by such remarks, for he had a singular ambition to achieve the championship for the Heat and establish a dynasty. Now, he had successfully captivated the attention of many, not only due to his nationality but also his remarkable performance. The influx of interest and his talent had prompted the media to sense a lucrative opportunity. They began pursuing this young basketball genius, eager to uncover more stories and value surrounding him. Soon after, the entire Heat team returned to Miami. Upon exiting the airport, they were taken aback by the throngs of fans awaiting them. Outside, a massive crowd of supporters had gathered to welcome them back, an occurrence typically reserved for the finals, making such a reception during the regular season almost unheard of. The atmosphere was electric, with jubilant cheers cascading like tumultuous waves throughout the airport. Each face radiated joy, basking in the warmth of happiness. This was not merely a victory, it symbolized honor and pride. At the center of it all stood Wang Chen, his presence akin to a brilliant star, emanating an endless glow. In that moment, he had become the darling of Miami's fans, the hero of the city. As Wang Chen descended slowly from the aircraft, his gaze swept over the sea of fervent supporters below. Fans waved their flags and chanted his name, infusing the scene with vitality. They expressed their unwavering support and affection with the most genuine of emotions. Confronted with such an overwhelming display, Wang Chen felt a surge of warmth within him. He had never imagined receiving such attention and adoration, and the sensation was exhilarating beyond measure. He smiled and waved to the fans, simultaneously absorbing the warmth and encouragement emanating from them. The subsequent scene was particularly moving. Wang Chen approached the supporters, exchanging high fives with each one, conveying the joy of victory to every individual present. The fans erupted in ecstatic cheers, with a few children clad in the number 10 jersey raising their hands high, yearning for Wang Chen's autograph. For these delightful youngsters, Wang Chen certainly could not refuse. He graciously took a pen and patiently inscribed his name on each jersey, fulfilling the wishes of every child. This gesture infused the atmosphere with a sense of warmth and harmony, as everyone reveled in the joy of the moment. Upon returning to Miami, Wang Chen had another obligation, a scheduled interview. After all, it was a means of earning. The interviewer was none other than the strikingly blonde Tina Relai. As he beheld Tina's revealing attire, his gaze was momentarily captivated. The depths of this Amazonian canyon were indeed unfathomable. "Hello, Miami's great hero. May I interview you?" Tina implored, her demeanor exuding a pitiable charm as she leaned closer to Wang Chen. "WK, this blonde lady is making an audacious move," he thought. How could she disregard all decorum? Yet, he found himself amused. Thus, Wang Chen and Tina commenced their interview. Wang Chen would never admit that his affection for the Amazon Canyon prompted him to engage in an interview with Tina's newspaper. "Wang, it's a pleasure to see you again." "Beautiful lady," he said, a charming smile gracing his lips. Tina's heart soared as she replied, "You know, you are now a hero in Miami. Everyone takes pride in you." "Thank you. It is all thanks to the team's efforts," Wang Chen humbly responded. "So, Wang, could you share your mindset during the competition? For instance, that crucial three-pointer at the end?" Tina inquired with curiosity. "At that moment, I didn't think too much. I trusted my instincts, and my teammates placed their faith in me," Wang Chen recalled, a flicker of confidence shining in his eyes. "What are your expectations for the future?" Tina continued. "Certainly, I aim to help the team secure more championships." "I believe we have the capability," Wang Chen answered without hesitation. After the interview concluded, Wang Chen exited the studio, while Tina discreetly passed him a small note. Wang Chen glanced around to ensure no one was watching before pocketing the note. Chapter 45, Player of the Week and Rookie of the Month on March 27, 2014. The NBA announced the Player of the Week. In the Western Conference, it was Kevin Durant from the Thunder, averaging 31, 2 points, 7, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists, leading his team to a flawless record of 4-0. In the Eastern Conference, the Player of the Week accolade was awarded to Wang Chen of the Heat. During the past week, Wang Chen led the Heat to an impressive record of 2 wins and 1 loss, averaging 37 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists per game, including a remarkable performance against the Pacers where he scored 51 points. The media from both beautiful country and Hua country have fervently discussed this rookie. Additionally, the announcement of the Rookie of the Month has been made, with Gobert from the Western Conference's Jazz and Wang Chen from the Eastern Conference being honored with the title. Wang Chen has shattered Mike Kawhi's monopoly on the title of Eastern Conference Rookie of the Month. An undrafted player, a Chinese national, the youngest to score 51 points. And having made 11 three-pointers in a single game, when all these descriptors converge upon one individual, Wang Chen has become the focal point of everyone's attention. The media is fervently reporting on the rise of this supernova, while fans engage in spirited discussions about his performance on social media. In an instant, Wang Chen has become the darling of the spotlight, with everyone eager to discover just how extraordinary this young talent truly is. As he strolls the streets of Miami, he encounters fans greeting him daily, and even some ardent admirers shouting his name in exuberance. Even more outrageous, some young women are seen holding banners proclaiming, "Wang, I want to bear your children." Initially intrigued by the seemingly mad fervor, Wang Chen ultimately fell silent. Perhaps it would be better to seek out Tina instead. Fame can be a double-edged sword, and Wang Chen now faces a rather distressing predicament. His apartment's location has been disclosed by an unknown media outlet, leading to a cacophony of barks and shouts beneath his window each morning. Wang could only evade the small path and stealthily exited through the back door of the apartment. He hurriedly fled. It was utterly terrifying. Is this what they call the legendary fan culture? To be honest, the sensation of being adored like a star is quite enjoyable. However, the fervor of these fans is overwhelming. Shushu, simply cannot withstand it. Wang Chen arrived at the training facility of the Miami Heat. Is that not the youngest 50-point maestro? Upon entering the gym, Anderson rushed over and enveloped Wang Chen in an embrace. Anderson, bare and adorned with vibrant tattoos, sent a shiver down Wang's spine, making him feel as if he were embraced by a gang lord. "Hey, Wang, congratulations." Wade, dressed casually due to his injury, approached and warmly hugged Wang Chen. "Are you aiming to break my record as the youngest player in Heat history?" "Dwayne, you jest. I have much to learn from you." James, ever the joker, chimed in. "Indeed, he shattered my record as the youngest in the league. What chance do you stand against yours?" "All right, everyone, gather around." Coach Spoelstra clapped his hands, calling the Heat players together. He emphasized the significance of the upcoming schedule, for they now had the opportunity to vie for the top spot in the league. The Heat's current record stood at 53 wins and 17 losses, leading the Pacers by 3 games. As long as they performed steadily, the Eastern Conference's top position would be firmly in their grasp. In contrast, the Western Conference bore a far more intense competitive strain. While the Heat and Pacers dominated the East, the records in the West were closely clustered. At the top stood the Heat's long-standing rivals, the San Antonio Spurs, boasting an identical record of 53 wins and 17 losses. Following them were the Oklahoma City Thunder, currently at 52 wins and 18 losses. This season belonged to Kevin Durant, who led the regular season MVP rankings, eclipsing LeBron James. The teams trailing: Los Angeles Clippers, Houston Rockets, Portland Trail Blazers, Golden State Warriors, Memphis Grizzlies, Dallas Mavericks, and Phoenix Suns were all in a tight contest, with only a game or two separating them, illustrating the fierce competition. It is rightly noted that the West is stronger than the East, as the Wild West wrangles for playoff berths while 2 teams in the East stand atop. The singular aim of the Heat is to secure the best record in the league, ensuring they maintain home court advantage against all teams come playoff time. They achieved this feat last season and clinched the championship. "Our goal is singular, to be the best in the league." The expressions of the Heat players turned serious, and they instinctively nodded in agreement. In the next game, LeBron would make his return, followed by Bosch's limited participation. As for personnel, there is no need for alarm. With our complete roster, we are the strongest team in the league. Lastly, there is one more matter, Coach Spoelstra said with a smile. "Congratulations, Wang, for being named the Eastern Conference Player of the Week and the Rookie of the Month." As soon as the words were spoken, the players of the Heat erupted in jubilant cheers, swiftly encircling Wang Chen to extend their heartfelt congratulations. The elder statesmen of the team beamed with satisfaction, their eyes brimming with recognition and admiration for the young athlete. Wang Chen felt a sense of surprise, yet it was predominantly exhilaration and pride that filled his heart. This honor served as the most fitting reward for his diligent efforts over the past week, a testament to his prowess. He gratefully embraced his teammates, exchanging high fives, his spirit brimming with motivation and resolve. However, following this joyous moment, the team did not relent. Immediately, they re-engaged in the rigorous rigors of team training. striving to enhance their performance ahead of the regular season's conclusion. On March 28, 2014, the Miami Heat faced off against the Detroit Pistons on their home turf. Since the decline of the Bad Boys era, the Pistons have languished in a period of adversity, failing to reclaim their former glory. Despite holding high draft picks, the players selected seemed to lack practical combat skills, possessing only raw talent. Currently, the team is anchored by the twin towers of Greg Monroe and Andre Drummond. Yet these young athletes, lacking in game experience, struggle to demonstrate their capabilities. Consequently, their performance has been consistently poor, firmly establishing them at the bottom of the Eastern Conference standings. In the face of the reigning champions, even with two core players absent, the Pistons find it exceedingly difficult to compete against the Miami Heat. In this match, LeBron James made his anticipated return, while the Heat fielded Chalmers, Wang Chen, James, Battier, and Anderson comprised the starting lineup. Ultimately, the Heat triumphed effortlessly, overpowering the Pistons with a score of 115-78 after 3 quarters. James delivered an impressive performance, amassing a luxurious double-double with 20 points, 6 rebounds, and 15 assists, while Wang Chen led all scorers with an outstanding 32 points. Following this match, the Heat promptly traveled to Wisconsin, heading to Milwaukee, the home of the Bucks. The Bucks are indeed an intriguing team. In recent years, their draft picks have been rather unconventional, featuring players like Larry Sanders, John Henson, and the infamous stomping brother, Giannis Antetokounmpo. The Bucks have shown commendable performance over the past 2 seasons. Last year, they faced the Heat in the first round of the playoffs, where their star player Brandon Jennings audaciously proclaimed that they would defeat the Heat in 6 games. However, they were swept in 4 games. Subsequently, their backcourt duo of Jennings and Evans departed, prompting the Bucks to enter a rebuilding phase. They initiated a fervent tanking strategy, preparing for the upcoming draft to pursue the player dubbed Maple Jordan, Andrew Wiggins. With the Bucks harboring such aspirations, the Heat were more than willing to facilitate their plans. The final score was 101-68, with the Heat achieving a resounding victory over the Bucks by 33 points. James recorded 23 points, 8 rebounds, and 9 assists, while Wang Chen contributed 27 points. Chapter 46. Pursuit of the league's pinnacle. After completing their road trip, the Heat were poised to return to their home court, embarking on a series of 5 consecutive home games. Their first opponent upon returning was the Toronto Raptors, currently ranked 3rd in the Eastern Conference. This year, the Raptors transformed their previous underdog persona by hiring the Mavericks defensive coach, Dwayne Casey, and establishing a core around the dynamic duo of DeMar DeRozan and Kyle Lowry. They have achieved considerable success in the Eastern Conference this season and should not be underestimated. However, in the face of the defending champions, their strength still fell slightly short. The Raptors' backcourt is formidable, showcasing impressive offensive prowess during the regular season. In the first quarter, they matched the Heat point for point, with DeRozan scoring 10 consecutive points to counter the firepower of James and Wang Chen, leading to a tie at 25. As the second quarter commenced, the Heat unleashed a barrage of three-pointers. Wang Chen sank 3 consecutive threes, Ray Allen hit 2, and James, Battier, and Lewis each contributed with 3-pointers as well. Aside from DeRozan and Lowry, the Raptors struggled to find other contributors capable of matching the Heat's collective offensive might. By the end of the second quarter, the Heat led the Raptors by 12 points, 55-43. Upon the resumption of play in the second half, the Raptors exhibited a fierce determination and desire to win, clearly unwilling to concede this match easily. DeRozan made an immediate impact upon entering the court, executing successive drives to the basket and hitting critical shots. His offensive display instilled hope within the Raptors and applied significant pressure on their opponents. Lowry, undeterred, showcased his remarkable shooting touch by sinking 2 crucial 3-pointers, narrowing the score gap. However, the sharpshooters from the Heat were not to be underestimated. First, Wang Chen emerged, employing his new skill, the phantom movement. With this technique, he landed 2 consecutive 3-pointers, helping to stabilize the team's position. Following him, the seasoned player Allen demonstrated his prowess, hitting 2 3-pointers, proving that he still possessed his former brilliance. Furthermore, the Heat's other forwards also exhibited outstanding performances, each contributing with 3-point shots that widened the score disparity. Consequently, the Heat's advantage gradually expanded, successfully fending off the Raptors' counterattacks. Despite the Raptors' commendable performance in the second half, the Heat's overall strength and exceptional shooting squad allowed them to maintain a substantial lead. At the conclusion of the third quarter, the Heat led by 22 points, with a score of 80-58. As the fourth quarter commenced, Coach Casey acknowledged the overwhelming shooting prowess of the Heat, realizing they were simply outmatched. When the final buzzer sounded, the game concluded with the Miami Heat triumphing over the Toronto Raptors with a resounding score of 103-83. In this contest, the duo of DeMar DeRozan and Kyle Lowry, affectionately known as the Trash Brothers, combined for 48 points, yet could not surpass Miami's LeBron James, who alone amassed 28 points and dished out 12 assists, while Wang Chen excelled with an impressive 33 points. Notably, the Miami Heat displayed scorching shooting from beyond the arc, attempting 28 three-pointers and converting 15 of them, achieving a staggering accuracy of 53.6. Such a three-point efficiency was nothing short of astonishing, bordering on terrifying. Following their victory over the Raptors, the Heat prepared to face their next long-standing rival, the Milwaukee Bucks, in their home arena. Unlike their previous encounter at the Bucks venue, this time the Bucks were notably assertive. Particularly, Giannis, despite his slender frame at this moment, utilized his unique physical attributes to execute some incredible layup maneuvers. The Heat, on the other hand, maintained a stable performance, with both James and Wang Chen delivering consistent output, lacking any extraordinary explosive moments. They approached the game with a solid offensive and defensive strategy, engaging in an intense battle with the Bucks. By halftime, the score stood at a deadlock of 48-48. As the third quarter commenced, the tides changed dramatically. James found his rhythm, seemingly ignited, his gaze radiating confidence and determination as if to declare, "I am here to take over this game." He received the ball at a 45-degree angle and, without hesitation, leaped into a textbook jump shot. The ball arced beautifully through the air before finding its mark in the basket, eliciting gasps and applause from the audience for this spectacular score. Immediately following, James swiftly repositioned, receiving a pass from a teammate to take another shot. This time, with the adept cover of Anderson, he skillfully evaded the defenders and effortlessly sank a three-pointer. The atmosphere in the arena was instantly ignited, erupting in fervor for James's remarkable performance. Following two consecutive three-pointers, James's offensive prowess became an unstoppable force. He showcased a diverse array of scoring techniques, effortlessly nailing mid-range shots, turnaround jumpers, and fadeaways, each release akin to a masterful artistic performance. At this moment, James had entered an invincible state, rendering any earthly opponent incapable of halting his scoring. His presence heightened the tension throughout the arena, compelling the opposing team to adopt a more stringent defensive strategy. Yet, James always managed to find opportunities to breach their defenses, consistently sinking pivotal shots. As the game progressed into the latter half of the third quarter, the atmosphere remained charged and intense, with both teams fiercely vying for victory. It was then that Wang Chen exhibited his remarkable defensive skills, successfully intercepting Kuen's pass. Without hesitation, he swiftly advanced towards the Bucks' half-court, with James closely trailing behind. Poised to receive the pass at any moment, Wang Chen sprinted with remarkable speed, the ball in his possession. He leaped gracefully, launching the ball with pinpoint precision towards the backboard. This movement was as swift as a bolt of lightning, leaving the spectators in awe. Meanwhile, James was already poised for action, trailing closely behind Wang Chen. Following the ball's trajectory, he soared into the air, executing a thunderous dunk with an unstoppable force. This breathtaking scene electrified the home crowd, evoking memories of the legendary connection between James and Wade. Wang Chen and James have developed an increasingly harmonious partnership. Wait. Be wary of having your home raided. Your James may be taken away. The score has risen to 80-60, with this play extending the lead to 20 points. In the fourth quarter, the Bucks found themselves at a loss, hastily substituting in their bench players for practice, while the Heat graciously accommodated the Bucks by also deploying their reserves. Ultimately, the Heat triumphed over the Bucks with a commanding score of 100-79, securing a 21-point advantage. James achieved the highest score of the game with 35 points, while Wang Chen contributed 22 points. On the other side, only Kuen's managed to score 19 points for the Bucks, with no other players reaching double digits. The Heat's winning streak has now reached 5 consecutive victories. Chapter 47, The Return of Bosch. On April 4, 2014, the Heat welcomed their opponents, the Minnesota Timberwolves, to their home court. Since 2004, the Timberwolves have not graced the playoffs, marking their 10th consecutive year without postseason participation. In 2010, they selected the talented Kevin Love as the 5th pick in the first round, establishing him as the cornerstone of their roster. This year, they boast a formidable lineup, including the European prodigy Ricky Rubio, former Thunder starting shooting guard Kevin Martin, and the double-double machine Kevin Love. This season, They find themselves closer to the playoffs than ever before, ranked ninth in the Western Conference, trailing the 8th-seeded Dallas Mavericks by 6 victories. Although only a few regular season games remain, the Timberwolves hold on to their dreams, hoping for a miracle. Thus, they have entered a frenzied sprint for victory in the final stretch of the regular season. Meanwhile, the Heat received encouraging news. The Dragon King, Bosh, is set to make his return. This is a boon for the Heat, as they have recently enjoyed a 5-game winning streak, but have been overly reliant on the stamina of James and Wang Chen. Bosh's return will allow them both to rest. Today, the Heat's starting lineup features Chalmers, Wang Chen, James, Lewis, and Bosh. The Timberwolves, too, have fielded their strongest lineup, including Rubio, Martin, Darren Williams, Love, and Nikola Pekovi. Wang Chen and James sought a moment of respite. Yet perhaps they had chosen to rest a tad too early. Seizing the opportunity, the Timberwolves launched a fierce offensive, delivering a significant blow to the Heat. Initially, the God of Love showcased his formidable prowess upon his entrance, sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers from the arc, leaving the opponents utterly defenseless. He then demonstrated remarkable finesse in the paint, executing a series of hook shots with precision. Moreover, he exhibited an extraordinary tenacity in securing offensive rebounds, successfully claiming several boards and swiftly converting them into points. By the conclusion of the first quarter, the Timberwolves held a commanding lead of 35-23, with Love contributing a remarkable 15 points, becoming the linchpin of his team's advantage. In the second quarter, the rehabilitated Bosh began to exert his influence, first completing a thunderous dunk off a brilliant assist from James, followed by a three-pointer from the arc after receiving a pass from Wang Chen, narrowing the score gap. The teams concluded the second quarter with a tally of 58-50, leaving the Heat trailing by 8 points. As the third quarter unfolded, the Timberwolves' role players ignited, with Kevin Martin drawing fouls and raining down free throws, while Rubio found his rhythm, launching unexpected three-point shots. The God of Love persisted in his rebounding quest, relentlessly snatching offensive boards and capitalizing on second-chance opportunities. By the end of the third quarter, the Timberwolves led 82-70, enjoying a 12-point advantage. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Heat refused to capitulate. James and Bosh intensified their efforts, but the Heat's other role players struggled to find their shooting touch. In the final 3 minutes, the Heat trailed by 10 points at 89-99. At this critical juncture, Wang Chen once again rose to the occasion. With ghostly footwork, he utilized Bosh's screen to sink 2 consecutive three-pointers, followed by a pair of mid-range jumpers that left Kevin Martin gritting his teeth as he watched the ball swish through the net. They were simply unable to contain him. With just 1 minute remaining, the Timberwolves found themselves in a scoring drought, while Wang Chen unleashed a 10-0 run, leveling the score at 99 apiece with 1 minute left on the clock. The atmosphere in the arena grew palpably tense, with spectators holding their breath, their eyes fixated on the court as if time itself had come to a standstill. The players on both sides felt the weight of the moment, aware that this was the decisive point in the contest. At that critical instant, our God of Love stepped forward. He astutely exploited a defensive lapse from the opponents, artfully pivoting and executing a hook shot that gently found its way into the basket. The score shifted to 101-99, with the Timberwolves holding a slender lead. With only 18 seconds remaining, the Heat seized the final offensive opportunity. After receiving the ball, James swiftly launched an attack. With Bosh's exceptional screen-and-roll technique and Wang Chen's influence from beyond the arc, he adeptly maneuvered through the defense and charged towards the basket. In the final moment, LeBron, undeterred by Pekovic's defense, executed a buzzer-beating layup, successfully sinking 2 points. The score was tied once more at 101-101, leading the game into overtime. During the extra period, Wang Chen first nailed a three-pointer, giving the Heat a 3-point lead over the Timberwolves. Seizing the initiative, the God of Love activated his scoring prowess, hitting consecutive three-pointers to overturn the score, followed by a swift turnaround layup, placing the Timberwolves ahead by 5 points at 104-109. Wang Chen and James commenced their offensive surge, with James sinking a mid-range shot. Wang Chen, employing his elusive footwork, managed to hit a buzzer-beater three-pointer just before the conclusion of the game. The score stood at 109-109, leading both teams into double overtime. As the second overtime commenced, James appeared visibly fatigued, and Bosh exhibited signs of exhaustion as well, while Wang Chen felt increasingly weak and drained. Surprisingly, only Love seemed invigorated, brimming with boundless energy, continuing his astonishing scoring performance. Not only did he excel in scoring, but he also adeptly orchestrated the offense from the top of the arc, showcasing his exceptional playmaking abilities, thus benefiting his teammates significantly. Despite the Heat's dwindling stamina, this did not equate to a loss of their scoring prowess. James, Bosh, and Wang Chen each successfully executed mid-range shots, demonstrating their remarkable shooting touch. These pivotal baskets revitalized the Heat's confidence, narrowing the gap against their opponents. Although their physical strength waned, they persevered in the match, fueled by their exquisite skills and indomitable will. The atmosphere on the court became intensely charged and fierce. The score was tied at 118-118, with just 23 seconds remaining. In this critical moment, Love faced Bosh, breaking away from his usual low-post hook shot to aggressively drive past him for a strong layup, converting a 2-1 opportunity and earning an additional free throw. Love's performance today was nothing short of extraordinary as he challenged the Heat's two giants alongside Wang Chen. As Love stepped to the free throw line, perhaps influenced by fatigue, his shot failed to find the basket, prompting the Heat to call a timeout. The Timberwolves led by 2 points at 120-118. With just 1 second left in the game, the Heat prepared to inbound the ball. Coach Spoelstra devised a 5-out strategy, positioning all players along the free throw line. Bosh took the sideline inbounds. For the final play, Wang Chen sprinted to the far end of the court. Bosh promptly passed the ball to him from a great distance. Upon receiving the ball, Wang Chen unleashed an ultra-long three-pointer. The shot swished through the net, igniting jubilant cheers from the home crowd, who believed the game had been won. However, Wang Chen appeared despondent and disheartened. They had lost this match. Chapter 48. The Knicks in a Quagmire. The referees began to review the footage to ascertain the validity of Wang Chen's shot. The replay clearly indicated that the time had expired before Wang Chen released the ball, turning the clock red. Wang Chen's recent attempt on the court was a moment of unfortunate timing, eliciting a collective sigh from the spectators. The shot was undeniably exquisite, yet regrettably, it came after the buzzer had sounded. Ultimately, the Heat endured a double overtime, narrowly succumbing to the Timberwolves of the Western Conference by a mere 2 points, with a final score of 118-120. After the game, Kevin Love approached LeBron James and Wang Chen for a heartfelt embrace. This power forward, who would later face scrutiny, had an outstanding performance as the new leader of the Timberwolves, achieving a remarkable triple-double with 42 points, 20 rebounds, and 10 assists, single-handedly dismantling the Heat's formidable duo alongside Wang Chen. In this match, LeBron scored 28 points with 12 assists, while Wang Chen contributed 33 points, and Chris Bosh added 14 points. Bosh expressed his embarrassment, lamenting that the winning streak had faltered since his return to the court. "I'm a false giant, yet also a true insider," he remarked. However, Love's prowess as the Timberwolves king is undeniable. He is indeed a double-double machine. This performance likely elucidated why LeBron extended a warm invitation to Love upon his return to the Cavaliers, as Love possesses not only exceptional rebounding skills and quarterback-like passing abilities, but also the capacity to create space on the court. Following their loss, the Heat's record stood at 57 wins and 18 losses. Despite the defeat, they maintained a 4-game lead over the Pacers, and with only 7 regular season games remaining, barring any unforeseen errors, they could be deemed to have secured the top seed in the Eastern Conference. While the top spot in the East appears stable, the overall top position in the league is less certain, as the Spurs and the Thunder relentlessly pursue it, eyeing the coveted position with intent. The Spurs, in particular, are driven by a desire for vengeance against the Heat's trio. In their eyes, last year's championship rightfully belonged to them. Had it not been for Ray Allen's pivotal three-pointer on the Heat's home court, that year would have been theirs, the era of GD's return. Their obsession with home court advantage has reached its zenith. Currently, they lead the league with a record of 58 wins and 17 losses, just 1 win ahead of the Heat. As the regular season approaches its conclusion, both teams, though aging, must make a final push. On March 31st, facing the Eastern Conference leaders, the Pacers, the Spurs showcased their prowess with a commanding victory of 103-77, while Paul George appeared to lose his way once again. This game served as an early indication of the Spurs' intentions, seemingly conveying to the league that the strength lies in the West while the East falters. Any team within the top 10 of the Western Conference could easily rank among the top 6 in the East. The Spurs utilized this match to reinforce their psychological advantage over Eastern teams. The final sprint of the league has commenced. The Heat's singular objective for the remaining games is to maintain an unblemished record, striving for the top position in the league as they head into the playoffs. However, The day after their match against the Timberwolves, the Heat received fortuitous news. The Spurs had lost. The Oklahoma City Thunder delivered a decisive blow to the San Antonio Spurs on their home court, with the dynamic duo of Durant and Westbrook showcasing their prowess. Durant scored an impressive 33 points, while Westbrook contributed with 24 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists, falling just short of a triple-double. The Thunder triumphed over the Spurs with a score of 106-94. This season, Kevin Durant has been nothing short of unstoppable, currently standing as the league's leading scorer. His ambition is singular: to reclaim the MVP title and return to the finals to exact revenge on the Heat's formidable trio. The sting of defeat in 2012 still lingers in Durant's heart. He and Westbrook have vowed to reclaim what they lost, with the Spurs leading the Heat by a mere 0.5 games despite having played one more match. The gap between the teams continues to narrow. On April 6th, the Heat will face their next opponent, the New York Knicks, who currently hold a record of 34 wins and 42 losses, sitting ninth in the Eastern Conference. Just one victory behind the Atlanta Hawks. This season, the Knicks have displayed erratic performance, plagued by injuries and chemistry issues within the team. Nevertheless, the remarkable scoring ability of Carmelo Anthony has afforded them a semblance of competitiveness in the East, securing some victories. Although the isolated Melo has found himself overwhelmed in certain matchups. As the game commenced, the Knicks deployed a lineup featuring Raymond Felton, Tim Hardaway Jr., Carmelo Anthony, Amare Stoudemire, and Tyson Chandler. The Heat countered with Chalmers, Wade, James, Lewis, and Bosh. In the first quarter, Anthony activated his isolation game, consistently unleashing his full potential against James. He began with a low-post maneuver followed by a turnaround jumper over James's defense. Subsequently, Felton executed a steal from Chalmers and sank a trailing three-pointer, scoring 5 consecutive points. The Heat, however, were not inclined to surrender easily, particularly Chris Bosh, who had just returned from injury in the previous game, which resulted in a loss to the Timberwolves, interrupting the team's winning streak. Although this setback was not entirely his fault, the circumstances remained undeniably awkward in terms of both record and performance. Bosh was determined not to allow himself to suffer another defeat in just his second game back. James and Bosh commenced their collaboration with a pick-and-roll, where Bosh received a pass from James at the free throw line and successfully executed a mid-range shot. Following this, Bosh, positioned at the top of the arc, made a formidable drive, finishing with a layup over Tyson Chandler while drawing a foul. After making the layup, Bosh unleashed his signature Dragon King roar, seemingly releasing the frustration from their previous defeat to the Timberwolves. As the first quarter progressed, both teams exchanged leads. James and Wang Chen engaged in a series of one-on-one duels. Initially, James powered through for a tank-like layup, followed by Wang Chen's deft crossover dribble, culminating in a hallmark mid-range jumper. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at a deadlock of 25-25. Melo's shooting percentage during this quarter was astonishing, as he converted 7 out of 8 attempts, including 2 for 2 from beyond the arc and 2 for 2 from the free throw line, amassing a total of 18 points. In stark contrast, the other 4 starters, along with the 2 substitutes, could only manage a mere 7 points, highlighting the Knicks' struggle for scoring. While Anthony's individual offensive prowess is indeed formidable, he ultimately requires rest. Upon his exit from the game, Spoelstra implemented his 1-star and 4 shooters lineup: Wang Chen, Ray Allen, LeBron James, Lewis, and Bosh. James commenced the game with an extraordinary shooting prowess, executing 2 3-pointers that pierced through Stoudemire and Chandler. His remarkable form altered the Knicks' defensive strategy, providing him ample space for penetrating drives. The Heat erupted in jubilation. Excellent, excellent, it is settled. You Knicks must maintain this defensive approach, they proclaimed. Instantly, the Heat's sharpshooters began to rain down 3-pointers with unrelenting accuracy, leaving the Knicks in disarray. It was not until Wang Chen executed a steal and gracefully maneuvered past Iman Shumpert, launching a trailing 3-pointer, that the score reached 45-30, with the Heat leading by 15 points, prompting the Knicks to call a timeout. Chapter 49. On explosive power. Upon resuming after the timeout, the Knicks hastily introduced Anthony, as their offense had stagnated, unable to contain the Heat's relentless onslaught. They had no choice but to deploy the Melo to alleviate their offensive woes, for failure to do so would result in a devastating defeat. As Anthony took the court, his defensive assignment shifted from James to Wang Chen, while James took a brief respite. "Hey, Wang, you have become quite the rising star lately," Melo remarked with a smile. "Just a fleeting reputation," Wang Chen replied humbly. "You, Brother Melo, are my senior in the NBA. I have much to learn from you. Oh, Melo teased, scoring 51 points in your rookie season is no small feat. As of now, no one has achieved that. Rookie, let us compare and see who can score more points in this game, Melo challenged. I am certain I shall win this game. Before Wang Chen could respond, Melo swiftly launched a pull-up three-pointer. A mid-range jumper found its mark, 45-32. Melo's audacity left Wang Chen momentarily speechless. Wang Chen was enraged. Since you have chosen to abandon the principles of sportsmanship, I shall not hold back. With the ball in his possession, he faced off against Carmelo Anthony. A swift crossover step, followed by a clean mid-range jumper, effortlessly swished through the net. Carmelo, although you are a seasoned veteran, allow me to express that scoring against you is as effortless as quenching one's thirst, Wang Chen taunted. Anthony was taken aback by the audacity of this rookie. While you may possess explosive scoring abilities when it comes to sustained offensive prowess, you may not measure up to me. I have been crowned the scoring champion. Are you unaware that I am a veritable offensive kaleidoscope in the NBA? Very well. Let me engage you in this contest. Anthony's competitive spirit was ignited by Wang Chen's provocation. Receiving the ball, Carmelo executed a classic triple threat stance, while Wang Chen employed Patrick Beverley's tenacious defense, fiercely contesting Anthony's every move. In that moment, Anthony nudged with his elbow, feigning a drive, and inadvertently caught Wang Chen on the nose, causing him to stagger back a step. Seizing the opportunity, Anthony leaped in for a layup, successfully scoring. Wait, Wang Chen exclaimed, glancing at the referee. Shouldn't that elbow be called for an offensive foul? With a smile, Carmelo replied, Rookie, allow me to impart a lesson on respecting your elders. Oh, is that how we are to play? Wang Chen retorted. Then let the game continue. Wang Chen stands beyond the three-point line, holding the ball, while everyone else spreads out, facing the basket towards Anthony. Wang Chen, with the ball in hand, found himself closely guarded by Sweet Melon. At that moment, Wang Chen exerted a slight force with his arm, causing Sweet Melon to tumble to the ground. Wang Chen then took a mid-range shot, which successfully swished through the net. However, the referee's whistle pierced the air, declaring an offensive foul, rendering the basket null and void. Wang Chen, hey, man, you can't do this. Anthony just executed the same offensive move and faced no repercussions. Why am I being called for an offensive foul? A warning this time. But another infraction will result in a technical foul? A technical foul warning? All right. So you're just going to bully a rookie like me, are you? Wang Chen chuckled in amusement. Wang Chen felt that he had been subjected to an unfair treatment. However, it mattered little. If that were the case, he would let the ball do the talking. Kerr, pass the ball to me later. I shall address the scoring issue, he asserted. Kerr nodded, having previously considered contesting with Wang Chen, but now realized that such competition was futile. Just hand me the ball, and I shall take on the Pacers' impenetrable defense. Even if I were to injure myself, I doubt I could score 20 points, he mused. Anthony continued to dribble, while Wang Chen maintained his defensive stance. Rookie, let us see how you fare now as I aim to penetrate your right side and execute a jumper. Anthony candidly revealed his offensive strategy to Wang Chen. Following his declaration, he indeed executed what he had described. A swift crossover, a deft change of hands, and then a powerful step to the right before launching a jump shot. Suddenly, a shadow surged in from the side, forcefully swatting the ball away as Anderson seized the opportunity to claim the rebound. It was a block from Wang Chen. Wang Chen made a forward gesture towards Anderson, who promptly dashed towards the Knicks' frontcourt. Understanding the cue, Anderson skillfully passed the ball ahead. Wang Chen skillfully received the ball, while the Knicks' center, Chandler, had already retreated to the paint, leaving the others trailing behind. Wang Chen arrived at the apex of the arc and executed a three-point shot with finesse. The trailing three-pointer found its mark effortlessly, bringing the score to 50-34. Observing Wang Chen's consecutive scores ignited Anthony's competitive spirit. Seizing the ball, he unhesitatingly launched a trailing three-pointer. The sphere traced a beautiful arc through the air before settling securely into the net, prompting a confident smile from Anthony. However, Wang Chen remained undeterred by Anthony's display. He continued to exhibit his prowess, consistently posing a threat to his adversaries on the offensive front. This time, after receiving a pass from a teammate, he leapt swiftly to execute a splendid mid-range jump shot, which accurately found its destination in the basket. Thus, Wang Chen and Anthony engaged in an intense duel, both showcasing exceptional skill, exchanging blows without yielding. Their remarkable performances ignited the atmosphere within the arena, with Heat fans vociferously rallying behind Wang, chanting his name. As time progressed, The second quarter swiftly drew to a close, with Wang Chen amassing 21 points, while Anthony astonishingly tallied 28 points. The stellar displays from both players rendered the match captivating, heightening anticipation for the ensuing contests. The Heat led the Knicks 58-45, a 13-point advantage. As the third quarter commenced, the Heat altered their strategy, with LeBron matching up against Anthony while Wang Chen shifted his focus solely on scoring. "Unleash your scoring potential, rookie. I will create opportunities for you," LeBron remarked earnestly during halftime. "Go ahead, rookie. Let us witness the extent of your abilities," Bosh encouraged, patting Wang Chen on the shoulder. Thus began Wang Chen's personal showcase in the third quarter, as he deftly maneuvered against Stoudemire and Tyson Chandler for a reverse layup, followed by 2 consecutive three-pointers from LeBron's assists. Meanwhile, the Knicks continued to struggle, their role players failing to find their rhythm, relying solely on Anthony's efforts as LeBron showcased his defensive prowess, leading to a decline in Anthony's offensive efficiency. At the conclusion of the third quarter, both Wang Chen and Anthony had amassed 36 points each. However, the Heat led the Knicks 85-69 by a margin of 16 points. In the fourth quarter, Wang Chen orchestrated the transition play, showing no mercy as he sank a three-pointer from the corner and another from the left side at a 45-degree angle. Wang Chen's score has reached 42 points. The score now stands at 91-69, with the Heat leading by 22 points, effectively extinguishing any remaining suspense in the game. As Wang Chen was substituted, the crowd erupted in applause, chanting, "Sooner Wang! Sooner Wang! Sooner Wang!" This newly coined nickname from the Miami Heat fans echoed along the sidelines. Some spectators even held up a poster featuring Bosh, Wade, James, and Wang Chen, adorned with the words Big Four. The notion of Miami's formidable quartet has gained traction even in the beautiful game. Chapter 50, 42 points ultimately. The match concluded with the Heat triumphing over the Knicks with a score of 112-90. Wang Chen achieved an impressive 42 points, the highest in the game, while James contributed 18 points and 12 assists, and Bosh added 24 points along with 7 rebounds. On the opposing side, Anthony led the Knicks with 38 points, followed by Stoudemire's 14 points, with no other player reaching double digits. After the game, Anthony approached LeBron. "Congratulations, LeBron. You've gained a remarkable ally this year." The Heat's chances of defending their title seem promising, he expressed enviously. "An ally?" LeBron chuckled. "His talent is far beyond that of merely a supporting player. Although the Heat is Dwayne's and my team, I believe his capabilities will prove to be much more than that of a mere assistant." Anthony nodded in agreement. "That kid possesses a rather uncanny scoring ability, netting 42 points again today. Tell me, did you intentionally relinquish ball control to let him shine?" "I did not. I am not." "Stop making wild accusations," LeBron replied, winking playfully. Wang Chen's remarkable night of 42 points has once again positioned him at the epicenter of discussions within the NBA. The admirers from the beautiful nation have begun to delve into the origins of Wang Chen, pondering the enigma surrounding this individual from Huagua. What accounts for his frequent high-scoring feats in the NBA? Meanwhile, fans in Huagua are fervently advocating for Wang Chen's inclusion in the national team, hoping to revitalize the current dismal state of Huagua basketball. Once a dominant force on the Asian stage, Huagua basketball has seen a significant decline in its prowess since the retirement of the illustrious generation that included Yao Ming, Wang Zhizhi, and Badr in 2009. Now, with E. Jianlian struggling to carry the weight against the Iranian men's basketball team, Huagua basketball appears to be devoid of standout talents. The emergence of Wang Chen has instilled hope in the realm of Chinese basketball. He may very well be the first American-style guard in the annals of this sport in China. However, at present, such notions feel distant to him. His sole focus lies on a singular objective: to excel in every game, secure his place in the NBA, and ultimately aid the Miami Heat in clinching the championship title. Following their victory over the Knicks, the Heat faced their final home opponent, the Brooklyn Nets. Darren Williams, observing Wang Chen across the court, couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. When he had last seen this young talent a month prior, Wang was merely a sporadically exceptional, yet often erratic, benchwarmer, and Williams had dismissed his abilities. Now, this undrafted rookie had ascended to become one of the most coveted stars in the league, eclipsing the likes of 2013 rookies such as Michael Carter-Williams, Victor Oladipo, Otto Porter, and Rudy Gobert. Each of his performances seemed astounding, his scoring bursts appearing almost miraculous. He had single-handedly dismantled the Pacers. Darren Williams mused that, in his own case, he could not have achieved such feats. As for the grievances stemming from a previous technical foul, he felt compelled to demonstrate his resolve on the court. All are NBA players, and none can claim superiority over the others. You may have played a few games, but I possess a wealth of experience. As the game commenced, the Nets rolled out their season lineup, featuring Darren Williams, Joe Johnson, Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, and Brook Lopez. The Heat countered with Chalmers, Wang Chen, James, Lewis, and Bosh. With the referee's whistle signaling the start, both teams swiftly found their rhythm. The Heat showcased formidable prowess, their offense surging like a tidal wave. Wang Chen and Bosh found their shooting touch beyond the arc, consistently landing long-range shots, while James, utilizing his remarkable athleticism and ability to penetrate defenses, frequently attacked the rim for points. Nevertheless, the Nets refused to be outdone, mounting counterattacks led by the individual skills of Pierce and Johnson. Pierce exhibited his experience and finesse, scoring through clever isolation plays, while Johnson exploited his speed and shooting ability, creating considerable challenges for the Heat. Despite this, the Heat managed to maintain a slender advantage. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Heat trailed by 2 points, but thanks to Ray Allen's last-minute basket, they temporarily led by 1, with a score of 25-24. In the second quarter, Heat coach Erik Spoelstra decisively adjusted his strategy, deploying his favored 1-star and 4-shooters formation. This arrangement maximized the team's collective strength, enabling multiple scoring opportunities across various positions. During this quarter, the Heat's offense became increasingly multifaceted, with players demonstrating exceptional synergy. As James unexpectedly launched a crucial three-pointer from the arc, the Miami Heat successfully widened the score to 51-35, establishing a commanding 16-point lead over their rivals. Coach Kidd was compelled to call a timeout. Shortly before the conclusion of the half, Wang Chen executed a remarkable buzzer beater from beyond the arc, igniting the home crowd with fervor. His teammates rushed to celebrate with him, while Coach Spoelstra wore a smile, having grown accustomed to Wang Chen's audacious shooting style. What was there to be astonished about? It was simply part of the game. The score stood at 58-41, with the Heat leading by 17 points. Upon returning for the third quarter, the Nets endeavored to create comfortable isolation opportunities for Joe Johnson and Paul Pierce, hoping to narrow the gap. However, Wang Chen erupted once more, first with an extraordinary long-range three-pointer, followed by a series of mid-range shots. The score escalated to 80-54, with the Heat enjoying a 26-point advantage. The Nets called another timeout, and after deliberation, Kidd resolved to adopt Vogel's strategic essence. Let us apply the double team. I want full pressure on them. As Wang Chen dribbled the ball, he was swiftly met with a double team from Darren Williams and Joe Johnson, forcing him to pass the ball to James. James exclaimed, I was merely looking to relax on the sidelines, and now the ball has found its way to me. Spotting Bosh nearby, he passed the ball to him, saying, Bosh, you've just returned to the game. Take your time to find your rhythm, shoot confidently, and rest assured, I will provide ample assists. As the third quarter unfolded, our Dragon King began to showcase his prowess, excelling in three-point and mid-range shots. The Heat displayed a diverse array of scoring methods, while the Nets, overwhelmed by the Heat's relentless attacks, struggled defensively and relied heavily on isolation plays, leading to a gradual depletion of their offensive stamina. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 90-62, with the Heat commanding a nearly 30-point lead. Midway through the fourth quarter, the Nets attempted to mount a counterattack, but to no avail, as Wang Chen continued to sink three-pointers, extinguishing the spirits of the Nets players. Following a timeout, the Nets conceded defeat and substituted in their bench players, with the Heat similarly opting to bring in their reserves. As the game drew to a close, the Miami Heat triumphed over the Brooklyn Nets with a final score of 115-85. James recorded 22 points, 10 assists, and 5 rebounds, while Wang Chen achieved an impressive 31 points and Bosh contributed 24 points along with 10 rebounds. On the Nets side, only Joe Johnson managed to score 22 points, with Darren adding 10 points and 12 assists, and Pierce contributing 18 points. After the game, Darren Williams approached Wang Chen to express his respect with a warm embrace. Wang, I must apologize for my earlier assumptions. I once thought you were merely an overlooked draft pick, yet you have remarkably made your mark in the NBA. Congratulations, Wang. This recognition is well-deserved, and I hope your journey in the NBA is filled with smooth sailing, allowing you to fully embrace this exhilarating yet challenging adventure. Wang Chen had not anticipated that Darren, who had previously expressed strong dissent towards him, would now greet him amicably. Nevertheless, having one more friend is certainly preferable to acquiring another adversary. This is the essence of the NBA. Respect is accorded to those who possess strength. Thank you. And the same to you, Darren. Wielding an impressive record of 58 wins and 18 losses, the Heat solidified their position at the pinnacle of the Eastern Conference. Concurrently, they remained vigilant regarding the Spurs' performance. In a match held simultaneously with the Heat's game, the Spurs suffered another defeat, this time at the hands of the Timberwolves. One could only commend our golden boy, who amassed 23 points and 7 assists, while the Spurs' offense became stagnant. Following this match, the Spurs' record stood at 59 wins and 19 losses, while the Heat held a record of 59 wins and 18 losses, leading the Spurs by a slender margin of 0.5 games. In their next encounter, the Heat would embark on a back-to-back journey to Memphis, facing off against the Grizzlies. This year's Grizzlies, though older than last season, were still formidable in the Western Conference, bolstered by the support of their Twin Towers. The contest between the Heat and the Grizzlies proved to be intensely competitive. The Grizzlies capitalized on their height advantage in the paint, inflicting considerable distress upon the Heat's interior defense. Coach Spoelstra employed every possible strategy, yet he struggled to contain the offensive prowess of Marc Gasol and Zach Randolph. To add to Coach Spoelstra's woes, Wang Chen faltered once more, going 0 for 8 from beyond the arc in the first quarter. Indeed, Wang Chen's erratic performances could be quite unpredictable. Initially, he believed that the rewards from the system were entirely advantageous, only to discover that there were also detrimental side effects, prompting a wry smile from him. In truth, for Wang Chen at that time, the unpredictable nature of his skill set was quite remarkable, as it ensured that he would eventually have a standout performance. However, the system's rapid elevation of his abilities rendered this skill somewhat superfluous. Were it not for LeBron's impressive 20 points in the first half, the game might have slipped away entirely. At halftime, the score stood at 50-45, with the Heat trailing by 5 points. Yet, as the third quarter commenced, Wang Chen finally rediscovered his long-lost shooting touch, akin to a slumbering lion awakening. He launched 5 attempts from beyond the arc, successfully sinking 3 of them. This stroke of brilliance seemed to declare to the world, the reign of three-pointers that belongs to me has returned. As the crowd erupted in cheers for Wang Chen's remarkable performance, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. Conley, refusing to be outdone, announced his own fiery 3-point shooting streak. Whenever the Heat managed to equalize the score, Conley would unexpectedly strike, releasing a lethal 3-pointer with the swiftness of an arrow, instantly widening the gap once more. By the end of the third quarter, the Heat trailed the Grizzlies 75-72. In the fourth quarter, the formidable duo of the Grizzlies, along with Conley, continuously drew fouls from the Heat, wreaking havoc in the paint. Bosh was forced to exit the game after accruing 6 fouls. With just 4 minutes remaining, the Heat found themselves down by 7 points, 100-93. At this crucial juncture, James, Ray Allen, and Wang Chen stepped up. James penetrated the paint, drawing a foul from Marc Gasol and converting a 3-point play. Following this, Ray Allen received a pass from James and sank a corner 3-pointer. Finally, Wang Chen, facing the tenacious defender Tony Allen, executed a sudden stop-and-pop mid-range jumper, scoring. The teams were now tied at 100-100 with 40 seconds left on the clock. However, the Grizzlies, as seasoned contenders in the Western Conference, were no strangers to such tense moments. With the ball in hand, Mike Conley strategically played the clock, utilizing Gasol's screen to make a swift drive into the Heat's paint, where he delivered a deft floater over Wang Chen. The Grizzlies regained a lead at 102-100. Conley's decision to opt for the floater showcased his intelligence, making it impossible for Wang Chen to defend. With just 20 seconds remaining, the Heat called a timeout. Coach Spoelstra glanced at both James and Wang Chen, inquiring which of them would take the final shot. "Wang, what are your thoughts?" James asked, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Leave it to me," Wang Chen confidently replied, patting his chest. James, with unmistakable admiration, nodded and said to the coach, "Let us design a play where I set a screen for Wang Chen. Rookie, it's on you. Sink that ball." Upon returning from the timeout, the Heat inbound the ball. James received it, and Anderson quickly passed it to him as he held the ball at the top of the arc. As time ticked away, Tony Allen closely guarded James, denying him an easy path to the basket. With 10 seconds left, James executed a sudden pivot, driving towards the interior. Tony Allen followed closely behind, determined to prevent James from entering the paint. As James leaned into the interior, he positioned himself to back down Allen at the top of the arc. With 6 seconds remaining, Ray Allen made his move, sprinting from the corner to the opposite side, with Conley trailing him. At this moment, Wang Chen sprang into action, sprinting in the opposite direction. His defender, Courtney Lee, exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Wang Chen silently maneuvered around James and positioned himself in the left corner. Although James had his back turned, he executed a no-look pass that landed deftly in Wang Chen's hands. With only 3 seconds remaining, Marc Gasol realized the situation and sprinted with all his might toward the corner where Wang Chen stood. As Marc Gasol charged forward, Wang Chen deftly maneuvered the ball in that fleeting moment. Marc Gasol was sent soaring by Wang Chen's skillful touch. Wang Chen found himself in an open position. With merely a second remaining, he launched a three-point shot. As the ball departed from his fingertips, the red light illuminated the hoop 6 seconds later, whoosh. Like an arrow piercing through the clouds, it soared forth, as if 1,000 troops were gathering to meet it. Wang Chen's three-pointer swished through the net, prompting the Heat players to rush towards him, joining in his exuberant celebration. In accordance with protocol, the referee approached the technical area to review whether the shot was taken in time. The Grizzlies fans and players fervently hoped for the basket to be deemed invalid, clinging to even the slightest chance. After reviewing the footage, the referees signaled emphatically that the three-pointer counted. The Grizzlies supporters were left in a state of despair, quietly exiting the arena. Mike Conley wore a look of disillusionment. Despite having made a crucial basket, he ultimately succumbed to the defending champions. With this defeat, the Grizzlies' record fell to 45 wins and 33 losses, placing them 8th in the Western Conference. Nevertheless, Conley took a moment to embrace Wang Chen in a gesture of respect. Wang Chen harbors a profound admiration for Conley, who is renowned as a paragon of humility within the league. Remarkably, prior to his return, he had not incurred a single technical foul, a rarity in the fiercely competitive realm of the NBA. "Young man, you played splendidly today, but you must treat me to dinner." Conley jested. "You clinched the victory against us in Memphis, costing me quite a sum. Of course, when the finals reach Miami, I shall take you out," he added with a chuckle, finding the young man amusing. In this match, James delivered an outstanding performance, scoring a game-high 37 points along with 6 assists, while Bosh contributed 22 points. Although Wang Chen tallied only 15 points, he executed a pivotal game-winning shot, securing the triumph. With Wang Chen's decisive basket, the Heat achieved victory on the road, bringing their record to an impressive 60 wins and 18 losses, becoming the first team in the league to reach 60 victories. With 4 regular season games remaining, they maintained a 4-game lead over the Pacers. The Heat's next adversary would be their long-standing rivals, the Indiana Pacers, at home. Chapter 52, Rematch with the Pacers on April 11, 2014. The week marked the conclusion of the regular season. The Heat welcomed the Pacers to their home court. In the lead-up to the game, the Pacers' singular objective was revenge. They had suffered a humiliating 20-point defeat at home against a Heat team lacking the trio of stars, an outcome that was utterly unacceptable in both process and result. Paul George candidly stated that it was the most disgraceful game of his career, and he was determined to avenge the loss inflicted by Wang Chen's solitary prowess. Wang Chen is indeed an exceptional player. However, we have discovered methods to limit his effectiveness. So let us await the outcome. Although the result of this match may have little impact on the standings of the Eastern Conference, one cannot expect the currently struggling Heat to lose all their remaining games while the Pacers triumph in theirs. Nevertheless, the entire Pacers squad is in dire need of this victory to bolster their confidence. On the Heat's side, when questioned about the Pacers, the team expressed nothing but respect. For the Pacers are the sole team in the Eastern Conference capable of challenging them. Of course, it is merely a challenge. The Pacers are undeniably strong, consistently providing a formidable contest, yet the ultimate victor will invariably be the Miami Heat, undisputed kings of the East. Today, the Pacers' starting lineup remains unchanged, featuring their formidable 5, George Hill, Lance Stevenson, Paul George, David West, and Roy Hibbert. The Heat, on the other hand, deployed a lineup of Chalmers, Wang Chen, James, Battier, and Bosh. Compared to their previous lineup, which was riddled with ailments, this time the Heat's roster is bolstered by 2 prominent stars. Today, consensus suggests that the Heat should secure an effortless victory. Their formidable lineup is markedly more impressive than in the last game. However, basketball is perpetually fraught with uncertainty. A strong roster does not guarantee victory. Paul George is in exceptional form today, commencing with a three-pointer from beyond the arc, followed by a mid-range jumper facilitated by Hibbert's screen, and culminating in a deft floater over James in the paint. Although Hibbert had been underperforming, the presence of the Heat and Bosh invigorated him, as he displayed mastery in both mid-range and layup attempts against Bosh. An intriguing statistic reveals that Hibbert's average against the other 28 teams in the league is 9 points and 8 rebounds. Yet when facing the Heat, he can achieve 20 points and 10 rebounds. As long as he faces the Heat, particularly against Bosch, Hibbert can consistently rack up impressive statistics, positioning himself for a lucrative contract with the Pacers. With just half a quarter elapsed, the atmosphere on the court has become exceptionally tense and exhilarating. The Pacers are akin to a ferocious beast, leveraging the performances of Paul George and Roy Hibbert to establish a commanding 20-6 lead. Ahead of the Heat by 14 points, the Heat seem momentarily bewildered. Paul George alone has scored 10 points right from the start. Roy Hibbert, buoyed by his matchup against the Heat and Bosch, effortlessly added 6 points, exhibiting remarkable form. It can be said that, were it not for the valiant efforts of James and Wang Chen, who executed various magnificent plays, the situation would be dire. At this moment, the Miami Heat find themselves in an embarrassingly precarious situation, likely facing a complete shutout. Confronted with such a dire predicament, Coach Spoelstra was compelled to make an immediate decision, activating the renowned four-shooters offensive system that had long been their hallmark. The moment this formation took the court, it radiated an invigorating vitality and formidable ferocity. Initially, Wang Chen electrified the arena with an astonishingly long-range three-pointer, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the sky, instantly igniting the fervor of the spectators. Following suit, sharpshooters Ray Allen and Battier unleashed their prowess, each nailing their three-point attempts with precision. In a heartbeat, the Heat's barrage of three-pointers descended upon the court like a torrential downpour, overwhelming the opposition. However, the Indiana Pacers were not inclined to capitulate easily. Recognizing the intensity of the Heat's offensive assault, they swiftly adapted, decisively implementing a targeted 3-2 zone defense. This strategic shift significantly curtailed the Heat's once razor-sharp perimeter shooting, yet simultaneously afforded Wang Chen an excellent opportunity as he found himself with a conspicuous open shot from the corner mid-range. Seizing this fleeting moment, Wang Chen unhesitatingly activated his personal infinite isolation mode. Wang Chen, with the ball in hand, faced George Hill and executed a swift crossover step, rising effortlessly to unleash a mid-range jumper that swished through the net. On the other end, Paul George capitalized on a screen set by Hibbert, successfully sinking his shot. However, shortly thereafter, George's shooting touch began to wane, and the Pacers fell back into their old habits. Wang Chen seized this opportune moment to close the gap in the score. Wang Chen confronted George and executed a jump shot from beyond the arc, successfully making the three-pointer. Wang Chen faced David West, skillfully dribbling behind his back and executing a swift change of direction to successfully break past West, culminating in a delicate floater that gracefully found its mark for 2 points. Each of Wang Chen's shots resembled a sharp dagger, mercilessly piercing through the opponent's defense and invigorating the morale of the Heat. As the first quarter concluded, fueled by Wang Chen's impressive 12-point performance, the Heat trailed by a mere 2 points, 28-30. Paul George also made a notable contribution, scoring 16 points in the opening quarter. The duel between these two players continued to unfold in today's match. Vogel gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, it's that Wang Chen again." In the past 2 games, despite their team showcasing a tendency to widen the score gap, they had repeatedly faltered due to the efforts of this player named Wang Chen. What an infuriating rookie. At this moment, Vogel began to ponder whether he should implement a double-team strategy against Wang Chen. He found himself lost in deep contemplation. Suddenly, the dynamics of the game shifted. Wang Chen executed a stunning three-point shot right over George Hill's head. Witnessing this, Vogel was once again engulfed by the frustration of the previous match. The score now stood at 40-36, with the Heat leading by 4 points. Vogel felt a flush of heat rise to his head. Could it be that this guy was playing at an extraordinary level against our Pacers? How audacious to take shots directly against our defenders, and yet he scores every time. This is utterly absurd. Faced with such a challenging situation, Vogel decisively commanded, "Implement the double-team strategy immediately. We cannot allow that brat to score easily any longer." Consequently, poor Wang Chen found himself ensnared in the tightly woven defensive web of the Pacers, akin to a meat grinder. Whenever he received the ball, preparing to attack, 2 defenders, fierce as hungry wolves, would swiftly close in on him, compelling him to hastily pass the ball away. Wang Chen passed the ball to James. The intensity of the Pacers' defense now was incomparable to that of the Eastern Conference Finals. James, of course, would not let this opportunity slip away. He intended to exploit his drive to punish the Pacers' defense. At that moment, Wang Chen received the ball, but as he did, two figures lunged at him like hungry wolves. The Pacers executed a tactical double team against Wang Chen. However, James, standing near the baseline, keenly observed the impending double team and immediately sprinted to the other side. Moving with astonishing speed toward the basket, Wang Chen caught a glimpse of the fleeting number 6 of the Heat and, without hesitation, delivered the ball with remarkable precision into James's awaiting hands. After James securely caught the ball, he wasted no time and unleashed a powerful two-handed dunk, the basketball crashing into the hoop like a cannonball in a ferocious display. On the other side, Paul George responded by sinking a mid-range jumper. Unfazed by the score, James maintained control of the ball and quickly passed it to Wang Chen, who was positioned in the corner. As Wang Chen received the ball, he transformed into a magnet, instantly attracting two players from the Pacers to surround him. Undeterred by such a formidable defense, LeBron surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing straight from beyond the three-point line towards the paint. Meanwhile, with remarkable speed, Wang Chen decisively hurled the ball skyward. The towering Hibbert, witnessing this, leapt into the air, attempting to intercept the crucial basketball. Yet, how could he possibly contend with LeBron, hailed as the most athletically gifted individual on this planet? In a breathtaking display, LeBron exerted himself from the free throw line, soaring like a fighter jet, and effortlessly vaulted over Hibbert's massive frame to execute a spectacular, commanding dunk over his opponent. The unfortunate Gao Yuanyu once again became the backdrop, enduring a ruthless posterization. At that moment, the scoreboard clearly indicated a score of 46-38, with the Heat extending their lead to a full 8 points. Just then, George sprang into action, his agile form tracing a graceful arc in the air, as the basketball shot forth like a shooting star, landing flawlessly in the hoop for a mid-range jumper. However, this was merely the beginning. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chen zipped past like lightning, following up with a jaw-dropping trailing three-pointer. The ball whistled through the net like a cannonball, instantly changing the score to 49-40. The audience erupted in a fervor, cheers echoing throughout the arena. Meanwhile, George Hill appeared flustered, his recent shot resulting in a turnover. This provided an opportunity for the opponents. LeBron, quick on the uptake, seized the ball and charged towards the opposing territory like a wild stallion. Simultaneously, he keenly sensed Chris Bosh closely trailing behind him, and without hesitation, he passed the ball into Bosch's hands. Upon receiving the pass, Bosch deftly maneuvered through the crowd, driving towards the basket. Just as he was about to score, Hibbert unexpectedly emerged, applying tight defense and interference against Bosch. The outcome was inevitable. The basketball ricocheted off the rim and bounced high, eventually falling outside the hoop. Just when everyone believed this possession had concluded, a miracle occurred. A shadow, swift as a specter, surged from the right side, its speed astonishing. In an instant, Wang Chen, previously stationed at the right corner, vanished and reappeared under the basket like a celestial warrior. He leapt high, grasping the descending basketball with both hands, and then forcefully dunked it. The entire movement was seamless, devoid of any hesitation. With a resounding clang, the ball was emphatically thrust into the hoop. The scene was abruptly enveloped in a profound silence, only to be shattered moments later by a thunderous applause and cheers of Dirk. At this pivotal moment, the score stood at 51-40, with the Miami Heat enjoying a commanding lead of 11 points. The Pacers called for a timeout, during which the coach fervently sketched strategies on the board, outlining the forthcoming tactics. Upon resuming play, the Pacers struggled to find a countermeasure, faced with the dilemma of choosing between the formidable duo of James and Wang Chen. Opting to neutralize Wang Chen first, they gambled on James's shooting prowess. The scores fluctuated as both teams vied for dominance, and by the conclusion of the first half, the Heat led the Pacers 56-45, maintaining an 11-point advantage. Wang Chen scored 17 points, secured 5 rebounds, and delivered 7 assists by halftime, while LeBron James contributed 18 points, and on the opposing side, Paul George amassed 20 points. The Pacers struggled to contain the Heat if they could not defend effectively. Their offense relied solely on George, who might find it challenging to match the prowess of both Wang Chen and James. Meanwhile, the Heat players huddled together, attentively listening to their coach's strategy. In the second half, we must intensify our defense and prevent them from scoring easily. Furthermore, let us safeguard the rebounds, Coach Spoelstra asserted. As the game resumed, both teams were fully immersed in the contest. When the ball reached George's hands, he dribbled past defenders, poised to shoot. Not so fast. Wang Chen soared into the air, extending his arm to emphatically block George's attempt. The orange basketball, as if enchanted, traced a graceful arc through the air before landing securely in the capable hands of a teammate. In an instant, the teammate sprang into action like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the opposing basket with breathtaking speed. His form was as agile as a cheetah, and his steps were as light as a swallow, effortlessly navigating through the defensive lines and penetrating deep into enemy territory. Following a splendid change of direction, he evaded the defender with ease, then leaped high, clutching the ball with both hands like an eagle spreading its wings, and with tremendous force. He slammed the ball into the basket. This seamless and fluid series of movements left the spectators in awe. Wang Chen executed a stunning 1-on-4 counterattack. The Pacers persisted in their strategy of double-teaming Wang Chen, resulting in his impressive assist statistics. In this match, James emerged as a prolific scorer, repeatedly capitalizing on Wang Chen's assists for layups and jump shots. In stark contrast, the Pacers found themselves entirely on the back foot, as the players seemed to have lost their former brilliance and confidence, with their shooting accuracy plummeting. George frequently found himself unable to convert shots, and simultaneously, turnovers began to mount, disrupting the team's overall rhythm. As time ticked away, the point differential gradually widened. Despite the Pacers' attempts to rally in the final moments, the Heat maintained a firm grip on the game, denying their opponents any opportunities. By the end of the third quarter, the Heat led by a significant 19 points. With a score of 79-60, Vogel, undeterred, opted for a rotation in the fourth quarter, pulling Hibbert off the court and experimenting with all the offensive guards. The Pacers' lineup became shorter, and their interior defense lost its formidable height. Wang Chen exhibited remarkable ease in securing both defensive and offensive rebounds within the Pacers' paint. With 5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, he captured a defensive rebound and executed a long pass to LeBron, assisting him in executing a thunderous dunk. Wang Chen's statistics soared to 26 points, 10 rebounds, and 11 assists. In the final sprint of Chapter 54, the Pacers' prospects dwindled. Vogel had no choice but to concede, substituting his starters for the bench players. Paul George exited the court with a forlorn expression. After a remarkable comeback in the previous game, Paul George had been harboring a determination to reclaim his glory in this match and to pose a challenge to the Heat's aspirations. Such an outcome was clearly unacceptable to him. Wade animatedly applauded from the sidelines, clad in casual attire, exchanging high-fives with the departing starters. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Heat triumphing over the Pacers by a resounding score of 105-86, marking a regular season record of 3 wins and 1 loss against them. Paul George secured the highest score of the game with 35 points, while Wang Chen achieved 26 points, 10 rebounds, and 12 assists, and LeBron James contributed 34 points, with Bosh adding 20. Before leaving the court, Paul George approached Wang Chen and LeBron James, embracing them in acknowledgement, and then departed with a striking silhouette, leaving behind a resolute declaration. In this season's Eastern Conference Finals, I shall surely defeat you and step onto the floor of the NBA Finals. The Heat's record now stood at an impressive 61 wins and 18 losses, firmly establishing them at the pinnacle of the Eastern Conference, far ahead of their rivals. Simultaneously, Wang Chen accomplished his side quest, achieving a triple-double and earning a new badge, leader, while his currency balance reached 12,000. Wang Chen is now resolutely aspiring to become a hoarder, thus choosing not to expend his coins on purchases. However, the Spurs are keenly eyeing the coveted top position in the league. They have not faltered either, closely trailing behind the Heat with an impressive record of 60 wins and 19 losses, becoming the second team in the league to reach 60 victories. Their relentless pursuit of the Heat signifies their refusal to relinquish the top spot in the league. Both teams remain fervently committed to their quest for victory, each striving to secure home court advantage. Following consecutive defeats to the Clippers and the Grizzlies, the Thunder have effectively locked in the second position in the Western Conference, rendering them unlikely to contend for the top spot. The Heat's final opponents in the regular season comprise a challenging 3-game road trip against the Hawks, Wizards, and 76ers. The Hawks and Knicks are fiercely vying for the last playoff spot in the Eastern Conference, both making a concerted effort to secure that coveted position. The Hawks will undoubtedly give their all against the Heat. Currently, the Wizards sit in 5th place in the East, trailing the 4th-place Bulls by 2 wins. In their final 3 games, they will aim to challenge for the 4th spot, seeking to attain a home court advantage in the playoffs, as such an advantage can significantly ease the path toward the championship. As for the 76ers, they are formidable contenders for the bottom of the Eastern Conference. Having long since abandoned aspirations for this season's record, instead focusing on securing a higher draft pick for the upcoming season. Trust the process. This has always been the steadfast belief of the 76ers management. However, this season, the 76ers have unveiled their own supernova, Michael Carter Williams. In his inaugural professional game, he delivered a breathtaking performance, amassing 22 points, 12 assists, 9 steals, and 7 rebounds, just shy of a quadruple-double, leading his team to a 114-110 victory over the reigning champions, the Miami Heat, and swiftly garnering widespread acclaim. Although the subsequent games were not favorable for the 76ers, Carter Williams consistently showcased his prowess, earning the Eastern Conference Rookie of the Month title multiple times. It can be confidently asserted that the Rookie of the Year award is within his grasp this season. The final match, featuring the rising star Wang Chen against the season's best rookie, Michael Carter Williams, promises to be a captivating spectacle. The following day, the Heat, on the second night of a back-to-back, traveled to Atlanta to challenge the Hawks. Currently, the Atlanta Hawks sit at 8th in the Eastern Conference, only a single victory ahead of the trailing Knicks. Since the departure of the legendary Joe Johnson and Josh Smith, the Hawks' performance had stagnated. However, under the guidance of Spurs coaching tree member Mike Budenholzer, they have finally approached the threshold of the playoffs. The team boasts a roster filled with talent, including Jeff Teague, Kyle Korver, James Carroll, Paul Millsap, and Al Horford. This match is crucial for the Hawks. They must exert every effort to defeat the Heat to widen their margin of victories and solidify their position in the Eastern Conference playoff race. Nevertheless, the Heat will not relinquish this opportunity easily. They too are determined to seize victory. True to form, the Heat displayed their formidable strength, engaging the Hawks in an intense battle. Ultimately, the score settled at 105-98, with the Heat triumphing by a margin of 7 points. Notably, the Hawks demonstrated remarkable resilience, clinging to the scoreline throughout the first 3 quarters, with neither side able to gain a definitive advantage. It was not until the final quarter that the long-silent Chris Bosh erupted, sinking consecutive mid-range jumpers in the last 10 minutes, breaking the stalemate and propelling his team ahead. In the end, the Heat secured a victory on the road, while the Atlanta Hawks continued their contest with the New York Knicks for the last playoff spot. With this win, the Heat's record improved to 62 wins and 18 losses, while the Spurs held a record of 61 wins and 19 losses. The gap between the two teams narrowed to a mere game, with only 2 matches remaining in the regular season, intensifying the competition as the climax approached. On April 14, 2014, the Heat faced off against the Washington Wizards on the road. This year has also proven to be a fortuitous one for the Wizards, who, after enduring the lows of the arena's era, found unexpected joy in their bottom ranking, allowing them to select a player of exceptional potential. After years of refinement and growth, the Wizards have finally made their triumphant entrance into the Eastern Conference playoffs this year. The core members of the team include the 2010 first overall pick, John Wall, and the 2012 third overall pick, Bradley Beal. This duo, recognized as one of the most talented backcourt combinations in the East, has demonstrated formidable strength. And with the addition of this year's third overall pick, Otto Porter, the Wizards are poised for a momentous leap forward. However, despite the Wizards' commendable performance, their current record holds little significance for them. With only 1 game remaining, the 4th-seeded Chicago Bulls have established a substantial lead of 4 wins over the Wizards, rendering any hopes of catching up virtually impossible. Consequently, the Wizards find little value in their pursuit of a higher seeding in the regular season. Nevertheless, they aspire to measure their true capabilities through a confrontation with the reigning champions. Thus, they are fully committed, fielding their strongest lineup to face this challenge with the utmost readiness. On the other hand, the Heat received encouraging news with the return of Dwayne Wade. The trio of Heat stars has finally reunited as the season draws to a close. Alongside Wang Chen, Miami's long-anticipated Big Four is now fully assembled on the court, presenting a conundrum for Coach Spoelstra. Should Wang Chen be placed in the starting lineup or the bench? Chapter 55, A Generous Gift from the Rockets. On that day, during the match against the Wizards fielded their strongest lineup: John Wall, Bradley Beal, Trevor Ariza, Nene Hilario, and Marcin Gortat. On the Heat side, they ultimately deployed a lineup of Chalmers, Wade, James, Battier, and Bosh. Wang Chen has returned to the bench, although his entry into the starting lineup coincided with the Heat achieving an impressive record of 11 wins and 2 losses. The current starting 5 against the Wizards has been a consistent lineup for the Heat since their championship season in 2012. a fact that Coach Spoelstra holds in steadfast belief. However, there exists a notable flaw within this lineup: their sluggish start. The trio tends to take their time, observing the game, facilitating assists to teammates, and subsequently deciding when and how vigorously to exert their efforts based on the unfolding circumstances on the court. Yet, the Wizards are not inclined to afford them such a luxury. Right from the outset, John Wall seized the opportunity during the trio's observational phase to showcase his skills. He executed a swift and decisive steal from the ball handler Chalmers, converting it into a stylish fast-break layup. Following this, he assisted Bradley Beal, who nailed a three-pointer. Realizing the urgency of the situation, LeBron James took it upon himself to penetrate the defense, scoring a layup. However, John Wall was already in exceptional form, swiftly discerning Dwayne Wade's passing intentions, resulting in another steal. He then retreated to the three-point line, launching a shot that found its mark. The Wizards surged ahead with a score of 8-2. Coach Spoelstra immediately called a timeout and substituted Chalmers for Wang Chen. Upon Wang Chen's entry into the game, he was promptly met with the close defense of John Wall, a commendation from the Wizards. "Rookie, you have been quite the sensation lately," Wall remarked, sizing up the Chinese player beside him. "You are even being hailed as the fourth giant of the Heat. Yet, I fail to perceive anything particularly remarkable about you." After all, in our last encounter, Wang Chen's statistics were non-existent. That was merely his second game following a match against the Spurs, where the Heat faced the Wizards. And Wall emerged victorious against the trio of Heat superstars. At that time, I regarded this rookie as a fleeting phenomenon, akin to many ordinary players in the NBA, who produce dazzling performances only to fade into obscurity. "Well, let us see," Wang Chen said, gesturing towards LeBron for the ball. LeBron then passed the ball to Wang Chen. Wang Chen faced John Wall in a one-on-one match. "I am the premier point guard in the Eastern Conference. You cannot match my prowess now," Wall declared with a confident smile. At this moment, Wang Chen deftly pivoted, creating distance between himself and Wall, and retreated a step beyond the three-point arc, opting for a shot from long range. To Wall's astonishment, the ball swished through the net. A slight flush crept onto Wall's face as he pondered the extraordinary turn of events. Was it truly so effortless to execute a step-back three-pointer now? Aside from that bearded giant from the Rockets, it seemed few could perform such a feat with such ease. Wall felt a surge of competitive spirit ignite within him. With the ball in hand, Wall faced Wade's defense, accelerating with remarkable speed and deftly breaking through Wade's guard, swiftly advancing into the unprotected paint. Although Wade was nicknamed the Flash, the recently recovered player could not summon the same velocity he once possessed and could only watch in frustration as Wall penetrated the lane. Wall was poised to execute a one-handed slam dunk, but one must wonder if Wang Chen would allow it. Wang Chen approached from the side, leaping high to thwart Wall's slam dunk, deflecting the ball away. Bosch had already jumped early, seizing the defensive rebound and passing the ball to Wang Chen. In an instant, James sprang into action. Wang Chen grasped the situation intuitively, executing a quarterback's long pass to James with remarkable swiftness. James caught the ball, unimpeded by any defenders, and completed a spectacular one-handed slam dunk. Wall's gaze towards Wang Chen transformed, the disdain dissipated, replaced by a newfound respect. No amount of skepticism could rival the experience of witnessing the rookie's prowess firsthand. Wall acknowledged Wang Chen as a true star, excelling in both offense and defense. Yet, as the Eastern Conference's premier point guard, he remained unyielding in the face of any challenge. Thus commenced a fierce exchange of prowess between the Heat's formidable trio, along with Wang Chen, and the Wizards' backcourt duo. As the first half concluded, the score stood at a deadlock of 51-51. In the third quarter, the dynamics of the game shifted dramatically. Coach Spoelstra deployed a lineup of Wade, Wang Chen, Ray Allen, James, and Bosch, instantly disrupting the equilibrium of the match. The Heat surged with a 21-4 run, widening the gap significantly. Confronted with the Heat's multifaceted three-point assault, the Wizards found themselves at a loss. After Wang Chen intercepted Beal and sank a trailing three-pointer from the corner, the score escalated to 81-61, with the Heat leading by 20 points. Wall was determined not to concede defeat. He aimed to showcase his abilities as the top point guard in the East before the reigning champions. Yet the Wizards coach substituted in the bench players, denying him the opportunity. Ultimately, the Heat triumphed with a decisive 114-97 victory, enhancing their record to 63 wins and 18 losses. In this match, Wall scored 26 points, Beal contributed 18, James tallied 27 points with 7 rebounds and 7 assists. Wade made a comeback with 15 points, Bosch added 16. and Wang Chen notched 25 points. After the game, Wall sought out Wang Chen, embracing him. Despite the loss, Wall held a deep respect for strength. Basketball was his life. The greater one's prowess, the more it signified respect for the game, and thus, that individual would earn his esteem. In the locker room postgame, the Heat players and coaches turned their attention to another match, where the San Antonio Spurs were facing the Houston Rockets. As the fourth quarter unfolded, the score was tied at 96-96, with 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, and the Rockets in possession. James Harden handled the ball, facing Leonard, dribbling slowly beyond the three-point line, and then unexpectedly launched a step-back three-pointer, with Leonard lunging to defend. Swish, the three-pointer found its mark. Despite Leonard's defensive positioning, he could not thwart Harden's execution. The Rockets led 99-96. Returning to the Spurs offense, Tony Parker utilized Duncan's screen for a mid-range jump shot, which was successfully contested by Beverly. Harden initiated a fast break, employing his signature foul-drawing technique to elicit a reaching foul from Danny Green. Harden stepped to the free-throw line, converting both attempts. With 50 seconds remaining, the Rockets held a 5-point advantage, leaving the Spurs in a precarious position. Nevertheless, the Spurs persevered. Leonard swiftly penetrated for a 2-point basket, subsequently sending the affluent player to the free-throw line. He converted both attempts, reluctant to grant the Spurs any chances. Following an unsuccessful three-pointer from Green, the Spurs once again sent the affluent player to the free-throw line as time expired. The game concluded with the Rockets defeating the Spurs 104-98, solidifying their position as the 4th seed in the West and ensuring home court advantage in the first round against the 5th-seeded Trailblazers. Meanwhile, the Spurs exited the arena in dejection, their long-cherished aspiration for the best record in the league dashed with this defeat. Chapter 56, the best in the league. In the playoff bracket, the Miami Heat celebrated modestly after achieving an impressive record of 66 wins and 16 losses last season. This year, they once again secured the top regular season record in the league, which grants them home court advantage against all teams. This undoubtedly augurs well for their playoff journey, making their path to defending their title somewhat easier. The San Antonio Spurs concluded their season with a record of 61 wins and 20 losses, while the Heat boasted a record of 63 wins and 18 losses, placing them 2 wins ahead of the Spurs. The Spurs fell just short of their aspirations. However, they surpassed the Oklahoma City Thunder, who finished with a record of 58 wins and 23 losses, by 3 wins, thereby clinching the top spot in the Western Conference and securing home court advantage against all teams in the West. As April 16th approached, marking the conclusion of the regular season, the Heat prepared to host the Philadelphia 76ers at home. Having already locked in the top regular season record, they had no concerns regarding their performance, and thus decided to rest their trio of stars, LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh. The Heat fielded a backcourt lineup consisting of Chalmers, Wang Chen, Ray Allen, Lewis, and Anderson. The 76ers, having long been eliminated from playoff contention, maintained a consistent roster, with a clear objective for the season: to develop their rookies while intentionally underperforming to secure a higher draft pick. Their starting lineup featured Michael Carter-Williams, Adonis Thomas, James Anderson, Sadie Osman, and Henry Sims. Carter-Williams scoffed at the rising undrafted player, Wang Chen, believing he only received ample opportunities due to playing alongside the Heat star trio, gaining media attention as a result. He felt that had he been in Wang Chen's position, he too would have been heralded as the 4th star of Miami. Recalling how his first game had seen him nearly achieve a quadruple-double against the very same trio, he reasoned that if Wang Chen could succeed, so could he, Michael Carter-Williams. As for Wang Chen's impressive 51-point performance against the Pacers, Carter-Williams dismissed it as merely a fleeting moment of brilliance, asserting that he too could score high, albeit perhaps at a later time. However, when the game commenced, Carter-Williams realized, to his dismay, just how mistaken he had been. Wang Chen decisively overwhelmed his opponent once again. Wang Chen's effortless three-point shot resembled the simplicity of drinking water. Micah was utterly incapable of defending against Wang Chen. Even when Micah positioned himself to guard, Wang Chen still managed to sink those challenging shots. At one point, as Micah attempted to steal the ball from Chalmers, he found himself completely unguarded, only for Wang Chen to swiftly appear behind him and block his shot. In that moment, he truly experienced a sense of dread, unable to defend. He was further humiliated by Wang Chen's offensive prowess. Defeated, he realized he simply could not match up. Amidst his fear, there was a flicker of relief. Had Wang Chen begun playing from the start of the season, the title of Rookie of the Year might well have eluded him. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Heat triumphing over the 76ers, 113-100, marking an impressive 7-game winning streak to end the season. Wang Chen achieved an impressive tally of 35 points and 5 assists, while Ray Allen contributed 15 points. In their matchup, Micah Way struggled, making only 4 of 12 attempts, ultimately securing 10 points and 5 assists. From this perspective, Micah Way was thoroughly outperformed by Wang Chen. Consequently, the 76ers record stands at 18 wins and 64 losses, firmly anchoring them at the bottom of the Eastern Conference. This brings them a step closer to their coveted lottery pick. Meanwhile, the Heat boasts a remarkable record of 64 wins and 18 losses, reigning supreme at the top of the league, granting them home court advantage over all NBA teams in the playoffs. With the conclusion of the final match, the 16 playoff teams from both the Eastern and Western Conferences have been determined. The San Antonio Spurs, possibly influenced by their previous match, faced the Los Angeles Lakers in their latest encounter, suffering a defeat with a score of 100-113. Consequently, their record stands at 61 wins and 21 losses, securing the top position in the Western Conference. Their playoff adversary will be the Dallas Mavericks, who entered the postseason as the 8th seed with a record of 49 wins and 33 losses. After a season of dormancy in 2013, the Mavericks revitalized their roster by acquiring notable players such as Monta Ellis and Vince Carter, marking their return to the playoffs this year. The highly anticipated clash between the Spurs and Mavericks promises an enthralling series, rich with narratives and historical anecdotes, featuring the legendary Dirk Nowitzki and Tim Duncan, two of the greatest power forwards in NBA history, once again facing off. This matchup between the 1st and 8th seed in the Western Conference is destined to carve new chapters in playoff lore. Trailing closely behind the Spurs, the Oklahoma City Thunder hold the 2nd spot in the West with a record of 59 wins and 23 losses. Last season, the Thunder claimed the top seed but faced a shocking exit in the first round against the Houston Rockets, where the pivotal trade involving Russell Westbrook led to their downfall against the formidable duo of Kevin Durant and the Rockets, resulting in their elimination by the Memphis Grizzlies. Coincidentally, the Thunder's opponent in this round is the very team that ousted them last postseason, the Grizzlies, who secured the 7th seed with a record of 49 wins and 33 losses. This time, the Thunder will have a healthy Westbrook. And with both he and Durant in peak form, the rematch against the Grizzlies is highly anticipated. Will the Thunder achieve their revenge? Or will the Grizzlies once again pull off an upset? In 3rd place are the Los Angeles Clippers, boasting a record of 57 wins and 25 losses, marking a year of resurgence for the team. With the brilliance of point guard Chris Paul alongside the dynamic duo of Blake Griffin and DeAndre Jordan, the Lob City moniker resonates throughout the league. Their opponents, the Golden State Warriors, ranked 6th in the West, achieved a remarkable playoff berth after defeating the Denver Nuggets last season and acquiring key player Andre Iguodala through free agency. Rising star Klay Thompson, the 11th overall pick in 2011, has also made significant contributions this year. With a well-balanced roster featuring Stephen Curry, Thompson, Iguodala, David Lee, and Andrew Bogut, the Warriors present a formidable challenge. The clash between the traditional point guard Paul and the new generation sharpshooter Curry adds an intriguing layer to this matchup. The final showdown in the Western Conference pits the 4th-ranked Houston Rockets against the 5th-seeded Portland Trail Blazers. The Rockets bolstered their lineup with the addition of Dwight Howard, now boasting 2 All-Stars in their ranks. This year marks the first for the Harden-Howard duo, elevating their record from 8th last year to 4th this season. However, the Trailblazers, led by the explosive duo of Damian Lillard and LaMarcus Aldridge, are not to be underestimated. Both teams share identical records, with the Rockets having won 3 out of 4 regular season encounters against the Blazers. Yet, regular season performance does not guarantee playoff dominance, as the Blazers possess considerable talent that rivals the Rockets. In the Eastern Conference, the Miami Heat, led by the formidable trio of LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh, emerged as the top seed with a remarkable record of 64 wins and 18 losses. Following their comeback victory against the Spurs, they finished the season with an impressive 20 wins and 4 losses, solidifying their position atop the league. The Indiana Pacers follow closely with a record of 55 wins and 27 losses, having started the season strong with a 15-1 record. However, a fateful trade that sent veteran Granger packing in exchange for young Evan Turner significantly dampened their morale, resulting in a disappointing midseason performance, including 2 losses to the Heat. The Chicago Bulls, Miami's longtime rivals, rank third with a record of 48 wins and 34 losses, despite the season-ending injury to MVP candidate Derrick Rose. The emergence of Joakim Noah and Jimmy Butler has propelled the Bulls to the forefront of the East. Fourth place belongs to the Toronto Raptors, whose backcourt duo of DeMar DeRozan and Kyle Lowry has led them back to the playoffs with a commendable record of 47 wins and 35 losses. The Brooklyn Nets, in fifth place with a record of 43 wins and 39 losses, have sacrificed their future by trading numerous draft picks to the Celtics for veterans Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, and Jason Terry. This star-studded lineup, including Darren Williams and Brook Lopez, has not yielded the expected success, leaving the Russian owner dissatisfied. The Washington Wizards, featuring the dynamic backcourt of John Wall and Bradley Beal, rank sixth, making a remarkable leap from the bottom of the Eastern standings to become a formidable force. The seventh spot is claimed by the Charlotte Hornets, led by the emerging star Kemba Walker and their cornerstone Al Jefferson, finally returning to the playoffs after years of struggle. As for the eighth seed, it is the Atlanta Hawks who prevail. Both the Cleveland Cavaliers and the New York Knicks had opportunities to seize this position. But the Cavaliers faltered with a disappointing 8-game losing streak, while the Knicks, despite matching the Hawks' record, lost the tiebreaker due to their regular season performance. Thus, the playoff matchups for the Eastern Conference are set. The Pacers will face the Hornets, the Bulls will meet the Wizards, and the Raptors will clash with the Nets. Meanwhile, the Miami Heat will face the Atlanta Hawks in the first round. Following the conclusion of the match against the 76ers, Coach Spoelstra summoned the players to the conference room. It is likely that everyone is now aware of our first-round adversary, the Atlanta Hawks. Coach Spoelstra was forthright in his address. The Hawks are a well-balanced team this season, with all 5 starters achieving double-digit scoring. Their coach, Mike Budenholzer, is from the Spurs coaching tree, and the Hawks' style of play closely resembles that of the Spurs. This presents an excellent opportunity for tactical practice. Their strength lies in their system, with all 5 players capable of scoring, making it challenging for us to implement targeted defense. However, there is a silver lining. Their starting all-star center, Al Horford, will miss the entirety of this series due to injury. Coach Spoelstra indicated 4 fingers, signifying his intent to conclude the series in 4 games. Do you understand what I mean? We cannot afford to squander time in the first round. We are the defending champions, and we possess the prowess to disdain all teams in the Eastern Conference. We must prepare for our next opponent, he stated with a smile. Our sole objective this year is clear. At this moment, LeBron stepped forward to defend the O'Brien Cup, achieve a three-peat, and establish the Heat dynasty. A fierce fire ignited in LeBron's eyes. In 2011, during the early days of the Big Three, they made bold proclamations on the day of their announcement, famously declaring, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, we will win 7 championships. In their first year, they reached the finals but were ultimately overturned by Dirk Nowitzki's Dallas Mavericks after leading 2-1 in the series. LeBron's performance of just 8 points in one game, and an average of 17 points, became a source of ridicule. Although the Heat later achieved back-to-back championships, they were perpetually under scrutiny. From an external perspective, without a championship, the Heat were deemed a failure, and the world was eager to witness the downfall of the Big Three. Now is the opportune moment to pursue the elusive three-peat. LeBron vowed to reclaim all that he had lost, to regain the respect that was rightfully his. Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh shared this sentiment. The sole ambition of the entire Heat organization is clear: to defend their championship and solidify their dynasty. A notification chimed, indicating the initiation of a temporary mission. Mission: sweep the Atlanta Hawks. Details: this season, you and the Heat have demonstrated exceptional performance in the latter half, finishing the regular season with an impressive record of 64 wins and 18 losses, securing the top spot in the league for 2 consecutive years, showcasing dominance. In the first round, you will face the Hawks, who were without their key center, Al Horford. You and the Big Three must resolve the series within 4 games. Reward: 500 coins and a random skill trait from a Hawks player. Will you accept? Alas, yet another reason has emerged to sweep away the Eagles. Sigh. It is not my intention to humiliate you. Rather, sweeping you aside proves to be more cost-effective. Enduring a bit of hardship for you ultimately benefits us all. At this moment, Wang Chen stepped forward. 4, 4, 4. The other players of the Heat were momentarily taken aback, swiftly comprehending Wang Chen's intent. The classic adage by Moses Malone echoed in their minds: we shall sweep all opponents in the playoffs. They were the Heat, a universally acknowledged super team, endowed with formidable prowess. 4, 4, 4. All the Heat players embrace tightly, roaring in unison. Apologies, Hawks, but you must endure. Your struggles will pave the way for our triumph. Chapter 58, Player of the Month. The playoffs commence. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the side quest, regular season champion. The host receives a reward of the long-range shooter badge and 2,000 coins. Current balance, 14,000 coins. 14,000 coins. Wang Chen gazed at the dazzling array of coins and resolved to indulge in some expenditure to better prepare for the playoffs. The primary mission of the system has always been singular, the Heat dynasty. In this realm, your objective is to assist the Miami Heat in achieving a three-peat, thus establishing the illustrious Heat dynasty. Wang Chen took a deep breath and embarked on his shopping journey. Leonard's Death Grip, 2,000 coin, purchase. Chris Paul's Steal, 2,000 coin, acquired. Michael Jordan's Shot of the Gods, 3,000 coin. Defensive Attribute Enhancement Potion, 500 times 2 equals 1,000 coin. One-click purchase. Buy. It was time for a spree of vindictive consumption. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the badge, Leonard's Death Grip. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the badge, Chris Paul's Steal. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the badge, Michael Jordan's Shot of the Gods. Congratulations, host, all defensive attributes 10. Congratulations, host, overall capability value rises from 92 to 94. Evaluation, a top-tier Super 3D player capable of both offense and defense, as well as autonomous scoring. Since the host has spent a total of 10,000 coins. A special egg will be triggered in the next match. Stay tuned. Such delightful news? Wang Chen's eyes sparkled. What is the special egg system? You will find out on the day of the match. All right. Sweep the Hawks. Wang Chen felt that this task would be a breeze. The day after the conclusion of the regular season, the NBA officially announced the Eastern and Western Players of the Month and the Eastern and Western Rookies of the Month for April. The Western Player of the Month undoubtedly went to Kevin Durant, leading the MVP rankings. Durant continued to showcase his dominance in April, averaging 32, 9 points, 7, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists with a shooting percentage of 51.6. He led the Thunder to a series of victories, solidifying the team's standing in the West. The Eastern Player of the Month was awarded to Wang Chen of the Miami Heat. The Heat entered April with an impressive record of 8 wins and 1 loss. Largely thanks to Wang Chen's contributions. He participated in all 9 games, averaging 25, 2 points, 3, 2 rebounds, and 5 assists, guiding the Heat to achieve the best record in the league. Notably, he scored 42 points against the Knicks, hit a game-winning three-pointer against the Grizzlies, recorded a triple-double against the Pacers, and matched up against Rookie of the Year candidate McCaw, scoring 35 points while effectively containing him. Wang Chen's performance was crucial in every game. Although the Hornets' Al Jefferson posted a stellar performance in April with averages of 24, 5 points and 14, 3 rebounds, leading the Hornets to a 7-1 record and a playoff push, considering that Jefferson had already received the Player of the Month award in March. Wang Chen's selection was undoubtedly well-deserved. Wang Chen is the second Chinese basketball player to attain this honor after Yao Ming. Concurrently, the Best Rookie of the Month awards were announced for both the Eastern and Western Conferences. The Western Conference's Best Rookie of the Month was awarded to Rudy Gobert of the Utah Jazz, whose impressive statistics of an average of 9 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 blocks set him apart from all other rookies in the West. Without a doubt, Wang Chen has outperformed Michael Carter-Williams and Victor Oladipo to secure the title of Eastern Conference Rookie of the Month. Wang Chen has consecutively earned the title of Eastern Conference Rookie of the Month for 2 months. This remarkable achievement has rendered his detractors speechless. One game may have been a stroke of luck, but multiple performances exceeding 30 points, including one at 40 points, a triple-double, and a game-winning shot, are sufficient to silence his critics. At this juncture, some have emerged to assert that Wang Chen can only showcase such prowess alongside the trio of superstars, claiming he is nothing without the Miami Heat's Big Three. Indeed, skepticism will never cease. Let us observe what unfolds next. Furthermore, the clamor for Wang Chen's inclusion in the national team is growing increasingly fervent. Both media and fans are urging the Chinese national team to take notice of Wang Chen, as he embodies the quintessential American-style guard that the nation has long yearned for. Meanwhile, the official Chinese national team remains enveloped in silence. Time flies, and the Heat have entered an intense training phase. In accordance with tradition, LeBron James has deactivated his social media accounts, immersing himself in playoff mode ahead of the postseason. The playoffs have arrived. On April 20th, at the Miami-Dade Arena, the first game of the first round of the playoffs, G1, is underway. With the Miami Heat hosting the Atlanta Hawks, the playoffs are the birthplace of legends. There exists a lineage of seasoned veterans, the rise of new stars, bittersweet returns home, thrilling advancements, moments of heartbreak, and jubilant triumphs. 16 teams have arrived at the pinnacle of the NBA playoffs, a stage where champions are forged. The competition is fierce, as they vie for the coveted NBA championship trophy. Curious to witness who possesses the most formidable tenacity? Then watch the playoffs unfold. This is the arena where the mettle of superstars is tested. Will you emerge as the most resilient warrior? Prove it on the court. Amidst thunderous cheers, the Heat players burst forth from the tunnel to warm up. The arena reverberates with applause as the Heat's big three take the floor. Wang Chen emerged from the player tunnel with a resolute and confident stride, his figure shimmering like the most brilliant star in the night sky, captivating the attention of everyone in the arena. The air was filled with thunderous cheers that seemed to threaten to lift the very roof off the stadium. These exuberant accolades came not only from local fans but also from numerous compatriots who had traveled from afar. They waved vibrant five-star red flags, their faces illuminated with excitement and pride. As Wang Chen appeared before the crowd, the eager and passionate faces of his fellow Chinese compatriots erupted into an even greater, heart-stirring wave of applause. Wang Chen, give it your all, bring glory to our homeland. You are the last bastion of honor for our nation. Encouraging voices resonated. Wang Chen, go forth boldly and perform. We shall always stand behind you. Each word was akin to a burning ember, igniting the indomitable spirit within Wang Chen's heart. In that moment, he profoundly felt the boundless strength bestowed upon him by the fans of his motherland. He knew he could not betray their expectations. He must give his all and showcase his finest form to win honor for his country. With this thought, Wang Chen clenched his fist tightly, silently vowing to himself to exert every ounce of effort and not to disappoint the fans who had journeyed from afar. Meanwhile, Yu Jia and Zhang Heli were also ready at the Huagua Sports television station. Before the match, there was one final segment. Pat Riley stepped forward, presenting Wang Chen with the trophies symbolizing the Eastern Conference Player of the Month and the Eastern Conference Rookie of the Month. Congratulations, rookie. I knew I should have signed you to a long-term contract, Riley remarked. Mr. Riley, let us strive together to achieve the goals of this season, Wang Chen replied. Wang Chen stood at the center of the arena, receiving 2 trophies from Riley's hands, and raised them high. For the first time, the atmosphere in the American Airlines Center reached a crescendo. From being an overlooked rookie to becoming the 4th pillar of the Heat, Wang Chen has only taken 2 months to prove himself. In the hearts of fans, he symbolizes the future of the Heat. The starting lineups for both teams are as follows. For the visiting Hawks, Jeff Teague and Kyle Korver form the backcourt, while DeMar Carroll and Paul Millsap occupy the frontcourt, with Pero Antic as the center. The Hawks are not fielding their full-strength lineup, as their all-star center Al Horford is sidelined for the season. On the Heat side, the backcourt features Wang Chen alongside Dwayne Wade, while LeBron James and Udonis Haslem take the frontcourt positions, with Chris Bosh at center. It appears that Wang Chen has garnered the trust of the head coach, having supplanted the long-standing starting point guard Chalmers, and Haslem has replaced the power forward position. The Heat seem to have a strategically targeted deployment. Both teams are ready for the jump ball, and the match is about to commence. The 2013 to 2014 postseason officially begins. Chapter 59, the Hawks team basketball. The jump ball at center court signifies the start of the game. Bosh secures possession of the ball. After winning the tip, Bosh passes the ball to James. The Heat initiates their first offensive play. James brings the ball across half court, and the players begin to position themselves according to the coach's strategy. Wade moves to the high post, and James delivers the ball to him. Wade is defended by the Hawks sharpshooter, number 26, Korver. Bosh steps up to set a screen for Wade. Wade utilizes the screen to drive towards the free throw line, with Korver effectively impeded by Bosh's solid block. With the delay caused by the screen, Antic fails to arrive in time, allowing Wade to take a mid-range jumper. He effortlessly sinks the 2 points. This is a signature move of the Heat. James initiates the offense. Bosh sets the screen, and Wade finishes the play. The first offensive sequence for the Heat adheres to this established pattern. On the Hawks side, Teague advances the ball past half court, with Antic coming up to set a screen. Korver swiftly navigates to the upper limit position, and Teague passes the ball to him. Ignoring Wade's defense, Korver launches a 3-point shot. The shot finds its mark. As the play unfolds, Bosch receives the ball and attempts a mid-range jumper, which fails to find the net. Millsap seizes the opportunity, grabbing the rebound and swiftly passing it to Teague. Teague advances the ball rapidly into the Heat's half-court. LeBron and Wang Chen hastily retreat on defense, while Millsap also makes his way into the Heat's territory. Teague accelerates with a decisive drive, preparing for a layup, but LeBron leaps into the air, poised to block the shot. In a twist, Teague's hand trembles as he attempts the layup, resulting in an unexpected behind-the-back pass. Millsap, trailing behind, catches the ball effortlessly and, facing Wang Chen, who is 5 inches shorter, utilizes his height advantage to score with a layup. The score stands at 5-2. On the other side, LeBron takes possession, launching into a rapid drive before dishing the ball to Wang Chen, who is open in the corner for a mid-range shot. Unfortunately, he misses. Bosch claims the offensive rebound and attempts a layup, which also fails. Antic secures the defensive rebound. Teague receives a pass from Antic and methodically dribbles past half-court. As the Heat quickly transition to defense, Teague scans the court, observing Millsap and Carroll's movements. Millsap positions himself at the high post to receive a pass from Teague. He executes a deceptive drive against Haslam, while Antic sets a screen for Korver, obstructing Wade's path. Millsap then passes to Korver, who finds himself with an open three-point opportunity. Wade maneuvers past Antic, preparing to contest Korver's shot, but Korver opts to pass instead, sending the ball to Carroll at a 45-degree angle. Carroll immediately relays it to Teague, who is open beyond the arc. Teague releases a three-pointer. It swishes through the net. The Hawks have taken an early lead, igniting an 8-2 run. Teague roars in celebration of his successful three-pointer. Others may say they are merely going through the motions, but this is the playoffs, where anything is possible. Even the reigning champions can falter, so why not them? A fierce determination burns within the Hawks, fueled by the naysayers predicting a 4-0 sweep against them. They are eager to prove their worth. The Hawks' ball movement has been exceptional. Their recent offensive possession featured at least 5 passes, a testament to the influence of Coach Budenholzer, who has brought the Spurs brand of team basketball to Atlanta. Standing in stark contrast to the Heat's hero ball style, the Hawks' collective play is both rational and effective. However, the Heat do not call for a timeout. LeBron signals, and his teammates nod in agreement. The Heat initiate their offense, with LeBron pushing the ball up the court. Bosch sets a pick, and LeBron passes to Wang Chen at a 45-degree angle. Wang Chen, facing Korver in a one-on-one confrontation, does not opt to pass despite the defender's presence. Instead, he boldly steps back and launches a contested three-pointer. It finds its mark. Wang Chen's shot was devoid of any tactical merit. Had it been attempted by an ordinary player, the coach would have likely summoned him to the bench immediately. Yet, Wang Chen possesses the extraordinary ability to sink such an illogical three-pointer. This is precisely how he approaches the three-point shot, and his method is entirely justified. The score stands at 8-5. Dwayne, allow me to guard Teague. Wang Chen signaled a switch to Wade, indicating that he has become the engine of the Hawks. Let me lock him down. Unfortunately for Wang, Wade merely chuckled. Teague, now in possession of the ball, realized that his defender was no longer Wade, but rather this rising undrafted prospect who has taken the league by storm over the past 2 months. Hey, kid, does Miami want to be annihilated? Jeff Teague remarked with a condescending expression. I know you're on fire, but your slight frame. Teague suddenly discovered that the ball in his possession had vanished as he turned around. Wang Chen has executed a swift and decisive steal, with James closely trailing behind. Wang Chen lofted the ball high, striking the backboard, as LeBron James followed up with a powerful two-handed dunk. A splendid alley-oop. Wang Chen executed a swift and decisive steal from Jeff Teague, immediately launching a fast break to assist James in completing the emphatic dunk. This exemplified the classic Heat offense, capitalizing on oppressive defense to force the opponent into mistakes, ultimately achieving a seamless transition to offense. The Heat secured 2 championships, thanks to their remarkable athleticism and formidable defensive system. Wang Chen has seamlessly integrated into this dynamic. It would have been more prudent for Wang Chen to attempt a trailing three-pointer. Nonetheless, assisting James with that dunk was also a commendable choice. The Hawks initiated the game with a display of team basketball, making an early statement, yet the Heat, with their exceptional transition offense, responded with equal vigor. This is the essence of the playoffs. You play a card, I play a card. Both sides engaged in a fierce contest, meticulously dismantling each other's weaknesses. The score stood at 8-7, with the Heat trailing by a single point. Teague found it perplexing how he was unexpectedly stripped of the ball. However, he reassured himself that maintaining their team-oriented play would suffice. With possession now with the Hawks, Teague dribbled cautiously, denying Wang Chen an easy opportunity for a steal. Millsap called for the ball in the low post, and Teague delivered a high pass to him. Millsap backed down Haslam. This year has marked a significant milestone for Paul Millsap, as he made his first All-Star selection, showcasing stellar performances in the East. With his refined low-post skills and a reliable three-point shot, this was precisely why Coach Spoelstra placed Haslam on the court. As Battier and Lewis lacked the physicality to contend with Millsap, Millsap gradually dribbled inward, with Haslam bracing himself against him. Carroll began to move, followed by Korver and Antic, who circled around from the baseline to the opposite side. Millsap smiled slightly, passing the ball to Jeff Teague. Upon receiving the ball, Teague quickly transferred it to Carroll in the corner. Carroll then relayed it to Antic, who had circled out from the opposite baseline. Millsap executed a deft off-ball pivot. Receiving a pass from Antic, he charged toward the basket, as Bosch positioned himself for defensive support. At that moment, Millsap delivered a bounce pass to the cutting Korver, who faced an open basket and effortlessly scored. The score now read 10-7. Chapter 60, Locking Down Teague. In a recent 24-second offensive possession, the Hawks executed 6 passes. From the initial 2 plays, it is evident that the Hawks exhibit remarkable patience in their offense, methodically creating optimal opportunities through a series of precise ball movements before concluding their attacks. The nickname Baby Spurs aptly reflects their style, as their offensive system closely resembles that of the Spurs. Coach Budenholzer, a former lead assistant to Popovich, is a staunch advocate of the Spurs philosophy, firmly believing that an additional pass can often yield a superior chance. In the subsequent play, Wade utilized Haslam's screen to drive towards the basket, where Millsap and Antic were already positioned, awaiting his arrival. Wade then passed to the open Haslam in the corner, who attempted a mid-range jumper. Unfortunately, he missed, but Millsap secured the rebound and swiftly passed the ball to Teague. Upon receiving the ball, Teague signaled to slow the tempo, emphasizing a deliberate approach. "Let us execute our strategy," he indicated. Wang Chen trailed closely beside Tigger, exuding an aura of pressure. With a mere glance, Tigger signaled, prompting Millsap to hurriedly approach and set a screen for him. Wang Chen found himself obstructed. Teague, utilizing Millsap's screen, penetrated into the Heat's paint, prompting Wade to assist defensively. Teague deftly passed to Korver in the corner, who immediately relayed the ball to Carroll at the arc. Without hesitation, Carroll delivered it to Millsap, who had positioned himself at the right corner. Millsap was open. He received the pass, launched a three-pointer, and swished it through the net. 13-7. The Hawks executed their offense with remarkable fluidity, as every player was eager to facilitate the ball and create optimal opportunities. On the Heat side, Wang Chen, with the ball in hand, faced Teague and made a decisive drive. Spotting James open in the corner, he delivered the pass to him. James took a three-pointer from the corner, but failed to convert. The long rebound was seized by Carroll, who swiftly passed to Teague. Teague accelerated, charging towards the Heat's paint. 3 Hawks sprinted concurrently on the fast break. The Heat's transition defense was equally swift, with all players racing back towards their own paint. At this juncture, Teague decelerated, reducing his speed before executing a quick pass to the trailing Millsap. Haslam had already established his defensive position. Millsap initiated, driving forward, before passing to Korver, who had already sprinted to the corner. Korver launched a three-pointer. The shot found its mark. The net rippled in response. The Heat called for a timeout. The Heat's start was somewhat sluggish, while the Hawks burst forth with vigor, showcasing exceptional offensive efficiency through their team-centric play. The Hawks now held a 9-point lead on the court. This opening posed a precarious situation for the Heat. Without an effective counter-strategy, they risked being overwhelmed by the Hawks. At this moment, it was imperative for the Heat's superstar to rise and take action. Wang Chen only needed to play judiciously for the score to close. Coach Zhang interjected a remark. Yu Jia chuckled softly. Upon returning from the timeout, with 8 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the Heat adjusted their lineup, substituting Haslam for Battier, while the Hawks maintained their starting 5 on the floor. Wang Chen, with the ball in hand, stands poised against Jeff Teague, who is on high alert. One cannot merely perceive the individual before him as a novice. He has earned the title of Player of the Month for April, having scored over 50 points against the Pacers and over 40 against the Knicks. However, this is the playoffs, and achieving a high score is far from a simple endeavor. Wang Chen held the ball, and James approached to set a screen for him. Who is the leader of the Heat? A question lingered in Teague's mind. Since when does a leader set a screen for a subordinate? With the aid of James' screen, Wang Chen positioned himself beyond the three-point arc at a 45-degree angle and unleashed a shot. Swish. Your three-point arrow is the flame of hell. Wang Chen's three-pointer, though delayed, arrived with striking impact. Jeff Teague, clutching the basketball tightly, focused intently, attempting to breach the defenses of his formidable opponent. Yet, Wang Chen stood resolutely, akin to an insurmountable wall, firmly entangling Teague and rendering his progress arduous. The relatively slender frame of Teague bore the weight of Wang Chen's imposing physique, making each dribble an extraordinary challenge, as if the basketball itself were rebelling against his command. Nevertheless, he persisted, relentlessly seeking an opportunity to break through. At that moment, teammate Andy Tomic swiftly advanced, providing Teague with a perfect screen. Teague surged forward like a wild stallion, successfully escaping Wang Chen's staunch defense with Tomic's obstruction. Upon lifting his gaze, he discovered that Paul Millsap was astonishingly unguarded in the corner. Without hesitation, Teague promptly passed the ball, aiming to create an exceptional scoring opportunity for Millsap. However, Wang Chen exhibited remarkable insight and acumen, anticipating Teague's passing trajectory. In a flash, he darted forward like a bolt of lightning, intercepting the basketball destined for Millsap with breathtaking swiftness. Without a moment's pause, Wang Chen raced toward the vacant half-court of the Hawks, akin to an arrow loosed from its bow. In the blink of an eye, he reached the three-point arc and came to a steady halt. Faced with such an expansive view and an opportune moment for a shot, Wang Chen exhibited no hesitation. He launched into the air, executing the motion with fluidity and grace. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air before swishing through the net with a crisp sound. The three-pointer found its mark. 16-13. Wang Chen has consecutively sunk 2 three-pointers. Teague, undeterred, faced with Wang Chen's defense, abandoned the pick and roll and instead surged towards the Heat's paint with sheer speed. This route was blocked. Wang Chen smiled, intertwining his body with Teague's, denying him any chance to break through. Left with no other option, Teague reluctantly passed the ball to the seemingly open Carroll. Indeed, seemingly. Carroll, receiving the ball, wore a perplexed expression. "Hey Jeff, what are you doing?" Meanwhile, James, lurking nearby, was already poised and accelerated to intercept Teague's pass, swiftly initiating a fast break. With a thunderous dunk, he asserted dominance. The Heat scored another 2 points. This moment ignited the American Airlines arena. The Heat fans erupted in jubilant celebration. Damn it. Teague cursed under his breath, glancing at Wang Chen. Wasn't this kid only strong on offense? How could his defense be so formidable? Teague refused to be deterred. "I will break through your defense with my speed." Holding the ball once more, Teague faced Wang Chen's defense, suddenly accelerating, pushing his speed to the limit, and passed Wang Chen effortlessly. So easy? Teague pondered, but would not squander such a golden opportunity for an open layup. He surged into the Heat's paint for a layup. Slap. Just as Teague released the ball, it was emphatically swatted against the backboard. Curse this basketball dream. In disbelief, Teague witnessed Wang Chen execute a stunning block. Chapter 61. Easter Egg. The dunk dream of center Bosch. Bosch snatched the rebound and swiftly passed the ball to Wang Chen. Wang Chen swiftly advanced with the ball. The Hawks players rapidly retreated on defense, while the Heat players hastened to launch a fast break. Wang Chen gradually advanced with the ball to the half-court, suddenly pausing atop the Heat's logo. Teague and Millsap were momentarily taken aback, a sense of foreboding washing over them. Wang Chen stood atop the Miami team emblem, executing a three-point shot from half-court. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, and amidst the despairing gazes of the Hawks players, it gracefully swished through the net. Wang Chen effortlessly sinks a deep three-pointer. The American Airlines Center erupts once more into a crescendo of celebration. Goodness gracious, how extraordinary. The Heat has surged ahead with an 18-16 lead. The referee's whistle pierces the air. The Hawks call for a timeout. One cannot help but acknowledge that Wang Chen's three-pointers, while audacious, are undeniably lethal. He aims to extinguish the Hawks' confidence with his precise shooting. Wang Chen has already made 3 three-pointers, contributing 9 of the Heat's total 18 points. He exhibits a fiery shooting touch throughout this match. Even in the playoffs, Wang Chen shows no signs of discomfort, seamlessly carrying his regular season momentum into this crucial stage. As the timeout concludes, one wonders what strategy the Hawks will employ next. Jeff Teague is perplexed, having just been defended by this rookie. He feels as though he has done nothing wrong, yet every shot he takes and every defensive decision he makes seems eerily accurate. What just transpired? However, There is no time for Teague to ponder this now. The Hawks, through exceptional ball movement, pass the ball to Carroll, who scores with a soft floater in the paint. Yet, this marks the final field goal of the quarter for the Hawks. The Heat must now intensify their defensive efforts. Wade holds the ball, and Wang Chen sets a screen for him. Wade drives to the free throw line and passes the ball back to Wang Chen, who, benefiting from Teague's momentary lapse in defense due to the screen, finds himself with a sliver of space. Antic quickly rushes in to provide help defense. The Dragon King is wide open. Wang Chen executed a precise ground pass, delivering the ball to Bosch. With no defenders in sight, Bosch soared for an emphatic dunk. Shortly thereafter, Teague found himself ensnared in a desperate struggle against Wang Chen. Prior to the game, Coach Spoelstra had conferred discreetly with LeBron and Wang Chen. Although the Hawks' offense appeared well-balanced, with each player contributing to ball distribution as if they were all orchestrators, the absence of Horford for the season has left a void in the vicinity of the free throw line, resulting in Teague being the sole initiator of their offense. If Teague is effectively contained, the Hawks' offensive capabilities would be severely diminished. Wang, your primary task is to defend Teague, should your efforts prove insufficient. I will have LeBron switch to guard him, and you will take on Carroll. Is that agreeable? Wang Chen smiled. I am ready to secure Teague, and there is no need for LeBron to intervene. As soon as Teague holds the ball, Wang Chen employs his relentless grip, making it exceedingly uncomfortable for Teague. Meanwhile, Millsap sets a screen, and Teague takes a shot from mid-range. Wang Chen executed a magnificent block, sending the ball soaring away. Battier sees the opportunity, passing it to Wade, who swiftly advanced with the ball, while Wang Chen and James surged forward into the offensive zone. Wade lofted the ball high into the air. Upon receiving it, James opted not to dunk it, but instead flicked the ball behind his head. James had faith that Wang Chen understood his intention. Let us forge the bond among the three of us. The connection of James, Wade, and Chen, the young talent from Huagua, slammed that ball into the hoop. The crowd of Heat fans and the bench erupted in exhilaration. Wang Chen leaped into the air, only to inadvertently slip upon the floor. Indeed, as Wang Chen prepared to leap, he unexpectedly slipped and fell, landing squarely on the ground. The ball went out of bounds, resulting in a turnover for James. Wang Chen found himself at a loss for words, as the voice of the system reverberated within his mind. The special Easter egg within the Super Template library activated, unveiling the legendary dunking dreams of the illustrious Stephen Curry. The host was destined to trigger a memorable dunk reminiscent of Curry's iconic moments in this match. Congratulations, host, on successfully activating it. Congratulations, indeed, but it left Wang Chen utterly speechless. Is this what the system refers to as a Super Template Easter egg? Is this not merely a shadow of my own library's tragic moments? As I attempted a dunk, I slipped and fell, paying homage to Curry. This was my tribute to a predecessor. Surely, there is no harm in that? Although, it would have been better had I not done it at all. Well, here I am, ready to join the ranks of the NBA's most amusing blunders. In that moment, Wang Chen encountered a slight mishap, yet fortunately, Wade was there to seize the rebound and score. The score stood at 20-16, with the Heat leading by 4 points. Yu Jia and Coach Zhang endeavored to use the art of language to gloss over Wang Chen's comical blunder, yet their attempts only drew more attention to it. Both Yu Jia and Coach Zhang wore serious expressions, desperately suppressing their laughter. No laughing. No laughing. This is a national broadcast. When it comes to commentary, we are professionals. Meanwhile, the commentators from the beautiful nation abandoned all pretense, bursting into laughter in the studio. Shaq made a playful expression. Unexpectedly, this rookie possessed not only a remarkable scoring ability, but also a profound talent for humor. I have already determined who will claim the top spot in this week's 5 most amusing blunders. Wang Chen cast an awkward glance at James. James approached and patted Wang Chen on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, I understand. Everyone has moments of weakness. Wang Chen seemed eager to elucidate something, but Wade offered a knowing glance that only a man would comprehend. Never mind, let us focus on the game. Indeed, the contest was still in progress. This was merely a minor interlude. The Miami Heat showcased their formidable and oppressive defensive prowess. Meanwhile, the Atlanta Hawks struggled offensively against the Heat's targeted defense. As Teague and backup point guard Shelvin Mack found themselves relentlessly challenged by Wang Chen and James, making their offensive efforts exceedingly arduous. As the first quarter concluded, the Heat surged to a remarkable 12-4 run, elevating the score to 32-20, with the Heat leading the Hawks by 12 points. the Hawks faced significant challenges, hindered by the Heat's strategic execution while also grappling with their own issues. Consequently, in the second quarter, the Hawks made adjustments, shifting their offensive focus to Millsap, aiming to exploit his height advantage to break open the game. Budenholzer's strategy was simple: initiate offensive plays through Millsap in the low post to create opportunities, subsequently utilizing ball movement to identify optimal shooting chances. This has been the Hawks' customary approach. They can only find their rhythm when the ball is circulating effectively. However, this plan was disrupted by Haslam of the Heat. Millsap struggled to contend with Haslam, finding each offensive attempt laborious. It must be acknowledged that the Heat's defense was indeed commendable. Particularly, Haslam, despite being 36 years old, exhibited remarkable defensive acumen and skill. In the face of a powerful interior player like Millsap, he adeptly utilized his strength and technique to prevent easy scoring opportunities. With Millsap ineffective in the low post and the guards being thoroughly contained by Wang Chen, Wade, and James, the Hawks' ball movement stagnated. The Heat, on the other hand, initiated their signature transition offense. Unable to execute a fast break? No matter, we have the three superstars along with Wang Chen. Let the stars create opportunities. The Hawks struggled to score and could not effectively defend. The Heat methodically executed their plays, scoring consistently over time. As the second quarter drew to a close, the Heat led 49-36, ahead of the Hawks by 13 points. Chapter 62, the next opponent. As the third quarter commenced, the Hawks seized possession of the ball. Budenholzer had made several tactical adjustments during halftime. It was evident that the Hawks were determined not to concede defeat easily. Right from the outset, they executed a series of exquisite passes. Initially, they orchestrated three seamless transitions, culminating in a layup by Carroll. Following this, Teague sprang into action, demonstrating a remarkable burst of speed as he deftly maneuvered past the opponent's staunch defense. In a swift, fluid motion, he expertly delivered the basketball to the ever-patient Korver. Without a moment's hesitation, Korver swiftly identified the opportune moment to pass and, in a flash, sent the ball soaring to the rapidly advancing Antic. Upon receiving the ball, Antic executed a flawless motion, leaping without hesitation to take a shot. With a crisp swish, Antic scored a three-pointer. Wang Chen has also entered his solo mode. Initially, he faced off against Teague, executing a swift turn and a delicate floater into the paint, successfully netting 2 points. Antic's defensive efforts proved futile. Subsequently, Wang Chen secured a rebound and passed to James, who unleashed a spectacular long-range missile-like pass to Wade, resulting in an emphatic dunk. The Hawks' offense flickered momentarily at the onset. However, the rhythm of the game was firmly under the Heat's control thereafter. The Heat steadfastly adhered to their defensive strategy, with Wang Chen and James alternating in guarding their offensive mastermind, Jeff Teague. In the waning moments of the third quarter, James delivered a buzzer-beating layup. As the third quarter concluded, the Heat held a commanding 15-point lead over the Hawks, 72-57. In the fourth quarter, Budenholzer abandoned tactical systems, urging his players to play freely. As long as they felt the rhythm, they were encouraged to bypass ball movement and opt for individual attacks. Korver struck with back-to-back three-pointers in the fourth quarter, narrowing the score to 72-63, reducing the deficit to a mere 9 points. The Heat were determined not to grant the Hawks any opportunities, decisively asserting their dominance. With a lineup featuring Wade, Wang Chen, Ray Allen, James, and Bosch, the Heat ignited into a fervent blaze, unleashing a breathtaking barrage of three-pointers. First to shine was Wang Chen, his shot soaring through the air and finding its mark with unwavering precision. Next, Wade stepped up, showcasing his unparalleled confidence and prowess, effortlessly sinking a pull-up three-pointer that arced beautifully through the air before swishing through the net. Ray Allen, undeterred, positioned himself in the corner and, like a guided missile, leaped to shoot as he received the ball, sending it straight through the hoop as if enchanted. Following suit, Bosch stationed himself at the top of the arc, receiving a return pass from James, and after a brief adjustment, decisively launched another stunning three-pointer that found its target. Finally, it was James's moment to shine. He skillfully dribbled the ball, confronting the tenacious defense of Carroll, known as the James of Shenanjia. Yet, this did not hinder James's performance. He quickly executed a crossover and leaped into a shot over Carroll, the powerful basketball rocketing toward the basket like a cannonball. Thus, the Heat became an unstoppable force, nailing 5 consecutive three-pointers. Meanwhile, the Hawks appeared lost, ensnared in a dreadful offensive rut, with several attempts ending in missed shots. As the tides turned, The Heat orchestrated a breathtaking 15-0 run, seizing complete control of the game. The fans' fervor ignited by these 5 three-pointers reverberated throughout the arena, with cheers and shouts filling the atmosphere with electric intensity. The score soared to 87-63, with the Heat leading by 24 points. The Heat's offense surges forth like a fierce wave, utterly devastating. Only 5 minutes remained in the game. Wang Chen stood at the apex, holding the ball. Teague was defending him, but Teague appeared utterly dazed, evidently bewildered by the Heat's targeted defense. In his attempts to guard Wang Chen, he seemed lost in a daze. Yet, Teague's confusion was of no concern to Wang Chen. Wang Chen stood before Teague, a mere 3 steps away from the three-point line. Wang Chen, positioned confidently, launched a three-pointer. Teague's eyes widened in disbelief. This is rather humiliating, isn't it? Swish, the sound of the ball sinking into the net resonated like pebbles disturbing the surface of water. The score stood at 90-65. It was over. Budenholzer wasted no time, signaling the end with a decisive gesture. The focus could now shift to the next game. The Heat also substituted in their bench players. LeBron, Wade, Bosh, and Wang Chen were all replaced, celebrating with their teammates and Coach Spoelstra. Meanwhile, the expressions on the Hawks players' faces were ashen, devoid of any semblance of joy. Confidence before the game had transformed into despair post-match. As the final whistle blew, the Heat triumphed over the Atlanta Hawks with a commanding 98-75 victory, defending their home court and taking a 1-0 lead in the series. In this match, Wang Chen scored 22 points, LeBron contributed 18 points and 10 assists, Wade added 15 points, and Bosh chipped in with 14 points. Together, the formidable quartet amassed a total of 69 points. On the Hawks side, only Millsap managed to score a team high of 15 points, while Korver added 12 points. And the rest of the team's performance was dismal. Particularly disappointing was Jeff Teague, the team's playmaker, who recorded only 7 points and 3 assists. An abysmally inadequate showing for a starting guard in the playoffs. Teague expressed his frustration, stating that he was unable to perform due to the opponent's intense focus on him. Following the customary post-game interviews, Coach Spoelstra brought forth the leading scorer, Wang Chen. True to form, Coach Spoelstra maintained a serious demeanor while Wang Chen appeared relaxed. Thus began the reporter's favorite segment of questioning. Wang, this is your first playoff game. How does it feel? Oh, it's incredible. The NBA has been my dream since childhood. I imagined myself on this stage, and now, as one of the core players of a championship team battling in the playoffs, it feels surreal. You scored the highest of the game with 22 points. How do you view your performance? It was decent, but it was largely thanks to my teammates, LeBron, Dwayne, Chris. They provided me with tremendous support, and they all performed excellently, even if it didn't reflect in the scoring. Lastly, Wang, what are your thoughts on the Hawks in this series? The Hawks are a formidable team with excellent ball movement and a well-structured offensive system. However, what? Pressed the reporters. 4-0. The Heat will sweep the series 4-0. Wang Chen smiled at the journalists, slowly continuing, I am already contemplating our next opponent. Chapter 63. Defending the home court. Mad Wang. I have already contemplated our next adversary. This is the title of the latest issue of Sports Weekly. Local media in Atlanta have expressed their dissatisfaction. The playoffs consist of a series of matches. What do you mean by that? Do you think our Hawks are mere pushovers? While LeBron James may be excused for such statements, you, an undrafted player who has yet to prove yourself in the playoffs, dare to speak so arrogantly. In an instant, Wang Chen became the public enemy of Atlanta. Wang Chen remains indifferent to these matters. It suffices to silence them with the ball. If there are any doubts, let them come forth and witness who the true Hawk is and who merely resembles a chick. The first game of the first round of the playoffs has concluded, revealing numerous surprising outcomes. In the Eastern Conference playoffs, apart from the Heat, all other matches displayed underdog victories, with the higher-seeded teams losing their home court advantages. Firstly, the Raptors, with DeRozan and Lowry making their playoff debuts, delivered performances that were nothing short of disastrous, thoroughly overwhelmed by the Nets' formidable quintet. The Nets players boast extensive playoff experience, a quality the Raptors lack. The final score was 97-83, marking the loss of home advantage for the Raptors. The Bulls faced off against the Wizards at home, only to be overrun by the Wizards' dynamic duo. Wall, a natural performer under pressure, dominated the still-maturing Butler. Despite Butler's tenacity, he found it impossible to contain the Wizards' duo, lacking the explosive offensive prowess of Wall and Beal. This year's strong MVP contender, Noah, stood idly, resembling a mere pillar. The Wizards' duo amassed 66 points, seizing the home court advantage. As for the matchup between the Hornets and the Pacers, the outcome left many astonished. The Pacers suffered a defeat on their home turf, losing 101-93 to the Hornets. Al Jefferson's remarkable performance, scoring 32 points and securing 12 rebounds, utterly dismantled the Pacers' interior defense. The pride of the Pacers, their defense, crumbled before Jefferson's prowess. Meanwhile, the new king of the Hornets, Kemba Walker, contributed 25 points and 8 assists. In contrast, Paul George's performance was underwhelming, scoring only 18 points on 5 of 15 shooting. Had it not been for David West's relentless support, the score would have been even more lopsided. In the Western Conference, the Trail Blazers also claimed home advantage, emerging victorious against the Rockets after a grueling overtime battle. The dynamic duo of Lillard and McCollum shone brightly, yet the Trail Blazers' dual stars performed even more impressively. The Warriors, too, seized home advantage from the Clippers, with David Lee's outstanding performance guiding the Warriors to victory on the road. Both the Thunder and the Spurs successfully defended their home courts. On April 23rd, the Heat and the Hawks faced off in the second game of their series. Both teams dispensed with unnecessary banter and dove straight into action. The Hawks commenced with their characteristic team-oriented basketball, with Carroll and Teague executing consecutive cuts to establish an early lead. The Heat, however, found themselves sluggish, with James and Wade dribbling up the court at a leisurely pace, assisting Bosh and Wang Chen in scoring. After half a quarter, the scores stood tied at 12-12. As the latter half of the quarter unfolded, the Heat, as anticipated, altered their defensive strategy. Wang Chen or James faced off against Teague, who began to struggle significantly on the court. In one instance, Teague attempted a drive, only to be decisively stripped of the ball by Wang Chen. Wang Chen advanced to the front court and effortlessly sank a three-pointer in pursuit. The Hawks' offense became stagnant as their ball handling was effectively contained. The ball could be circulated momentarily, but not extensively. Budenholzer substituted Korver for Sherwin-Mark. Recognizing that one ball handler was insufficient, he opted to replace two. Wang Chen chuckled. "Is this your strategy?" Coach Spoelstra also smiled. "If I can effectively lock down one ball handler in a one-on-one situation, then I shall continue to do so with two. It is simply unavoidable. With 3 keys in hand, I am quite audacious." Sherwin-Mark held the ball, facing the defensive pressure of LeBron James. The intensity was overwhelming, causing Mark to feel quite awkward with the ball. Consequently, he was compelled to pass it to Teague. Teague, confronted by Wang Chen's defense, expressed his dilemma. "If you pass the ball to me, I won't be able to distribute it either." Teague's gaze shifted to the low post, subtly signaling to Paul Millsap. The implication was clear. "Paul, why don't you come up here, take the ball, and I'll retreat to the corner for a moment." Paul Millsap, with a resigned demeanor, moved up to set a screen, and Teague executed a handoff, passing the ball to Millsap. At the very moment when Millsap and Teague exchanged a hand-to-hand pass, Wang Chen deftly poked the ball away. Wang Chen executed a remarkable steal. Wangi arrived at the front court and executed a one-handed slam dunk with remarkable finesse. Dunk. The master of dunks, Wang Chen, has arrived. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accomplishing the bonus task, the dunking dream of a center. From now on, each time the host successfully performs a dunk, they will receive a consolation prize of 500 coins from the system. Wang Chen. Even if my ball currency is in the negative, I shall not accept this consolation prize. System, please inform me if there are any other conditions to be met for activation. System, the first quarter of the game between the Heat and the Hawks has concluded, with the Heat continuing to exhibit their oppressive defense in the latter half, leading with a score of 26-18, leaving the Hawks trailing by 8 points. In the second quarter, Spoelstra made a decisive move, deploying a star-studded lineup of Wang Chen, Chalmers, Ray Allen, James, and Bosh. However, the Heat's three-point shooting did not find its rhythm initially, as their early attempts failed to find the mark. Yet, the Hawks were unable to capitalize on this opportunity to close the gap, struggling to score themselves. The Hawks' offense appeared to be disoriented by the Heat's recent intense pressure defense. The Heat's three-point shooting could not remain cold indefinitely, at the very least. Wang Chen's shooting touch could not remain cold for long. Wang Chen, with the ball in hand, faced Marco. With a swift pivot, he effortlessly maneuvered past Marco, positioning himself at a precise 45-degree angle to the right, and launched a three-point shot. The ball swished through the net. It seemed that Wang Chen's successful three-pointer ignited the shooting prowess of the Heat's sharpshooters. Ray Allen, Chalmers, and James each contributed with successful three-point attempts, further widening the score gap. At halftime, the Heat led by 12 points with a score of 52-40. In the third quarter, the Hawks adjusted their lineup, seeking to accelerate their pace and score. However, no matter the configuration, they were utterly confounded by the Heat's defense. The Heat stifled the Hawks' offensive efforts. Whenever the Hawks appeared to show signs of revival, the Heat swiftly escalated their defensive intensity, leaving the Hawks demoralized. As the game concluded, the Heat triumphed over the Hawks with a score of 106-88, bringing the series total to 2-0, successfully defending their 2 home games. Chapter 64, Journey to Atlanta. Wang Chen. Out. In this game, the Heat's trio amassed 70 points, while Wang Chen delivered a commendable performance with 23 points and 5 assists, allowing the Heat to comfortably conclude their work for the day. The Hawks' experience in the Heat's 2 home games could only be described as a rout, lacking any means of resistance. The Heat averaged a victory margin of 25 points in their 2 home games, a fitting reflection of the standings between the Eastern Conference's 1st and 8th seeds. After a 3-day respite on April 26th, the Heat ventured to Atlanta. The arena was adorned in deep blue, with fans fervently cheering for their home team. Prior to the game, Budenholzer remarked that the Heat had executed their mission impeccably, safeguarding their home court. Now, it was their turn to defend theirs. During the pre-game player entrance ceremony, the Heat players made their way onto the court, met with a cacophony of boos from the Hawks fans. Particularly when Wang Chen entered, the Atlanta supporters' voices synchronized in a resounding chant, "Wang, out. Wang, out. Wang, out." Wang Chen remarked that this was not the first time he had encountered such a sound. The previous occasion was during a game at the Pacers' home ground, where the fans in Indiana directed considerable hostility towards him. Wang Chen cast a penetrating glance at the surrounding Hawks fans, secretly wishing to witness their silence. As the Hawks players emerged from the tunnel, the audience at Phillips Arena erupted in a thunderous ovation. "Let us welcome our home defenders." The DJ cranked up the volume, setting the atmosphere ablaze in their fortress. The starting lineups remained unchanged from the previous 2 encounters. As the game commenced, the Hawks seized the initiative. Paul Millsap showcased an aggressive demeanor, scoring 5 points through a combination of drives and shots. The Heat continued their sluggish start, with Bosh and Wang Chen both struggling to find their rhythm. It was only after LeBron James executed a driving layup, aided by Bosh's screen, that the Heat finally registered their first score of the day. The Hawks' ferocious offense showed no signs of abating, as Korver and Carroll each sank a 3-pointer. With a swift and decisive strike, the Hawks established a 16-6 lead. This marked the first time in this series that the Hawks held such a significant advantage since leading 2-0. The atmosphere at home was electric, with the fans fervently cheering. Coach Budenholzer wore a slightly more relaxed expression. Having been suffocated by the Heat in the previous 2 games, the pressure on him had been immense. This promising start allowed him a momentary respite. However, Budenholzer knew well that this was merely the result of home court advantage and the players' unwavering resolve to defend their territory at all costs. The Heat had yet to unleash their true potential. Budenholzer's intuition proved correct. After a moment of awakening from Coach Spoelstra, the Heat began to ramp up their intensity. Coach Spoelstra deployed his favorite lineup, a star player surrounded by 4 sharpshooters. Wang Chen initiated the counterattack with an astonishing long-range 3-pointer. Ray Allen, stationed in the corner, received Wang Chen's pass and skillfully sank a low-footed 3. LeBron James then executed a breakthrough layup, converting for 2 points. As the first quarter concluded, the Heat and the Hawks were locked in a 26-26 stalemate. The Heat's once commanding 10-point lead evaporated in an instant, leaving the Hawks players in a state of despair. Such a formidable start, only to see a 10-point advantage dissipate so swiftly, could shatter anyone's composure. However, the score was merely tied. There was still no reason to concede. In the second quarter, both Millsap and Jeff Teague erupted with fervor. Teague, defying James's defense, executed a swift layup for a 2-1. Millsap repeatedly showcased his prowess by isolating Haslam, seamlessly transitioning from turnaround jumpers to layups, demonstrating a versatile offensive arsenal. The score stretched to 39-30, indicating the Hawks were poised to extend their lead once more. Yet, the Heat remained undeterred by the widening gap. In James's eyes, no deficit was insurmountable. The Hawks, however, felt they had the game firmly in their grasp. As a time traveler, Wang Chen is acutely aware that LeBron James is a renowned predator of the Hawks, having never succumbed to them in the playoffs. The Hawks have often faced a sweeping defeat at his hands, with a few instances of gentlemanly sweeps. James is indeed the Hawks' true nemesis. Moreover, Budenholzer, when confronted with a superstar in fiery form, steadfastly refuses to employ double-teaming tactics. His defensive philosophy is unwavering, we never double team. We adhere to one-on-one defense. If you possess the skill, then defeat me single-handedly. James responded, very well, I shall do just that. In the latter half of the second quarter, James commenced his explosive performance. Initially, he faced Millsap's defense and executed a thunderous dunk over him, drawing a foul. He then proceeded to complete several layups with ease. As the second quarter drew to a close, James executed a buzzer-beater mid-range jumper, bringing the score to 49-50. With the Heat trailing by a mere point, James had amassed 15 points. As the third quarter commenced, James continued to exert his dominance against the Hawks' solitary defense. He maneuvered effortlessly. Budenholzer, at a loss, had every defender take turns against him. Carroll and Millsap both attempted to guard James, but his shooting touch was simply sublime that day. Against Carroll's defense, James used his robust physique to overpower him. Against Millsap, he relied on his speed to breezily break through. By the conclusion of the third quarter, James had scored 25 points in that single period, single-handedly dismantling the Hawks' front line. While the Hawks found their scoring avenues stifled by the Heat's defense, the Heat unleashed a devastating 31-17 run in the third quarter, leading the Hawks by 13 points at 80-67. In the fourth quarter, the Hawks seemed to have forgotten the essence of team basketball. Teague charged towards the paint with the ball, and Millsap, upon receiving the pass, opted for a solo attack, resulting in a stagnation of ball movement. This isolation strategy proved inefficient. The Heat relished this singular approach, allowing them to freely double-team the Hawks players. When Wang Chen intercepted Jeff Teague and sank a trailing three-pointer from beyond the arc, Budenholzer immediately called for a timeout. This contest was virtually concluded. The Hawks players slumped on the bench, having exerted their utmost. Yet, as the game neared its end, the Heat maintained a substantial lead. Their morale had begun to wane. Fans at the Phillips Arena gradually made their exit, unable to bear witness to their team's impending collapse. The arena, once adorned in white, now echoed with the sparse presence of Heat supporters. Wang Chen, James, Wade, and Bosh exchanged high fives, celebrating their triumph on the road. As the final whistle blew, the Miami Heat triumphed over the Hawks with a commanding score of 110-86, establishing a 24-point advantage and advancing the series to a total of 3-0. Securing match point for the Heat. Chapter 65, Sweeping the Hawks. In this match, Wang Chen contributed 18 points, Wade scored 21, and Bosh also tallied 18 points. While James achieved an astonishing 43 points, along with 8 rebounds and 5 assists, the highest of the game. The overwhelming victory extinguished the Hawks' morale, with a 3-0 deficit. No team has ever completed a comeback. Nevertheless, the Hawks players were fueled by a fierce determination to fight for their honor. In the fourth game, the Hawks made one last desperate attempt, deploying a small ball lineup with Millsap as the center. This formation had a singular objective, to outscore the Heat from the outset. The Hawks were at the end of their rope, and Budenholzer was all in. Early on, the Hawks surged to a 25-10 lead. As the first quarter concluded, Budenholzer made an unprecedented decision, foregoing their usual team play to bring in that man, Lou Williams. Budenholzer's directive to Williams was simple: if you feel hot, shoot it well. Williams did not disappoint the Hawks fans, scoring 10 consecutive points. Although the Heat trailed throughout, they relied heavily on the individual brilliance of James and Wade to keep the score competitive. As the halftime buzzer sounded, the Hawks led 56-47, instilling a glimmer of hope among their home crowd. However, upon returning for the second half, James passed the ball to Wang Chen, signaling him to take charge. Wang Chen, all right then, let the fire reduce to a glaze. Wang Chen's three-point barrage utterly shattered the Hawks' prospects of securing a victory on their home court. Right from the outset, Wang Chen executed a remarkable steal from Jeff Teague during his dribble, immediately following it up with an audacious long-range three-pointer. The players from both the Hawks and the Heat seemed momentarily stunned. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark. This successful shot ignited a relentless onslaught of three-pointers for the Heat, akin to a continuous stream of bullets. As the third quarter concluded, the Heat had surged ahead, leading the Hawks by 11 points with a score of 84-75. During this quarter, the Heat had remarkably netted 10 three-pointers. Wang Chen single-handedly sank 5 three-pointers. Millsap attempted a low-post attack, but as he turned, Battier intercepted, passing the ball to Wade, who surged swiftly towards the front court. Millsap yearned to follow suit, yet upon glancing at the score, he felt as if his legs were laden with lead, rendering him immobile. The other Hawks players experienced a similar plight, eager to pursue defensively, yet their legs betrayed them. The body language of the Hawks conveyed their frustration. Budenholzer closed his eyes. It was over. He understood that even with Horford, this Hawks team was no match for the Heat. At the season's outset, media outlets favored the Thunder's dynamic duo in the season's San Antonio Spurs over the defending champions, the Miami Heat, who were struggling to find their footing. Their roster appeared older, and every team sensed the opportunity to claim a share of this year's championship glory. However, as the season progressed, the Heat unearthed a remarkable gem. With the final whistle blown, the Heat triumphed over the Hawks with a resounding score of 114-92, achieving a 22-point advantage. The series concluded with a clean sweep of 4-0. The Phillips Arena fell silent, as fans had already departed in the wake of the lopsided score. Teague proceeded directly to the players' tunnel, his expression ashen. This series had undoubtedly diminished his market value. Budenholzer politely shook hands with Coach SPO, casting a lingering gaze at the celebrating Heat players. Next season, I shall refine my system to mold the Hawks into the strongest team in the East. The Heat's 4-0 sweep over the Hawks was a result unanimously acknowledged by pre-game media and fans alike. However, an average victory margin of 24.3 points against the Hawks is a staggering statistic, indicating the Heat's comprehensive dominance. On this day, the fear instilled by the Heat's trio was recalled, but now it was indeed a quartet. Thus, the Heat became the first team to advance in the playoffs, awaiting the victor of the Raptors and Nets, who were tied at 2-2, with at least 2 more games to play. The Brothers of Garbage faced off fervently against the Nets' formidable quintet. The Heat could afford to rest at home, preparing for their next opponent. That evening, Wang Chen perused the newspapers, reflecting on the playoff outcomes. This year's playoffs had been fiercely contested. The Mavericks and Spurs, old rivals, were also knotted at 2-2, with their series proving to be a thrilling spectacle. In the third game, the legendary Carter delivered a game-winning shot at home, elevating the series' excitement to new heights. On the other hand, the age-old rivalry between the Thunder and the Grizzlies remains fiercely contested. Kevin Durant is no longer left to face the Grizzlies alone as he did in the previous season. He has been joined by his steadfast ally, Russell Westbrook. However, the relentless duo of the Grizzlies continues to present a formidable challenge. The Warriors faced off against the Clippers, with both Chris Paul and Stephen Curry showcasing their finest performances. The contest was evenly matched, resulting in each team securing a victory on their respective home courts, leaving the series tied at 2-2. In the matchup between the Trail Blazers and the Rockets, media and fans alike favored the Rockets, as the formidable duo of Dwight Howard and James Harden boasted far more playoff experience than the pairing of Damian Lillard and C.J. McCollum. To everyone's astonishment, it is the Trail Blazers who now find themselves in the lead, having dismantled the Rockets. Aldridge exploited the Rockets' power forward position with ease, and now the series stands at 3-1 in favor of the Trail Blazers, leaving the Rockets on the brink of elimination. In the Eastern Conference, much like the Rockets, the Bulls are favored over the Wizards due to their extensive playoff experience that the Wizards cannot match, despite the absence of their MVP, Derrick Rose. The remarkable performances of Joakim Noah and the emergence of Jimmy Butler have instilled confidence in the Bulls that they can easily overpower the Wizards. However, John Wall has other ideas. The dynamic duo of Wall and Bradley Beal has wreaked havoc on the Bulls' defense, rendering Tom Thibodeau's defensive strategies ineffective. The Wizards now lead the series decisively at 3-1. Perhaps even more surprising is the series between the Pacers and the Hornets. Public sentiment, much like that surrounding the Heat and Hawks, overwhelmingly favors the Pacers to dominate the Hornets. Yet, upon the series commencement, the Hornets' outstanding performance starkly contrasted with the Pacers' lackluster display. The Pacers' defense has lost the intensity it displayed during the regular season, while the Hornets' star duo of Al Jefferson and Kemba Walker has each produced 2 games with 30 points. The series is currently tied at 2-2, with the next game holding crucial significance. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of sweeping the Hawks. You are rewarded with 500 coins and a special skill from a random Hawks player. The skill is currently being drawn. Chapter 66, the first round concludes, and the Heat's opponent in the second round is revealed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the special skill of Al Horford, versatile playmaking. Versatile playmaking. The host's assist success rate increases while operating at the top of the arc, and the shooting percentage rises following a feigned assist. Thus, Wang Chen has acquired yet another skill. Wang Chen's skills predominantly gravitate towards both defensive and offensive realms, with a relatively sparse assortment of passing abilities. However, the skill of orchestrating plays is typically associated with larger centers, is it not? It appears I am indeed veering further down the path of a traditional center. The Miami Heat's formidable performance in the playoffs has stirred considerable excitement within the league. According to the latest power rankings from ESPN, the Heat unequivocally occupy the top position, boasting an average victory margin of 24.3 points over the Hawks. Most notably, it is evident to discerning observers that neither of the Heat's star trio has exerted their full prowess. The Hawks have yet to compel the Heat to unleash their utmost potential. The moniker of the Heat's four superstars has once again captivated the attention of the entire nation. Discussions have commenced regarding whether Wang Chen should be regarded as the Heat's fourth superstar. Some assert that Wang Chen's scoring prowess is sufficient to fulfill the role of the Heat's fourth superstar. His scoring explosiveness and resilience have been well documented. He has showcased his ability to lead the team to victory by scoring 51 points against the Eastern Conference's second-seeded Pacers in the absence of the star trio, and has gone toe-to-toe with Carmelo Anthony in a three-point shootout against the New York Knicks. In critical moments when the score is tight, he consistently rises to the occasion, as evidenced by his game-winning shots against the Grizzlies and Spurs. He has a knack for delivering decisive blows as the game approaches its conclusion. However, with support inevitably comes dissent. Firstly, Wang Chen has played far too few games, having only been in the NBA for just over a month. A month of competition does not provide substantial evidence. It merely affirms that this player is currently exceptional. Secondly, the majority of Wang Chen's appearances in the league have been alongside the Heat star trio, whose presence on the court naturally exerts considerable influence. Typically, when two of the Heat's superstars achieve high scoring in a game, it is almost certain that victory will follow. In such an environment, Wang Chen flourishes as if he were a fish in water. However, he has yet to demonstrate his ability to consistently secure high scores while leading a team independently. Ultimately, the debate surrounding whether Wang Chen is indeed the genuine fourth Titan has ignited fervent discussions across the entirety of the beautiful nation. They seem to have forgotten that Wang Chen is merely an undrafted player from this year, and from this perspective, the public has ceased to regard him as an ordinary star athlete. Time flies, and the moment arrives for the Raptors to face the Nets in a decisive Game 7 on their home court. Wang Chen donned a mask and discreetly seated himself in a corner, observing the match unfold. According to the memories of his past life, the Nets were destined to claim ultimate victory in this contest. Darren Williams, nursing an injury during the crucial final stages of the regular season, was replaced by the enigmatic point guard, Jarrett Jack. As the game commenced, both teams engaged in a fierce struggle, with Lowry and DeRozan shaking off their initial playoff sluggishness and igniting a scoring frenzy. The Nets, refusing to be outdone, witnessed the former king of the Hawks display his prowess as a mid-range maestro, consistently sinking shots from the free throw line. As the first quarter drew to a close, the Nets found themselves trailing the Raptors by a narrow margin of 26-28. As Wang Chen rose to prepare for a visit to the restroom, an unfortunate collision occurred, causing a figure to stumble and land unceremoniously on the ground. "Are you all right?" Wang Chen inquired, feeling somewhat helpless about his own physique. Although he could be described as slender in the realm of the NBA, he still possessed a robust build compared to the average person. I'm fine. The individual replied, a refined middle-aged man with glasses. After Wang Chen assisted him to his feet, the man expressed his gratitude profusely. "May I ask who you are?" Wang Chen queried. "Wang Chen?" The man adjusted his spectacles, and upon closer inspection, his expression turned to one of astonishment. "Oh," Wang Chen responded, taken aback. As he noticed the man's yellow skin, indicating he was of Asian descent, it was a delightful surprise to discover they shared the same nationality. Hello, the man said, extending his hand for a handshake. "I'm an ardent fan of yours. You are a source of pride for our compatriots." With a gentle smile, the elegant gentleman removed his jacket, revealing a Miami Heat jersey emblazoned with the number 10, Wang Chen's own. "Thank you. I will strive to continue my efforts," Wang Chen replied, maintaining a warm smile. "Could you kindly provide me with an autograph?" "Of course," he responded graciously. Wang Chen inscribed his name on the jersey behind the fan. "May I inquire your name?" Wang Chen asked with curiosity. "Kai Chongxin," the poised gentleman replied with a slight smile. Wang Chen walked to the restroom, pondering over the name that seemed oddly familiar. Kai Chongxin. Oh, isn't this the Chinese owner who took charge of the Nets in a previous life? As Wang Chen pondered during the water break, a sudden realization struck him regarding an individual. Wait, how did he find himself at the game between the Raptors and the Nets? Could it be that he was scouting the team? No, that couldn't be right. He had invested heavily in acquiring the Nets only in 2018. How is he here now? It seemed I had stumbled upon a remarkable secret. By the time Wang Chen returned, the figure of Boss Kai had already vanished. Alas, had Boss Kai been present, we could have engaged in a meaningful conversation. The match between the Raptors and the Nets continued. In the second quarter, the Nets outscored the Raptors by 10 points, showcasing the invaluable experience of the veterans as they stepped up for the playoffs. Pierce and Garnett, who had feigned lethargy during the regular season, emerged in the playoffs to start scoring. As the game progressed into the fourth quarter, the Raptors found themselves trailing by 7 points. However, it was at this juncture that Lowry rose to prominence, hitting consecutive three-pointers to narrow the gap. With merely 20 seconds left in the game, Lowry struck again with a three-pointer. The Raptors led 103-102, taking the lead for the first time. The dominance the Nets had exhibited over the Raptors seemed to be shifting. But then, an insurmountable challenge arose. Lowry committed a turnover while inbounding the ball, allowing Pierce to intercept. Pierce dashed towards the front court, greeted by an open expanse. Lowry's actions paid homage to the renowned Polish center. The Raptors players hastily fouled Pierce. After being fouled, Pierce let out a triumphant roar. This season, he and Garnett had faced considerable scrutiny, and with this crucial steal, Pierce demonstrated that he was far from past his prime. Standing at the free throw line, Pierce sank both shots, and the Nets regained the lead. As the Raptors prepared for their inbound play, Amir Johnson passed the ball to Lowry, who launched a three-pointer. Yet Pierce surged in from the side, blocking the shot. Pierce had come through once again. The final buzzer sounded, and the Nets triumphed over the Raptors with a score of 104-103, winning the decisive Game 7. Elated, Pierce clutched the ball, exuberantly celebrating on the court while his teammates joined in the jubilation. Meanwhile, Lowry knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, engulfed in self-reproach. What if that moment had not been marred by error? What if that final shot had arced a little higher? Would the outcome have been different? DeRozan approached Lowry, silently offering a comforting pat on his back. Wang Chen rose to his feet, preparing to depart. The opponent for the Heat in the second round had been determined, the Brooklyn Nets. Chapter 67, An Unstoppable Force. The mindset of the Nets players was on the brink of explosion. Defense, focus on our pressure. We must relentlessly apply pressure to the ball handler. Fast breaks, rapid counterattacks. Let's elevate the speed of our response. Spoelstra urged the Heat players to hustle on the training court. The Brooklyn Nets were indeed a formidable adversary. Their lineup featured James' longtime rivals, Jason Terry, Garnett, and Pierce. These opponents had previously served as significant obstacles on James' quest for a championship, boasting a wealth of playoff experience. Wang Chen took a deep breath and, facing James, executed a smooth jump shot from beyond the arc. It swished through the net. Wang, your three-point shooting is astonishing. Even the Thunder can't match your precision, James grumbled in discontent. If you ever decide to transfer, I must keep you close. I dread the thought of facing your barrage of three-pointers. In recent days, Wang Chen has not only been absorbing playoff experiences from veteran players of the Heat, but has also sought the wisdom of Ray Allen regarding shooting techniques. LeBron, congratulations on once again being nominated for the MVP award, with a chance to achieve a remarkable three-peat. Wang Chen has initiated a mutual admiration campaign. The latest trio of MVP candidates includes Durant, James, and Griffin. This year, it appears unlikely that I will secure the award. LeBron shrugs nonchalantly. That Kevin guy delivered an outstanding performance in the Western Conference today. This year, he is more deserving of the MVP than I am. Nevertheless, if the MVP slips away, it is of little consequence. The championship remains the ultimate goal. Coach Spoelstra is truly pleased. The Heat's team training continues unabated. Following the conclusion of the Raptors and Nets match, all the matchups for the second round of the playoffs have been determined. In the West, the fierce battle between the Bulls and the Mavericks extended to 7 exhilarating games, culminating in a commanding victory for the Spurs in Game 7 at home, allowing them to advance. Their next adversary will be the victor of the series between the Rockets and the Trailblazers. The Trailblazers, who plunged the Rockets into despair with just 0.9 seconds remaining. Indeed, in Game 6 between the Rockets and the Trailblazers, the latter was trailing by 2 points with only 0.9 seconds left. Lillard received a pass from Batum and launched a desperate three-pointer just as time expired. The Rockets have returned home. In another matchup, the Clippers and the Golden State Warriors fought fiercely, with their contest stretching to 7 games before a victor emerged. The Clippers and Warriors engaged in a tumultuous series, highlighted by the intense rivalry between Curry and Paul. Ultimately, the Warriors suffered a narrow defeat in Game 7, while St. Paul and his Clippers triumphed in the end. In the fierce rivalry between the Thunder and the Grizzlies, the Thunder did not afford the Grizzlies any opportunities, decisively concluding the series in 6 games. The dynamic duo of Durant and Westbrook showcased their individual scoring prowess, rendering the Grizzlies' formidable defense ineffective against them. Durant averaged an impressive 31, 3 points, 8, 1 rebounds, and 2 assists throughout this series. The final Western Conference matchups are set to be Spurs versus Blazers, Thunder versus Clippers. In the Eastern Conference, the journey has been tumultuous, with results that, while surprising, were ultimately within the realm of expectation. The Wizards claimed a stunning 4-1 victory over the Bulls, leaving many astonished. The Wizards' dynamic backcourt dismantled the Bulls' defensive structure with their explosive energy. In another thrilling contest, the Pacers and the Hornets battled through 7 games. Kemba Walker delivered an impressive performance, averaging 25, 1 points and 3 assists, while Al Jefferson contributed 26, 3 points and 6 rebounds. However, the Pacers finally awakened in the later games, with Paul George scoring 37 and 41 points in the 4th and 5th games, respectively, single-handedly dismantling the Hornets. Ultimately, the Pacers emerged victorious in the decisive Game 7. The second round of the Eastern Conference will feature Heat versus Nets and Pacers versus Wizards. Recently, the NBA also announced its all-defensive teams. The first team consists of Paul, George, Iguodala, Ibaka, and Noah. The second team includes Beverly, Butler, James, Leonard, and Hibbert. The All-NBA teams have also been revealed. The first team comprises Paul, Harden, James, Durant, and Noah. The second team features Parker, Curry, Love, Griffin, and Howard, while the third team includes Lillard, Dragic, George, Aldridge, and Jefferson. Wang Chen gazed at the awards before him, shaking his head in disappointment. Alas, his entrance into the league had coincided with an awkward juncture. He found himself ineligible for both the Rookie of the Year and the All-Rookie team selections due to insufficient playing time to substantiate his case. Nevertheless, Wang Chen held firm in his belief that these accolades would eventually be within his grasp. As May arrived, the second round of the playoffs was set to commence. The Miami Heat would host the Brooklyn Nets. The Nets starting lineup included Darren Williams, Sean Livingston, Joe Johnson, Paul Pierce, and Kevin Garnett. Conversely, the Heat's starting 5 featured Wang Chen, Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, Shane Battier, and Chris Bosh. Coach Kidd adapted his starting lineup in response to the Heat's formidable roster, opting for a smaller, more agile configuration to counter the Heat's relentless defensive pressure and their unique 1 big for small setup. Coach Spoelstra chuckled, confident that Kidd's small lineup would soon bring him to tears. Thus, the game commenced with the Heat surging to a 15-5 lead over the Nets. The aging Garnett, though still possessing unparalleled defensive acumen within the NBA, found himself hindered by the passage of time. His feet could no longer keep pace with his instincts. He could only watch helplessly as the Heat's trio of stars effortlessly penetrated the lane, scoring with ease. With the ball in his hands, LeBron faced Paul Pierce and executed a sweeping jump pass to the corner, where Wang Chen awaited. After securing the ball, Wang Chen skillfully maneuvered past Livingston with his dribbling finesse and launched a mid-range jump shot. It swished through the net. The score stood at 26-14, with the Heat leading by 12 points. Kidd was compelled to call a timeout, marking the second such pause in the game. Yet, it seemed there was little he could do to stem the tide of the Heat's scoring. It appeared alarmingly effortless for them. Upon resuming play, the Heat adjusted their lineup, allowing Wade to rest while bringing Ray Allen onto the court. The Heat continued their one-star for shooter strategy. With the ball in hand, LeBron spotted Wang Chen in the corner and passed it to him. After Wang Chen acquired the ball, he did not immediately take a shot. Instead, he dribbled momentarily before executing a swift pass. James cut sharply through the lane. Garnett hurriedly moved to defend. With a flick of his wrist, James passed to Ray Allen, who awaited in the corner. Upon receiving the ball, Allen did not pass it right away. Instead, he sent it to Battier, positioned at a 45-degree angle to the right. Battier launched a three-pointer. The ball soared through the air. Darren Williams, holding the ball, faced Wang Chen's defense and passed it out. Paul Pierce was ready to receive, however. James surged in from the side, and the front court was devoid of defenders. With long strides, James soared and executed a powerful two-handed dunk. The score was now 33-18 as the first quarter concluded. The Nets players wore somber expressions, and Kidd's countenance was notably grim. Chapter 68 pressed on. The second quarter commenced. Uncle P clenched his fist resolutely. He refused to accept defeat to James in such a humiliating manner. Pierce initiated his one-on-one game. He first circled to the top of the arc and hit a mid-range jumper. Following that, he faced James again and made a spinning jumper. Although Uncle P had aged, each encounter with James compelled him to exert his utmost, resulting in a surprisingly good shooting touch. Perhaps this is the power of obsession. Meanwhile, Anderson scored on a putback. Pierce once more held the ball, confronting James. LeBron, watch closely. 6 years ago, I could overpower you, and 6 years later, I still can. Having held the title of the league's best for 2 years, LeBron was already immune to such banter, merely responding with a smile. Let us see then. Without hesitation against James's defense, Pierce took a step back and launched a three-pointer. James leapt with all his might, striving to disrupt Pierce's shot. However, the arc of Pierce's shot was exceptionally high, making it impossible for James to block it. Swish. The three-pointer was good. Pierce let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens. I am still that cold-blooded assassin, while you remain just a shadow of your former self. Your first game was merely luck. In the second, I will reclaim the home advantage for the Nets. Pierce was on a roll. The score had narrowed to 35-31. The Nets were only 4 points behind. James cast a dispassionate glance at Pierce before slowly dribbling the ball up the court and then directly passing it to Wang Chen. Wang, it's your turn to play. Make your move, but keep it reasonable. James's message was clear. Wang Chen, go forth and confront them with unwavering determination. Wang Chen, with the ball in hand, faced the formidable defense of Darren Williams. Among NBA guards, Darren's physique ranks amongst the most imposing. Yet, he does not presume that his substantial stature alone can contain the prowess of the Heat's fourth cornerstone. After all, he has single-handedly dismantled the Pacers. Ah, Darren, we meet again, he remarked. A shiver ran down Darren's spine. Indeed, this marks our fourth encounter. We emerged victorious in the previous 3 matchups, and this fourth contest shall prove no different. Wang Chen stood before Darren and executed a clean, soaring three-pointer. Darren widened his eyes in disbelief. This is rather disrespectful, isn't it? Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. At this moment, Wang Chen felt an overwhelming sense of control over the ball. Darren wore a look of bitterness, utterly unable to defend against the play. Pierce received the ball once more, facing LeBron. I'm going to drive to your left, Pierce provocatively declared. With that, he dribbled to the left, poised to break past LeBron. LeBron offered a slight smile, allowing Pierce to glide past him effortlessly. Huh? Pierce was taken aback. It was that easy to get by? Well, once he held back. Pierce came to a sudden stop, preparing for a jump shot. To hell with basketball dreams. Wang Chen charged forward, swiftly knocking off the cap of Old Man Pie, forcing it to the ground. Old Man Pie, you've aged. It's time for a change of guard. Wang Chen taunted Pierce with derisive words. Old Man Pie's face flushed with indignation. Darren, in the next round, I shall take on this brat, he declared, seething with anger, feeling that even the most insignificant challengers dared to provoke him now. Old Man Pie believed he belonged among the top 10 in NBA history. To him, Wang's antics were nothing but trivial. What gives you the right to claim such prowess? He thought. You insolent youth, allow me to impart some wisdom upon you and teach you the virtues of respecting your elders. Pierce's rage was at its zenith. With the ball in hand, he faced Wang Chen's defense. Rookie, let me show you the intensity of the NBA playoffs. Pierce executed a quick crossover, driving towards Wang Chen's left side. Though Old Man Pie was aged, his speed during that breakthrough was remarkably swift. As he entered the Heat's paint, he found it unguarded. And with a thunderous dunk, he sent the ball soaring. Bam! The ball was once again sent flying away. This is the Heat's no-fly zone, Old Man Pie. Wang Chen effortlessly executed a block, simultaneously directing some trash talk towards Pierce. Old man, it's time for you to retire. Such high-intensity games are no longer suitable for you. Wang Chen continued to taunt. All right, Pierce chuckled. Jack initiated the baseline throw-in, and Pierce received the ball, launching a three-pointer. At the very moment Pierce took his shot, Wang Chen swiftly intervened, deflecting the ball. Ray Allen seized the opportunity, advancing the ball to the front court where Garnett had already settled into defense. Traitor. There's no way you can sink that three, Garnett mocked. Unfazed, Ray Allen raised his hand and unleashed a crisp jump shot from beyond the arc. The three-pointer swished through the net. Defeating you will validate my choices, Ray Allen remarked coldly. Meanwhile, Pierce found himself ensnared in a relentless cycle of isolation plays. The Heat capitalized on Pierce's blunders, launching a series of rapid counterattacks. Kidd attempted to voice a remark, but, upon witnessing Pierce's fierce demeanor, wisely chose silence. After all, this was a man who had endured 11 cuts in 35 seconds, provoking him could be perilous. The first half concluded with the Heat leading the Nets by 10 points, 51-41. Although the Nets occasionally narrowed the gap, the Heat maintained control of the game, preventing the Nets from overtaking the score. As the third quarter commenced, the Heat were determined to deny any chances. Wang Chen, James, and Ray Allen consecutively sank three-pointers, extending the lead to 69-55, now a 14-point margin. Pierce, however, declared, "There's no way I'm allowing you to run away with this game." He responded with two quick three-pointers. Garnett also delivered a staunch block against Bosch's layup. Joe Johnson frequently isolated, hitting mid-range shots. The gap continued to close, now at 75-69, with only a 6-point difference between the Nets and the Heat. As the fourth quarter unfolded, the Heat refused to grant the Nets any chances. Their relentless defensive pressure left the Nets gasping for breath. Scoring opportunities eluded the Nets entirely. At this moment, Wang Chen stepped forward. Facing Pierce, he dribbled slowly, then raised his hand to take a jump shot for a three-pointer. Pierce exerted every ounce of strength to defend, his hand clapping against Wang Chen's. The referee's whistle pierced the air. 3 points plus 1. No. Pierce furiously approached the referee, insisting that was not a foul, it was merely a standard defense. "Are you intent on ruining the game, referee?" Without hesitation, the referee awarded Pierce a technical foul. Nearby, Kidd wore a look of protest. Although it was indeed a foul, as a head coach, it was his duty to defend his player in such moments. Ray Allen stepped up to execute the technical free throw, and he scored. Wang Chen stood at the free throw line and scored. The lead was extended to 15 points. Only 3 minutes remained in the match. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Heat triumphing over the Nets with a score of 105-92, taking a 1-0 lead in the series. In the summer of 2012, the Celtics offered Ray Allen a humiliating 2-year contract worth $1,200,000, demanding that he play as a backup to rookie Bradley. Feeling a lack of respect from the Celtics, Allen ultimately departed for Miami. On September 25, 2000, second-year rookie Paul Pierce entered a Boston bar, attempting to charm a lady, only to be warned by gang members. Ignoring their threats, Pierce was subsequently stabbed 11 times within 35 seconds, with the last wound perilously close to his heart, merely 0.5 centimeters away. Remarkably, just 3 days later, Pierce was discharged from the hospital without any complications and went on to play all 82 games of the following season, averaging an impressive 25.2 points per game. Chapter 69. Mother, you are the true MVP in the latter part of this chapter. The content is not related to the main text. Feel free to skip to the next chapter for the main story. The Miami Heat currently lead the Brooklyn Nets with a commanding score of 1-0, successfully defending their home court. Meanwhile, the San Antonio Spurs are also demonstrating their championship prowess, currently holding a 2-0 lead over the Portland Trail Blazers. In the second round, the duo of Duncan and Parker has proven to be a formidable challenge for the Blazers, who are suffering an average defeat margin of 23 points per game on the road. Aldridge finds himself tightly restricted by Duncan, while Lillard appears lost amidst the Spurs' defense, boasting an unsatisfactory shooting percentage of only 38. This is hardly the performance expected from a superstar. The second round of 2 other matchups has yet to commence. Yet both the Thunder and the Pacers have made a strong statement at home, asserting their dominance. The NBA's regular season accolades have now been officially announced. Rookie of the Year, Michael Carter Williams. This award is undoubtedly deserved, as the 76ers have thrived with him as their cornerstone, showcasing impressive statistics with an average of 16 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists, making him a versatile force among his fellow rookies. Undoubtedly, had Wang Chen entered the fray earlier, the accolade could have been his. Sixth Man of the Year, Jamal Crawford. In his 69 appearances for the Clippers, Crawford has started 24 games and averages an impressive 18.6 points, marking him as a crucial asset off the bench. Defensive Player of the Year, Joakim Noah. In the absence of Derrick Rose, Noah has delivered an MVP-caliber performance, emerging as a product of coach Tom Thibodeau's system, unlocking his full potential and earning a spot on the All-NBA First Team and All-Defensive Team. Most Valuable Player, Kevin Durant. This season, Durant is no longer a mere runner-up. He can rightfully claim the title of MVP. He has once again secured the scoring title with an average of 32 points, 7 for rebounds, and 5 assists, leading the Thunder to a commendable 59 wins against 23 losses, solidifying their position as the second seed in the West. His scoring prowess underscores his influence on the court, Prior to the Thunder's second game against the Clippers, a media conference was held in honor of Durant's MVP achievement. The newly crowned MVP, Kevin Durant, appeared before the audience dressed in a student-like fashion, donning large black-rimmed glasses and carrying a sizable backpack. His expression conveyed both excitement and a hint of bitterness. Unbeknownst to many, the effort he exerted to reach this point is immeasurable. Durant's mother sat in the audience, discreetly wiping away tears. Subsequently, Durant began to share his story. "Wow, thank you all very much. I usually have a lot to say, but I'm feeling a bit nervous today. I hail from a small town in the outskirts of Washington. During my childhood, my mother, my brother, and I often faced instability, never having a place to call home. My dream as a child was to become a basketball coach. All I wanted was to stay home and teach young children how to play basketball. My passion for basketball is boundless. Yet, I never envisioned that one day I would step into the hallowed halls of a university, let alone the NBA, or stand before you all, becoming an MVP. It is truly beyond belief. Throughout my journey, I have received immense support during moments of self-doubt. There were those who believed in me. Simultaneously, there have always been voices questioning my abilities, and these doubts have fueled my determination, shaping the individual I am today. I have stumbled countless times, only to rise anew each time. My family and I have endured the most arduous of times, yet I have remained steadfast. The applause from the audience resonates, as my mother wipes away her tears, striving to maintain her composure. Now, I wish to express my gratitude to my teammates. Without their encouragement, I would not have been able to realize my fullest potential. Karen, although you have only joined us for a few months, our bond has already grown remarkably close. I still remember when you first arrived, leaving a note in my locker. My goodness, why did I find myself in tears? It read, "KD, you're the MVP." At that time, we were enduring a streak of defeats. I didn't voice my thoughts then, but I have etched that moment in my heart. Reflecting on it at home, I am awed. When you have someone supporting you from behind, there is nothing you cannot achieve. Thank you, Karen, my brother. Karen Butler, a seasoned warrior of this league, wiped his eyes. He felt immense pride for his younger brother, Durant, who had finally claimed his rightful place. You might wonder why I overlooked Russell. Beside me, Westbrook lowered his head shyly. If you let me speak of my brother, I could go on for an entire evening. He is an emotional soul, willing to go to great lengths for me. I do not take this for granted. I often engage in debates with you over ball possession, urging you to loosen your grip at times. However, I also understand that you may share similar sentiments towards me. I love you, brother. Love you. Many have unjustly criticized your performances. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, I will always be the first to stand by your side. Continue to embrace your unique style. Brother, everyone adores you, and so do I. Westbrook nodded thoughtfully beside me, as the Thunder fans outside fervently chanted MVP. MVP. Lastly, to my mother. Durant's mother lifted her head, managing a faint smile for her son. You may not even fully realize how extraordinary you are. Durant's nose twitched slightly. At the tender age of 18, you brought my elder brother into this world, and 3 years later, I followed. Life then was fraught with challenges and hardships. As a single mother, you bore the immense responsibility of raising 2 children at merely 21 years of age. Those around us were unwilling to accept us. We were adrift. Moving from one apartment to another, we relied solely on ourselves. I vividly recall our first move into an apartment. It was devoid of beds and furniture. The 3 of us huddled together in the living room, finding solace in each other's warmth. In that moment, we finally felt a sense of stability. Durant's mother sat there, lips pursed, nodding with a look of sorrow, perhaps reminiscing about the past. I often ponder how everyone would react when good fortune graces us. As I reflect on my past, I am reminded of the struggles that shaped the person I am today. In the midst of summer nights, you would rouse me from sleep, urging me to climb mountains and perform push-ups. At the age of 8 or 9, during competitions, you would be on the sidelines, shouting encouragement. I would not be standing here today were it not for you, who led us to places we never thought possible and instilled in us the belief to persevere. You ensured that we never faced hunger, even when you endured it yourself, braving countless long nights. Your sacrifices for us have been immeasurable. Durant paused, his voice thick with emotion resonating through the venue. Mom, you are the true MVP. In that moment, Durant's mother was moved to tears, while the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Wang Chen gazed at this segment, a classic from a past life. Revered by Boo Poo as the epitome of a perfect speech, feeling a pang of nostalgia. He picked up his phone and dialed the number tucked away in the corner of his contacts. Love you, Mom. See you tomorrow. The absent father, the deceased mentor. The cancer-stricken aunt, the farewell to a lover. Durant, apart from basketball and his mother, possesses nothing. Durant is an extraordinary player. Yet he perpetually seems to lack a modicum of fortune. His fate is steeped in tragedy. Thus, I have penned this chapter out of personal sentiment. To pay tribute to him, I sincerely apologize if this affects the reading experience. Chapter 70. The harbinger of the Nets' demise at this moment. Within the office of the Brooklyn Nets. How is it that none of our players received an award this year? We boast a roster of 5 superstar giants. Billy King lamented, raising his hands in exasperation. My dear boss, our record only places us 6th in the Eastern Conference. It is hardly surprising that no one was selected. This season, we cannot hope to surpass the Heat in the second round. Indeed, he continued, in the second game. The Heat triumphed over the Nets with a staggering 120-88 victory, leaving the Nets owner feeling utterly disheartened. The Heat now lead the series 2-0. With both games marked by overwhelming defeats, Prokhorov saw no glimmer of hope. The players appeared disinterested, merely going through the motions. What shall I do about next season's roster? I dread to imagine, he pondered. How will I sell tickets? Another year of losses. The Russian tycoon seethed with anger. Isn't this your doing, O great philanthropist? Billy King mused inwardly. The Celtics must be reveling in delight. This situation has inadvertently aided them in their rebuilding efforts. A true benefactor. Yet he refrained from voicing such thoughts, mindful of the necessity to secure his livelihood. What shall I do about my 5-year commitment? Prokhorov was deeply troubled. 3 years prior, he had boldly declared his ambition to lead the team to the pinnacle within 5 years. Subsequently, he orchestrated a trade with the Celtics, acquiring Pierce, Garnett, and Jason Terry. The ensemble of Pierce, Garnett, Darren, Johnson, and Lopez formed a formidable quintet. He believed this would bring him closer to the championship. However, this year's Nets find themselves on the brink of elimination. Pierce and Garnett, merely a year post-trade, are contemplating departure. Darren and Lopez subtly hint at the desire for a trade. Johnson, on the other hand, seeks to enjoy his hefty contract in peace. The prospect of next season, let alone a championship, raises concerns about ticket sales. Suddenly, a sharp ring pierced the air. Prokhorov answered the phone. Hello, who is this? Listening intently to the voice on the other end, Prokhorov's expression shifted. After a moment, he erupted, Impossible. Absolutely not. I will never sell the team. Ha ha ha, mister. Prokhorov, please don't hang up just yet. Allow me to share this number with you. Upon hearing this, Prokhorov fell silent. Please elaborate, Mr. Kai. Tomorrow is the Nets' home playoff game. Would it be convenient for you to attend? Of course, I am always available. A hearty laugh resonated from the other end of the line. In the third game, the Heat arrived at the Nets arena, the Barclays Center. The opulence of the venue left Wang Chen in awe. Stop staring, James chided, playfully tapping Wang Chen on the head. What, do you wish to play in this arena? I'm just taking a look, nothing more, Wang Chen chuckled. To be honest, Wang, James suddenly adopted a serious tone. Let us play together from now on, shall we? Huh. Wang Chen was taken aback by the sudden invitation. I hold you in high regard, James said earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Wang Chen. Your three-point shooting complements my style perfectly. You can help create space on the court. Playing together would be a match made in heaven. LeBron, have you made your decision? Wang Chen inquired. In his previous life, the Heat had lost the finals, prompting James to make his fateful decision to return to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Not yet, James replied, shaking his head. To be honest, I am uncertain about where I will play next season. However, I sincerely hope to collaborate with you. I need your support, Wang. His eyes were filled with earnestness. The sensation was akin to Yao Ming approaching an ordinary player, declaring, the national team needs you. The allure was undeniable. The opportunity to play alongside the most athletically gifted basketball players in the world, with one who generously shares the ball during crucial moments, offering you a chance to shine. Wang Chen fell into silence. To be honest, he had yet to determine where he would play next season. However, with the presence of a significant system, he was confident that there would always be a team in need of his talents. For now, his focus was solely on delivering an exceptional performance in the finals. This would undoubtedly enhance his options for the upcoming season. Let me think about it, LeBron. Wang Chen finally spoke after a long contemplation. Haha. No rush, James chuckled. Let us concentrate on the current game and strive to avoid bringing the series back to Miami. At Barclays Center, Game 3 between the Heat and the Nets was about to commence. Surprisingly, in addition to the Nets fans, a portion of Miami supporters and Chinese fans had also claimed their presence in the Nets' home arena. When James and Wang Chen entered the court, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Wang, you rascal, the number of your fans is astonishing, Bosch remarked, observing a sea of Chinese fans clad in Wang Chen's Heat jersey with envy. Just joking. Chris, you have many fans in China as well. You are known as the Dragon King there. Is that so? The Dragon King pulled Wang Chen into an embrace, winking playfully. Next time, take me to China. I wish to experience its charm. Count on it, Wang Chen replied, giving a pat to his chest, secretly underestimating. You have a nickname among extreme fans as Bosch the One. Of course, he dared not share this thought with Bosch. The game officially commenced. Both teams retained their previous starting lineups. From the outset, the match was intensely contested. The Nets, seemingly rejuvenated in their home arena, found their rhythm, scoring effortlessly. Yet, the Heat matched their intensity, keeping the score close and preventing the Nets from pulling ahead. At the end of the first quarter, the Nets led the Heat by a mere 3 points, 30-27. In the second quarter, Joe Johnson showcased his scoring prowess with consecutive successful plays, demonstrating his mastery in mid-range and three-point shooting. However, Wade responded with his own mid-range jumpers. The teams remained tightly matched in the second quarter, ending in a 52-52 stalemate. The Nets displayed remarkable resilience, with their veterans unwilling to concede defeat easily. As the third quarter unfolded, both teams continued to trade baskets. The Nets would score, and the Heat would retaliate. Yet, Garnett, matched up against Bosch, executed a spinning layup that found the net. The third quarter concluded with both teams tied at 82-82. As the final quarter began, the Nets fans rose to their feet, sensing a chance to reclaim a victory on home soil. Pierce launched a three-pointer over Wang Chen, successfully netting it. 97-94. The Nets surged ahead by 3 points. Pierce glared at Wang Chen, muttering incessantly, "Rookie, go back to your hometown. We will win 4 straight and eliminate you. You and James should hurry home to sleep." Master Pai still recalls the scene where Wang Chen sprayed trash talk above him and scored. He yearns to reclaim his dignity and shatter Wang Chen's confidence with his own words. Let us see how that unfolds. Wang Chen offers a slight smile. Chapter 71. Eating, sleeping, and playing against Sterling continued. Wang Chen would not indulge Pierce. "LeBron, pass me the ball. I shall conclude this game." James nodded in agreement. "It is time to bring this match to a close, Wang." With the ball in hand, James advanced past the half-court line and passed it to Wang Chen. Wang Chen confronted Pierce's defense. "Hey, kid, in the face of my challenge, you shall not score. Surrender gracefully." Wang Chen took a deep breath, faced Pierce head-on, and launched a three-point shot. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. 97-97. After Wang Chen successfully made a three-point shot, he gestured for Paul Pierce to be quiet. Pierce felt a chill run down his spine. He once again requested the ball from Darren and proceeded to challenge Wang Chen one-on-one. In the low post, Pierce dribbled slowly, using his body to back into Wang Chen. Wang Chen firmly guarded against Pierce, denying him any opportunity for a jump shot. "Rookie, you cannot contain me." "Give it a try," Pierce scoffed, leaning his body against Wang Chen, pressing firmly against him. Suddenly, he executed a swift spin, preparing for a turnaround jump shot. Wang Chen was abruptly silenced by a formidable block. Bosch seized the rebound and passed the ball to James. With the ball in hand, James delivered it to Wang Chen, who executed a swift three-point shot in pursuit. Once again, he succeeded. The score stands at 100-97 as the Heat takes a three-point lead. Wang Chen rarely shouted furiously at Pierce, "You old man, it is time for you to retire." Upon hearing this, Pierce, filled with rage, forcefully pushed Wang Chen down. Wang Chen collapsed onto the ground. Bosch immediately rushed over, engaging in an impassioned chest bump with Pierce. "What have you done to my brother?" Players from both the Nets and the Heat swiftly encircled the scene, eager for confrontation. Observing the escalating tension, the referee hurried over to separate the two sides. "Undrafted rookie. Come and fight, you little brat who hasn't even grown your first hair," Pierce exclaimed furiously. Wang Chen remained indifferent to Pierce's plight, lying on the ground in a pose of agony. The referee, showing no leniency, promptly issued him 2 technical fouls and signaled for his expulsion. Pierce cast a disdainful glance at the referee before striding directly towards the player's tunnel, his silhouette tinged with a sense of melancholy. Wang Chen was gently assisted to his feet by his teammates, appearing dazed and disoriented. "Are you all right?" the referee inquired as he hurried over. Wang Chen shook his head and said, "I am fine. I can take the free throw." The referee nodded and signaled for a one-shot free throw. Wang Chen stood at the free throw line as thunderous boos erupted from the home crowd of the Nets. Wang Chen disregarded the jeers, positioned himself at the free throw line, and effortlessly sank the shot. 101-97, the Heat now held possession. Pierce's departure significantly undermined the Nets' morale. The Nets found themselves ensnared in an offensive drought. Wang Chen continued to sink three-pointers in the subsequent 2 rounds. With only 50 seconds remaining in the game, Wade drove in for a mid-range jumper. The score stands at 109-97. Following Pierce's exit, the Heat unleashed a 12-0 scoring spree. The match has concluded. Darren, Joe Johnson, and Garnett have been substituted off the court, their expressions filled with despair. Meanwhile, the Heat maintained control, with the Big Three celebrating among themselves. Time has expired. Ultimately, the game ended with the Miami Heat triumphing over the Brooklyn Nets 109-97, securing a 12-point advantage and advancing the series score to 3-0. In this contest, Wang Chen amassed 31 points. Wade contributed 22 points, while James recorded 18 points and 12 assists, and Bosh added 17 points. Each of the Heat's formidable quartet made notable contributions. O'Neal observed the jubilant celebrations of the Heat's trio. The outcome of this series will yield but one score, 4-0. The remarkable Heat quartet, with young Wang excelling today, skillfully refrained from engaging in direct conflict with Pierce's provocations. His composure proved vital to the victory. As noted by Yu Jia in the commentary, Mr. Prokhorov, what are your thoughts? Kai Chongxin beamed at the taciturn Prokhorov, exuding an air of confidence. Prokhorov sat in silence for a considerable time. I will consider it, he finally replied. Very well, Mr. Prokhorov. Should you wish to entertain offers, I am always open to your inquiries. Kai Chongxin chuckled lightly. Game 4 arrives as scheduled. The Barclays Center is teeming with fans, both teams retaining their starting lineups from the previous match. However, due to reaching the limit on technical fouls, Pierce is suspended, leading to Allen Anderson stepping into the Nets starting small forward position. Garnett won the tip-off. As Darren Williams took to the court, he aggressively seized offensive opportunities, swiftly breaking through the defense, leaping gracefully, and sending the ball through the air in a beautiful arc, effortlessly finding the net. However, Wade of the Heat was unable to convert his offensive attempt. At that moment, Garnett displayed astonishing explosiveness and reflexes, securing the rebound, and, rather than passing to a guard, resolutely drove the ball up the court himself, culminating in a one-handed slam dunk. This spectacle left the audience in awe, with Heat players rendered speechless. Unable to fathom that this 39-year-old veteran power forward could execute such a remarkable feat soon after, Joe Johnson successfully intercepted James's pass, swiftly dribbling and backing down Wang Chen. He swiftly turned and leaped high, executing a precise jump shot that struck its mark. The Nets showcased a formidable performance in the opening stages, surging to a 6-0 lead. The absence of Paul Pierce did not dampen their spirits, rather, it unified the team in their resolve. The world doubted them, anticipating a merciless sweep by the Heat. Yet they were determined to prove their worth. The Nets were not inferior to anyone. Even the previously lackluster Joe Johnson, once the king of the Hawks, displayed a fierce offensive tenacity. Meanwhile, the Heat appeared sluggish, caught off guard by the Nets' intensity. The latter exuded an unwavering determination to win. Coach Spoelstra called for a timeout, urging, "Gentlemen, the Nets' form today is unlike any we've seen before. I implore you to shake off this sluggishness and swiftly embrace the playoff mentality. Our adversaries are battling hard. We must muster every ounce of our energy for this fight. I firmly believe that if we match their resolve, we shall triumph. Let us embrace the determination to sweep them aside." The expressions of the Heat players turned grave, clearly resonating with Coach Spoelstra's words. 123, let's go. Suddenly, the system issued a new temporary mission. Mission, eat, sleep, and compete against Darren, continued. Chapter 72. What does trailing by 20 points matter? Temporary mission, eat, sleep, and compete against Darren, continued. Content, dominate Darren Williams in the matchup. Mission reward, Stockton's pick-and-roll strategy. Wang Chen chose to undertake the task, leaving Darren Williams to endure some hardship. The system has truly exerted considerable effort to ensure my triumph over you. Stockton's pick and roll. Who could forget that iconic strategy employed by the Jazz during the 1990s NBA? However, upon returning from the timeout, the Heat recalibrated their approach, engaging in a fierce contest with the Nets and elevating their defensive intensity. Yet, at this juncture, the Nets' shooting prowess proved uncontainable. Darren Williams, utilizing Garnett's screen, launched a three-pointer. The shot found its mark. On the Heat's end, Bosh responded with a mid-range jumper. Upon resuming play, Garnett passed the ball to Joe Johnson, who executed a back-to-the-basket move, turning for a jump shot. Another 2 points scored. The Nets were on fire. Meanwhile, the Heat showed signs of improvement but lacked the explosive shooting rhythm of their opponents. As the first quarter concluded, the Heat trailed the Nets 23-33. The Nets were in exceptional form today. Pierce, donned in a tailored suit, sat on the sidelines, applauding his teammates. "Let us keep this up. We can win," he encouraged them. "Hey guys." Spoelstra clapped his hands, emphasizing the need for defense. Defense, defense. "Our defense has been overwhelmed by their offense today. We cannot remain passive. We must apply relentless pressure on the ball, leaving them disoriented. I hope we can showcase our defensive prowess moving forward." The whistle blew, signaling the commencement of the second quarter. After a fiercely contested first quarter, the players were in excellent form, particularly the Nets, whose hot shooting seemed unaffected by the break. Indeed, Wang Chen received a pass from his teammate and, without hesitation, took a jump shot. The ball swished through the net. What a splendid three-pointer. However, the Nets were quick to respond. Allen Anderson swiftly countered with a three-pointer of his own, narrowing the gap. Next, Chalmers controlled the ball, but his hesitation allowed Darren Williams to seize the moment, executing a successful steal. Williams gallantly raced down the court, finishing with an easy layup. Subsequently, the Heat mounted an offense. Bosch received the ball and attempted a layup, but unfortunately missed. Fortunately, Joe Johnson arrived just in time to grab the rebound and sprint forward. Wade pursued closely, attempting to thwart Johnson. Yet, in the heat of competition, Johnson cleverly drew a foul from Wade. Standing at the free throw line, Johnson calmly sank both shots. Halfway through the game, the score stood at 50-34, with the Nets leading the Heat by 16 points. Spoelstra deployed a lineup featuring one star surrounded by four others. However, the shooting accuracy from beyond the arc proved to be particularly dismal today. Wang Chen commenced the game with a missed shot, followed by consecutive three-point attempts from Ray Allen and Chris Bosh that also fell short. The Miami Heat's offensive efficiency was abysmally poor. Despite creating favorable opportunities through individual skills and ball movement, the rim seemed impervious, rejecting every shot. The backboard echoed with clangs reminiscent of iron oxide. Conversely, the Brooklyn Nets, though affected by the Heat's defense, managed to maintain a commendable shooting percentage, executing several challenging shots with aplomb. Joe Johnson and Darren Williams exhibited remarkable shooting prowess. As the second quarter drew to a close, the Heat found themselves trailing by 21 points, with a score of 46-67. It was evident that the Heat were not in their prime today, raising concerns among the U family. Wang Chen stood out as the most effective player, managing to score a modest 8 points with only 2 successful three-point attempts out of 6. The performance of the Heat's star trio was disheartening. Could the Heat stage a comeback? The U family harbored doubts. Given the Heat's current form, a reversal seemed implausible, as Zhang Heli opined. Yet, there remained hope that both the Heat and Wang Chen could swiftly regain their rhythm. Even if they lost this match, there would be another opportunity ahead. The fear lingered that the Heat might carry this dismal performance into their next game. The atmosphere in the Heat's locker room was undeniably somber. All players sat in silence, overwhelmed by the unexpected 21-point deficit after a series of prior victories. This represented an unprecedented crisis for the Heat. "We cannot succumb to despair." Observing the silent assembly of his teammates, Wang Chen seized the moment to rise. "While you may feel disheartened, I refuse to be defeated. I still seek my system rewards. We have been struck down, but now we must rise to battle. We cannot remain passive. Together, we shall triumph in this game." Wang Chen has just purchased a morale-boosting elixir from the mall, spending 100 coins. He requires this to uplift everyone's spirits. Without momentum, how can he expect assistance in overpowering Darren? The foundation for defeating Darren lies in securing victory in the match. Under the influence of this morale booster, the Heat players appear to have regained a semblance of vigor, no longer exhibiting the lethargy they had moments before. Trailing by 20 points is inconsequential. We once came back from a 23-point deficit against the Spurs. We still have a half to play, as long as we unite as one. A turnaround is certainly within our grasp. We must fulfill our promise before the playoffs commence. 4-4-4. The Heat players exchanged glances at the passionately animated Wang Chen. He speaks the truth. At this moment, Wade stepped forward. "If we do not act, we shall falter. We have the opportunity to conclude this series on the opponent's home turf. Why should we not seize it? We must leave them no room for hope." LeBron rose to the occasion. "Let us confront our adversaries." 123, let us go. Coach Spoelstra nodded. There was no need for him to rally the troops now. The players possessed their own pride. The third quarter commenced. The atmosphere was electric, with the audience eagerly anticipating the thrilling performances from both teams. Wang Chen, clutching the basketball, gazed steadfastly ahead, fully aware that this was a pivotal match where each offensive move held immense significance. "Rookies, this time you are destined to lose," Darren proclaimed with an air of confidence, attempting to unsettle Wang Chen with his words. However, Wang Chen remained unfazed and retorted, "Darren, you are indeed formidable. Yet, this time, victory will still belong to us." As the whistle echoed, Wang Chen swiftly initiated his advance with the ball, showcasing astonishing speed and explosive power that left Darren momentarily taken aback. Seizing the fleeting opportunity during Darren's moment of distraction, Wang Chen effortlessly breached his defense, darting toward the hoop like a bolt of lightning. Darren hurriedly pivoted to pursue, but it was already too late to thwart Wang Chen's momentum. Wang Chen leapt without hesitation, gracefully adjusting his form midair before deftly releasing the ball. The basketball traced a beautiful arc, landing flawlessly in the hoop with a satisfying swish. 67-49. The Heat sounded the call for a counterattack. Chapter 73, a turnaround in the score, the highest single-quarter playoff points. Wang Chen's successful shot heralded the onset of a counterattack. Darren observed Wang Chen with an expression of indifference, clearly having developed an appreciation for Wang Chen's unconventional scoring. "Hey, Darren," shouted Pierce from the sidelines. "Don't give this kid an easy opportunity to score. He needs to be challenged," met with fierce fouls. "This lad possesses a peculiar talent. He requires some resistance." At this moment, Pierce's animosity towards Wang Chen was only surpassed by that directed at LeBron James. It was imperative that this young man understood that the league is not an easy realm to navigate. With possession of the ball, Darren brought it to the half-court, followed closely by Wang Chen. Darren signaled Garnett to set a screen. As Garnett positioned himself at the top, Darren utilized the screen, launching a three-point shot. Whack! Wang Chen swiftly arrived, directly blocking Darren's shot. Bosch seized the rebound and executed a quarterback-style long pass to James. With a 1-on-0 situation in the front court, James executed a fast break and delivered a thunderous dunk. The score narrowed to 51-67, reducing the deficit to a mere 16 points. Kidd immediately called for a timeout. "Man," Kidd exclaimed, "this is not the time for us to relax. We must fortify our defense and retaliate fiercely." The Nets players nodded in agreement. After all, they did not wish to be swept 4-0 on their home court. Although the opposing team was the defending champion and possessed formidable strength, they were, after all, a group of 5 all-stars. They were not to be underestimated. "Let us keep pressing on, gentlemen," Coach SPO urged. "We need to showcase our defensive intensity and unleash the Heat's offensive prowess. Let us give them something to reckon with." Upon returning from the timeout, Joe Johnson showcased his individual skills, completing a floater in the paint. 2 points scored. Johnson attempted to stem the tide, but it seemed to have little effect. Wang Chen once more secured possession of the ball, facing off against Darren Williams. Darren, sensing a hint of trepidation in the presence of Wang, found himself in a quandary. Drawing near posed the risk of granting Wang ample room to penetrate, while keeping his distance could allow for an unimpeded three-point shot. Indeed, Wang has proven himself capable of executing three-pointers from any angle, with that memorable half-court logo shot still vivid in Darren's mind. What to do? Wang Chen sprang into action, denying Darren Williams a moment to respond. With an elegant spin reminiscent of Crawford, he effortlessly glided past Darren. From a distance of 2 steps beyond the three-point line, he unleashed a shot that swished through the net. In the subsequent play, Garnett attempted a mid-range jumper, only to miss. Bosch secured the rebound with poise, handing the court over to Wang Chen. Wang Chen swiftly advances with the ball, while the Nets players are unable to retreat in time. Wang Chen dashed to the corner, opting to take a step-back three-pointer, and once again, he found the mark. Wang Chen consecutively sank 3 three-pointers, plunging the Nets into a scoring drought. The Heat seized this opportunity, with Bosch and James each hitting a three-pointer. With 4 minutes elapsed in the third quarter, the Heat were a flawless 6 for 6, including 5 for 5 from beyond the arc, while the Nets struggled with a mere 1 for 6 shooting percentage. The score shifted to 63-69, as the Heat unleashed a formidable 17-2 scoring surge. This hallmark offensive flurry from the Heat, propelled by their defense, echoed a familiar collapse for the Nets. Kidd swiftly called a timeout, marveling at the Heat's prowess. Just moments ago, they had boasted a commanding 21-point lead, yet in the blink of an eye, that margin had dwindled to a mere 6 points. Such a significant advantage had evaporated in an instant. Nevertheless, the game must progress, as time remained on their side, and the Nets clung to their 6-point lead. Thus, Kidd began to inspire his players, urging them to shoot boldly, and without hesitation. We still hold the advantage. The advantage is ours. However, in the ensuing plays, Kidd found himself engulfed in despair. At this critical juncture, Coach Spoelstra decisively reintroduced the Star Force shooting strategy. Instantly, an electrifying wave surged through the arena as the Heat resembled a mighty awakened lion, showcasing unparalleled offensive power with this lineup. Wang Chen, James, Ray Allen, Bosch, and Battier flowed seamlessly across the court, their basketballs soaring through the air, landing perfectly in the net. In a heartbeat, the scoreboard flickered with astonishing rapidity as the Heat erupted in a breathtaking 20-6 scoring blitz. At that moment, a torrential downpour of three-pointers ensued, unstoppable in its momentum. Each three-pointer resembled a powerful barrage of artillery shells, mercilessly bombarding the opponent's defenses. Whether it was Wang Chen's elusive release, James's commanding long-range shots, or Ray Allen's textbook shooting form, the opposition found themselves utterly defenseless. Their three-pointers acted as if equipped with precision-guided systems, striking at the very heart of the Nets, leaving them powerless to respond. Meanwhile, the Nets' offense became ensnared in a quagmire. Core players Darren Williams and Joe Johnson struggled immensely, their shooting plagued by an icy touch, as if bound by an invisible force. In contrast, Wang Chen and James employed exceptional defensive skills to stifle their adversaries' advances, rendering every Nets possession fruitless. As the countdown in the third quarter dwindled to 3 minutes, the tension on the court escalated palpably. At this moment, Kidd resolved to emulate Coach Spoelstra and decisively employed a strategy reminiscent of the star-studded one known as One Star for Radiant. However, it was regrettable that his rendition of this tactic paled in comparison to the formidable version executed by the Heat. The Nets lineup appeared exceptionally disjointed, as if they had lost their sense of direction. They faltered repeatedly on the offensive end, with shots careening off the rim, while their defense was riddled with vulnerabilities, utterly incapable of staving off the onslaught from their adversaries. Amidst this chaos, Wade burst through the defense like a bolt of lightning, executing a breathtaking buzzer-beater jump shot with poise. With this remarkable basket, the third quarter came to a close. The Heat unleashed a tempestuous offensive barrage, culminating in a staggering 55-19 scoring surge during this quarter alone, securing a remarkable advantage of 36 points. As 3 quarters concluded, the Heat led the Nets with an impressive score of 101-86, boasting a remarkable 15-point lead. Who could have anticipated that within a mere quarter, the Heat would orchestrate such a monumental turnaround, transforming from a 21-point deficit to a commanding 15-point lead? This astonishing development left spectators astounded and in awe. O'Neal gasped in disbelief. The Heat's offensive prowess was fearsome. They unleashed a 55-19 scoring frenzy in this quarter, raising questions about whether they had shattered the NBA record for points in a single quarter. Their offensive surge was poised to obliterate the Nets. In the third quarter, fueled by the leadership of Wang Chen and James, the Heat demonstrated an extraordinary offensive efficiency. Wang Chen scored 21 points in the quarter, while James contributed 16, together amassing 37 points, single-handedly propelling the Heat's offense and uplifting their teammates. Yu Jia, on the commentary podium, remarked that this was precisely how Wang Chen should play. The Heat required his judicious three-point shooting. Chapter 74, Sweeping the Nets. Advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals. Kidd sat on the bench, arms crossed, a hint of bitterness etched on his face. After the third quarter concluded, he picked up the tactical board several times, intending to sketch out the upcoming strategies. But upon glancing at the score, he hesitated repeatedly, ultimately leaving it blank. The Nets players hung their heads, their expressions filled with despondency. They had been leading by 21 points at halftime, an immense advantage. Yet, what transpired during the third quarter? Darren, Garnett, and Joe Johnson, the 3 core players of the Nets, remained silent at this moment. Darren bore a look of frustration, his eyes brimming with resignation. Garnett wore a stubborn expression, seemingly attempting to convey something to his teammates. Yet in the end, the words remained lodged in his throat, unspoken. Joe Johnson, once the king of the Hawks, had joined the Nets with the intention of winding down his career. At this moment, he yearned to utter something, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. How humiliating! What had once been a promising situation had, in the span of a mere quarter, evaporated into thin air, with the adversaries even surpassing them by a staggering 15 points. The players of the Nets appeared to have lost their very essence, standing listlessly on the sidelines as though ensnared in a dream, unable to comprehend the unfolding reality. And so, it came to an end. Kidd closed his eyes, his heart no longer in the game. As the fourth quarter commenced, Kidd deployed the starting lineup, seeking to assess the situation on the court and discern if a turnaround was still plausible. The Heat, however, declared it impossible, absolutely inconceivable. Coach Spoelstra proclaimed, "Seize the moment. Take advantage of your opponent's weakness." The players of the Heat, with resolute gazes, resolved to once again unleash their star-studded strategy, a tactic that had secured them countless victories in the past. At this moment, the morale of the Heat soared to unprecedented heights. They had just executed a breathtaking 55-19 scoring surge, igniting the entire arena with fervor. Each player brimmed with confidence, convinced of their abilities, firmly believing that persistence would lead them to triumph in this contest. Time trickled away, and only 7 minutes remained in the game. At this juncture, the Nets had come to grasp the gravity of their predicament, and they began to frantically double-team Wang Chen. As the pivotal figure of the Miami Heat, Wang Chen's remarkable performance instills a sense of dread in his adversaries. The only thought occupying the minds of Darren and Joe Johnson is that they can no longer afford to grant this Chinese prodigy any opportunities for a three-point shot. Wang Chen merely chuckled softly. Surely, he did not genuinely believe that 3 individuals could encircle him and thwart his advances. At that moment, Wang Chen executed a swift maneuver. Darren observed this shift, feeling an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. Without hesitation, Joe Johnson lunged forward, intent on engaging Wang Chen in a physical confrontation, determined to deny him any opportunity to act. At this moment, Wang Chen executed a graceful turn and glided toward the opposite side of Qiao Johnson. Upon witnessing this, Qiao Johnson lunged from the other side. However, he was too hasty in his approach, causing his center of gravity to falter. With a resounding thud, Qiao Johnson fell heavily to the ground. Wang Chen skillfully maneuvered past John Johnson, momentarily causing him to lose balance. At this juncture, Wang chose not to press forward, but rather to retreat, executing a graceful step back. Darren felt an ominous premonition. Surely, wouldn't he attempt a three-pointer from such a position? He even mimicked a step back himself. This was undeniably your half of the court. He hadn't even reached the logo yet. Yet, Darren's legs moved involuntarily. Indeed, Wang Chen was poised to launch a three-pointer from this very spot. Deep within the Heat's half-court, Wang Chen felt that his three-point shooting touch was at an all-time high. Prior to this moment, he had made 9 out of 10 attempts. As he prepared to take this shot, he instinctively sensed that it was destined to find the net. Wang Chen executed a swift step back before launching a three-point shot. Darren, exerting every ounce of effort, sought to block the attempt. There was no way he would allow the shot. Darren roared on the court. A resounding clap echoed as he forcefully struck Wang Chen's hand. Wang Chen, disregarding the pain of his injuries, hurled the ball into the air. The referee's whistle pierced the silence. The three-pointer soared through the air like a shooting star, tracing an elegant arc. Wang Chen and DeLong fell to the ground. All the players, coaches, and spectators in the arena fixated their gaze upon this moment. Swish! The three-point shot struck the backboard and then gracefully descended into the hoop. Wang Chen, with a remarkable three-point shot. The referee's whistle resonates, confirming the validity of the three-pointer and granting an additional free throw. A profound silence envelopes the Barclays Center. The players from the Heat exuberantly surround Wang Chen. A spectacular 3-1 from beyond the arc. This moment is utterly extraordinary. Bang, bang. This shot hails from the astonishing Wang of Huagua, who not only sank an exceptional long-range three-pointer, but also drew a foul from Darren. This is the most astonishing three-point attempt I have witnessed in my commentary career. The score stands at 114-92. Wang Chen stood at the free throw line and successfully made his shot. With 7 minutes remaining, the Heat led the Nets by 23 points, 115-92. Kidd, in despair, closed his eyes. It was over. Everything had come to an end. In the center suite of Barclays Center, Prokhorov observed Wang Chen's three-pointer as if it were the gavel of justice, heralding the arrival of a death sentence. Prokhorov made several attempts to raise his hand, to utter something, but ultimately let it fall weakly. It was finished. Hand me the phone. Prokhorov's blonde assistant nodded and passed him the device. He dialed a number, and the call connected. Let us discuss the matters of price. His gaze returned to the court. Kidd substituted in his bench players, and the Heat followed suit. The game concluded. The Heat triumphed over the Nets with a resounding score of 130-99, a 31-point victory. In this match, James scored 32 points, Wade contributed 21, and Bosch added 20. Yet, it was Wang Chen who achieved the highest score of the night, 42 points. Without a doubt, he was the MVP of the match. This victory marked the Heat's second triumph over the Nets at Barclays Center, sweeping the series 4-0. Garnett embraced James. "Congratulations, kid. You found your team. Now strive towards greater goals." Garnett then hugged Wang Chen, saying, "You, hailing from Huagua, are truly extraordinary. You may lack Yao's fame, but you have accomplished what he could not. Go forth and pursue your first championship trophy." "Thank you, Kevin. I sincerely hope you can play for a couple more seasons." Kevin Garnett smiled, his joy evident, and waved goodbye to the Heat players, leaving behind a solitary figure. Wang Chen expressed his profound respect to Garnett, advising James not to let misguided loyalty bind him. "Yet, it is well known that you devoted 12 solitary years in the frigid Minnesota, safeguarding him. You bestowed your finest self upon Minnesota." In Chapter 75, Stockton Screen, Darren gazed at the celebrating Heat players, his heart tumultuous. A few years prior, while still with the Jazz under Coach Sloan, he had forged a formidable pick-and-roll partnership with Boozer, reminiscent of the iconic duo of Malone and Stockton. Coach Sloan had high hopes for this lineup, which indeed made a significant impact in the West, particularly eliminating the Rockets led by Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady 2 consecutive years, inciting resentment among many Chinese basketball fans. However, he was perpetually unable to touch the floor of the finals. This led to a heated argument with his mentor, as he believed Sloan's utilization of him had been misguided from the outset. Ultimately, this rift resulted in their separation. Enraged, Sloan resigned from the position he had held for 23 years with the Jazz. In less than 2 weeks, Darren was traded. He arrived in the East with great anticipation, believing he had finally escaped Sloan's grasp and could achieve greatness. Yet, reality dealt him a harsh blow. His performance in the East was even less impressive than in the West, with his team facing early exits from the playoffs year after year. This season, however, the Nets' 5-star lineup offered a glimmer of hope, marking their first appearance in the conference semifinals in years, only to be ruthlessly shattered by the Heat. As Darren embraced the Heat players one by one, he shared a brief exchange with Wang Chen. "Good luck, rookie." "You too," Wang responded. Darren envied the jubilant Heat players, ultimately trailing behind Garnett's forlorn footsteps toward the home team's locker room. "Coach Sloan, you old coot, perhaps you were right after all. I seem to have been mistaken." The Heat swept the Nets 4-0, becoming the first team to reach the conference finals. This series primarily revolved around the performances of Wang Chen and James, with James averaging 21, 2 points and 5 assists, while Wang Chen averaged 26, 4 points, 2 rebounds, and 6 assists. This formidable offensive duo effortlessly dismantled the Nets. The ambitious 5-star plan for the Nets crumbled in an instant, signaling its failure. What awaits the Nets now? Who can say? In another divisional semifinal in the East, the Pacers and the Wizards are tied at 2-2. The performance of the Wizards' dynamic duo exceeded expectations, as they both erupted in the first game, unexpectedly defeating the Pacers on the road and seizing home court advantage. However, the Pacers subsequently defended their home court, reclaiming their advantage with a near buzzer-beater mid-range jumper by Paul George. In the fourth game, the Wizards once again protected their home ground, bolstered by John Wall's impressive 30-point, 10-assist performance. They are now set to face the Pacers in a pivotal game at the Pacers Arena, a victory in which may directly determine the Heat's opponent in the conference finals. Meanwhile, the Heat are eager for a 7th game between the two teams, allowing them ample time to rest. In the West, the Clippers and the Thunder are also locked in a 2-2 tie, with the Thunder's star duo clashing intensely against the Clippers captain, the White Beast. In another matchup, the seasoned Spurs are decisively dominating the Mavericks, currently leading 3-1. Later that evening, a familiar notification sounds. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Time to eat, sleep, and play Darren continuation. Congratulations, host. You have earned a reward. Stockton's pick-and-roll strategy. Higi, this marks my first step towards becoming a ball handler. A few days later, at the Heat's training facility. Hey, Dragon King, set a pick for me. During an intra-squad scrimmage, Wang Chen requests Bosch to set a screen for him, while Wade approaches to provide help defense. Wang Chen maneuvered around the screen, utilizing the delay of the pick, and now Bosch finds himself in a position of open opportunity. Wang Chen executed a pass swiftly to Bosch, who lifted his hand and made a 3-pointer effortlessly. Chris, are you exceptionally accurate today? That's 3 consecutive 3-pointers. Wade exclaimed in astonishment. You haven't been this precise before. Bosch chuckled, scratching his head. I'm not quite sure why, but it seems that receiving Wang's pass has ignited my shooting touch. We should frequently engage in pick-and-roll plays. Chris, my passing during these plays possesses a certain magic that enhances your shooting performance. Coach Spoelstra contemplated for a moment and nodded in agreement. That seems feasible. Wang Chen's three-point shooting ability is immensely impactful, capable of inducing defensive delays from opponents. Yet, amidst the fantasy and bravado, Bosch remains adamant in his disbelief. The second round of the playoffs is fervently underway. The outcome of the next match is, naturally, the San Antonio Spurs, who granted the Portland Trail Blazers not a single opportunity, concluding the series in Game 5 with a resounding victory. The final score was 4-1. While Lillard exhibited ferocity against the Rockets in the previous round, he faced a dismal performance against the Spurs, being thoroughly contained by the formidable Leonard. Aldridge, too, lost his shooting touch under Duncan's defense. In a dramatic showdown between the Thunder and the Clippers, a pivotal moment unfolded in the final 49 seconds. Chris Paul executed his signature mid-range jumper, giving the Clippers a 104-97 lead over the Thunder. It seemed they were poised to return to Los Angeles with a 3-2 advantage. However, a stunning turnaround ensued. Oldley reassured everyone not to panic, asserting that with him around, a comeback was imminent. The Thunder initiated a quick play, with Durant sinking a challenging three-pointer. The Clippers nearly exhausted their 24-second shot clock, leading to Crawford missing a layup. The Thunder swiftly counterattacked, with our newly crowned MVP, Durant, scoring a layup, narrowing the deficit to just 2 points with 17.8 seconds remaining. Following this, the Clippers inbound the ball, and as Paul dribbled, Westbrook made a crucial steal. The Thunder launched a rapid counterattack, but Reggie's layup was thwarted, resulting in a retained possession for the Thunder. Oldley, perplexed, called for a timeout. Upon resuming play, Westbrook took a decisive three-pointer, resulting in a foul by Paul. Westbrook converted all 3 free throws, propelling the Thunder to a 105-104 lead. Paul, incredulous that the foul was called, approached the referee for clarification, but to no avail. The Clippers inbound the ball with 5 seconds left, and Paul swiftly advanced, only to be intercepted by Jackson. Thus, the Clippers suffered a bizarre defeat. Slow-motion replays revealed that Jackson had indeed made contact with Paul's forearm, yet the officials did not penalize him as they had Paul for the foul against Westbrook. The Clippers' loss in this game was nothing short of extraordinary, becoming a widely discussed episode known as the 514 incident. Subsequently, the Thunder capitalized on their momentum, triumphing in the Clippers arena and eliminating them with a 4-2 series victory. Thus, the Western Conference Finals matchup was set: the San Antonio Spurs versus the Oklahoma City Thunder, a clash of team dynamics against individual brilliance. Chapter 76. Opponents in the conference finals. The matchup in the West between the Spurs and the Thunder has been determined. The Pacers have also triumphed in the pivotal game. In Game 6, at the Wizards' home court, George once again showcased his prowess, scoring an impressive 40 points, the highest of the game. The dynamic duo of the Wizards ultimately succumbed to the Pacers' formidable 5, resulting in their defeat. The Pacers advanced to the conference finals by eliminating the Wizards with a 4-2 victory. The Eastern Conference Finals pairing has also been unveiled: the Miami Heat versus the Indiana Pacers. A familiar scent, a well-known recipe, and a recognizable adversary. This marks the third encounter between these two teams within 3 years. 2 years ago, the Pacers' leader was not Paul George, but Jeremy Grant, who led them to a 4-2 loss against the then-dominant Heat in the Eastern semifinals. Last year, the Pacers faced the Heat again in the Eastern Finals, enduring a fierce battle that ended with a 4-3 defeat, once more to the soaring Heat. The Miami Heat remains an insurmountable mountain for them. Paul George dreams of overcoming the Heat. His idol is Kobe Bryant, and he aspires to lead his team to the finals, just as his idol did. Now, the opportunity lies before him. The first game of the Eastern Conference Finals has arrived. On May 18th, at the American Airlines Center, the arena has been transformed into a sea of white. Paul George gazes thoughtfully at the flags above the arena. For division championships, 3 championships. George clenches his fists tightly. This time, the victor will undoubtedly be me. I shall represent the East and charge forth. As the game commences, the opening tip-off takes place. The Heat starting lineup consists of Wang Chen, Wade, James, Battier, and Bosch. The Pacers starting lineup features Hill, Stevenson, George, West, and Hibbert. Gao Yuan effortlessly wins the tip, securing the first offensive possession of the game. George quickly executes a pull-up jumper, sinking it with ease. The Heat respond with a 2-pointer from Wade, followed by George, who drives and nails a trailing 3-pointer. Paul George is on fire, his shooting touch scorching. Subsequently, James attempts to pass, but George intercepts with a swift steal, finishing with a powerful 2-handed dunk. The Pacers surge ahead with a 7-2 start, prompting the Heat to call a timeout. "There's no need to worry. Take your time," Coach Spoelstra remarks leisurely. "Wang, when you have the ball, implement the new strategy we've practiced." George cannot be expected to maintain this level of intensity throughout the entire game. After the timeout, the Heat inbound the ball, and Wang Chen brings it up the court. Wang Chen executed a tactical gesture, and Bosh understood immediately. He stepped up to block George Hill, forcing Hibbert to advance. There was no choice. That young man's three-point shooting was exceptionally formidable. If one did not defend against him, it would indeed be unwise. Wang Chen skillfully maneuvered past Hill's defense, advancing to the vicinity of the free-throw line before delivering the ball to Bosh. Upon receiving the pass, Bosh elevated his hand for a three-point shot. Swish. The ball sailed through the net without touching the rim. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan executed a flawless jump shot. Wang Chen once again executed a pick-and-roll with Bosh, skillfully maneuvering through the defense to penetrate the paint before dishing the ball to the King, who elevated for a mid-range jumper. It found its mark. In the next possession, David West missed his shot, prompting Wang Chen to initiate another pick-and-roll, this time passing to Bosh on the perimeter, who effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Bosh single-handedly scored 8 consecutive points, propelling the Heat to a swift lead of 10-7. The American Airlines Arena erupted with thunderous cheers. Historically, Bosh had struggled against the Pacers, often failing to deliver a commendable performance. However, today's display was a stark contrast as he showcased formidable prowess against Indiana. Vogel called a timeout, recognizing the urgency of the situation. To overcome the Pacers, a player capable of dismantling the defense was essential. Wang Chen and James have yet to unleash their full potential, and even Wade remains dormant. Unexpectedly, it is Bosh, who has been struggling against the Pacers, that initiates the offensive. Vogel finds himself at a loss, resorting to advising his players to switch on screens and execute rapid defensive changes. Yet, it appears that these strategies yield little effect. After Wang Chen took over the defense against Hibbert, he was thrilled to see the towering figure before him. A chance to dominate the smaller opponent? Was this an opportunity for me to score three-pointers? I shall not hold back. As Wang Chen confronted Hibbert and David West, he effortlessly sank three-point shots with finesse. The Pacers could only rely on Paul George's shooting prowess to keep the score close. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Heat led the Pacers by 10 points, 30-20. Paul George accounted for 14 of the 20 points scored by the Pacers, while the rest of the team struggled with their shooting accuracy. Wang Chen successfully made 4 three-pointers, accumulating 12 points, while Bosh contributed 10 points. It can be said that both Bosh and Wang Chen exhibited an exceptional shooting touch, nearly overwhelming the Pacers. However, the Pacers were not about to surrender so easily. As the second quarter commenced, George suddenly found his rhythm, hitting 3 consecutive three-pointers, swiftly leveling the score. Nevertheless, Wang Chen continued to collaborate with Bosh in executing pick-and-roll plays, consistently scoring through this strategy. Bosh was also in remarkable form today, matching George's scoring prowess. As the second quarter concluded, the Heat and Pacers were tied at 50-50. Bosh finished the half with 18 points, while George tallied 22 points. However, the dynamics of the Heat's pick-and-roll strategies shifted in the second half. Wang Chen and James engaged in a pick-and-roll. James initially launched a remote offensive, sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers. Vogel silently lamented, realizing the predicament. The Pacers found themselves bereft of defense, uncertain of whom to guard. James's three-point shooting had ignited, in the face of the pick-and-roll executed by Wang Chen and James. The Pacers players found themselves in a conundrum, pondering whether to switch defenses or maintain their current matchups. However, Wang Chen interjected, declaring, "Enough of the debate. I announced that the Pacers need not defend any longer. We are on the verge of decimating this game." Our formidable Dragon King, Bosh, once again struck with 3 consecutive three-pointers. The score stood at 91-66 as the Heat concluded the third quarter with a commanding 25-point lead. The Heat's offense was relentless, providing the Pacers with no opportunity to recover. As the fourth quarter commenced, Wang Chen engaged in another pick-and-roll with Bosh, utilizing the screen to launch a three-point shot. Not so fast. Paul George dashed in, leaping high into the air. Smack! The referee's whistle pierced the air, 3-point foul. Paul George attempted to voice his grievances, but ultimately swallowed his words. It was over. He had suffered yet another defeat in this match. Wang Chen stood at the free-throw line, sinking all 3 attempts, 105-80. With 7 minutes remaining, the outcome was already sealed. The Pacers substituted their starters, while Vogel prepared for the next match. The Heat players celebrated amongst themselves, having effortlessly secured Game 1. The game concluded with the Heat triumphing over the Indiana Pacers with a resounding score of 118-94, establishing a 1-0 lead in the series. Throughout the match, LeBron James recorded 18 points, 7 rebounds, and 11 assists. Dwayne Wade contributed 16 points. Wang Chen netted 26 points. And Chris Bosh achieved a game high of 31 points and 11 rebounds. In contrast, Paul George scored 33 points, yet ultimately faced defeat. Chapter 77. Journey to Indiana. In Game 3 of the series, the Heat once again prevailed over the Pacers on their home court with a score of 96-83, winning by 13 points. The opening of this match mirrored the previous one, as Paul George began with an explosive scoring spree, putting the Heat on the back foot. Coach Spoelstra continued to employ his pick-and-roll strategy, which proved particularly effective against the Pacers. Moreover, Wang Chen's assists following the screens displayed the player's exceptional shooting touch. Given the success of this tactic, it would be employed continuously, simple and efficient, relentlessly hammering the opposition down. Unless a counter-strategy was found, this approach would remain unyielding. Vogel, too, adjusted his strategies, opting for physicality, double-teaming, and aggressive play to ensure a hard-fought contest. The Pacers engaged the Heat in a physical battle, resulting in a decline in the Heat's shooting percentage. However, the Pacers paid a steep price for their intensity, with Paul George and Guo Yuan both accumulating 3 fouls early on. Consequently, the Pacers were compelled to rely heavily on their bench, which could not match the intensity of the Heat's starting lineup. The Heat seized this golden opportunity, launching a 40-15 scoring run during the absence of the Pacers starters. By the time the Pacers' key players returned, George and Stevenson strived to close the gap, yet their efforts proved futile. The Heat secured 2 consecutive victories on their home turf, safeguarding their home advantage. With an aggregate score of 2-0, the Heat now traveled to Indiana to compete in Games 3 and 4. Unexpectedly, this year's Pacers seemed significantly weaker than in previous seasons. On the plane, Cole muttered his thoughts. Indeed, in the past 2 years, our home advantage was often compromised by the Pacers stealing a game, leading to a 1-1 tie on the road. This year, however, we effortlessly claimed both home games. Chalmers also wore a smile. Let us not get ahead of ourselves, Wade cautioned. We have merely protected our home court. Now we are heading to face the Pacers on their territory. The Pacers will not surrender easily. Adversity tends to ignite their resilience. In the away game, they will undoubtedly retaliate. We must not let our guard down. Let us not forget, this is the divisional finals, and if the momentum shifts, we may very well face defeat and return home. Dwayne speaks the truth. LeBron has stepped forward. The Pacers are indeed a formidable opponent, and our spirits must remain unwavering. Wang Chen sat at the back, plagued by an ominous premonition. This competition seemed rife with uncertainties, and one could not afford to be complacent. On May 24th, at the Indiana Bankers Life Fieldhouse, the arena was already engulfed in a sea of yellow. James, it would be best for you to weep and retreat home after your meager 8-point performance. Wade, with James around, you shall forever remain in the shadow of the Heat. The chant echoed, Bo one board, Bo one board, Bo one board. Wang Chen out. Wang Chen out. Wang Chen out. Hostility surged from all directions, confronting the Heat players with fervor. The trio of Heat stars maintained their stoic expressions, evidently accustomed to such personal attacks. Ever since their defeat against the Mavericks in the 2011 finals, they understood that all enmity would dissipate with victory. As long as they triumphed, every word would be vindicated. Paul George, seated centrally, gazed intently at the Heat's triumvirate, his competitive spirit reaching its zenith. He had faced the Heat's relentless dominance for 4 consecutive games and was determined not to succumb in this one. He yearned for victory. Relax, Paul, Vogel approached, gently patting George's shoulder. We still have a chance. Today, you have the freedom to unleash your prowess. Just like the previous years, go toe-to-toe with their giants. In my heart, your scoring ability alone eclipses all 3 of them. The expressions of the other Pacers players were equally grave. Stevenson's gaze fixated on James and Wang Chen, his eyes burning with intensity. All right, gentlemen, I shall refrain from excessive words. This is our home court, and the opposing team has excellently fulfilled their duty in defending theirs. It is now our turn. Vogel surveyed his disciples. This was the formidable defensive unit he had meticulously crafted, his pride. They could not falter here. He was determined to surpass the Heat's trio and proclaim to the NBA that his defense was the strongest shield in the league. The tip-off commenced at center court. Hibbert leaped high, securing the first possession for the Pacers. Stevenson, with the ball, charged forth, penetrating the Heat's interior with vigor. Upon witnessing this, Bosch leapt to contest. The referee called a foul on Bosch for a reach-in. Stevenson converted both free throws. James, now in possession, ambled across half-court. The Pacers' defense formed an impenetrable barrier, leaving no openings for the Heat's offense. James passed the ball to Wade on the opposite side. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the side. Paul George. He executed a steal with finesse. George surged forward, embarking on a relentless pursuit towards the basket. Wang Chen swiftly retreated on defense, closely pursuing George. George had already reached the basket, and Wang Chen had arrived as well. Wang Chen leaped into the air, poised to block George's shot. George, indeed, executed a clever feint, creating an opportune moment. As Wang Chen descended from the air, George leaned against him and executed a layup, successfully scoring 2 points. At that moment, the referee's whistle pierced the air, indicating a foul for Wang Chen's illegal contact. A 3-point play ensued. Coach Spoelstra rose to engage the referee in cordial dialogue, subtly suggesting that the officiating was rather stringent today. The referee, of course, could not divulge that he was officiating under the directive of David Stern. Choosing to disregard Coach Spoelstra's remarks, George stepped up to the free throw line and made his shot, bringing the score to 5-0. Wang Chen, with the ball in hand, executed a pick and roll with Bosch. After breaking through to the vicinity of the free throw line, he returned the ball to Bosch, who took a mid-range shot from the top of the arc. To everyone's astonishment, Gao Yuanyuan leaped and successfully blocked Bosch's attempt. West snatched the rebound and passed it to George. George, with great speed, propelled himself into the front court, closely pursued by James, who was poised to contest. Fearlessly, George engaged in a fierce physical confrontation with James, forcing a layup attempt. The referee's whistle pierced the air once more, calling a foul on James for hitting. In exasperation, James rushed over to argue with the official, asserting that it was not a foul but merely normal physical contact. The referee, however, was unyielding, warning James that further dissent would lead to a technical foul. Disheartened, James relented. George stepped up to the free throw line and made both shots, bringing the score to 7-0. The Pacers displayed an ardent desire to win on their home court. Coach Spoelstra wore a grave expression. Chapter 78, Foul Troubles. The Heat called for a timeout. Coach Spoelstra rallied his players, urging them not to be defeated so easily. Acknowledging the challenges of playing on the opponent's turf, he emphasized the need to overcome adversity. As long as we play Heat basketball, no one can defeat us. Upon resuming play, Wang Chen and Bosch executed another pick and roll, with Wang returning the ball to Bosch, who successfully netted a 2-pointer. However, the Pacers did not take a timeout, disrupting their offensive rhythm. Stevenson stepped up, displaying exceptional shooting form today. First, he utilized Hibbert's screen for a turnaround layup that found the net. Following that, with West's screen, he broke through Wade's defense and, facing Bosch's help, passed the ball back to West, who executed a powerful dunk. This electrifying play ignited the atmosphere in the Bankers Life Fieldhouse, prompting waves of cheers from the crowd. Wang Chen possesses the ball. The arena resonates with fervor. Wang Chen out. Wang Chen out. Wang Chen stood upon the L0G0 of the pedestrian walkway, confidently opting for a 3-pointer. Swish. Like an arrow piercing through the clouds, it beckoned a multitude to converge. In an instant, the sound within the Banks Life Arena fell silent. Wang Chen cast a cold glance at the surrounding pedestrians and fans before retreating to defend. "You rascal!" James exclaimed as he rushed over to celebrate with Wang Chen. Stevenson observed the expressionless and icy demeanor of Wang Chen before suggesting, "Hill, let's switch defenses. I will guard that kid." George Hill momentarily hesitated, but then nodded in agreement. Although he was uncertain of Stevenson's intentions, it was certainly wise to assign him the defensive task. The pressure of guarding Wang Chen was far too great. George received the ball and, facing James, dribbled it near the free throw line. Without utilizing any screens, he executed a jump shot from mid-range. Swish. The shot found its mark. The score was now 13-5. With the Heat reclaiming possession, Wang Chen advances with the ball. Wang Chen realized that his defender was no longer George Hill, but rather Lance Stevenson. "Hey, Huagua Wang, I have my sights set on you. In this match, scoring will prove to be a formidable challenge for you. I shall employ every tactic at my disposal to thwart your attempts to score." Wang Chen's expression remained impassive as he suddenly pivoted and accelerated, maneuvering past Stevenson. Stevenson stood rooted in place, making contact with Wang Chen at the precise moment he turned, subsequently tumbling to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air. "Offensive foul. Pacers ball." "What?" Wang Chen exclaimed, rushing towards the referee with incredulity etched on his face. This was clearly a blocking foul. How could it possibly be deemed a charge? Are you certain you did not misjudge? The referee resolutely signaled for a charge. Stevenson chuckled knowingly. He was well acquainted with this script. Everything was under control. With the ball in hand, Stevenson initiated a play while Hibbert set a screen, prompting Wang Chen to guard Stevenson. Stevenson began dribbling slowly, then abruptly accelerated. Executing a magnificent spin, he soared for a layup. With a powerful leap, Wang Chen aimed to block the shot. Suddenly, Stevenson let out an exaggerated cry on the court, performing an ostentatious maneuver as he hurled the ball towards the basket. The referee's whistle pierced the air once more. Number 10 of the Heat was called for a shooting foul, resulting in 2 free throws. However, Wang Chen rushed towards the referee, insisting, "My cylinder is upright, perfectly vertical. How could that be a foul?" The referee had tolerated the previous 2 challenges, but he would not endure a third. "There are things I cannot state outright. I can only offer you veiled hints. Surely, you wouldn't wish for such a crucial match to conclude so easily? How am I to report this to the president?" Consequently, the referee awarded Wang Chen a technical foul. Wang Chen's emotions became increasingly agitated. "No, brother, that ball clearly." LeBron and Wade swiftly pulled Wang Chen back. "Enough already," Wade said in a low voice. Wang Chen wished to express more, yet ultimately fell silent. The outcome was already determined, and it appeared futile to utter any further words. The referee's whistle evidently favored the Pacers, as this was indeed their home ground. Wang Chen clenched his fist tightly. The most effective way to respond was to let the ball do the talking. He aimed to sink that damned ball. Stevenson stepped up to the free throw line, first successfully making the technical foul shot, followed by a 1-for-2 performance from the shooting foul. The score stood at 15-5, with the Pacers leading by 10 points. Wang Chen was substituted from the game, having committed 2 fouls within the first half of the opening quarter. Coach Spoelstra brought in Ray Allen to take his place. As Wang Chen exited the arena, Stevenson wore a triumphant expression, casting a provocative glance in Wang Chen's direction. Wang Chen paid no heed to the commotion around him. Instead, he seized a bottle of Gatorade and took a hearty swig. His gaze remained fixed on the unfolding events on the court. In the subsequent moments, Coach Spoelstra, with Wang Chen's well-being in mind, opted not to play him in the first quarter. As the first quarter concluded, the Pacers led the Heat by a substantial margin of 12 points, with a score of 29-17. The Pacers, united in their resolve, were determined to seize victory at home against the Heat. During the break, Coach Spoelstra rallied his team, urging them to maintain their composure. "Let us not lose our footing. Our shooting rhythm simply has yet to materialize. Once we find our three-point touch, the scales of victory will tip in our favor." The second quarter commenced, and the Heat unveiled a lineup characterized by stellar shooting prowess. Wang Chen returns to the court. Surprisingly, the Pacers have opted for a lineup of 1 big and 4 small players: George Hill, Watson, Stevenson, Paul George, and David West. To everyone's astonishment, the tallest player on the court for the Pacers is West. Coach Spoelstra's gaze sharpens. The Heat now possess the ball as James dribbles past the half-court line. Wang Chen received a pass from James. Standing before him was the defender, Stevenson. "Come on, kid. It must be quite comfortable down there," he taunted. "I told you. I will lock you down. We Pacers will claim 4 straight victories and send you back to your homeland in China. Go home and cry to your mother." Ha 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 ha. As soon as the words left his mouth, Stevenson advanced a few steps closer to Wang Chen, pressing his body against him, establishing physical contact. Despite the trash talk, he understood that these were merely provocative words. After all, the young player from China showcased an astonishing scoring ability that could easily turn the tide of the game if not handled with care. Recalling their previous encounter, Stevenson felt a pang of regret for his momentary recklessness that had cost them a victory, inadvertently granting the Heat an excellent opportunity for a counterattack. Consequently, in what had seemed to be a secured win during that regular season game, Wang Chen led the undermanned Heat to a stunning comeback. Every time he thought of that moment, Stevenson was filled with endless remorse and guilt. Therefore, for today's crucial match, he could not afford to make any mistakes. Chapter 79, The Blower. Wang Chen faced the formidable defense of Stevenson, who guarded him with unwavering intensity. Wang Chen suddenly pivoted, swiftly maneuvering past Stevenson, who was caught off guard. Paul George immediately rushed over to provide assistance on defense. At this moment, Wang Chen stood tall and opted for a long-range three-pointer. The shot found its mark. A familiar sensation, a familiar formula. The Pacers were well acquainted with this. Once the three-pointer was made, It signified the impending surge from the Heat. Double team, everyone, execute the double team. Vogel immediately leapt up to issue the command. We absolutely cannot allow this youngster to make consecutive three-pointers. Vogel understood that if Wang Chen's shooting continued to flourish, the Pacers' defense would inevitably stretch. And such a defensive expansion would spell doom for them. The Heat possessed too many potent offensive threats. The prowess of LeBron and Wade allowed them to effortlessly execute numerous one-on-one plays. If the defense were to spread out, the Pacers' interior would be left vulnerable, making it as easy for LeBron and Wade to score as drinking water. Consequently, Wang Chen basked in the unique privilege of being double-teamed. Wang Chen found himself unable to seize any opportunities to make a move. However, LeBron James remarked, "You offer deals to others, but leave me out? Who do you think you're looking down upon? Watch me drive to the basket." The referee's whistle pierced the air. LeBron cast a puzzled glance towards the official. "Traveling violation, LeBron," the referee replied with a slight smile. Just as James was about to retort, he spread his hands, exclaiming, "I did not. It was not me. Yet, I hold the referee's decision in respect. Hey, do you have any objections? I didn't say a word when you executed your numerous moves." The referee rolled his eyes. Coughing lightly, the game resumed. Due to the Pacers' relentless double team on Wang Chen, both LeBron and Dwayne Wade found themselves with ample offensive space. As the second quarter drew to a close, the Pacers held a slender lead of 52-46 over the Heat, marking the first time in this series that the Pacers concluded a half in the lead, a significant stride forward. As the second half commenced, the game continued. The Pacers, having abandoned the double team on Wang Chen, allowed him to receive a pass from LeBron. Positioned at the left 45-degree angle, he launched a three-pointer. Swish. The shot was successful. The score now stood at 52-49, with the deficit reduced to just 3 points. Vogel muttered to himself, "Why should I rely on luck? Let us continue the double team." "Hey, rookie, how does it feel to be double-teamed?" Stevenson remarked, wrapping his arms around Wang Chen's waist. "You think you can run? Wherever you go, I shall follow. I am your personal defender." Wang Chen remained unresponsive in that moment. Observing Wang Chen's disregard, Stevenson turned his gaze and devised a clever plan. He leaned in and gently exhaled a breath into Wang Chen's ear. Wang Chen gazed incredulously at Stevenson. "The rookie is now willing to acknowledge me? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a golden egg." Stevenson's breath. "Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 2,000 ball coins." Wang Chen fell into a contemplative silence. Oh, rewards abound in this realm. In that particular moment, Stevenson delivered a classic display against James to unsettle the Heat's mindset. Stevenson softly blew air into James's ear while he stood nearby. Ultimately, the Pacers triumphed in that match, thanks to Paul George's explosive performance. Nonetheless, I extend my gratitude to my brother Stevenson. Now let me respond with the ball. Paul George executes a driving layup. It's good. He draws a foul from Bosch. George steps up to the free throw line and converts. The score stands at 55-49. The Bankers Life Fieldhouse erupts in cheers. James secures the ball. The sea of yellow from the Pacers fans resonates with chants of defense. 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 Yet, James persists, scoring through his relentless drives. As the third quarter concludes, the Pacers maintain a slender lead of 75-70. Paul George has amassed 28 points, while James has contributed 22. The decisive fourth quarter commences. The Heat revert to their familiar strategy, one star surrounded by 4 shooters. You adjusted his glasses. Recalling a statistic that highlights the potency of this lineup, when this configuration is on the court, the Heat averages a 22-point victory over opponents every 48 minutes. Nevertheless, today's Pacers have managed to hold a slight edge, buoyed by home court advantage and their defensive tactics against Wang Chen. Anticipation builds for the fourth quarter. Wang Chen possessed the ball, while Stevenson and George Hill approached to continue their relentless pursuit of him. Bosch swiftly moved in to set a screen. Wang Chen passed the ball to James, who made a backdoor cut, charging towards the paint without the ball. Marzon Brooks stood firmly in the key. Wang Chen executed a delicate floater, successfully finding the net. However, General Chiao swiftly countered his score, utilizing the screen set by Masinmi to launch a mid-range jumper that swished through the hoop. Subsequently, Ray Allen's errant pass allowed George to embark on a dazzling solo drive, culminating in a thunderous dunk. With this, George had already amassed 32 points. The score stood at 79-72, widening the gap to 7 points, the largest lead for the Pacers in this series thus far. The Pacers fans erupted in jubilant cheers as they sensed the glimmer of victory on the horizon. While the shining star could score, the defense struggled to contain Paul George's blazing hot hand. Nevertheless, the Heat remained tenaciously close on the scoreboard. With 2 minutes and 28 seconds remaining in the game, Wade surged into the paint, executing a challenging horseback shooting maneuver to score. The score was now 83-87, with the Pacers leading by 4 points. Vogel called for a timeout. "George, how do you feel?" he inquired. "I'm fine," George replied, slightly out of breath. "Today, my stamina is off the charts. I'm at maximum capacity. Just give me the ball. I can make it happen." Vogel nodded, erasing the tactical board. "Everyone, direct the ball to George and provide him with screens. George, go ahead. I have faith in you." "Indeed, Paul. You are a top 10 superstar in the league, and you can hold your own against the Heat's big three." West, as the locker room leader, voiced the sentiments of the other Pacers players. George nodded emphatically. "Leave it to me." In this moment, Paul George bore the weight of his coaches' and teammates' earnest hopes. He understood that he had to take action. This was his responsibility. He needed to carry this team on his shoulders. A 3-0 series deficit would plunge the Pacers into yet another disappointing season, and this time, he was determined not to lose. Meanwhile, on the Heat's side, Spoelstra inquired of his players, "How's everyone holding up? Still have energy?" "Boss, we've faced countless critical moments like this. We'll be fine," Wade chuckled. The others nodded in agreement. "Wang, what do you think?" Spoelstra asked, eyeing Wang Chen, who appeared somewhat frustrated. Wang Chen stood up, and I could hardly contain my eagerness to tear them apart. Sibo nodded in agreement. "Next, this is how we will play." Chapter 80. Maintain your composure and witness my conclusion of this film. As the pause ended, the final 3 minutes of the decisive battle commenced. This could be a game that determines the fate of the Pacers. 3-0. No team has ever managed to overturn such a deficit. George felt suffocated. Unbeknownst to them, the Heat had closed the gap once more. The margin had dwindled to a mere 4 points. However, even if the game might be lost, this shot must go in. Facing Wang Chen, Paul George took a deep breath. With a crossover step, he confronted Wang Chen's interference, and suddenly, he rose up over Wang Chen's head to unleash a 3-point jumper. Wang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Can he truly enter? "Do you think you are me?" In a breathtaking moment, with just 2 minutes and 1 second remaining in the game, Paul George, confronted by Wang Chen's relentless defense, stepped back 2 paces from the 3-point line and launched a decisive shot. The ball swished through the net. Who can stand tall and resolute for our General George? 90-83. The Pacers now lead by 7 points. The home crowd erupted in jubilation. Their savior, Paul George, in a critical moment, executed a stunning 3-pointer, rescuing the team from the brink of despair. With this shot, the 3-possession lead signifies that the Pacers have nearly secured victory today. The fans began to envision the next game, dreaming of continuing their winning streak at home and orchestrating a comeback against the Heat. Wang Chen smiled slightly, indicating that you are overthinking. James swiftly dribbled the ball to the half-court, and Wang Chen extended his hand for the ball. James passed the ball to Wang Chen. Wang Chen versus George. "This time, victory shall belong to me," George proclaimed with fervent confidence. Wang Chen smiled slightly. "Now, this is intriguing. Once the competition is decisively determined, it loses its charm. However, that is of little consequence. Even if I do not perform at my best, I am supported by my teammates. I have 3 teammates who are ranked among the top 15 in the NBA. Having their backing is not asking too much, is it? Moreover, at this moment, Wang Chen stepped forward, confronting Paul George's defense, and opted for an audacious long-range 3-pointer. Paul George was left astonished. The ball swished through the net. 86-90. Paul George lamented. "Why am I always the one getting injured?" With only 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining in the game, our Miami player, Stevenson, made his mark on the next offensive play. Stevenson took possession, advanced, and delivered a brilliant behind-the-back pass. Wang Chen seized the opportune moment as Paul executed the steal. He sprang into action. Wang Chen executed a flawless steal, instantly springing into action. At the front, James had already raced ahead. Wang Chen launched the ball high from half-court. LeBron James soared for an alley-oop. Dunk. 2 points secured. 88-90. The Heat trailed by a mere 2 points. The illustrious shooting guard, Stevenson, executed an astonishing assist. His pivotal contribution enabled the Heat to narrow the score. Vogel's expression darkened as he summoned C. Watson to his side. If looks could kill, Stevenson would have perished 100 times over. In frustration, Stevenson patted his head. Why, at such a critical moment, was he preoccupied with frivolities? The replay incessantly showcased Stevenson's foolish foul. O'Neal observed Stevenson, unable to suppress his mockery. I concede that Stevenson possesses the potential to be the G-O-A-T, but he is undoubtedly the G-O-A-T of comedy. Following a timeout, Vogel promptly substituted Stevenson for C.J. Watson. As Stevenson stepped off the court, Vogel merely shot him a steely glare, saying nothing. Meanwhile, his teammates on the bench offered words of consolation. Stevenson felt aggrieved, yet found himself at a loss for words. The series of critical errors had all originated from him. He glared at Wang Chen with fierce intensity. It was him. It was all his fault. Every time I faced him in a match, I succumbed to catastrophic blunders. If it weren't for him, I would never have faltered. In the next game, I will ensure he faces the consequences. With resentment, Stevenson glared at Wang Chen, as if all his missteps were the result of Wang Chen's provocations. Wang Chen cast a fleeting glance at Stevenson, taken aback. Hiss. What is this fellow doing? Is he disdainful of his own embarrassment, envious of my brilliance on the field? How can he, with such a comical demeanor, harbor resentment towards me? Wang Chen stood on the court, taking a deep breath. How could he gaze at me with such intensity? Very well, I shall deliver a fatal blow to the Pacers. Paul George is on the offensive. The Heat's defense is tight-knit, leaving no room for Paul George to penetrate. Yet, Paul George's demeanor is resolute, reminiscent of his idol, Kobe. The fate of the team's offense hinges upon him, bearing the weight of every expectation from his fellow players. At this moment, Paul George feels immense pressure. Yet he remains surprisingly composed, just as he did during Game 1 of last year's Eastern Conference Finals. With the Pacers trailing by 2 points in the dying moments, he faced LeBron's defense and sank a long three-pointer from 2 steps beyond the arc, nearly turning the tide of the game. He believes he can achieve the same feat this time. The game clock shows 58 seconds remaining. Paul George faces Wang Chen, just 2 steps away from the three-point line. Moments ago, he made a three-pointer from this very spot. He is confident that, even against Wang Chen's defense, he can score again. Paul George elevates for the shot. The instant he releases the ball, he knows it will go in. That is the instinct of a shooter. But wait, Paul George's expression gradually stiffens. Why? Why? How did that young man from Huagua appear in this position? How can he leap so high? Wang Chen leapt high, executing a volleyball-style block that forcefully sent Paul George's shot flying. As the ball touched the ground, Wang Chen descended and effortlessly retrieved it. Wang Chen advanced swiftly into the Pacers' frontcourt, a palpable urgency enveloping the scene. Vogel's expression shifted dramatically. Paul George's demeanor transformed as well. Quick, quick, everyone, get back, he shouted. Do not allow that kid to take a three-point shot. Without needing Vogel's command, Paul George surged forward, matching Wang Chen's pace with unwavering determination. They could not afford to let that young player attempt a three-pointer. Absolutely not. The other Pacers players, jolted into awareness, hastily sprinted to the front court. Wang Chen, do not enter. I implore you, do not make that shot. You must not score. Paul George unexpectedly appeared beside Wang Chen, exerting a palpable pressure on him. Wang Chen slightly raised his head. Paul George immediately leapt to his feet. Dear Joe, you have been deceived, Wang Chen remarked with a subtle smile. Paul George's expression darkened considerably. At this moment, Wang Chen made a gesture of worship. Wang Chen performed a prayer, effortlessly evading Paul George's defense, who found himself slumped on the ground. Wang Chen dribbled to the three-point line at a 45-degree angle, preparing to take a shot. There will be no opportunity granted. George Hill also rushed in, ready to disrupt Wang Chen's attempt. Wang Chen, undeterred by George Hill's outstretched arm, launched a three-point shot while suspended from Hill's grasp. The spectators at the Bankers Life Fieldhouse collectively held their breath, their eyes glued to the arc of the basketball soaring through the air. Players from both the Heat and the Pacers watched intently, their hearts filled with silent prayers to the deities of the game. The response to their supplications was swift and resounding. Swish. The ball found nothing but net. Wang Chen stood calmly, surveying his surroundings with an indifferent gaze. Steady. Family. With this ball, we shall conclude this series. Chapter 81. Has Brother Breather lost his composure? The referee's whistle pierced the silence, signaling a foul and awarding 3 points along with a free throw. The Banks Life Arena plunged into an eerie stillness. Paul George sat despondently on the ground, his eyes vacant. The familiar narrative unfolded, the well-known formula replaying itself. Why, oh why has it come to this? Paul George fixated intently on the composed Wang Chen, a wave of helplessness surging within him. He could not compete. It was utterly futile. George Hill also collapsed to the floor, genuinely defeated. He was entirely outmatched, lacking any means of retaliation. The Miami players erupted in jubilant celebration. The Heat fans embraced one another in joyous unity. Wang Chen stood at the free throw line, inhaling deeply. The shot sailed through the air, finding its mark. 92-90. The Heat surged ahead by 2 points. Only 45 seconds remained in the game. There was still time. Vogel clapped his hands. We still have a chance. Do we still have a chance? Paul George and the Pacers players appeared perplexed. Shouldn't we have been in the lead from the outset? How did we become the ones chasing? The Pacers gained possession. The imposing Yu Ming passed the ball to George. With the ball in hand, George initiated a swift drive. The Heat's front court was deserted. Paul George aimed to seize the moment with a quick two-pointer. Capitalizing on the Heat's inattentiveness and defense. This shot must go in. That was the singular thought echoing in Paul George's mind. He raced down the court. The path ahead clear, poised to execute a one-handed slam. Sorry, George. Today's victors are us. The whisper of the devil lingered in George's ears. Wang Chen and James have arrived behind them. Together, James and Wang Chen reached out to thwart George's dunk. The ball soared out of bounds. There are 18 seconds remaining in the game. The Pacers have possession in the front court. Wang Chen and James joined forces, executing a stunning block that mercilessly sent Paul George's dunk soaring away. At this moment, the Pacers were devoid of spirit. As they resumed play, the ball found its way to George Hill. Hill glanced at the vacant-eyed Paul George and sighed in resignation. He then passed the ball to West, who attempted a shot but failed to score. Ray Allen seized the rebound. In a hurry, Hill committed a foul against Allen. George collapsed onto the floor, his gaze vacant. Ray Allen stepped up to the free throw line, met with a chorus of jeers from the crowd. Yet, these boos had no effect on Allen, who effortlessly sank both free throws. The score stood at 94-90 with only 17 seconds remaining. Vogel, in a last-ditch effort, called for a final timeout to devise a strategy. Spoelstra emphasized the importance of tightening their defense. If they could secure this victory, the momentum would be entirely in their favor, placing them on the brink of the finals. However, they knew vigilance was paramount until the task was completed. The Heat players nodded in agreement. As the Pacers resumed play, James received the ball. With Watson committing another foul, James made one of his 2 free throws. Meanwhile, the Pacers passed the ball to Paul George, who took a 3-point shot, only to see it clang off the rim. Wang Chen secures the rebound. The game is over. The Miami Heat triumph over the Indiana Pacers with a narrow margin of 95-90, bringing the series score to 3-0. The Pacers find themselves precariously on the edge of a cliff, while the Heat now possess 3 opportunities to clinch victory. Disappointment fills the hearts of Pacers fans as they exit their home court, while the Heat players revel in celebration. In this match, LeBron James recorded 21 points, 4 rebounds, and 7 assists. Chris Bosh contributed 16 points and 8 rebounds. Dwayne Wade added 15 points and 5 assists, and Wang Chen scored 20 points. On the opposing side, Paul George once again delivered an impressive performance with 33 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists. Yet, the Pacers fell short in the end, with George's efforts proving futile as none of his teammates managed to score in double digits. The Heat players are elated, leading 3-0. And it can be said that they have one foot firmly planted on the threshold of the finals. However, they are acutely aware that the battle is far from over, and it is not yet time to uncork the champagne. The Pacers will not surrender easily. They are a formidable adversary. Focus must remain on the next game. 2 days later, the Heat and Pacers are set to clash in Game 4, as scheduled. In the first quarter, the teams remain evenly matched. At the conclusion of the first period, Paul George continues to engage in a fierce 3-point shootout with the Heat, ending the quarter in a 24-24 tie. The second quarter witnesses a dramatic shift in momentum. The Pacers players seem to falter in their performance, struggling to score. The Heat seize this opportunity, utilizing sharpshooters like Wang Chen to successfully hit 3-pointers and divert the Pacers' defensive focus. The Pacers once again direct their defensive efforts towards Wang Chen, much to the amusement of Wade and James. The defensive strategy of the Pacers appears feeble, allowing the Heat's penetrators to exploit the interior space with ease. While Paul George valiantly attempts to carry the weight of the team, he finds that one man cannot withstand the onslaught of many. By the end of the second quarter, the Heat lead the Pacers by 12 points, 56-44. Paul George stands as the game's top scorer with 21 points. Yet he remains unable to keep the Pacers close in the score. During halftime, Coach Vogel delivers an inspiring speech in the locker room to rally his players. Paul George's eyes are filled with a fierce determination to fight. Meanwhile, Lance Stephenson's expression is grim, having just been outperformed by Wang Chen in their matchup. A troubling thought begins to creep into Stevenson's mind. Destroy him, destroy him, destroy him. This notion reverberated persistently in Stevenson's mind. As the third quarter commenced, the Heat seized possession of the ball. LeBron provided a screen for the ball handler, Wang Chen, who took advantage of the opportunity to release a three-point shot. 59-44. A 15-point lead. The Heat established the largest margin of the game. Stevenson felt a sense of humiliation wash over him. In a fit of rage, he forcefully shoved Wang Chen to the ground. The referee swiftly approached, blowing the whistle repeatedly. The Heat players rushed over, casting furious glances at Stevenson. What do you think you're doing? Just play the game fairly. Why resort to pushing, thinking the rookie is an easy target? At this moment, Wang Chen also rose to his feet, engaging in an exuberant chest bump with Stevenson. Look at me. Wang Chen's fierce gaze sent a shiver down Stevenson's spine. What do you intend to do? West and George rushed over, separating Wang Chen from Stevenson. In that moment, Stevenson appeared as pitiful as a child in their 30s. Under Wang Chen's menacing stare, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. What was the purpose of provoking such a formidable figure? This young man, with his ferocious eyes, was clearly not one to be trifled with. Is it not customary for the Chinese to endure and remain silent? Chapter 82. Leading by 24 points. The advantage is mine. Did you not collide with me as well? Though Stevenson felt somewhat intimidated, he knew that he could not show weakness at this moment. He had instigated this situation, and retreat was not an option. Wang Chen's gaze was cold and piercing. Feel free to come and try, he warned. Do you think provoking me will yield pleasant results? Stevenson paused momentarily, as if about to speak. However, the referee's whistle pierced the air, declaring Stevenson guilty of a flagrant foul, leading to his immediate expulsion from the game. Wang Chen was issued a technical foul. As Stevenson quietly made his way toward the players' tunnel, the Pacers fans offered a scattered applause. Before departing, Stevenson cast a venomous glance at Wang Chen, filled with resentment. Nonetheless, Wang Chen chose to disregard the provocations of this petty fool. Unable to compete, he resorted to underhanded tactics. Ignoring him, Wang Chen resolved to focus solely on his own game. Wang Chen, despite having incurred a technical foul, remains unfazed. He refuses to allow anyone to impose their disdain upon him. Wang Chen stands at the free throw line and successfully makes the shot. The score is now 60-44, with the Heat leading by 16 points. The hearts of the Pacers fans are heavy with despair. The Heat seem to be an insurmountable obstacle. Is this truly fate? The Heat, indifferent to your morale, sees every opportunity to unleash a relentless barrage. Wang Chen faced George Hill and promptly launched a three-point shot. Subsequently, confronting Paul George and once more facing George's tenacious defense, he successfully sank another three-pointer. Wang Chen was ignited by Stevenson's fierce competitive spirit, initially intending to merely coast through. He decided instead to unleash a powerful blow to the Pacers. James, observing Wang Chen's consecutive three-pointers, felt a surge of eagerness himself, and with a swift motion, he executed a mid-range jumper against David West, leaving the outcome to fate. The Heat surged once more, delivering an impressive 8-0 run. The score stood at 68-44. With the Heat leading by 24 points, Vogel called for another timeout, his composure shattered. Gazing at the tactical board, he parted his lips to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. According to preseason expectations, they had consistently outperformed the Heat, having made ample preparations. Last season, they had battled fiercely in the Eastern Conference Finals, nearly toppling them in a decisive Game 7. This season, despite being better equipped and fortified, with a more cohesive team structure and enhanced player capabilities, they found themselves in this predicament. Vogel could not comprehend it. Neither could Paul George. Nor could the other players and fans of the Pacers. Vogel's gaze fell upon the Heat's number 10, the rookie, making waves. In their first encounter against the Pacers, he had delivered the most dazzling performance of his career, scoring 51 points against their defense as a rookie. This player was no mere novice. He was indeed the pivotal piece that bridged the gap in strength between the Heat and the Pacers. He possessed the undeniable prowess of a superstar. With a deep sigh, Vogel resolved, let us give our all for the remainder of the game. He had come to terms with the reality that this match might determine his fate. Yet he chose not to dwell on it further. Let us enjoy basketball. Don't focus on the score. On the court, let us leave no regrets. The demeanor of the Pacers players varied, their spirits brimming with discontent. Each harbored their own pride, all of them being NBA players, the elite of the elite. Yet, after 3 consecutive defeats, their confidence had been severely shaken. Last season, they had been evenly matched. Now, they felt as if they were trailing far behind. The disparity was palpable, and they were painfully aware that they were so close to advancing further. Yet, the mountain before them seemed insurmountable. Paul George pressed his lips together. Watching the Heat share laughter and camaraderie, his determination surging within him. No, I cannot fall here. Even with a disparity of 24 points during his high school years, few believed in him. In fact, in his very first game, he took to the court clad in denim jeans. The national high school rankings showed no mention of him, and he seemed altogether unrelated to such accolades. Yet, this was inconsequential. He subsequently grew from a height of 185 centimeters to 203 centimeters and began to shine in college. Upon joining the Pacers, he was merely a humble bench warmer. However, following an injury to the senior player, he ascended to the role of starting small forward. He became M. Despite the skepticism surrounding him, he now stood on the precipice of the NBA Finals. Just one step away, he was determined not to return home empty-handed. "Pass me the ball," George uttered, as the game was far from over. The Pacers players gazed at him, and in that moment, it seemed as though the divine light shone upon him. When the timeout concluded, the Pacers regained possession. Paul George held the ball, facing LeBron James. He had matched up against James countless times, engaging in a fierce back and forth, earning his respect. Yet, his team had always managed to best him. Nevertheless, perhaps this time, the potential for failure lay with him. Still, he resolved to give it his all. Paul George made his move, breaking past James. Before him stood only Chris Bosh. Paul George leaped high, soaring over Bosh to emphatically slam the ball through the hoop. Boom. 2-1. The 2 points counted, along with an additional free throw. Our Dragon King had left his opponent stunned. In that moment, he had leapt with all his might, but upon seeing George's unwavering gaze, he hesitated, only to be emphatically dunked upon. Wang Chen lifted Bosh, gazing at Paul George before him. Despite the Heat leading by 22 points in this match, the current circumstances suggested that the conclusion was far from certain. Before Wang Chen's eyes, George was gradually awakening. Standing at the free throw line, he sank his shot, reducing the deficit to 21 points. As anticipated by Wang Chen, midway through the third quarter, George intercepted Chalmers and swiftly hit a three-pointer. Subsequently, George single-handedly defended against James, successfully blocking his layup. Following this, he executed a fast break, delivering a spectacular dunk reminiscent of a majestic mountain split. On the other end, Wade attempted to score with a mid-range jumper, utilizing a screen from Bosh, while Watson was momentarily obstructed by Bosh. In a sudden turn, George surged in from the left side, swatting Wade's shot down. At this moment, the court was permeated with George's presence. He was fully engaged on both offense and defense, commencing his exhilarating display and narrowing the score gap. With just 18 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the score stood at 80-68. The margin reduced to a mere 12 points. Paul George controlled the ball as the Heat's defense braced itself. The seconds ticked away. The Heat presumed George would either drive to the basket or find another means to score. However, Paul George opted for a choice reminiscent of Wang Chen's style. Positioned at the Pacers logo, he signaled his teammates to clear the area, his left palm facing down, calmly gesturing. He then launched a logo shot. The Heat took George's decision seriously. As the buzzer sounded, the third quarter concluded with a swish. The score was now 80-71, the gap reduced to 9 points. Chapter 83. Who can stand tall? Only General George. The third quarter ended at 80-71. The Pacers had narrowed the deficit to single digits. Paul George was in stellar form, scoring 14 points and providing 3 assists in the quarter, including a stunning logo three-pointer at the buzzer. Coach Spoelstra felt a surge of caution and warned the Heat players not to relax, urging them to maintain their advantage until the final whistle. James, Wang Chen, and the other Heat players nodded solemnly, unwilling to let the game return to Miami. Their sole desire was to sweep the Pacers in Indiana and claim the Eastern Conference championship. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Heat possessed the ball. Right from the start, Wang Chen used Anderson's screen to execute a pull-up three-pointer, finding success. "You can hit a three, and so can I." However, George remained undeterred. His determination fierce as he faced Anderson, sinking a series of mid-range jumpers with precision. James's layup failed to find its mark. While Wang Chen and Bosh relentlessly pursued offensive rebounds, yet their efforts were in vain. West finally seized a rebound and executed a quarterback's long pass that traversed the entire court. George received the ball and executed a breathtaking 360-degree slam dunk. The atmosphere at the Bankers Life Fieldhouse reached a fever pitch. Meanwhile, the Heat's offense faltered once again as George seized the ball, taking a powerful stride towards Wade. who attempted to commit a foul to deny George a shooting opportunity. Nevertheless, George valiantly released the ball. It went in. 2-1. George rose to his feet, exuberantly raising his arms towards the sidelines. The Pacers fans erupted with excitement. They could almost taste the prospect of victory. Paul George approached the free throw line, the crowd chanting MVP. With the eager anticipation of his loyal supporters, he sank the free throw. 95-92. The deficit was reduced to a mere 3 points. George had already amassed a game-high 38 points. Coach Spoelstra, sensing the gravity of the situation, deployed a star-studded lineup for the Heat. Vogel also reintroduced his starters. The Heat activated their long-dormant defensive strategy, swiftly double-teaming screens and executing rotations. This indeed posed some challenges for Paul George, who was not particularly renowned for his passing prowess as a forward. George entrusted the ball to teammates like George Hill and David West to navigate the offense. Wang Chen surged from the sidelines, intercepting the ball with remarkable agility. He then sprinted towards the three-point line, launching a decisive shot. The ball swished through the net with exquisite precision. Wang Chen had made a crucial three-pointer, extending the lead to 6 points. With only 2 minutes remaining in the match, could Wang Chen and his Heat triumph over the Pacers to secure the Eastern Conference Championship? Paul George, however, had other thoughts. Grasping the ball, he executed a triple threat move, and in the face of offers from LeBron James and Dwayne Wade, he passed it to George Hill. After passing, he made a swift cut, shaking off both James and Wade. Hill lofted the ball high, under the basket. George Hill faced Ray Allen and, with both hands, elevated the ball above him, decisively slamming it down. The referee called yet another foul against the Heat. 2-1. Paul George. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed an astonishing burst of strength. He had executed 2 consecutive dunks over defenders, drawing fouls in the process. Ray Allen, with a bitter expression, could only lament as he watched Paul George. It was evident he was no longer in his prime. The realm now belonged to the youth. George stepped to the free throw line, and amidst the cheers of the crowd, he sank the shot. 98-95. Paul George had amassed 41 points. With just a minute and a half remaining, Vogel's eyes were red with emotion. He had nearly conceded defeat. George single-handedly pulled the Pacers back from the brink. Focus on defense, Vogel shouted from the sidelines. The previously silent atmosphere among the Pacers fans began to buzz with excitement. They had thought their team's chances were extinguished in the first half, with some fans even leaving early. Now, they were all back. Defense. The rallying cry echoed throughout the arena. The Heat players began to exhibit signs of tension. Coach Spoelstra furrowed his brow. What had initially seemed like a game lost in the first half had now turned into a nail-biter at the end. It was evident that the Pacers, led by Paul George, were displaying remarkable resilience. The NBA is never short of astonishing comeback tales. This is a stage brimming with miracles, where incredible feats occur. Stay composed. We are still in the lead. Let us not double-team. We will stick to a man-to-man strategy. Wang, will you guard George? Is that acceptable? Wang Chen gazed at the fervently determined Paul George before him, nodding slightly. Everything rests upon me. After we execute an exceptional defense, let us see if we can seize an opportunity for a fast break. Pay attention to the tempo of our offense and defense. The timeout is over. George received the ball, confronting Wang Chen's defense. He opted against seeking a screen, momentarily dazed by the presence of the rookie before him. In their initial encounter, he had held the newcomer in contempt, only for the young talent to deliver an extraordinary performance, orchestrating a stunning comeback against the remnants of the Heat right before his eyes. It was then that discussions began regarding whether this rookie could be considered the fourth star of the Heat. That night, he rose to prominence, becoming one of the league's most coveted rising stars. The Pacers, it seemed, began to falter at that moment, unable to catch up to the Heat's regular season record. Now, facing this rookie once more, George perceived that he had ascended to an entirely new level. Yet, regardless of the trio of Heat stars or the audacious Wang, nothing could deter him. Wang, let us take a gamble. This shot will find its mark. Wang Chen smiled. Come on, Paul. However, this match shall witness my sweeping victory over you. George let out a cold snort. Suddenly, he sprang into action. With his graceful form, George dashed towards the three-point line. His posture was aesthetically pleasing, yet it failed to shake off Wang Chen's defense. With merely 5 seconds remaining in the 24-second shot clock, George executed a pullback at the arc and opted for a three-point shot. Wang Chen leaped high, successfully blocking George's shot. George adjusted the arc of his throw, releasing the ball into the air. Alas, it clanged against the rim. However, from the opposite side, West surged in from the left, seizing the crucial offensive rebound. George quickly regained his composure, dashing toward the vacant left corner. Wang Chen swiftly followed suit. Bosch relentlessly pressured West. George arrived at the left corner three-point line, with Wang Chen in hot pursuit. At that moment, George executed a sudden halt and sprinted towards the left 45-degree angle. Wang Chen was cast aside. West passed the ball. George found himself at the left side of the three-point line, open after receiving the pass. He reminded himself to remain composed, just like in his three-point shooting practice. He released the ball. George took the shot. The Heat players lifted their heads, as did the Pacers. The Pacers fans held their breath in anticipation. Swish. The three-pointer was good. 98-98. The Pacers had leveled the score. Only 8 seconds remained on the clock. Chapter 84. Eastern Conference Champions. 98-98. The Pacers had equalized. The Pacers fans erupted in jubilant cheers. They might win today. No, they certainly would win. After trailing for the entirety of the game, they had finally erased a 24-point deficit. The advantage and momentum were now on their side. The pressure had shifted to the Heat. After making the basket, George refrained from excessive celebration, instead urging his teammates to quickly defend the Heat's inbound pass. The Pacers executed their defense superbly, not allowing the joy of tying the score to cloud their focus. They still needed to make one more stop. Bosch struggled to find an outlet. The 5-second violation loomed. With no other options, he cleverly directed the ball toward Hibbert's thigh. The ball went out of bounds once more. Gao Yuan appeared bewildered. Though often dubbed the Black Yao Ming, he now seemed rather dim-witted. Yao Ming, by contrast, was certainly much more astute. The Heat prepared to inbound the ball again. James, Wade, and Ray Allen were closely guarded by the Pacers' defenders. Hibbert used his imposing stature to obstruct Bosch's line of sight for the inbound pass. At that moment, Bosch spotted Wang Chen sprinting toward the far end. He sent the ball soaring in that direction. Catch it. Wang Chen dashed towards the front court, while George fervently endeavored to disrupt him. However, Wang Chen executed a ghostly maneuver reminiscent of Stephen Curry's elusive footwork, effortlessly evading George. Wang Chen received the pass from Bosch. Upon seeing Wang Chen seize the ball, the Pacers players rushed to encircle him frantically. George also positioned himself beside him. This individual had previously made too many crucial shots against the Pacers. He could not be allowed to handle this play. Hill also dashed over, joining George in a double team against Wang Chen. Both of them were intimidated by his shooting prowess. Wang Chen remarked, "Is this truly sufficient to thwart me?" Wang Chen executed a Crawford-style spin with remarkable finesse, deftly maneuvering past the defenses of 2 opponents. "Hey, Wang. Over here," Bosch shouted, finding himself unmarked in the corner. Only 3 seconds remained in the game. Wang Chen stood at the three-point line, confronted by the formidable defense of David West. West raised his hands high, fervently attempting to disrupt Wang Chen's focus. Wang Chen has already spotted Bosch and James beckoning to him. However, he chose not to pass the ball. Wang Chen raised his hand, feigning a move. West did not fall for the ruse. The Heat faced a dead ball situation. The hearts of the onlookers hung in the balance. "Hurry, pass the ball," Coach Spoelstra shouted from the sidelines. LeBron also reached out for the ball. Wang Chen declined the opportunity. He did not opt to pass the ball. Instead, he focused intently on David West and executed a mid-range jump shot. The red light illuminated above the hoop as the game concluded. The ball hung suspended in the air, spinning slowly. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon it. The shot, Paul, this time, I have triumphed again. The ball swished through the net effortlessly. 100-98. The Pacers fans were in disbelief, while the players collapsed onto the court. Vogel wore a bittersweet expression. Once again, defeat. All the Heat players, witnessing the ball's graceful descent through the net, rushed wildly towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen was lifted high into the air. Coach Spoelstra, disregarding all semblance of decorum, was joined by the entire Heat coaching staff, all converging around Wang Chen. A triumphant cry erupted. This was a buzzer beater. Wang Chen, with a masterful stroke, concluded this round of the series. The Heat swept the Pacers 4-0 in the Eastern Conference Finals, emerging victorious to advance to the finals. This marks the Heat's 4th appearance in the finals within a span of 4 years. Congratulations to the Heat. At this moment, the referee, after reviewing the replay, signaled that the basket was indeed valid. The game has concluded. The 2014 Eastern Conference Finals, a familiar contest against a well-known adversary, yet the outcome is astonishingly different. Last year's Pacers still had the strength to contend, but this year, they faced the Heat and were utterly vanquished. George collapsed onto the floor, utterly exhausted. In truth, that long-range three-pointer had drained every ounce of his energy. Yet, he persevered through sheer willpower. Had the game gone into overtime, a glimmer of hope might have remained. However, the same narrative unfolded once more, with that young Heat player striking the decisive blow, casting the Pacers into despair. Without that young talent, the matchup between the Pacers and the Heat might have been evenly poised. "Ah, Paul." Wang Chen approached George and extended his hand to lift him up. "You performed exceptionally well, my brother." George rose in response and enveloped Wang Chen in a heartfelt embrace. "Go seize your first championship title, young man. You all deserve that coveted O'Brien trophy. After all, you have triumphed over me. Losing in the finals will certainly have its consequences for you. Rest assured, Paul. Regardless of the adversary, we shall claim the championship. Next season, I will undoubtedly grow stronger and defeat you. Let us see about that." The players of the Pacers and the Heat exchanged warm embraces, offering their sincerest well wishes to one another. Subsequently, the Pacers players quietly exited the arena. Do you think Paul George feels any regret? Certainly, he must. Throughout the series, Paul George averaged an impressive 34. 3 points, 6, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists, serving as the sole pillar for the Pacers. In this match, he scored a remarkable 44 points, nearly carrying the game into overtime by his sheer effort. Yet, in the end, defeat was still theirs. Wang Chen and the players of the Heat paid their respects to Paul George with a gesture of admiration. They are true warriors. On the Heat's side, LeBron James scored 21 points with 6 assists, while Wang Chen contributed 30 points, including a decisive game-winning shot. In a show of respect for the Pacers, the trophy for the conference finals was presented during the press conference. Wang Chen gazed intently at the trophy before him. This marked the first championship trophy of his life. However, the players of the Heat were rather indifferent towards this accolade, having secured it 4 times already. Amidst the cheers of his teammates, Wang Chen raised the divisional playoff trophy high above his head. With 4 consecutive appearances in the finals, this Heat team continued to assert its formidable dominance in the Eastern Conference. Notably, throughout this playoff journey, they faced no arduous series. They swept their Eastern rivals, the Hawks, Nets, and Pacers, each with a resounding 4-0 victory. Journalists, realizing this only belatedly, were left in astonishment. Currently, no one in the East has fully tapped into the Heat's potential, as they managed to win against these teams by an average of 15 free points. This is a team of historic caliber. The genesis of it all began with Wang Chen's arrival. On the other side of the court, the Spurs and Thunder were locked in a 2-2 tie. The Spurs defended their home court with their impeccable team-oriented basketball, while the Thunder, refusing to be outdone, claimed their home games through the remarkable individual performances of the dynamic duo, Durant and Westbrook. The series then shifted to San Antonio for the pivotal Game 5. Chapter 85, The Fateful Battle. The finals commenced. At the outset of the Western Conference Finals, the Spurs held the advantage, having decisively defeated the Thunder in the first 2 games through their flawless team play. However, in the third game, the Thunder received a stroke of good fortune. Ibaka made a triumphant return after being sidelined for most of the season. Choosing to play through pain for the sake of the team, he stepped onto the court. With the stellar performances of Durant and Westbrook, coupled with Ibaka's defensive prowess upon his return, the Thunder rallied to win 2 consecutive games at home, leveling the series at 2-2. Subsequently, both teams prepared for the crucial Game 5 showdown. Upon hearing that the Heat had advanced to the finals, the Spurs decided to abandon their pretense. Coach Popovich altered his defensive strategy, matching Kawhi against Westbrook and Ginobili against Durant. The dynamic duo soon found themselves under considerable duress. Meanwhile, their sharpshooters played a crucial role. The Spurs triumphed on their home court, defeating the Thunder with a commanding score of 117-89, a 28-point margin. Despite the duo amassing a combined total of 50 points, they were unable to secure a victory against the Spurs. Ginobili, akin to a deity in dire straits, led the second unit in a relentless assault on the Thunder. The Thunder clung to their 8-man rotation, unwavering in their commitment. As the game progressed, the stamina of the dynamic duo dwindled. The Thunder had become overly reliant on their performance. In contrast, the Spurs consistently maintained a 10-man rotation, embodying a collective strength. Ultimately, the teams relocated to Oklahoma City. The Spurs, without shedding a drop of blood, triumphed over the Oklahoma City Thunder. Observers speculated that the Thunder might replicate the 2012 narrative, where, after losing the first 2 games to the Spurs, they would mount a furious comeback. However, the Spurs proved to be more formidable than anticipated. They eliminated the Thunder with a 4-2 victory, claiming the Western Conference championship. Once again, Durant and Westbrook faltered in the Western Conference Finals. Yet, after securing the Western title, not a single Spurs player displayed a smile, for their mission remained unfulfilled. Their singular objective was clear: to exact revenge on the Miami Heat and seize the championship this year. In a post-game interview, reporters asked Duncan about his outlook for the finals. "We want to declare that we have already secured the championship. But our entire team is eager for retribution against the Heat. We are fully prepared. This time, we shall prevail." Meanwhile, on the other side, the Heat. Wang Chen has received a series of accolades. Congratulations to the host for triumphing over the Pacers and securing the Eastern Championship. Congratulations to the host for achieving a milestone. The Eastern Championship. Rewards acquired. Tactical card. Elevator door. What is the elevator door? Wang Chen furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that something was amiss. The so-called elevator play, a tactic frequently employed by the future Golden State Warriors, utilizes the screen set by Draymond Green and the team's center to create shooting opportunities for the Splash Brothers. This type of screen straddles the line between legal and illegal. It can only be said that the Warriors of the future have reaped the benefits of this strategy. The following day, at the Heat's practice facility, Coach Spoelstra listened intently to Wang Chen's account, pondering deeply as he lowered his head. This method seemed quite feasible. LeBron remarked, "We should consider trying this tactic during crucial moments of the game." At that moment, Wang Chen recalled something. Regarding the defense in the finals, we should refrain from employing rotating double teams. The Spurs appear to be well prepared for this. Coach Spoelstra contemplated Wang Chen's words. "What do you mean by well prepared?" "The Spurs have devised a strategy specifically to counter our rapid rotation and pressing tactics. Popovich has instructed his players to make a decision, whether to shoot or drive, within 3 seconds of receiving the ball. They emphasized quick ball movement throughout the entire offseason. This poses a significant disadvantage to our defense." Coach Spoelstra and assistant coach Fizdali exchanged surprised glances at Wang Chen. "How do you know all this? Have you been working undercover with the Spurs?" Wang Chen shook his head, stating that it was merely his conjecture. "I understand now. Train diligently. I will give it some thought." The NBA draft lottery of 2014 arrived as anticipated, drawing the collective gaze of many towards the annual selection event. The Cleveland Cavaliers, with a mere 1 for chance, astonishingly secured the first overall pick. This marked their third top pick in 4 years, as if fortune itself were favoring Cleveland. Meanwhile, the Milwaukee Bucks, who had endured a dismal season, lamented their fate for failing to obtain the coveted first pick, settling instead for the second. The Philadelphia 76ers were awarded the third pick. Overall, the 2014 draft presented a mosaic of talented players, including the enigmatic Mamba, Andrew Wiggins, the only designated Embiid, Joel Embiid, the unsung dunk champion, Aaron Gordon, the formidable Clint Capella, the future star from China, Lee Kyer, and, of course, that man, the Serbian sensation, Nikola Jokic. Wang Chen, after perusing the information, could not help but click his tongue in admiration. At that moment, he yearned to be a general manager, convinced that with his strategic acumen, he could secure the championship. However, such musings were mere conjecture for the time being. Following the draft lottery ceremony, the Miami Heat players dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to their preparations. They were set to confront their perennial rivals from the previous season, the San Antonio Spurs. The Spurs, undoubtedly, were not willing to concede defeat, as evidenced by the remarks of Leonard and Duncan. Prior to the Western Conference Finals, Leonard expressed his desire for a formidable opponent, viewing it as a warm-up for the finals. The entire Spurs squad was fueled by a fierce determination, especially considering that last season they fell just a 3-pointer short of the championship. They were resolute in their quest for revenge. Meanwhile, the Miami Heat were intent on defending their title, aiming for a third consecutive championship to solidify their dynasty, a truly exhilarating achievement. The last dynasty was led by the formidable 0K duo of the Los Angeles Lakers. Now, they stood on the cusp of realizing this monumental feat. The finals promised to be a fierce battle of titans. The schedule for the finals has also been released. On June 5, 2014, the Heat will host their old adversaries, the San Antonio Spurs, at the American Airlines Arena. This series is rife with intriguing narratives, and words are rendered superfluous. All will unfold on the court. At this moment, the Heat's home arena is transformed into a sea of white. This year's finals have reverted from a 2-3-2 format back to a 2-2-1-1-1 format. This alteration significantly favors the team with home court advantage. The previous 2-3-2 format was implemented to mitigate the exhaustion of travel for teams, yet it posed a risk when the home team lost momentum to the visiting team, as was nearly the case for the Heat last year when they suffered a critical loss on the road. Now, with the reinstatement of the previous format, the shift proves advantageous for the Heat. Wang Chen closed his eyes in the player's tunnel. Joy, anxiety, and excitement intertwined, igniting a surge of adrenaline. Wade stepped forward. The significance of this match needs no elaboration. Brothers, let us seize this victory. A three-peat awaits. 1, 2, 3, let us go. The other players rushed through the tunnel, hurrying towards the arena. Wang Chen stood there, lingering for a considerable time. At that moment, a staff member gently tapped Wang Chen on the shoulder. Wake up, my friend. It is your turn to take the stage. Wang Chen opened his eyes, gazing down the lengthy player's tunnel. Just beside him, a staff member from the Heat raised his fist. He was an intern from the University of Miami and a devoted fan of the Miami Heat. Wang, you will bring the championship back to Miami. 1 to you? Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, his expression undergoing a subtle transformation before he broke into a warm smile. Of course, Wang Chen exchanged a fist bump with the intern. He refrained from uttering further words. Within the corridor, he inhaled deeply. With a determined start, he sprinted down the elongated player's tunnel, racing towards the court. This passage did not merely lead to the arena, but to the very essence of dreams. How exhilarating it is to emerge from here. Was it not once the stage you yearned to grace, young one? Chapter 86. Steady as a rock. Huagua Television. Huagua Television. We extend a warm welcome to all as we bring you live coverage of the 2014 NBA Finals. Today's matchup features the Miami Heat hosting the San Antonio Spurs. The two teams met in last year's Finals, where the Heat triumphed over the Spurs with a narrow 4-3 victory, securing their championship title. Now, as they face each other once more, the Spurs are undoubtedly eager for retribution. Meanwhile, the Heat aspire to defend their title, having already claimed back-to-back championships. A third victory would establish them as the second dynasty of the 21st century, following the Lakers of 1999 to 2002. What sparks will fly between these two formidable teams? We shall eagerly await the unfolding drama. Today, we are joined by Coach Zhang and Teacher Su for our live commentary. Let us take a look at the starting lineups. The rosters remain largely unchanged, except for the Heat, who have welcomed a prodigious talent from our nation, Wang Chen. The Spurs starting lineup includes Parker, Danny Green, Leonard, Duncan, and Splitter. The Heat starting five features Wang Chen, Wade, James, Lewis, and Bosh. The jump ball is set to commence. Wang Chen stood on the sidelines, acutely aware of the palpable sense of pressure emanating from the Spurs. He was certainly cognizant of the source of this pressure, their fervent desire for vengeance. In a previous life, the Spurs had methodically dismantled the Heat's aspirations for a dynasty in this very series, executing a series of brutal victories that left the Heat's dreams in ruins. Their exquisite team basketball had mercilessly ground the Heat into submission, leaving them utterly defenseless. Could one say that Wang Chen felt unperturbed? The historical accuracy of their shooting percentages had proven lethal against any adversary. In his past life, these outcomes were well documented. The Spurs had averaged a 14-point victory over the Heat, a veritable obliteration that rendered the Heat incapable of retaliation. In their quest for revenge, the Spurs had dedicated an entire season to strategic drills, meticulously dissecting the Heat's vaunted oppressive defense and achieving a level of offensive efficiency that was nothing short of historic. Yet, in this alternate reality, he had become the unpredictable variable in this series. The fire ignited. Wang Chen gently tapped his cheek, urging himself to focus on the court. James exchanged fist bumps with each player of the Spurs, signaling camaraderie. The 2013 to 2014 NBA Finals, Game 1, commenced. Splitter gained possession of the ball. The French speedster seized the opportunity, accelerating past the defense of the Heat, and executed a sudden stop for a jump shot. The 2 points found their mark, catching the Heat off guard and establishing an early advantage for the Spurs. However, the Heat swiftly retaliated. James propelled the ball forward with urgency, spotting Wang Chen making a run. Utilizing Bosch's screen, Wang Chen found himself in a favorable position. James delivered the ball precisely to Wang Chen after a mere 3 seconds. Wang Chen undoubtedly comprehended James's intention, gracefully maneuvering to the left corner with an ethereal finesse. Wang Chen receives the ball. Danny Green will not allow him to shoot this three-pointer with such ease. He approaches Wang Chen, obstructing his shot. Wang Chen disregarded Danny Green's interference, launching a three-point shot with precision. Swish! It found the net effortlessly. Danny Green cast a glance at Wang Chen, acknowledging the significant improvement he had made since their last encounter. His movement on the court could easily be ranked among the top 3 in the league. Previously, he had not displayed such adept positioning, resembling a headless fly darting aimlessly. However, it mattered little if he could score. The seasoned members of our team had diligently prepared for this championship showdown. In the low post, the stone Buddha received the ball, matched up against Bosch. He initiated with a bank shot, successfully making the basket. Subsequently, Wade passed to James, but Leonard seized the opportunity, executing a theft. Wade was intercepted. As Leonard had anticipated the potential passing lane, Leonard signaled for a slower pace, urging the team to refrain from rushing the offense. All Spurs players settled into their positions, maintaining their formation. Duncan called for the ball, continuing to engage Bosch in a one-on-one matchup. Upon receiving the ball, he turned with his back to the basket and executed a hook shot, which he easily converted. In the next play, James attempted to break through but was hindered by Leonard. Duncan secured the rebound and relayed the ball to Parker. Parker also opted for a measured approach, signaling to his teammates to stabilize. Duncan continued to demand the ball from Bosch. Parker lofted the ball to Duncan, who, facing the basket, executed his signature bank shot from mid-range, scoring 2 points effortlessly. Duncan dominated Bosch, who found himself utterly defenseless. The score stood at 8-3, with the Spurs taking an early lead of 5 points. The Heat called for a timeout. Duncan's offensive desire was palpable today, and his form was exceptional, clearly indicating he had warmed up thoroughly and was well prepared. Coach Spoelstra emphasized the need for coordinated defense against Duncan, stressing the importance of rotation and double-teaming, reminiscent of their defensive strategy in 2013. The Heat players nodded in agreement, though Wang Chen felt a sense of foreboding. In his previous life, the Heat had succumbed in precisely this manner. The Spurs had meticulously devised strategies to counter the Heat's defensive tactics, having practiced them throughout the season. Upon returning from the timeout, the Heat finally found their rhythm, as James successfully converted a mid-range jumper. The Miami Heat exhibited a sluggish start today, evidently failing to match the intensity presented by the San Antonio Spurs, with their offensive rhythm lacking clarity. Undoubtedly, the Spurs' defense was formidable. As the Spurs initiated their offensive play, Duncan continued to position himself strategically, prompting Battier to come over for support. The Heat began to implement their customary rotation and double-teaming strategy, a tactic that had previously led them to victory over the Spurs last year. Observing the Heat's defensive approach, Popovich wore a subtle smile, as if he had been anticipating this moment. Duncan appeared to receive some form of directive, as the Spurs sharpshooters on the perimeter began to mobilize. Duncan found Danny Green, who was closely pursued by Wade. Undeterred, Green faced Wade and launched a three-point shot. The challenging attempt sailed through the air effortlessly. Green exhibited an unwavering confidence in his three-point shooting, particularly against the Heat. One might wonder where this confidence stems from. It was rooted in his remarkable performance last year against the Heat, where he achieved 25 successful three-pointers out of 38 attempts, boasting an astonishing shooting percentage of 63.9, setting a record for the highest three-point efficiency in the finals. With Wade's subsequent miss, the Spurs opted not to engage in a half-court battle, but instead transitioned into a fast break. The Frenchman, Tony Parker, advanced swiftly into the front court. However, James and Wang Chen's rapid defensive recovery effectively obstructed Parker's pathway. Parker, undeterred, passed the ball to Leonard. Matched against Battier, Leonard too refrained from halting play. Delivering the ball to Green at the top of the arc, Green elevated once more for another three. Swish. The Heat's basket resembled an open sea. The score now stood at 14-5, with the Spurs leading by 9 points. Chapter 87, Elevator Doors. An official timeout was called. The Heat players appeared dazed from the relentless assault of the Spurs offense. The Spurs had thoroughly prepared for this contest. Clearly, the current iteration of the Heat was struggling to align with the Spurs' intensity. Gentlemen, we have been struck hard. They are relentlessly attacking us. We must summon our energy and at least match the Spurs in intensity. Upon returning from the timeout, James held the ball, while Leonard shadowed him closely. This has always been the Spurs' defensive philosophy, a steadfast one-on-one approach. If you can shoot over me, then so be it. Last year, James single-handedly overwhelmed the Spurs with his shooting prowess. Yet, this did not deter the Spurs from adhering to their defensive strategy. James took a probing step, but failed to shake Leonard off. He executed a bounce pass to Battier, who was then intercepted by Danny Green. A turnover by James. Green, spotting the swiftly accelerating Tony Parker, flung the ball forward. At that moment, Wang Chen also made his appearance, intercepting the ball along the passing lane from Green to Parker. Wang Chen advanced a step, executing a no-look pass to the cutting Wade, who smoothly finished with a layup. The Heat finally broke their scoring drought. However, the Spurs countered, asserting that although you have finally scored, you cannot impede my own scoring. In the ensuing possession, Leonard utilized Duncan's screen to race to the corner, where Parker delivered the ball to Kawhi. Kawhi continued to sink three-pointers with astonishing precision. The Spurs commenced the game by landing 3 out of 3 from beyond the arc, a feat both remarkable and daunting. Nevertheless, the Heat's offense began to find its rhythm. James and Wade consistently connected on mid-range shots, while Wang Chen, leveraging Bosch's screen, netted the first three-pointer of the game. In the later moments, the Heat executed some commendable offensive plays, yet the Spurs maintained their high efficiency. As the first quarter concluded, the Heat trailed the Spurs by 6 points, 26-32. In the second quarter, Popovich smiled subtly, gesturing grandly. Mills, Ginobili, and Dia entered the fray. The advantages of the Spurs' second unit began to manifest. The second quarter witnessed a deluge of three-pointers. Even though Chalmers and Cole each hit a three of their own, they could not withstand the Spurs' tempestuous offensive onslaught. Led by Ginobili, the second unit relentlessly widened the scoring gap. By the time the starters returned, half of the second quarter had elapsed, and the score had escalated to 50-36, with the Spurs leading by 14 points. Ginobili had scored 8 consecutive points. Today, his form was exceptional. Yet, the Heat were not resigned to defeat. During a timeout, Coach Spoelstra instructed the starters, "Let us employ that strategy. It's in your hands, Wang." The Heat nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the court, Coach Spoelstra arranged a star-studded formation. James held the ball at the top, while Battier and Bosch positioned themselves on either side of the free-throw line, with Wang Chen and Ray Allen stationed in the corners. At this moment, Wang Chen executed a baseline cut, while Ray Allen also made a counter run. Danny Green closely trailed Wang Chen. "Kid, I still vividly remember the moment you hit that game winner against me last time. This time, I shall not grant you the opportunity to effortlessly take a three-pointer." "Well then, let us see about that, Danny. Prepare for a surprise." I wonder how you plan to shake me off." Wang Chen dashed to the center of the court, suddenly executing a sharp halt before sprinting towards the arc's summit beneath the rim. Green pursued him closely, but as they raced, he was abruptly obstructed by Bosch and Battier. What? Green found himself in an intimate encounter with Bosch. Popovich observed the two defenders with a puzzled expression. Is it really possible to do that? Bosch and Battier converged towards the free-throw line, effectively trapping Green in between, rendering him immobile. The two closed the door on him, while Wang Chen managed to position himself at the top of the three-point arc just before the closure. James delivered a brilliant pass, sending the ball directly into Wang Chen's hands. Wang Chen, who released a three-point shot. Bang! The three-pointer found its mark. Upon witnessing this, Popovich erupted in anger. That was an illegal screen. An illegal screen. He lamented that they were exploiting a loophole in the rules. Deep down, Popovich understood that it was highly unlikely the referees would call that foul, yet he felt compelled to contest it. After all, what if the referees decided otherwise? It was worth a shot, especially in the Heat's home arena, before returning to the Spurs' territory. The referee cast a fleeting glance at Popovich, disregarding his protests. However, Popovich remained unfazed, though his brow furrowed in concern. This was a tactic the Heat had not previously unveiled. Indeed, it posed a formidable challenge to defend against. Popovich's words proved prescient, as this strategy subsequently caused significant difficulties for the Spurs. The Heat capitalized on the elevator play, relentlessly sinking three-pointers. Wang Chen alone succeeded in making 3 crucial three-pointers. The others also began to showcase their talents, with the role players of the Heat starting to hit their shots from beyond the arc. As the first half concluded, the score stood at a thrilling 63-63. The Heat remarkably erased a double-digit deficit. The torrential downpour of three-pointers ignited a wave of excitement among the home crowd. Both teams exhibited exceptional form in this match, displaying their offensive efficiency to the fullest in the finals. Yu's family expressed their admiration. Have you noticed how the Spurs showcased exemplary team basketball in this game? Their players were unified in their efforts, demonstrating remarkable teamwork, coupled with an impressively high shooting percentage. The Heat also played commendably, particularly as their role players began to find their rhythm from three-point territory. This development is crucial for the Heat, as these three-pointers will create driving lanes for their penetrators. It remains uncertain whether the Heat's newfound three-point shooting will influence the Spurs' defensive strategy. The third quarter commenced. The Spurs maintained their defensive strategy, adhering to a one-on-one approach. They challenged, saying, If you have the ability, take us on one-on-one. Our players' individual defensive capabilities are unmatched. Furthermore, Coach Popovich substituted the cumbersome splitter for the agile Dia. This seemingly ordinary change presented the Heat with a new defensive conundrum. Dia, akin to an agile catfish, made the Heat's offensive efforts exceedingly uncomfortable. Offensively, he and Duncan executed a brilliant high-low collaboration. Initially, he received a pass from Duncan and nailed a three-pointer from the corner. He then adopted the essence of the Heat's defensive philosophy, engaging in relentless switches. Indeed, another reason for Popovich's decision to start Dia was to counter the Heat's small ball lineup, ensuring that no absolute mismatches occurred following screens. As the second half began, the Spurs, leveraging Dia's fish-like agility, made it incredibly challenging for the Heat to score. Wang Chen, James, and Wade, three guards, found themselves somewhat disoriented by the evolving defensive strategies. Seizing the opportunity, the Spurs unleashed a brief 10-0 surge. The score stood at 73-63, with the Heat trailing by 10 points on their home court. Chapter 88. The pinnacle of individual brilliance versus the pinnacle of teamwork. Coach Spoelstra called a timeout. Since the Spurs have opted for a one-on-one approach against us, we shall dismantle this game into a series of individual matchups. LeBron, Dwayne, and Wang. I require each of you to engage in one-on-one battles to disassemble the Spurs defense. You are all players of exceptional individual prowess. If teamwork fails, we shall rely on our own abilities. The three nodded in agreement. With a decisive gesture, Coach Spoelstra substituted Lewis for Anderson. His strategy was straightforward, since teamwork had faltered. He would eliminate the need for spacing. Let the three isolation players secure the rebounds. Upon returning to the court, Wang Chen, with the ball in hand, faced Danny Green's defense. I hear you won't allow me an easy three-pointer today? As Wang Chen concluded his play, he executed a stunning shot directly at Danny Green. Danny Green was taken aback, muttering, "This kid has no sense of sportsmanship." From such a distance, he actually made it swish. The three-pointer found its mark perfectly. Very well. I shall retract my previous statement. I truly must be cursed. Have you forgotten that outrageous three-pointer he made in his debut match? This young man's three-point shots must be afforded no room whatsoever. Wang Chen's extraordinary long-range three-pointer brought the Heat closer to their opponents. Every time the Yu family witnessed Wang Chen's incredible long-range shots, they could not help but exclaim in admiration. This was an uplifting score. Let us see if the Heat can seize this opportunity to alter their dismal trajectory. Although this was not the first time they had seen Wang's long-range shot, each instance remained utterly astonishing. The commentators from the beautiful land expressed their awe. Coach Popovich instinctively shivered, recalling a troubling memory, a night when a single player consecutively sunk 6 three-pointers. Nevertheless, Popovich had no intention of altering his defensive strategy. As he often said, "If you are that formidable, then do it alone against me." Even the strongest can become fatigued, especially under the burden of one-on-one play. Basketball is a game for 5, not merely an individual contest. Popovich, a devout believer in team basketball, has always held this conviction. However, LeBron James appeared to be awakening from his slumber. His defender was none other than Leonard, reputed as the King's nemesis. In truth, while Leonard was often labeled as the terminator of James's offense, it did not hinder James's remarkable shooting percentage. LeBron executed a mid-range jump shot. 2 points scored. The deficit narrowed to just 5 points. Yet, the Spurs did not relent in their offensive onslaught. In the subsequent possession, the Spurs completed 7 passes, culminating in a successful drive to the basket by Tony Parker. Meanwhile, the Heat once again employed the elevator door tactic. Wang Chen, taking advantage of the cover, arrived at the arc's apex. Once again, he found himself in an expansive open space. Wang Chen showed no mercy, effortlessly sinking a three-pointer. On the other side, Duncan, witnessing Wang's performance, was equally determined, executing a fundamental layup off the backboard. The Heat trailed by 8 points, 71-79. They clung tightly to the score, yet the Spurs consistently had players stepping up to score. The Heat were unable to contain the Spurs' offensive prowess. Conversely, the Spurs also struggled to restrain the Heat's individual attacks. Halfway through the third quarter, the teams were locked at 84-77, with the Spurs leading by 7 points. Both teams exhibited historically exceptional offensive efficiency. It was not a lack of defense from either side, but rather an astonishingly high offensive effectiveness. If the Spurs' offense represented the epitome of teamwork, then the Heat's offense epitomized individual brilliance. A delicate balance was maintained on the court, with neither team breaking it. At that moment, a certain man stepped forward, the Dragon King, Chris Bosh. Bosh initially positioned himself on the left, stepping beyond the three-point line, drawing Duncan out, and with a shot over Duncan, he not only scored but also drew a foul. A three-point play. Following this, Parker committed a turnover, passing the ball to James, who executed a fast break, leading to a thunderous dunk by Bosh. This play ignited the atmosphere within the American Airlines Center. The spirits of the Heat players soared. Subsequently, Wang Chen drew his defender away, allowing Wade to pass to Bosh, who then executed a mid-range shot from near the free throw line. Bosh scored again, racking up 7 consecutive points. This stood in stark contrast to his earlier struggles against Duncan. The score was tied at 84-84, prompting the Spurs to call a timeout. Bosh's eruption caught the Spurs off guard. However, Popovich decided to take a gamble, refusing to alter his defensive strategy. His stance remained clear: if you have the capability, defeat me single-handedly. Upon resuming play, Ginobili continued to showcase his extraordinary skills. With a dazzling Euro step, he left Anderson bewildered. Following this, through a series of passes, Dia penetrated the paint only to face a double team, leading to Ginobili cutting through from the baseline. Dia naturally passed the ball to Ginobili, who made a layup after a quick glance. Just as it seemed the Spurs' second unit would extend their lead, another veteran from the Heat emerged, Ray Allen. In the closing moments of the third quarter, Allen hit 2 consecutive three-pointers. With the third quarter concluding, the score stood at 92-92, as both teams found themselves level at the American Airlines Center. Both sides exerted considerable effort defensively, yet neither could thwart the other's offensive onslaught. The match exemplified the clash between individual brilliance and team cohesion. Entering the fourth quarter, a prolonged tug-of-war ensued. Duncan, receiving a pass from Parker, smoothly executed a layup. On the Heat's end, Wade responded with a long-range jump shot. The stalemate continued. Both teams are tied. There are 8 minutes remaining in the game. Coach Spoelstra made a decisive gesture, deploying the ultimate lineup: Wang Chen, Wade, Ray Allen, James, Bosh. The fortunes of victory and defeat rest upon these 5 individuals. With an initial surge of momentum, the energy diminishes in subsequent attempts, leading to depletion. The outcome hinges on this singular moment. The Spurs maintain their established rotation: Mills, Parker, Bonner, Dia, and Splitter. Popovich would not deviate from his strategy. He remained steadfast in his preferred rotation. He would not place his hopes solely on any single individual. He possesses greater faith in his tactics and his own capabilities. Mills steps onto the court and swiftly sinks a three-point shot. Meanwhile, the Heat find Bosh unable to replicate his previous quarter's rhythm, resulting in a missed mid-range attempt. The Frenchman, nicknamed the Little Car, receives a pass from Splitter and dashes forward with a series of quick steps. Wang Chen swiftly returned to defense. Parker approached the basket, and Wang Chen hastily pursued him. However, Parker made a shrewd decision. He leaned his body against Wang Chen, then took a shot at the basket. The referee's whistle blew. The ball went in. A remarkable 2-1. Tony Parker let out a rare roar. "Kid, this is the finals. You should go wash up and get some sleep." The Spurs players are typically composed and low-key. Yet, when it comes to the finals, they are ready to engage in fierce combat. Parker now aimed to verbally confront the rookie before him, intending to instill a sense of fear. Chapter 89. The Erupting Parker. The Erupting Wang Chen. Parker fixed his gaze on Wang Chen, seemingly searching for a flicker of fear in his eyes. However, Parker was met with disappointment. Wang Chen gazed at him in silence. "Ah, French sports car, it seems you have forgotten how I reduced you to a French tortoise." Upon hearing this, Parker's eyes reddened with frustration. Memories of the regular season flashed vividly in his mind. Wang Chen's deft dribbling leading to a steal and that three-pointer he made while chasing him down. To this day, Parker hesitates to revisit that moment, feeling humiliated by being outplayed by a rookie. He stepped up to the free throw line and executed the shot flawlessly. 105-101. The Spurs led by 4 points. "This time, I shall repay you in kind." In the ensuing play, Wang Chen utilized Bosh's screen to sink a mid-range jumper. Answer ball. Parker, with the ball in hand, passed it to Duncan at the high post. Duncan, understanding the cue, effectively blocked Wang Chen and provided Parker with a quality screen. Parker then executed a quick stop and launched a mid-range jumper, scoring. "Watch closely, rookie. I will sink shot after shot against you and secure victory in this game." In the next round, Wang Chen found himself facing Parker. "Rest assured, French tortoise, I intend to win this match, and I shall dominate you in our matchup." Wang Chen, positioned 2 meters beyond the three-point line, confronted by Tony Parker, boldly opted for an audacious long-range jumper. Bang, bang. Ignoring Parker's defense, Wang skillfully launched a shot directly in the face of his opponent, successfully sinking the three-pointer. What an explosive play. The score now stands at 107-106. With just 4 minutes remaining in Game 1, the Spurs hold a slender lead of 1 point. This match is crucial for both teams, each eager to claim victory. The Heat are determined to secure this game to maintain their home court advantage, while a win for the Spurs would allow them to seize that advantage and assume the initiative. Both sides possess compelling reasons to triumph in this contest. Meanwhile, Wang Chen and Parker have emerged as the focal points on the court, engaging in a thrilling exchange of skills. Over here, Tony Parker executed a challenging spinning layup, showcasing his dazzling finesse. Wang Chen, caught off guard, found his body leaning against Wang Chen's, resulting in a successful physical contact that led to a 2-1 play. This marks Wang Chen's 4th foul. Wang Chen must pay heed to his foul count. Parker is now reminiscent of a dominant force within the realm of an NBA 2K game, seemingly able to score at will. He confidently stands at the free throw line and sinks his shot with precision. 110-106. After completing his free throws, Parker casts a provocative glance at Wang Chen, conveying the unspoken message, "You, the rookie, are not as formidable as you seem." On the next play, Wang Chen, confronted by Green's defense, opts for a Crawford-style isolation move, executing a sudden jump shot. However, the attempt clangs off the rim. Popovich chuckles, observing, "With your Heat employing such relentless defensive pressure and relying solely on one-on-one tactics, aren't you exhausting yourselves?" Duncan receives the ball at the high post, making a deft bounce pass to the cutting Ginobili, who then relays it to Parker. Parker swiftly passes to the cutting Duncan without pausing. Bosh is unable to provide timely help. Duncan scores with a layup. Today, Duncan's shooting percentage is remarkably high, having made 6 of 7 attempts, including 2 of 2 from the charity stripe, amassing 14 points. On the Heat's side, Wade attempts to utilize LeBron's screen for a driving layup. However, he fails to convert, thwarted by Diaw's defensive assistance. Duncan secures the rebound and swiftly passes to Parker, who rapidly advances towards the Heat's front court. Ray Allen reacts promptly, retreating to the paint. Yet, Parker does not opt for the safer layup or a drive to draw a foul. Instead, he takes a bold three-pointer from beyond the arc. The shot is successful, 115-106. The deficit has widened to 9 points. Only 2 minutes and 50 seconds remain in the game. The Heat call for a timeout. It appears the Heat are suffering from fatigue as their consecutive offensive attempts fail to yield results. In contrast, the Spurs are showcasing the advantages of their deep rotation, consistently converting their offensive plays. The point differential has now reached a staggering 9 points. The Heat are in a precarious position on their home court. Wang Chen sat on the bench as memories from a past life began to resurface. The first game of the 2014 finals unfolded at the Spurs' home court. During the middle of the 4th quarter, both teams were evenly matched. Then came the infamous air conditioning incident, leading to James cramping and leaving the court. This point can be momentarily set aside, yet it is undeniable that the Heat lost a crucial offensive core. The Spurs, of course, seized this opportunity. Tony Parker emerged, his consecutive scores shattering the balance of the game. The Spurs triumphed by a margin of 15 points. The current scene bore a resemblance to Parker's sudden outburst. However, this time, no one was suffering from cramps, and they were on their home ground. With 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, time was still on their side. How was everyone's stamina holding up? The finals were upon them. They had to push through regardless. Wade chuckled, in this day and age, who would reach the finals just to settle for second place? Coach Spoelstra nodded in agreement. "We will stick to the elevator door strategy." Allen, Wang, upon receiving the ball, take that three-point shot decisively. Dwayne and LeBron, be ready to receive. And Chris, keep your foot movement minimal during the pick. Guys, this is our moment of truth. Coach Spoelstra felt a sense of uncertainty about the game, especially since they had lost the opening match of the finals for the past 2 years. Nevertheless, they could not afford to show less spirit than the Spurs. On the other hand, Popovich exuded confidence. Look at their weary faces. They are on the brink of being overwhelmed. Push harder. Advance. The Spurs players nodded, eager for revenge against the bitter memory of being outscored by 23 points at home during the regular season. As the timeout came to an end, the Heat continued with their small ball lineup, while the Spurs deployed their strongest quintet: Parker, Ginobili, Leonard, Diaw, and Duncan. The teams entered the decisive moment. The Heat possessed the ball, yet the situation was dire for them. They needed someone to step up and score. James controlled the ball, casting a glance toward Wang Chen, who swiftly moved from the corner towards the basket. Bosh set a pick, successfully blocking Ginobili. Wang Chen capitalized on the elevator door tactic to secure an opportunity for a wide-open three-point shot. Wang Chen would not let such a splendid opportunity slip by. Launching a three-point shot with precision, the ball found its mark. Meanwhile, Duncan, positioned at the high post, passed the ball to Ginobili. The Spurs sought several opportunities but failed to capitalize. Parker, with determination, forced his way past Wade, resulting in a foul. Parker stepped up to the free throw line, making one of two attempts. The score stood at 116-109, with the Heat trailing by 7 points. LeBron held the ball beyond the arc, noticing Leonard's lax defense, and unleashed a three-pointer. The ball swished through the net effortlessly. This marked LeBron's first successful three-pointer of the day, bringing his tally to 1 out of 4 attempts. The gap narrowed to 116-112, reducing the deficit to a mere 4 points. Chapter 90. The decisive man. LeBron's three-pointer instigated a subtle shift among the Spurs players. Previously, while LeBron had occasionally scored, most of his points came from drives facilitated by Wang Chen's spacing. Rarely did he attempt such jump shots. In defending LeBron, Popovich adhered to the strategies employed in 2007 and 2013, favoring man-to-man coverage while allowing him room for outside shots rather than drives. Now, with LeBron successfully sinking jump shots, the dynamics had undeniably changed. Wang Chen inherently possesses a formidable threat from the perimeter, rendering one-on-one defense against him utterly futile. It appears that anyone attempting to guard Wang Chen finds themselves helpless as he effortlessly sinks challenging shots. Following James's successful high-difficulty basket, the court now boasts two dominant playmakers capable of both penetrating and shooting. On the other side, Leonard, after receiving a pass from Parker, attempted a mid-range jumper but missed. Wade seized the opportunity, executing a swift outlet pass to the sprinting James. James is on the fast break. Parker and Leonard have retreated to the paint, poised to thwart James's advance. At this moment, James halted just beyond the three-point arc, unexpectedly opting for a shot from this distance. Parker and Leonard were momentarily taken aback. This choice was rather uncharacteristic of James. However, the three-pointer rimmed out. Leonard breathed a sigh of relief. "Watch your back. Pay attention to positioning," yelled a furious Popovich from the sidelines, his voice echoing as he animatedly gestured. Leonard stood frozen, unable to react in time, as Wang Chen leapt from behind, snatching the crucial offensive rebound. After Wang Chen secured the rebound, he swiftly passed the ball to James at the perimeter. James poised himself once more to attempt a three-point shot. Unbeknownst to him, the Stone Buddha had arrived, leaping up to block the shot. Aware of the presence behind him, James executed a quick jump pass, sending the ball to the right corner. Wang Chen has sprinted over from the left corner and has now received the ball at the three-point line on the left side. It seems as though a silent understanding has formed between James and Wang Chen. Wang Chen is free. He shoots a three-pointer. Swish. The three-pointer finds its mark. 115-116. The Heat trail by a single point. There remains 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. This shot is a testament to Wang Chen's keen sense for offensive rebounds, providing the Heat with a second chance to score. The synergy between Wang Chen and James is remarkable, as James passes the ball to Wang Chen just 3 seconds later. Wang Chen swiftly positions himself for an advantageous offensive play, a splendid pass, and an exquisite run. Wang Chen seizes the opportunity and nails a pivotal three-pointer. In this thrilling contest, who will emerge victorious? The anticipation is palpable. Now, it is the Spurs' offensive possession. They must score on this play, putting that wretched ball through the hoop to widen their lead. They cannot afford to grant the Heat too many opportunities. Parker brings the ball across half-court, evading Wade's tenacious defense. He passes to Duncan in the low post. Duncan goes one-on-one against Bosch. Duncan's scoring efficiency today has been exceptional, currently shooting 8 for 7. Against Duncan, Bosch appears to be merely a plaything, utterly dominated. The 38-year-old Duncan is indeed a nightmare for Bosch. As he faces Bosch, Duncan backs down, executes a pivot, and leverages his physical advantage to seal Bosch behind him before attempting a layup. This shot does not find its target. From the sidelines, the Flash bursts forth, valiantly contesting the layup. He swats Duncan's attempt away with authority. Standing at the baseline, Ray Allen retrieves the rebound, as Wang Chen and James hasten towards the front court. Parker and Danny Green remain stationary, applying pressure and swiftly encircling Allen in an attempt to force a turnover. However, Allen, a seasoned veteran with 18 years in the league, adeptly maneuvered the ball off Green's legs, sending it out of bounds. The Heat regained possession from the baseline, with Bosch initiating the play. the Spurs intensified their defense, implementing a full-court press, which compelled the Heat to call a timeout. Coach Spoelstra quickly devised a strategy for the inbound pass, while on the other side, Coach Popovich was also engaged with his tactical board. Upon resuming play, the Heat executed their inbound strategy. Allen set a screen for James, who successfully received the pass from Bosch. James advanced the ball into the half-court, yet Leonard persistently disrupted him, striving to induce a mistake. Nevertheless, James skillfully protected the ball, progressing it across the half-court line. With just 59 seconds remaining, Wade called for the ball, his eyes ablaze with determination. Understanding his longtime partner's intent, James passed the ball to Wade. With a sweeping gesture, Wade spread the floor. Both James and Wang Chen positioned themselves in the corners, creating space for Wade as he faced Green's defensive challenge. Taking a deep breath, Wade reflected on his journey. In 2006, as a third-year player, he had carried the aging Shaquille O'Neal to the finals, overcoming a torn meniscus and earning the finals MVP with an average of 34.7 points. In 2011, 2012, and 2013, the Heat captured 2 championships, yet the spotlight was not on him during those finals. By 2014, Wade felt the weight of age upon him. He was no longer the airborne force of 2006, nor the relentless scorer of 2011. Time and injuries had eroded his physical prowess, but his championship spirit remained unyielded. Witnessing the fervor of Wang Chen and LeBron, Wade's competitive fire ignited within him. He refused to be a liability for the team. As one of its core members, his pride did not permit him to linger in the shadows, inactive. With the ball in hand, he faced Danny Green. He made his move. Green provided ample physical resistance. As they collided, Wade stumbled momentarily, but the referee's whistle remained silent. Regaining his balance swiftly, Wade executed a spin, deftly maneuvering past Green, who stood astonished. In the final moments of the fourth quarter, amidst such critical stakes, could Wade still perform such a feat? Surely, brother, wasn't he recovering from a significant injury? Had his previous ailments been mere theatrics? Indeed, Wade sensed that his reserves were nearly depleted. The previous high-intensity defense had utterly drained his stamina. However, in such moments, as the team's leader, he felt compelled to rise to the occasion, not only to uphold his role but also to affirm his prowess. Wade ignited his remaining strength. Duncan swiftly approached to provide assistance on defense. With a deft maneuver, Wade took a significant leap, effortlessly evading Duncan. The elusive steps. Wade executed a signature move, successfully bypassing Duncan. Wade ascended for a layup. Observing the imminent score, Duncan exerted himself to contest the shot. He struck Wade's hand with one forceful motion. Wade released the ball with precision. The referee's whistle pierced the air. The ball swished through the net. Chapter 91. D-Wade. 116-117, with merely 30 seconds remaining in the game. The Heat had achieved a remarkable turnaround. This marked their first lead in the match. The illustrious shooting guard of the Heat, in a critical moment, faced one of the league's premier defenders, Duncan, and executed a successful shot while drawing a foul. Duncan, in frustration, tapped his head. Popovich gritted his teeth. Having held the lead throughout, only to be surpassed now. The Spurs had maintained a position of efficiency and dominance throughout the game. Wade lay on the floor, gasping for breath. The recent offensive play had nearly exhausted his entire energy. LeBron and Wang Chen hurriedly assisted him to his feet. Once upright, LeBron, disregarding all else, engaged in an enthusiastic chest bump with Wade. Wang Chen and the other Heat players exchanged high-fives with Wade in celebration. Coach Spoelstra, who had been tense throughout the game, raised his fist in triumph. Duncan remained silent beside them, while Parker and Ginobili offered him words of comfort. "We still have a chance, Tim. The game is not over yet." At that moment, Duncan recalled an unfortunate scene from the decisive Game 7 of the 2013 Finals, where he had a prime opportunity for a layup but failed to convert, regretfully striking the floor in frustration. Now, an ominous premonition loomed larger in his heart. He glanced at Wade, then at his teammates, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within him. The great flash, the magnificent Dwayne. The recent moment of his signature Eurostep transported Duncan's memories back to that fateful night in the 2006 Finals. During that series, Wade was nothing short of a deity for the Heat, effortlessly dismantling the Mavericks' defense. 8 years later, he once again employed the Eurostep, contributing a crucial score for the Heat. Those long-ago scenes remained vivid in his mind. How could one not be moved to tears? Wade stood at the free throw line. MVP, MVP, MVP. The fans at the American Airlines Arena spontaneously chanted the MVP mantra. Although LeBron James was the current centerpiece of the Heat, in the hearts of longtime fans. Wade remained the core and soul of the team. He was the cherished son of the Heat, the true Flash, the genuine MVP. Amidst the synchronized chants of MVP, Wade confidently sank the free throw, 118 to 116. The Heat led by 2 points, with only 30 seconds left on the clock. The Spurs called a timeout. "All right, guys, well done," Coach Spoelstra said as he sat down and picked up the tactical board. "However, this game is not over. We absolutely cannot let our guard down. In moments like these, our focus is paramount. The opposing team might employ either a conservative or an aggressive strategy. We must maintain our one-on-one defense on the court, minimizing their shooting opportunities. And remember, no fouls, no fouls, no fouls. The outcome of Game 1 of the Finals hinges on this moment. We must defend our home court." The Spurs, in stark contrast, appeared dejected and low in spirits. "All right, guys, what is done is done. Now we need to focus on executing our next offensive play. Tony, you'll initiate the play. Look for a fast break opportunity. If that is unavailable, everyone quickly fall back into formation. Danny, Kawhi, and Dial, you'll maneuver around the three-point line. Tony, whenever you spot an opportunity, pass the ball to that individual. Should the opposing defense spread out, do not hesitate. Drive straight to the basket to draw a foul. Gentlemen, we have maintained our lead throughout the game. Now it is time to secure our victory." Upon resuming after the timeout, the Spurs are set for a baseline play. Duncan swiftly delivers the ball to Parker, who, confronted by Wade's defense, advances with caution. The defensive pressure is formidable. Parker struggles to maneuver past. At 33 years of age, alongside 37-year-old Ginobili and 38-year-old Duncan, the veteran trio faces a decline in stamina as the fourth quarter wanes. Parker laboriously pushes the ball past half-court, initiating the offensive strategy. Dial rises to set a high screen. In his habitual manner, Parker directs the ball to the player at the top. Yet, within the trajectory of the pass, a shadow darts by Dwayne Wade. Though his energy mirrors that of a fading comet, a fervent mantra echoes in his mind. Take one more step, push a little harder. Run just a tad faster. Driven by this impetus, Wade transforms into a nimble panther, executing a steal. The Flash has made his mark on the defensive end. Following the interception, Wade races relentlessly towards the basket. However, in that fleeting moment of the steal, the impassive Leonard also springs into action. He had sensed that a turnover was imminent. Wade sprints ahead while Leonard keeps pace, both now aligned in parallel. With little regard for the consequences, Wade leaps to attempt a layup. Not on your life. Leonard leaped into action, aiming to block Wade's layup. Wade, undeterred, initiated a physical confrontation, launching himself into the air. The referee's whistle pierced through the tension, calling a defensive foul on Leonard. Wade, fully aware of the impending interference had he merely opted for a layup, chose instead to throw himself into the air, reminiscent of his performance in the 2006 series against the Mavericks, where he similarly sought contact to draw a foul. Whether the call would be made was contingent on the referee's disposition. Fortunately, the whistle blew in his favor. Wade fell to the ground, his energy depleted. Having expended all his strength in that frantic sprint, he approached the free throw line and converted both attempts, bringing the score to 120 to 116. With the Heat leading by 4 points and only 18 seconds remaining in the game, the Spurs called their final timeout. Upon resuming, Danny Green found himself wide open for a three-pointer, but his attempt clanged off the rim. LeBron secured the rebound, and the Spurs committed another foul. True to form, James displayed his reliability, making one of 2 free throws. The Spurs' hopes began to dwindle. As the final moments unfolded, Ginobili attempted a desperate three-pointer, which missed its mark. Bosh secured the rebound, and the game concluded with the Miami Heat triumphing over the Spurs, 121 to 116, securing a narrow 5-point victory. The series score in the 2014 finals now stood at 1-0 in favor of the Heat. The Heat successfully safeguarded their home court advantage. In this match, James contributed 23 points, 8 rebounds, and 4 assists. Wade scored 20 points, while Bosh led all scorers with 26 points. For the Spurs, Duncan scored 18 points on 8 of 10 shooting. Parker added 18 points. Ginobili contributed 15 points, and Leonard also scored 15 points. Chapter 92, Spurs Strategy, Heat's Adaptation after the game. Popovich participated in an interview. When asked about the Heat appearing stronger than last season and whether they believe they had a chance to avenge their previous loss and claim this year's championship, Popovich merely smiled. "We'll see," he replied. Despite the Heat's lead in the series, Popovich already had a strategy in mind for facing them. In the previous game, The Spurs exhibited a balanced scoring attack, with 10 players reaching double figures. In contrast, the Heat scoring heavily relied on their star players, with role players primarily serving as support, tasked with avoiding mistakes. Had it not been for Wade's late-game explosion, the Heat would likely have faltered against the Spurs. Popovich felt their previous loss was merely a stroke of bad luck. Their current focus was on regrouping, maintaining their style of play, and preparing for the next game. In the Heat's post-game interview, a reporter asked Spoelstra about their confidence in securing this year's championship and establishing a dynasty. Spoelstra responded cryptically, "It's a secret." He emphasized that until they achieved that milestone, they could not claim the championship as guaranteed. Celebrating prematurely would be ill-advised. Failure would lead to significant embarrassment. Moreover, their objective was not merely to win one game, but to secure 4 victories. This was just the beginning. The competition was fierce, as they faced the strongest team in the Western Conference, one they had encountered for 2 consecutive years, with both sides well acquainted with each other's strategies. Game 2 commenced as scheduled at the American Airlines Center. From the outset, the Spurs displayed an impressive shooting percentage. Duncan continued his previous performance, exploiting the Heat's vulnerable interior defense. Green, Mills, Ginobili, and Bellinelli all began sinking three-pointers with astonishing regularity. Despite the Heat's efforts to defend, they struggled to contain their opponents. Just before halftime, Manu Ginobili hit a drifting buzzer-beater three-pointer over Wade. The lights illuminated, signaling the end of the half, with the Spurs leading the Heat by 12 points at 61-49. Although the Heat's defense was commendable, they were ultimately unable to withstand the Spurs' offensive onslaught. The Spurs' rapid ball movement created significant challenges for the Heat's defensive schemes. LeBron, in particular, faced severe pressure from the Spurs' defense. It is widely acknowledged that the Heat's offensive engine revolves around LeBron James, whose playing style is characterized by his dominant individual ability, driving the team's overall offensive strategy through his ball-handling prowess. Although this strategy enhances the team's offensive threat, it also renders them susceptible to targeted defensive tactics from their opponents. In the face of a superstar like LeBron James, the astute and seasoned coach Greg Popovich is not one to remain passive. Thus, he devised a clever countermeasure to incorporate DeJuan Blair into the starting lineup. Blair is a uniquely talented player, possessing exceptional basketball intelligence and versatile skills, enabling him to play effectively across all 5 positions. The Spurs' defensive strategy against the Heat revolves around leveraging Blair's ability to assist defensively, alongside Leonard's active disruptions, continuously creating challenges for LeBron James. This approach significantly hampers James's opportunities to collaborate with his teammates, compelling him to spearhead the offense single-handedly. Simultaneously, the Spurs aim to weaken the Heat's overall prowess by limiting the connections between James and his teammates. They are acutely aware that successfully isolating James would severely diminish the Heat's offensive efficiency. Therefore, the crux of their defense lies in severing passing lanes to James's teammates, forcing him into a one-on-one situation. Nevertheless, James's offensive efficiency in this game remains commendable, with 6 successful shots out of 8 attempts, including 1 out of 2 from beyond the arc, totaling 15 points. He also recorded 3 assists, albeit alongside 3 turnovers, resulting in a less than satisfactory assist-to-turnover ratio for a facilitator. During halftime, Wang Chen and Dwayne Wade suggested increasing their ball-handling duties to alleviate pressure on James. Coach Spoelstra pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. The Spurs' strategy is, in essence, a blatant ploy. I have revealed my defensive intentions to you, yet you have no alternative means to counteract my approach. I intend to force James into isolation plays. Coach Spoelstra finds himself with limited options, compelled to accept the circumstances. James has been engaged in one-on-one plays, achieving a respectable success rate, though it does not appear as effective as it should. Following Wang Chen and Wade's counsel, the 3 players began to alternate in one-on-one plays as the team struggled to establish a cohesive flow. Coach Spoelstra harbors confidence in the one-on-one capabilities of James, Wade, and Wang Chen, and he decides to modify his defensive strategy based on Wang Chen's suggestion to abandon aggressive defense in favor of a one-on-one approach. Initially, Spoelstra scoffed at Wang Chen's proposal, as the Heat's long-standing defensive philosophy has been predicated on pressure, periodic double-teaming, ultimately leading to opponent turnovers and swift counterattacks. This has been the hallmark of Miami Heat basketball over the past 4 years. Although the offensive focal point has shifted from Wade to James since 2012, this defensive strategy has remained intact, underpinning their 2 championship victories. It is the essence of the Heat's winning formula. What right does a newcomer have to question such a legacy? However, having reviewed the footage from the first game and observed the current match, Spoelstra begins to discern a kernel of truth in the rookie's commentary. Upon closer inspection of the footage, it becomes evident that whenever the Heat attempt to double-team, the Spurs adeptly circulate the ball and swiftly escape the pressure. While the Heat may occasionally succeed in their double teams, the Spurs frequently manage to extricate the ball, gradually undermining the Heat's defensive intensity and ultimately creating prime scoring opportunities that exploit the Heat's vulnerabilities. The Spurs substantiated this point in the first half of the game, as their role players consistently found themselves wide open for frighteningly accurate three-point shots. Therefore, the defensive strategy must align with the Spurs' approach, emphasizing constant switching. As the second half commences, both teams reintroduce their starting lineups. Wang Chen faced Green, executing a one-on-one play while enabling Bosh to set a screen. After Bosh successfully obstructed Green, Wang Chen launched a long-range two-point jump shot, which found its mark. Parker, unwilling to be outdone, opted for a similar approach, utilizing Duncan's south screen to drive towards the free-throw line, where he executed a delicate floater with ease. This was the signature move that had propelled the French speedster to stardom. Parker, evidently still perturbed by the performance in Game 1, maintained the remarkable offensive momentum into the second game. "Rookie, let us engage in a little competition," Parker said with a slight smile. "Let us see who scores higher." "French tortoise, you are bound to lose," Wang Chen replied with unwavering confidence. Chapter 93, Ignite. Flash. Parker, his face flushed with anger, quickly regained his composure. "Rookie, I possess 3 championship rings while you have none. Allow me to teach you how to play in the finals." With that, Parker executed an early change of direction and began to accelerate. Wang Chen referred to Parker as a small turtle from France. Yet he did not truly perceive Parker's speed as lacking. With determined footsteps, Wang Chen closely followed Parker. Tony Parker entered the draft in 2001, forming the illustrious GD trio alongside Duncan and Ginobili. By 2007, Parker's career reached its zenith as he averaged 24, 5 points and 5 assists per game in the finals against the Cleveland Cavaliers, leading his team to a sweeping victory and earning that year's finals MVP. Parker consistently excelled against teams featuring LeBron James. However, in his recollection, they always seemed to hold the upper hand against James's teams. Yet, from the moment this rookie joined the fray, the dynamics appeared to shift. This newcomer repeatedly aided his team, orchestrating comebacks for the Heat against the Spurs. Since Wang Chen's emergence, the Spurs have suffered 2 consecutive defeats. The proud Spurs would not tolerate such a scenario, even in their aging state. They maintained a sense of dignity. They are the evergreen giants of the league. Tony Parker unleashed his signature move, the spinning top, with a deft turnaround layup. He disregarded Wang Chen's defense, executing the motion seamlessly. Wang Chen could only lament as he watched the ball. However, he did not succumb to despair. In the following round, he executed a pick-and-roll with Bosh, assisting him in making a mid-range shot. The Spurs, emboldened by their momentum, saw not only Parker shine but also Duncan continue his offensive prowess from the previous game, consistently scoring with his signature bank shots against Bosh and Battier. On the Heat's side, James attempted to penetrate past Leonard but was met with a fierce block. Leonard seized the opportunity, dribbling past half-court before swiftly passing to Parker, who lofted the ball high. The veteran, the big fundamental, leapt into the air, delivering a thunderous dunk. At 38 years of age, Duncan executed a commanding alley-oop dunk, showcasing the Spurs' unwavering determination to secure victory in this match. It was hard not to be moved by the relentless offensive efforts of these seasoned players. With the score at 71-56, the gap widened to 15 points, prompting the Heat to call a timeout. Coach Spoelstra opted for a small ball lineup. Meanwhile, Popovich initiated his rotation, substituting Parker and Green for Mills and Ginobili. The Spurs' depth in their roster was formidable. Nevertheless, the Heat's small ball arrangement began to yield some success in closing the gap. Both James and Wang Chen executed pull-up three-pointers against their defenders. These successful shots forced the Spurs' defense to shift psychologically. A slight crack appeared in their defense, allowing the Heat's explosive penetrators to attack the Spurs' interior. Although the Spurs employed man-to-man defense, it proved less effective against James and Wang Chen. Duncan's defensive presence did affect their efficiency somewhat, yet the fissures in the Spurs' defense continued to widen when Wang Chen faced Duncan and successfully made a floater. The third quarter concluded with the Spurs leading 79-70 by 9 points. The Heat were gradually closing the gap. In the fourth quarter, the Spurs' rotation lineup asserted that they would not allow the Heat to easily reclaim the lead. Ginobili and Bellinelli each sank a three-pointer, extending the Spurs' lead back to 15 points. However, the Heat refused to back down. First, James unleashed his signature tank-like drive, scoring a 2-1 while absorbing Leonard's defense. Subsequently, Wang Chen again took to the court alone. Confronted by Ginbili's defense, he maneuvered the ball to the vicinity of the left corner, unleashing a sudden strike with a step-back three-pointer. The score once again narrowed to a 9-point deficit. Popovich called for a timeout. Originally, according to Popovich's expectations, this year's finals were to be a decisive victory over the Heat. They had devised a flawless defensive strategy tailored specifically for Miami. However, with the emergence of Wang Chen, an unpredictable factor, their defensive plans were rendered ineffective. At this juncture, the Heat appeared to rely solely on LeBron James as their offensive powerhouse. Dwayne Wade had aged, no longer embodying the ferocity of the former Flash. As for Chris Bosh, among the trio of superstars, he had made the greatest sacrifices. His versatility from the Raptors era had diminished, and he now functioned in a more specialized role within the Heat. Bosh had long transitioned from a ball-dominant scorer to a catch-and-shoot player, which the Spurs found quite manageable. Yet, Wang Chen's presence became the pivotal force capable of altering the course of the game. The Spurs now had to defend against two offensive cores capable of independent scoring. Upon returning from the timeout, the Spurs launched their offense. Ginobili executed a Eurostep to breach Wade's defense, elegantly finishing with a layup. Meanwhile, Leonard, positioned at the free throw line, capitalized on Duncan's defense, consistently sinking jump shots from that area. Wang Chen continued to strike back with a three-pointer, while Duncan responded with a bank shot layup. With only 5 minutes remaining in the game, the Spurs led by 8 points, 92-84. Although the Spurs' defensive strategy seemed ineffective against the Heat, their offensive efficiency was alarmingly high. Through remarkable teamwork, the Spurs had maintained the lead against the Heat for the majority of both the first and second games. Time ticked away, and the home crowd began to feel anxious as their team fell behind. Would they truly relinquish their home advantage today? The Heat fans were on edge. With just 2 minutes and 20 seconds left, the Heat trailed by 7 points at 96-103. Despite their attempts to narrow the gap, the tempo remained firmly in the Spurs' control. Could the Heat really afford to lose their home court? Wang Chen needed to make judicious shots. After the timeout, Wade gazed at the score from the sidelines, then executed a hesitation dribble, driving towards the paint. Danny Green and Duncan converged to double-team Wade, but he managed to pull off a jump shot, scoring. In the next possession, Tony Parker passed the ball to Duncan, who attempted a low-post move, only to be intercepted by the vigilant Wang Chen. Meanwhile, the Flash and LeBron had already begun their breakaway before the Spurs could regroup. Wang Chen delivered a long pass to James. Upon receiving the ball, James darted toward the paint, subsequently launching the ball against the backboard. Wade, trailing behind, forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop after it ricocheted off the backboard. The final series showcased the renowned connection between James and Wade. This exhilarating play ignited the fervor of the home crowd, with roars echoing throughout the American Airlines Center. The score stood at 100-103, the Heat trailing by 3 points. Only 1 minute and 10 seconds remained in the match. Chapter 94, What Does Not Kill Me Makes Me Stronger. With that dunk, Wade unleashed his pent-up emotions. They had been dominated by the Spurs from start to finish. Now, they had narrowed the deficit to a single point. The momentum was now on their side. Popovich's expression darkened. He had underestimated the situation. Initially, he believed the Heat's offense relied solely on James and Wang Chen, but now a third offensive option had emerged, though it may only be temporary. A starved camel is still larger than a horse. Wade was undoubtedly proving himself as a scoring guard in the finals. He was pouring his heart and soul into this game. The Spurs commenced their offensive possession. Tony Parker, utilizing a screen from Duncan, penetrated into the lane. Duncan swiftly rolled to the basket. Parker delivered a clever pass. After receiving the ball, Duncan quickly dished it to Danny Green in the corner. Green attempted a three-pointer. Wade surged from the side, blocking Green's shot with a magnificent rejection. Wade executed a stunning block. Bosh secured the rebound and passed to Wade. Wade propelled the ball forward at a rapid pace. The Spurs' transition defense was remarkably swift, their singular objective being to thwart this Heat fast break. Should the Heat score again, the momentum of the game would shift in their favor. All Spurs players retreated to their half of the court. Yet, instead of driving to the basket, Wade opted for the arc at the three-point line. Wade chose to attempt a three-pointer. Observing this, Leonard rushed forward without hesitation. Wade and Leonard engaged in a fierce aerial confrontation. Wade released the ball. Then, he and Leonard fell heavily to the ground. As Wade attempted a three-pointer, He was fouled by Leonard and inadvertently twisted his knee upon landing. The referee's whistle pierced the air, 3 free throws awarded for the foul. In that moment of collision, Wade's knee collided painfully with Leonard's. A sharp intake of breath escaped Wade's lips. The fans in the arena felt a pang of concern as they observed Wade lying on the floor. The Heat players rushed over immediately. Noticing the situation, Leonard disregarded his own fall and hastily arose to join his teammates by Wade's side. Wade lay on the ground, clutching his knee, his expression contorted in agony, cold sweat pouring from him. However, he remained silent, enduring the pain without uttering a word. All the Heat players formed a circle around him, their faces etched with worry. James's visage was filled with apprehension. The referee hurried over, asking, "Hey, brother, how do you feel? Can you return to the game?" Wade gasped for breath, offering no response. Eventually, with the support of Wang Chen and James, he slowly rose to his feet. "Guys, give me a moment. I'll be back soon." With that, Wade limped away, assisted by his teammates Chalmers and Norris Cole, who flanked him as they made their way to the player tunnel. If Wade does not take these free throws, the foul shots will count as a concession, and Dwayne will be unable to return to this game, the referee explained impassively. Wade stood in the tunnel, momentarily dazed. Then, shaking off Cole and Chalmers' support, he limped back onto the court. As he emerged from the tunnel, the entire arena was left in stunned silence. Was Wade returning? He had come back to the game. Wade, the king, had returned. The crowd roared in delight. What a breathtaking scene it was, Director Zhang mused nearby. Pat Riley sat courtside, his fists clenched tightly. Some tearful female fans beside Riley could no longer hold back their emotions. The entire audience watched in awe as Wade made his way from the tunnel, erupting in cheers. The atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch. Fans were incredulous. The Spurs players and coaching staff stood in respectful applause at the sidelines. Wade, straining, positioned himself at the free throw line, the intense pain in his leg twisting his features. The referee handed him the ball. The American Airlines arena held its breath. The first shot swish. MVP. From the sidelines, a little girl whispered, "MVP. MVP. MVP." The entire arena echoed with the chant of MVP. Wade stood at the free throw line, preparing to take his shot once more. The second free throw swished through the net. And then the third. Amidst the resounding cheers echoing throughout the arena, Wade inhaled deeply and took his shot. The ball circled the rim before finally falling into the hoop. The crowd erupted in applause, the score now 103-103, with just 50 seconds remaining. Both teams were back on equal footing. Wade approached Coach Spoelstra. "I'll be back, Coach," he said. Spoelstra nodded solemnly. Wade then moved to LeBron and Wang Chen, resting a hand on each of their shoulders. "It's up to you now," he conveyed. The expressions of the Heat players were tinged with sorrow. "Don't worry, I'll return for the next game." Wade flashed his bright smile, ultimately supported by staff as he quietly made his way to the locker room. In an instant, as he turned away, his jovial demeanor faded to a blank expression. Limping as he walked, Wade's knee was oblivious to the circumstances, yet it was well known that God had removed its troubles when Wade was just 20. The affliction had plagued him ever since. Observing his earlier anguish, it was evident that the moment of injury had been excruciating. Just moments ago, he had endured immense pain to successfully convert all 3 free throws. Wade had given his all, finally helping the Heat equalize in the final 50 seconds. Yet, the cost was significant. It was confirmed that Wade would not return, and Coach Spoelstra substituted Ray Allen onto the court. The Spurs regained possession. Parker was draining the clock, intent on waiting until the shot clock reached 24 seconds before attempting a shot. At the 7-second mark, Duncan called for the ball in the low post. Parker delivered the pass to Duncan, who wore a stoic expression. Despite the regret concerning Dwayne's situation, the championship must remain in San Antonio this year. Duncan went to work against Bosch in the low post. With deft footwork, Duncan executed a pivot and launched a jump shot. Bosch fought hard to defend, but Duncan struck the backboard perfectly. With just 26 seconds remaining, the score was now 105-103. The Heat trailed by 2 points. Coach Spoelstra called a final timeout to strategize and emphasize the importance of executing the inbounds pass without error. As play resumed, the Spurs maintained an unwavering full-court press. However, through a screen set by Lewis, James adeptly received a pass from Bosch. With the ball in hand, James advanced to midcourt, closely followed by Leonard. The Heat players positioned themselves along the perimeter, creating ample space for James. As seconds ticked away, Leonard relentlessly disrupted James with his outstretched hands. 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Time continued to elapse. James made his move, driving decisively toward the free throw line, launching a shot from a high position. Yet, this maneuver did not fully circumvent Leonard's defense. He managed to interfere with James' attempt. The shot clanked off the rim. Duncan wore an excited smile, poised at the rebound's anticipated descent. If they could secure the defensive rebound, victory would be theirs, solidifying their home court advantage. Chapter 95, The Dunk. Transitioning to San Antonio, Duncan leaped, intent on claiming the rebound. A taller shadow soared above him. What? Duncan widened his eyes. Apologies, Stone Buddha. The U2 had reasons to win this game. Yet, this opportunity might be one forged from Dwayne's career. I must prevail. Wang Chen leaped into the air, seizing the ball that had strayed from the basket's reach, and with remarkable force, he slammed it toward the hoop, soaring over Duncan's outstretched arm. He was determined, resolute in his quest to secure the dunk. Duncan, witnessing Wang Chen ascending towards him, instinctively extended his arm in an attempt to thwart the airborne assault. However, he was a moment too late. Duncan's hand collided with Wang Chen's arm, triggering the devastating effect of the death dunk skill. Wang Chen, enduring excruciating pain in his arm, pressed the ball into the basket. Hush! The referee's whistle pierced the air. All players from the Heat and Spurs fixed their gaze upon the referee, eager to discern the ruling. The head referee signaled a foul. The 2 points counted, plus an additional free throw. No. Popovich sprang to his feet. That was an offensive foul. This is certainly not a shooting foul. All Spurs players encircled the referee, attempting to exert pressure for a reversal of the decision. Yet, the head referee remained resolute, delivering a verbal warning to the Spurs players. Duncan sat alone on the floor, his expression blank, although often jestingly referred to as expressionless, a playful nod to his perpetual demeanor. It was not believed that the greatest power forward in NBA history could truly be so devoid of emotion. Nevertheless, Duncan's current state was indeed one of bewilderment as Wang Chen had just outmaneuvered him. This rookie not only seized the offensive rebound before him but also soared over him for a thunderous dunk, drawing a foul. James rushed over, enveloping Wang Chen in an embrace. His exuberant words culminated in a playful ruffle of Wang Chen's wild hair. Ray Allen, Lewis, and Bosch also exhibited their excitement, joining James in tousling Wang Chen's head. Miami fans erupted into frenzied cheers. Oh my God! The audacious Wang, performing the unimaginable before the greatest power forward in history. He executed a crucial 2-1. The English commentator marveled. Wang Chen, at the most critical juncture of the game, he positioned himself against Duncan, leapt over him, and delivered that spectacular dunk. I shall henceforth refer to this moment as the dunk. The score reached a tie at 105-105. And Wang Chen now faced a free throw opportunity. With his free throw, he could potentially seal the game. The contest continued. Wang Chen approached the free throw line. While the Heat fans held their breath, Wang Chen stood at the free throw line, inhaling deeply before executing his shot. The ball sailed through the air and found the net with unwavering precision. The score shifted to 106-105, with the Heat taking the lead for the first time in the entire game. The American Airlines Center erupted in fervor. With merely 1 second remaining on the clock, the Spurs called for a timeout to devise a strategic play. Coach Popovich stated, "We can no longer dwell on the previous shot. We must focus on making this one count." The players nodded in agreement, their eyes betraying a blend of reluctance and confusion. Realistically, advancing to half-court was no longer feasible. Attempting a shot from the Heat side of the court was akin to winning the lottery with a ticket worth $10 million. They understood that their hopes were dwindling, and only a miracle could save them. The Spurs inbound the ball. Duncan passed it to Ginobili, who launched a spectacular three-pointer from beyond midcourt. The shot missed entirely. The game concluded. The Heat triumphed narrowly with a score of 106-105, taking a 2-0 lead in the finals. The Heat successfully defended their home court. In this match, Wang Chen scored an impressive 28 points, while LeBron James contributed 25 points, 12 rebounds, and 4 assists. Injured Dwayne Wade managed to score 24 points. For the Spurs, Duncan netted 18 points, Parker 16, Leonard 13, Green 12, and Mills 10. The Spurs maintained a remarkably balanced scoring distribution, while the Heat relied heavily on 2 or 3 key players. Ultimately, the Heat's individual brilliance prevailed. The Spurs players exited the court with heavy hearts, hastily making their way to the locker room. They had led for the entirety of the game, only to falter at the last moment. Popovich's expression darkened as he and his coaching staff swiftly vacated the arena. Having suffered 2 consecutive comebacks, he pondered the perplexities of the situation. Despite having held the advantage on the court, the Heat managed to close the gap and inexplicably overtook them in the final moments. Popovich resolved to review the game footage thoroughly. His previous strategies had been thoroughly disrupted. The 2 matches had demonstrated that while his methods had merit, they were far from flawless. However, he could no longer afford to gamble on the remaining games. With only 2 left, the stakes were too high. The Heat players refrained from celebrating and instead hurried to check on Wade's condition. In the team's medical room, Wade watched Wang Chen's astonishing alley-oop dunk. Filled with excitement and longing, yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. Observing the spirited Wang Chen, did he reminisce about his former self? In the post-game interview, Popovich disregarded decorum and unleashed his frustrations at the referees. That play by Wang was clearly an offensive foul. He elbowed Tim. Even if it wasn't an offensive foul, it was certainly not a defensive one on our part. The referee's decisions are utterly nonsensical. Having spoken, Popovich abruptly tossed down the microphone and exited the post-game interview room. Meanwhile, a reporter inquired of Spoelstra, "Do you believe you can sweep the Spurs 4-0? Coach Spoelstra responded, acknowledging the greatness of the opposing team, stating that their victory had been merely a stroke of luck. However, he emphasized that the battle was far from over. For one can never predict what may transpire in the next game. All they could do was focus on their own performance. In the realm of Chinese media, the cover of Sports Illustrated prominently featured an image of Wang Chen's clutch dunk that nearly sealed the game. The admiration among Chinese fans for Wang Chen was reaching new heights, and he had even garnered his own fan group, the Chen Club. Now, the media in China began to rally support for Wang Chen's inclusion in the national team. On the national team's end, there was a concerted effort to maintain silence. The prevailing thought was that as long as they remained quiet, the surrounding speculation would gradually dissipate with the passage of time. The following day, disheartening news emerged from the hospital. Wade had suffered a torn ACL in his left knee. This injury would sideline him for the entirety of the series, and he would also miss a significant portion of the upcoming regular season. For the Heat, this news struck like a bolt from the blue, plunging their morale into despair. The price of sacrificing the team's spirit for a single victory felt unbearably steep. Wade, with a wry smile, remarked, "You guys, don't hang your heads in sorrow. Lift your spirits and prepare for the next game. Otherwise, how can you honor my injured knee?" The Miami Heat arrived in San Antonio, Texas, burdened by a heavy heart. For the second consecutive year, they found themselves facing the Spurs in the finals, hinting at the emergence of a fierce rivalry. However, it still paled in comparison to the storied clashes between the Lakers and the Celtics. Chapter 96. The pinnacle of offensive efficiency in the ATT Center in San Antonio. Game 3 was about to commence on the Spurs' home turf. Currently, major media outlets have elevated the Heat's championship odds to 53%. Initially, the situation appeared evenly matched. Yet, given that the Heat held a 2-0 lead, one would expect the media to project a probability exceeding 60% in favor of Miami. Dwayne Wade's season-ending injury cast a shadow over the Heat's championship aspirations, for they had lost their soul. Modern sports is akin to a war sans weapons, and Wade's absence significantly dampened the team's morale, further undermining their strength. Nevertheless, for the third game, analysts predicted a robust rebound from the Spurs, anticipating a decisive victory over the Heat. They could scarcely believe that Coach Popovich's squad would face a sweep. That evening, the Heat hastily arrived at the airport, welcomed fervently by enthusiastic San Antonio fans. Inside the arena, the Heat players prepared to step onto the court, only to be met with a barrage of harassment and insults from an exuberant crowd. The fans were animated, their faces contorted with anger and hostility, vocally assaulting the Heat players with a cacophony of vitriol. The players endeavored to remain composed and focused on the game, yet the relentless taunts infiltrated their minds, disrupting their concentration. One fan even surged onto the court, attempting to approach the Heat players. Security swiftly intervened, escorting him away. But this incident only incited further outrage among the other fans, intensifying the barrage of insults. The Heat players felt a profound sense of helplessness and distress. They recognized the irrationality and immorality of the fans' behavior, but were powerless to respond or retaliate. In the players' tunnel, LeBron James gathered his teammates around him. Clad in Wade's number 3 jersey, he addressed them, "Brothers, we stand at a crossroads in the finals. Dwayne lies in a hospital bed for us. We fight not only for our honor, but for our brother. Let us fight." Due to Wade's injury, Chalmers was elevated to the starting lineup. The third game of the finals commenced in San Antonio. As the match began, the Spurs exhibited remarkable offensive efficiency, overwhelming the Heat. James and Chalmers committed elementary mistakes right from the start. The Spurs seized the opportunity, with Danny Green swiftly delivering a three-pointer, followed by Leonard executing a pull-up three. Duncan opted for a bank shot layup. It seemed the Heat players were feeling the effects of playing away, struggling to adapt. The fervent Spurs fans' tactics were proving effective. The game commenced with a staggering 15-0 lead. The Heat were left bewildered. Coach Spoelstra promptly called for a timeout. The Spurs' outside shooting was unusually precise today. Upon returning from the break, Wang Chen quickly attempted a three-pointer from beyond the arc, successfully redeeming some pride with his shot. However, the Spurs' offensive onslaught continued unabated. The French little car first executed a sudden jump shot, followed by a steal from James's pass, delivering a splendid assist to Leonard. Leonard then completed a spectacular fast-break dunk. As the game transitioned to the bench players, Ginobili ignited another scoring surge, further extending the lead. With no alternative, Coach Spoelstra had no choice but to keep the scoring-capable Wang Chen on the court. Wang Chen played the entirety of the first quarter. As the first quarter concluded, the Spurs held a commanding 16-point lead over the Heat, with a score of 41-25. Of the 25 points scored, Wang Chen alone contributed 18. The Spurs exhibited an offensive efficiency of 80, having successfully made 16 out of 20 attempts. Such a level of offensive prowess is undeniably formidable, especially in the context of the finals. By perpetually circulating the ball, the Spurs created optimal scoring opportunities, demonstrating exceptional effectiveness in their offensive execution. In their initial round against the Hawks, the Heat encountered a similarly structured style of play, yet the disparity between the two teams was stark. The Spurs boasted a historically significant trio, while the Hawks players, though distinctive, lacked the star power present in the Spurs lineup. Trailing behind the Hawks, the Heat could easily narrow the gap if they tightened their play. However, this approach would prove detrimental against the Spurs. Should they attempt to engage the Spurs in such a manner, the consequences would be severe. As the second quarter commenced, Wang Chen took a brief respite, and the Spurs resumed their familiar rhythm. Billy scored 4 consecutive points through a combination of drives and shots. Subsequently, Dia and Bellinelli each sank a three-pointer, elevating the score to 51-30, leaving the Heat trailing by 21 points. Coach Spoelstra, in a moment of exasperation, summoned Wang Chen and LeBron to the sidelines. In a moment, I need you two to execute the pick and roll. Wang, when LeBron is struggling, I need you to shoulder more of the offensive responsibilities. The remainder of the game rests on your shoulders, Wang. Wang Chen nodded slightly. Trailing by 21 points, the situation felt eerily familiar. As Wang Chen initiated the play, he executed a pick and roll with James. Subsequently, Wang received a swift pass from James and launched a three-pointer from the baseline, successfully making the shot. Following this, the Spurs' offensive attempt faltered, allowing Bosch to seize the rebound, which he promptly relayed to James. With remarkable speed, James advanced the ball and once again passed it to the forward-positioned Wang Chen. The Spurs players swiftly returned to defense, with Leonard stationed at the three-point line. Denying Wang the opportunity for an unimpeded shot, Wang Chen remarked, "Do you truly believe that by standing at the three-point line, you can obstruct my three-point shot?" Wang Chen, positioned 2 steps beyond the three-point line, unleashed a swift and decisive shot. The ball swished through the net once more. A chorus of boos echoed throughout the ATT arena as the spectators endeavored to exert pressure on Wang Chen in this manner. Wang Chen expressed that he was in a fervent rhythm, and when he aimed for a three-pointer, no one could impede him. Mills, utilizing splitter screen, approached the free-throw line and passed the ball to Ginobili in the corner. Splitter set a pick for Mills, who then launched a three-point shot. He responded in kind. However, Wang Chen remained unfazed, remarking that it was merely a single three-pointer. His shooting touch had arrived, heralding a succession of three-pointers. In the subsequent play, Wang Chen faced the defensive duo of Bellinelli and Mills, disregarding both as he effortlessly took another three-pointer. Your three-point prowess burns like the flames of hell. The score stands at 54-39. Wang Chen consecutively sank 3 three-pointers, single-handedly narrowing the score once more. Popovich finally discerned the reason behind their initial lead over the Heat yet subsequent inability to maintain it in the latter stages. A solitary superstar may shine brightly, but he cannot vanquish the team-centric Spurs. However, if 2 superstars consistently perform at a high level, maintaining exceptional offensive efficiency, the situation becomes decidedly more complex. Chapter 97, The Lost LeBron and the Injustice of the Away Game. As Popovich pondered, Wang Chen executed a dazzling change of direction and broke through to the mid-range near the free-throw line, scoring effortlessly with a decisive shot. Popovich gritted his teeth, taking note of the game statistics. Indeed, Wang Chen had made 7 out of 9 attempts, hitting 4 out of 4 from beyond the arc and 4 out of 4 at the free throw line, amassing 22 points. In stark contrast, LeBron James recorded a mere 2 out of 10, with 0 out of 2 from three-point range and 1 out of 2 at the line, totaling just 5 points. 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 4 turnovers. A wry smile crept across Popovich's face as a strategy formed in his mind. Kawhi, come here. Leonard approached Popovich's side. As a rookie in 2013, his impressive wingspan and formidable physique quickly marked him as the Spurs heir apparent. Popovich identified Kawhi Leonard as Duncan's successor, the future core of the team. In a moment, apply pressure on that rookie wearing number 10 with your physicality. Leonard, expressionless, nodded in agreement. As play resumed, the Heat's offense faltered. Duncan firmly secured the ball at the high post, while Parker executed a swift cut, receiving the pass from Duncan with the agility of a cheetah. Parker then burst through the opponent's defense with astonishing speed and dexterity, showcasing his remarkable skills and prowess. Yet, Bosh beneath the basket was undeterred, quickly positioning himself to thwart Parker's advance. However, Parker remained unfazed by Bosh's defense, skillfully leveraging his physical advantages to evade the block. At that moment, the Spurs once again displayed their exceptional team synergy. Parker unhesitatingly passed the ball to Bellinelli, who in turn found Mills with a precise delivery. Mills, now in a position of open opportunity, prepared for an exceptional shot. Mills leapt without hesitation, the basketball tracing a graceful arc through the air. With a crisp swish, the three-point shot found its mark, eliciting an eruption of enthusiastic cheers from the spectators. The atmosphere became palpably electrifying, and the morale of the Spurs soared in tandem. In the subsequent possession, the Spurs continued to showcase their exceptional ball movement, orchestrating the play with finesse. Ultimately, Jin Billy received the ball, executing a splendid Eurostep to conclude the offensive sequence. The score widened once more to 59-39, a 20-point lead established anew. Coach Spoelstra responded by introducing a star player into the fray. Wang Chen advanced with the ball, while Leonard remained expressionless, his indifferent gaze fixed intently upon Wang Chen. Wang Chen dribbled the ball forward. At that moment, a fierce collision occurred between Leonard and Wang Chen. Wang Chen stumbled slightly and tossed the ball away. Wang Chen sought a foul, yet the referee did not call it. The ball went out of bounds, resulting in the possession awarded to the Spurs. Wang Chen approached the referee and engaged in a cordial conversation. The referee remained unperturbed. Wang Chen could utter no more words and reluctantly conceded. It was an inevitable circumstance.